know. So
Wow.
that's real.
Well, that's good. That's interesting because it is such a well-defined story. It just, did this happen to you, or is this somebody?
No, it does not happen to me.
Yeah.
But I've had several friends other than this person that I've witnessed it happen to.
I get it.
Yeah.
But what I like about it too is at the end, it does resolve. And one of the things we have with Rise of the Future, it's got to have that uptick.
Yeah.
It's got to be that uptick because there's so many downticks out there. I'm not interested in further promoting the downticks of life.
I have a hard time writing a bad or a sad ending, or I can't.
They don't make it into the book anyway, so
Okay.
that's a different market.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
But that's good, and that's also like the superstars. I mean, you've got all kinds of stuff, but most of the people that are there are uptick ending type people.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Yeah.
And those are my druthers. I mean, I'm very much in. You keep up on the media and what's happening out there, and it can be very it is very depressing. And just when one pandemic is starting to chill now, okay, let's take Ukraine and Russia.
Yeah.
And if there's a lull in a day or two, here's the next variant of COVID now that's striking. Here's another.
Yes.
They've got to have something that keeps it in turmoil. And people that get into watching mainstream TV they're always going to be upset.
Yeah.
It's just, that's their product, is to keep people upset, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So that's why these stories here and authors like yourself, and what, I don't think you've gotten that yet. That's going to be one of your next things here. But what Mr. Hubbard has in his essays is and even what he said with the beginning of Writers of the Future, what you guys, or what science fiction is and artists is you set the tone, the stage for the future, just as you were affected by the science fiction and fantasy you read, you will affect people in the future on the science fiction that you write or fantasy.
Yeah.
So it is important that we keep on putting a positive future there, because there's those that are working to put a not positive future there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of money in war. There's a lot of money in
negativity
in COVID. There's a ton. Some people are making a ton of money on that, a ton of money on war, a ton of money on all these things that are like negative right now. Somebody's making a ton of money on gas.
Yeah. It's not me.
Exactly. So maybe I'm belaboring a little bit. I'll step off my pedestal in a moment, but that's why this contest and these books are so important, because it gives somebody a chance to chill for a bit. And like what Pulp Fiction was back in the day, the golden age of science fiction, that was escapist.
Yes.
People could read it, and all of a sudden, for a little bit, they're somewhere else. So
yeah,
in your case, they're at another circus, and
yeah.
So there's no real time setting on your story.
No.
It's just a circus story.
It's I think. It almost has a steampunk feel to it to me, but I can't even describe it as that because it's not of this world. It's giant winged creatures and still people being people, both positive and negative. And I don't know where that world came from. I will say it's probably the only story I've ever written where I have like a pistol in or a gun in it. I've never written anything. I thought about that the other day, because in our 24-hour story, the prompt I received was a .357 Magnum shell. And I have no idea what to do with this because it's not my, I didn't use it as, whatever it was created to be. But
like you said, when he was describing that, when he was passing it on, Tim also said too, it could be, it doesn't have to be just a bullet. It could be something else too, a cylinder. It's Eldris Budrus who put this whole thing together, had different things that went a total different direction.
Yeah.
It's similar to something else, But anyway, so now on your storytelling and fitting it in, you got your degree in science, and your day job is?
I've been in healthcare for almost 30 years.
So you started when you were like 1?
No, you're hilarious. Definitely not. I actually started working at a brain injury lockdown unit for rehabilitation hospital when I was maybe around 21. And then I went on to get a degree as an occupational therapist.
Uh-huh.
And I've been an OT ever since then. So I've been doing this a long time. And one of the things I've loved about being in healthcare is people. I love hearing other people's stories. And I've been I've been blessed enough to work from pediatrics to Alzheimer's patients to, adults after brain injury, people who had strokes. I've worked with people in psychiatric care. I've been able to do and hear so many stories, and each one of them has such depth and value that, if you sit with someone long enough, everyone has an amazing story to tell. And so that is where most of the people I've met, those experiences is mostly where I draw inspiration from when I'm writing.
Which is amazing. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic, that particular drill of the workshop has had to be taken out. Yeah, there's a 3 stages that were originally worked out by Algis Budrus in this workshop. One was the little trinket you get. Mm-hmm. Another one was going out onto the street and meeting a stranger.
Ah.
And one of the things you realize that, like you said, everybody has a story.
Yeah.
You've got all types of people here on Hollywood Boulevard.
Yeah, I've noticed.
Right now, it's better that we're not having people go out there. Some of them are seriously troubled individuals.
Yeah.
But it used to be a thing where people go out there and just talk to a stranger, and then you go to a library and research and put those things together, and that's how you did your story. Now you have your twin, you get to meet your strangers they're the fellow winners, and then your research is now the Google searches, People used to go out there and just, one of the real things that you realize is that everybody has a story. No matter how forlorn they might look, they've got a story.
Yeah.
There's something about them that's special. And that's what's really good, because that just adds so much more to being able to tell a real story and not have the cardboard characters, but have like real people.
Yeah, because everybody's very complex. Nothing is cut and dried. And it's very easy to jump to an assumption on someone before you know them.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Which is one thing was really good about that drill that we used to have. But even when within all the winners there, you start seeing everybody around and like, somebody's really shy, but then you start talking to them, you find out that, wow, they're, we've had medical doctors here, surgeons that, emergency care units, type thing. And you can tell in the stories that they were a doctor because of the way they describe things.
Yes.
But what you're saying there is really, really important. And it comes across too in your storytelling that you did there with Farrago that, just you can really understand the difference in the different people.
Yeah. Everyone's been affected by something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
But I'm a terrible optimist as well. So I tend to not write stories on a downtick because.
Which is totally fine. I'm a perennial optimist. No matter how bad it is, somehow or another, people will get their act together and it will come out okay.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's some other people that are going for making it go okay for them, which isn't necessarily okay for the group. So you got to deal with that too. So that's why you need to walk softly, carry a big stick type thing. Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah.
So it's a good thing we've got, the people are willing to fight for what we consider good, but then you got to keep on putting the good there, and the rightness of people. So now on the workshop, did you do, because we've got several things within the Writers of the Future. There's the online writing workshop, which I was going to...
Yes.
Did you take that course?
I did, yeah. So I'd gotten my rejection and my honorable mention. And then I was getting ready to submit for the next quarter, and then the online workshop released. So I actually did that first, and that next story was a silver honorable mention. And that story ended up being my first sale.
Really?
My first professional sale, yeah.
To
Deep Magic in their final issue.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it was
What was that story?
The War Within. So that was inspired by, I had, this was when I was working with people with Alzheimer's, and I had this gentleman who would come and visit his wife every day. He could no longer care for her, but he would come every morning and he would feed her breakfast and he would stay all day long. And a lot of times he would like take her out for ice cream but he made sure that he was there for every single meal. And you could just feel like they were just touching, they were the loveliest people. And she didn't really remember him.
The Notebook.
Yeah, she didn't remember him, but he didn't mind. But then one day, she was having a particularly bad day, and he said, I wish I could trade places with her because I feel like she would be able to do this so much better than I ever could. He didn't give himself the credit that he was amazing, he couldn't see it. So that's kind of what that story is, where that ends up happening.
Do you specialize in cry stories?
No. Although that one actually made my brother and my husband cry. And Jeff Wheeler said that it made him cry as well. So I guess I hit.
Just hearing you describe it to me, I'm like.
Yeah, because and there's so many stories like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen so many people who step up when things are tough.
Yeah.
I've seen people who don't, but I like to focus on. I like to think that in that situation, I would be stepping up, I guess.
So now that story, can somebody still get it? And
Yeah, it's through Deep Magic on Amazon. Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. So in which issue?
It's their final issue. So I squeaked in under the wire. Again, that story had been rejected a few other places. And each time I would get it back and improve it and, try and hone it a little bit more. And that was my first sale.
Wow. That's great. So that was after Writers of the Future sale, or was it just before? Or?
This was last year. So my first professional sale was a year ago in May. Yeah. And that story was released in June of last year.
Right. That's great.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is your second sale, the Writers of the Future?
I had a little short story to a
professional sale?
Well, it's
not a professional.
No, it's not a professional sale, I suppose. But
it can be a sale, but in terms of qualifying for Writers of the Future, it's 3 professional.
No, I didn't have 3 professional sales. Yeah.
Make sure people listening understand.
Yeah. No. I had the 1 professional sale and then a couple other minor sales.
Yeah. So professional sales means 8 cents a word or more. Okay. Currently.
Yeah.
Yeah. Depends on how much this expensive gas is going to change it down the road. So how was it when you did that? You said all of a sudden you went from being either honorable mention or you were getting then silver honorable mention when I did the course. Yeah. What was it? What helped you from yourself? What was the thing that was most beneficial about the course?
So again, I hadn't taken so long off of writing, but I didn't quite. I realize now, looking back, I like to write narratives and not stories. So there wasn't perhaps a building of climax, or maybe the tension wasn't as great as it could have been, or the resolution was lacking, for lack of a better word. So I think sitting through that workshop actually gave me a lot of tools that I didn't even know I needed. Like I was kind of clueless in so many ways as to the story, the nature of a good story has a formula, and I had been neglecting a formula. I had just been writing train of thought.
Well, that's good then. So we got that, and then also in Writers of the Future, there's the forum. And have you used the forum?
Yes. So after I stalked them and decided on December 31st, I put in my first submission. I think it was a few days later, I actually officially joined the forum. And now I'm pretty active on there. I try to be. This week I have not been on there at all.
Sure.
But yeah, the forum has given me a peer group because I knew no other writers. And certainly, my dad wrote when I was young, but he wrote mysteries and that sort of stuff. And, very different. And, he kind of, I don't know that he didn't respect what I read. Now he loves it because, he's very proud.
Yeah.
And he's read everything I have put out there now, which is lovely.
Dad.
Yeah. So he's come around. But what were we talking about?
So just on the forum itself. So you've used it's been a tool for building a peer group.
Yes. I mean, I have gotten critiques from people there, but before, like, I'm asking my husband or my brother or my best friend or, anyone you trust to not rip your heart out in their critique. And I found the forum to be a very safe and welcoming space.
Well, we even got it at the top, if you're going to come in and drop any negativity, you've got one warning. Number 2, you're out of there.
Yeah.
There's plenty of places to find that if that's what you're looking for, but that's not where this is.
Yeah. The forum was essential for me to build confidence and continue to grow and, accept feedback.
Yeah.
Without fear that I was going to be torn to shreds.
Yeah, no, that's not what's needed to build confidence.
Yeah. But, some people don't, some people still struggle, temper their words in a compassionate way, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we welcome their struggle.
Yeah.
As long as they keep it compassionate and not just let their negativity take the best of them and just dump on other people that are still trying to go. It is a hard bridge to go from you're pouring your soul out or some part of you that you're creating this story, then, this is me, this is what I really want to do. And then someone comes in and goes, and just takes a dump on it. The fact that it happens is what it is, but the effect that it has emotionally on the person who's finally come out, and now that somebody does that, and then that shuts them up now for another, maybe forever.
Right.
So that's not what Riders of the Future is about.
Yeah. So one of the things I like to do, whenever we're getting into a new quarter, I actually offer to beta read because I really love beta reading. And I think there's a way to deliver compassionate feedback and critiques in a soft-hearted way where, hey, I think this is what you were trying to do. Correct me if I'm wrong. Have you thought about maybe doing it this way? Or, and again, anything I'm saying could just be tossed out the window. I am,
Yeah. Dave was like that too. Dave Farland.
Yes. Yeah.
He was such a teddy bear he was a smart teddy bear though.
He was so good. I mean, when I took that 318R class, every story I got back from him was just, his feedback was so well done. I mean, he got to the heart of what he wanted you to hear in the nicest way possible.
Yeah. No, that was good. Anyway, we all miss Dave. But it's good what we've got with Jody, because Jody is also just an amazingly talented author.
Yeah.
So then we've also got this podcast. Have you listened to the podcast coming into as part of what your journey as a writer?
I didn't really know as much about the podcast until maybe about a year ago. So since then, it's on my rotation of podcasts that I listen to. And I've been listening to when you do the interviews for the other winners for the last 2 volumes. That was very entertaining. You got some very funny ones there, highly entertaining. But yeah, and I can't remember. There have been several that have gotten little pearls of wisdom from.
Yeah. And this week and next week, I've got an artist. I did it a couple of years ago, Craig Elliott, who's an illustrator judge. He's mostly does a lot of creative for Disney and for Netflix.
Oh, yeah.
He was the head of the department of creativity for Netflix, and now he's back at Disney. But a lot of the animation movies you see are
Craig
his. Yeah, it's him. And then I'll have Scott Card going up this week.
Oh, cool.
One that I did about a year and a half ago, or 2 years ago with him that hasn't gone out on United Public Radio.
Yeah.
So that'll be a good one too, because his favorite Owen Hubbard essay is Magic Out of a Hat. Mm-hmm. So he did a whole hour-long discussion about that, what he got out of it, and why it's, why he thinks is the best essay there. So that'll be up this week.
Very cool.
And then I've got, by the time I'm done with this, I'll have the next half year's worth of podcasts recorded. But it's definitely gotten the intention is like when I had Julie Anderley going into contracts, and
Yeah.
rights and what
That
can't.
that was a great one. Yeah. 'Cause,
Yeah.
again, as a writer, new to this, I have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
So it's fascinating to like hear the legalese.
Yeah, getting that stuff there, and then the one on royalties that just went up a couple weeks ago, talking about this program, which for a brand new writer, it's free until you're making. I think it's $2,000 a month in royalties. It's a whole free, but it helps you track all your royalties, so you're not missing out on stuff.
Yeah.
And there's just I'm trying to do stuff to get a whole big array of things that will help writers and artists to make it into a successful career. So it's good to see, listen to that. And then we have the blog, which we have different, mostly that a lot of people just really like it for getting, here's all the winners and finalists and honorable mentions and that type of thing that we do every quarter. And then obviously entering the contest. So that's just something with the Rise of the Future. The whole purpose of that is to be able to help the aspiring writer and or artist, to get that launch. So on the online course and also on this workshop, has there been like a favorite part for you so far?
I mean, I enjoyed a lot of things about the online course just because, again, it gave me a foundation of knowledge that I was lacking, and exercises to do that I had never done before, which really helped, I think, elevate my writing and help me kind of find my own style, which is still evolving, of course.
For sure.
I mean, the workshop has been amazing. Writing that story in 24 hours, I got to tell you, man, that was a little harsh, but I got it done. And, and I actually got it done early, but I lost some sleep last night, let's just say. And plus, I'm still kind of on East Coast time, so I woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning and finished it.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then going to bed at 10.
Yeah, I went to bed at 10 and woke up at 2, finished writing it, went back to sleep for a couple hours. And then that was it. So
and you text me saying, "Okay, I'm done."
Yeah. Well, there's that coffee place next door, and that's very helpful.
Yeah. So then on, because now you're going to have several other judges starting to speak over the next couple of days, and that will give you more, different aspects of what you have to different, like Larry Niven goes into hard sci-fi, and you've got Kevin and Rebecca, the business of writing. They've really got a really nice thing on that. Rob Sawyer. Yeah. We haven't had him for a couple of years, so he'll be here. And he's like the dean of science fiction in Canada. He's just such a nice person. So you've written a novel already?
I've actually written 2. One of them I'm still revising, even though it's my favorite story that I've written so far. It's like a historical fantasy. I have a strange passion for someone who grew up, in the Midwest and South and kind of all over the United States. When I was very young, I fell in love with martial arts films on Sunday afternoons on like this. We'd come home from church and I would just sit down, and that was the rest of my day, and nobody could take me away. So I have this passion for like martial arts films, and especially like Chinese mythology and Chinese history, which is funny because I never got any of it. I got nothing. I mean, I didn't know anything. But this whole book revolves around it's a historical fantasy that time travels, but it involves Chinese gods and mythological figures and creatures, and really took me down a lot of different rabbit holes to create. And I need to revise it one more time, and then I will start I've had a few agent interests, but I think if I just do another push, I'll be good to go. Yeah.
So are you yourself have a belt in any type of martial arts?
wouldn't that be nice? So I actually took it a little bit when I was young because, again, I was so into it. And then, I was, let's just say, not the healthiest child, and not motivated towards physical activity when I was young. I am very much now, but when I was a child, absolutely not. So I think I got to like a yellow belt and was like, oh, that's it. That's it.
Okay.
My son is a black belt. So, when he started going, I actually took with him for a while because I wanted him to be invested in it. And then when we got into the sparring and I realized I didn't want to take a hit.
I'm good.
And plus I realized I'm not as aggressive in my heart, so I never was comfortable hitting people, even with the gloves on. It just, yeah.
You just take your son with you every time you go out.
Exactly.
There we go.
Well, he towers over me, so that would be great.
Okay, so now as a writer, and we've talked about Dave Farland, have the importance then of mentors, the importance of peers. We talked about it a little bit, but a little bit more than that, because that's some things that people just have really hard time appreciating and reaching out to get somebody, to connect up with somebody, and how to avoid pitfalls in reaching in the wrong direction.
Yeah. So when I came back, I was really scared. I mean, really, I'm honestly I would call myself not exactly shy, but slow to warm up. Like I have to kind of get to know somebody before I open up and really allow myself to be vulnerable, my work to be put in their hands.
Yeah.
I really didn't have a writing community at all until I found the forum. And then I've had, I would say 90% have been very positive experiences. The other ones were not, it's not that like they weren't positive, but we just didn't connect in quite the right way. It wasn't, we just didn't communicate in the same way. But the feedback was still good.
Right.
And it still came from a good place, a
Right.
heart-centered place. I would say most of my writing community started on the forum, and I've still struggled to kind of connect. Like there aren't a lot of other writers that in my area, or if they do, they've already got kind of their writing niches. They've already got their writing groups. It's kind of and again, going into a group without knowing anyone is really difficult for me, quite frankly. I will stick in the corner and just do my, I was the kid in class when they wanted to do group projects. I was fine on my own to do the whole project and that's just my nature. So in high school, I had a wonderful writing mentor and a few years ago, I actually found her online and my teacher, and we've connected and she has actually been published in the last few years.
Oh, that's great.
Book. Yeah. And she's not exactly a young person anymore, but she's still writing and just as inspiring as ever. And then the next writing mentor I ever had was Dave Farland.
Wow.
And so, I was really looking forward to meeting him because we'd had, again, going back, one of the things that I did as a foolish person, an uneducated person. When I found the Writers of the Future contest, of course, I didn't really know anything.
Sure.
And I didn't know what I didn't know. And I didn't know who I didn't know. So I'm like, oh, who's this Dave Farland guy? So I emailed him.
And he answered you.
I should answer this? Do you think I should enter this contest? Like I haven't. He was like, and he was just, again, like this very quick, like, of course you should enter. How are you ever going to get better if you don't enter? And I was like, okay, thanks. And then and then it wasn't until like I got on the forum regularly and I was like, oh, Dave Farland. I get it now. Yeah. So just that, again, we didn't have regular interaction, but the interaction we did have was just so formative in how I approach new writers, for one thing.
Yeah.
Because I feel like there's an obligation if you have been treated well and guided, you have an obligation to help others.
Exactly.
Because they're not your competition. They're your assets.
And that's one thing that definitely by the end of this week, you're going to have it. You probably already have it by now, or hopefully have it by now. In a lot of other workshops, is you've got that side of the table, this side of the table, and the table gets removed on this one. So they're working with you, but they're working with you as a fellow professional now.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, because I had a discussion with Tim and Jody just before they started, because this is Jody's first year.
Yeah.
And Tim said, well, the difference between this one and Clarion and these other workshops is that Clarion, they're still working to get where Rise of the Future is. So at this point, we consider you're all professionals now. Now we're working on how to even finally hone your craft and give you more tips to make it as a professional author, not just become a writer.
Yeah.
And so that's a bit of a different thing. Like, how do you, even the thing that with Tim and Jody on going to conventions, and being on panels, this is all stuff that's predicated on you being able to be on a panel.
Right.
So that's what, now you qualify, you had your other sale with Dark Magic, and now you've got this one here. So now you're in that category of writer. You're a pro, and you need to keep with it or not, but you have that now to hang on your lapel with your epaulets there. Yeah. I'm a pro. Back off. No.
I just need a T-shirt that says that.
Yeah, well, just by, that's why people wearing their Rise to Future T-shirts or the pins and things that people get. Like, wow, it does have a lot of cachet, for sure. So on yourself, what was the advice that best helped you to get to where you are now?
Persevere. Don't give up on a story just because it gets difficult.
Good.
Maybe you've taken a bad turn,
Uh-huh.
And you can go back and delete that bad turn and keep going. And you can always set it aside. But I believe it was actually, I think it was Todd McCaffrey, when one of the interviews that I think you did with him, actually, that I was listening to, it was on the forum, and I had written all these questions, and before it even started, and because I didn't think I was going to.
The AMA one that we did with Todd?
I think so.
Okay, yeah.
But I actually wrote down what he said, and I printed it out, and it's hanging above my computer at home. And he said, do not be afraid to write badly.
That's right.
And then the second thing he said is finish it. So that is my mantra now. Like, when I get to a place in a story and I'm not loving it, I'm like, just finish it. Just finish it. And then you're done, and you can edit it into something better.
Right.
But you can't edit a blank page. So you've got to finish it. And if it's bad, just keep writing. You'll work your way out of it.
Yeah, that's very, very good. Now, when we, before you came, I sent everybody a copy of the book Fear.
Yep.
Had you read any of L. Ron Hubbard's fiction before?
Only through the Writers of the Future books, honestly. And I'd heard, and I feel like I read something like in high school too.
Yeah.
But that high school was a long time ago, John. So a lot of my memories from there are probably wrapped in cobwebs. But then I had heard of Fear before, but I had never read it. So I actually read it right after you sent it. I sat down and read it. So I sent to everybody because I want people to get, invariably people will come back and just really appreciate, L. Ron Hubbard as an amazing philanthropist for creating this contest and continuing to endow it now nearly 4 decades long. Wow. But they weren't necessarily as familiar with his fiction. Some people were, but some weren't. So I just said, okay, good. Here's a story. This is Tim's favorite story. Mm-hmm. And so, what was your take on it? What happened with you on reading it? So as I was reading it, it took me just a little bit, just again, because the evolution of language. But I actually love reading stories from different time periods because it does challenge your own thinking in a lot of ways. So I was reading it and I was like, this is reminding me a little bit of Stephen King. And then I started realizing this kind of reminds me of Stephen King. And this is like, oh, Stephen King. I see where you got some of this stuff now. But yeah, I wasn't expecting the ending to be what it was. And I had to actually flip back and reread a certain section because I'm like, did I miss? And I realized I kind of did. Like the breadcrumbs were there, but I had not picked them up.
I don't know anybody who's ever picked them up.
Okay.
But this is the book that inspired Philip K. Dick to start writing
Yeah.
his type of stories. And I sent you that letter, which had a bunch of those blurbs from all these other authors,
Yeah.
talking about it. And it's funny when I talk to some people on social media, because I deal with the good, the bad, the ugly, and say, this is just like blah, blah, blah author's blah, blah, blah story. And they'll say, that story was written 30 years after.
Yeah.
And it happened with, several of his stories where this actually started a trend, because up to that point of that book, Fear, most horror was slash and dash, and the psychological thriller was actually what was begun with that. And that's why you see so many accolades going towards him on that. But I was just curious what your take was on it, because I wanted to have that going along with the essays that you read either in the online workshop or as part of the course, the workshop itself you're taking with Tim and Jody.
Yeah.
Your application of what he's talking about there, like on suspense.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like all the tools that are listed there have been very helpful. I think that particular, like, building suspense and tone, or the rising tension, is definitely something that I still have to work on. So the essays are still very good for me. I mean, the work doesn't stop, right? You just have to keep going.
Working it. Keep working it for sure.
Yeah.
So on your own writing, so you're going to keep it with science fiction and fantasy. Is it going to be mostly either one or the other that you see for yourself?
I tend to write more fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I do I've written a few science fiction short stories, but it's not necessarily what I'm passionate about. Again, for me, it has to be a very human story. And I feel like I don't do that as well in the science fiction realm as other people do.
Right.
So there's a lot of room for improvement there. Plus, I think with fantasy, I really like just apparently making stuff up.
Yeah.
Like, I'll just invent this world, and what do they wear, and what do they eat, and what do they, and what are these creatures?
Well, that's an important ability to have, to world building, and that's the whole thing that Dave Farland had. I mean, that's the specialty of Brandon.
Yes.
Yeah. But
that
any
is a whole other level.
Yeah. But any author who's successful has to be able to build a world, even if it's in a real, right now, even if it's an alternate history. You still have to be able to build a plausible world that somebody can okay, I'll buy into that world.
Yeah.
And
so dipping into all the senses.
Yeah, and being able to do that.
Yeah.
So you're definitely a student of Dave Farland.
Thank you.
Okay, good. All right. So in terms of how somebody can find you and read your stuff, so where can they go? Where do you have your social media and websites or your presence?
So I do have a website. It's nvhaskell.com, about as straightforward as you can get.
So Haskell is?
Haskell.
Okay, good.
And then that's also the name I have on Instagram, Twitter, and I have a Facebook page.
Good. And then if somebody wants to be able to meet you, you attend conventions. Is that like a thing for you?
That is my plan moving forward. I had actually, because of the pandemic, I had not attended a convention before Superstars.
You and the rest of the world.
Right.
So.
Yeah. So Superstars was amazing, but it was like, somebody said it was like drinking from a fire hose, and it really was. It was a lot, but it was amazing.
Yeah.
And I was really glad that I went to that, and I got to meet you and Joni and a lot of the other people who are here today. So it helped me kind of ease in.
Yeah, no, that's great. But so you live in Kentucky, you said?
Northern Kentucky, kind of a suburb of Cincinnati.
So will you be going to DragonCon?
I'm hoping to.
That would be great.
I really am.
If you want to, we'll follow up after this, because I can get with the owner, and he said, just let me know if somebody wants to come in, and I'll get a pro pass for them.
Ooh.
So if you'd like to, let me know, and I will contact him and get you a pass.
I will let you know. Yeah, that would be amazing.
Yeah. So you'll have to get your own hotel and transportation there, but we'll get you the badge to get in there for the whole show.
I mean, that'd be amazing. I would not turn that down, John, so thank you.
You bet. And then we also do a thing with Galaxy Press. We have we have a really cool, we're really good terms with Dragon Con.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, they love Writers of the Future. This year, Pat Henry is not able to attend. He's the owner, but he's come the last couple of years, and he'll be again next year. But he always makes sure we give really good presentation, because we set up half our booth with a table that we invite Writers of the Future and Illustrators of the Future winners to come and not only sell their edition that they're in, but if you have any of the books that you've got, you can bring that and sell that, and you keep all the money. We don't take a percentage. It gives you a place to set up and sell.
Okay.
We'll set up a book signing for you and promote that and stuff.
That's really cool.
Yeah. So any other past winners listening, this applies to you as well. But first in line is Nicole. Well, thank you very much, Nicole. It's been great being able to chat with you, and I really wanted to be able to talk to you because I had questions about your story, Mystical Farrago, and I definitely look forward to reading more of your works as they come out.
Well, thank you very much. I can't be more grateful than what Writers of the Future has provided and done for me.
Well, you're very, very welcome. And thank you for listening. Subscribe to the Writers of the Future podcast wherever you get your podcasts. The Writers of the Future podcast is available on SoundCloud, iTunes, Pocket Casts, Stitcher, Player FM, iHeart, and Spotify. We've also been syndicated on the United Public Radio Network, where you can find these podcasts as well. The Writers of the Future series can be purchased wherever books are sold in the U.S., Canada, the UK, Australia, and South Africa, and available everywhere else on Amazon. Writers and Illustrators of the Future are contests created by L. Ron Hubbard to provide a means for the aspiring writer and artist to be seen and acknowledged. It is free to enter and open to new and amateur short story writers and artists of science fiction or fantasy. Again, thank you very much, Nicole.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Centralist Radio Show. If you hear some weird whining thing in the back, that's just the prisoners of war we have captured here from the Alien Resistance War. So, just in case, I just wanted y'all to know. Other than that, don't worry about it. It's nothing important. It's refugees Mike were sending me from New York. He said he's had enough of this bullshit. He's sending them to the south. No,
that's right. I pack them up and I send them south, man.
Bad way to start your show. Sorry. Well, I mean, anyway, guys, welcome to the Central. I'm Joe Mattel. That's Michael Angley. We're just talking tonight about all this different stuff going on in the country. We're going to get into a lot of different news, a lot of different things. But there's
I thought you had a dragon there. I thought that sounded like a baby dragon since you went to Dragon Con.
Dragon Con 22, I was there. Look at that, people.
You bring home a dragon egg, and that's what happened?
Yeah, apparently the bitch hatched in my bedroom.
Little dragon.
Live on the air, dragon hatches in Joe's house. So don't worry about it. Well, maybe, you know what? Maybe that new TV series can use it as a stand-in. What is that? Dragon something. What is the name of it? Something from
Dragon Balls.
Dragon Balls. I think that's the name of it, but still. It's, hey, Derek, how you doing, Chad? How you doing, man? It's, no, really, it's that new series that came out from Game of Thrones. It's, I don't know. Anyway,
girl has sex.
If y'all are into this, y'all know it. If y'all are into this, y'all know what
she has sex with a dragon, right? Like, isn't that the whole deal?
Shit. One of the things we do radio. I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. I need some coffee.
I don't know. Like, I saw this commercial.
I never watched Game of Thrones. My wife is a big fan.
She has sex with dragons, and she has, like, dragon kids and whatever. Like, there's all this.
Well, I know about all that now. Maybe I might have watched that.
Straight up bestiality going on that
this
show.
Other stuff is
that's why I can't watch it. My beliefs won't allow me to watch that.
Yes, my moral guidance will not let me watch dragons.
My moral compass.
I'm not even going there, man. Jesus.
My moral compass has enough trouble finding.
But anyway, no, it's a new series that's out, and everybody loves this damn thing. I hear my wife and him talking about it all the time. And I did watch the first episode with Matt Smith is in it from Doctor Who, and they love it. I think, and it looks like it's pretty good. I may watch it, but I wasn't a big Game of Thrones fan. It's not what I'm into right now. And then everybody's telling me about the Lord of the Rings, the new series. Elon, 2 thumbs up, baby, for having the balls to say what you said. Elon's actually going to show men what it is to be men again. That's just scary is what that is. Guys, if you're a guy and you're listening to this radio show tonight and you're not sure what a man is, you can look at me and Michael because we're pretty much. But if not, if you got doubts, go look at Elon Musk. He'll tell you.
We're poor manly.
Yeah, we're poor.
Is rich man.
We're poor. Yes, we're poor people, but you know.
Leonardo DiCaprio, you got to give him credit because he's also rich manly. Yeah.
Yeah, you know. Well, he's a little perverted, man. We don't bring Leonardo into this.
I don't want him to be a little perverted. He's having fun.
He's a little
He's
perverted.
having fun. You got to leave the guy. Hey, man. You know what? He stops it at 25 for women. 25 is when the drama starts. If you think.
Oh my God.
That's
when anybody
goes
that's listening to this show tonight, you got to write to Mike.
Downhill like a toboggan race.
So
right to the bottom. And he's never lost his money to a female.
I think Jay's working. Whoever sent me an instant message, and I think Jay's working on that. I'm not sure because I didn't catch Jeff's show tonight. I've been running late all day, and Mike put the show up tonight, so I didn't get a chance to look. But if y'all know he's around, just hit him up. Usually, though, if he's around, he hits me up to let me know he's available for the show. So he'll probably be with us next week. But you know, Chad, where you at, man? Where you been hiding out at? I'm all over the place. I'm gonna be in Utah in just 2 weeks. I was in Atlanta, last week. I'm in New Orleans right now. I'll be in New York later. I'll be in Buffalo later sometime this year. I'll even be in Canada sometime in probably early part of next year. And then I got a couple speaking gigs, and we're getting ready to put some conferences down here as well. So we're always looking for volunteers. We're always looking for speakers. The first one or two we want to do is to kind of do pro bono to get it off the ground and get people going there. But anyway, enough about all of that. Let's get back to Michael sending his damn refugees back to the South. So first off,
too many up here in New York.
This shit cracks me up yesterday. I'm listening to some radio show, I don't even know who this is. I think it's NPR. Okay, so I'm listening. I'm driving along, and here comes the DC mayor. Oh my God, it's an epidemic. It's a pandemic. Y'all just don't know. We're being slaughtered. We got to call a national emergency. And then you hear Jean Pierre later on in the day going, oh no, there's not going to be no National Guard coming to DC. I was like, and then here comes the New York mayor. So he's going up now. You heard Littlefoot. Littlefoot's just an idiot. So, and a racist. I know someone else is suing her again because she only gives media access to black media, and come to find out, Kamala does the same thing, by the way. So these are people in power positions in our country that are being completely racist. If a white person was to say, "Oh, I'm only going to give interviews with white people," what the hell do you think would happen? We'd be hearing about it for the next 5 years.
The tide is turning.
It's turning, but it's turning kind of slow.
You got to look at the Oberlin University, right? There was this family store. These 3 black kids from the college students went in there, tried to buy alcohol with a fake ID. They stole alcohol. They got busted. The shopkeeper's son confronted them outside. They beat him up. So they claimed racism. They claimed racism against the store. They have a history of racism. The college went against these people. They picketed them. They had a rally outside. So this family won $36 million. This is what Oberlin has to pay them for a defamation suit over racial profiling that was unfounded because it was 3 black students who stole from their store, and it wasn't white supremacy. So think about all the stuff they claimed: white supremacy, racism, institutional racism.
We heard so much of that shit under Obama. Most of us don't even care anymore.
All those things are going to mean nothing. And people like this family is now going to get $36 million from that college because of what the college's knee-jerk reaction did without, trying people in public without any kind of due process as to what really happened. But what's happening, Joe, with the black community in America? You tell.
Well, you know what's interesting, and this is a strange thing because I know a lot of people across the country and down in the South. So the Southern blacks have been changing now for about 30 years, 35 years. They've been solid changing, both in political environments. They have a much sterner, a much bigger grasp. Like when I was in Atlanta, all the blacks you're seeing that were in the same place are all comfortable, wealthy blacks. They were having a good time. They were out at Dragon Con, or they were out at the Atlanta game or one of the games. They were enjoying what downtown Atlanta has offered. Let me tell you what, downtown Atlanta is not cheap, people. So you've seen a nice progression that way, but you still got, like our mayor from New Orleans. Mayor Cantrell, she's from Compton. She moved down here to go to college at Xavier University. Got on with the water board. Got in trouble because she ran up some credit card bills. While she was getting in trouble for this credit card bill, somehow she became mayor. She served 4 years. Now she's 6. I'm not kidding you here, man. So now she's here. She's 6 months into her second term, and she just got busted for flying her and all her friends to France first class. Now you can't do that if you're a politician. You can follow. You can go business class, but everybody else has got to go coach, and that's just the rules. Well, she owes the parish $30,000. She told me, "F you, I ain't paying it back. Come get it." So now they got a recall going on. I mean, this is only in a liberal city do you see this kind of crap. I mean, liberal state, you got recalls. You don't see Southern governors or Southern anybody getting recalls. You don't see all this violence in Southern cities or Southern states. It amazes me that almost all the violence that happens in Louisiana happens in New Orleans. Almost all of it. Don't get me wrong, there's violence in other places, but not like there is in New Orleans. In Mississippi, almost all of it happens in Gulfport or Hattiesburg. And the rest of the state is a very peaceful state. So where we see is concentrated for some areas where there's large concentrations of liberals, there's always large concentrations of violence. Why? Hey, Lynn Pico, I'm not making this up. You can check these stats for yourself. You don't have to believe me at all. All you have to do is go look at what cities are red, what cities are blue, what states are red, what states are blue, and just look at the violence in each one. And you're going to be freaking amazed is what you're going to be. When I went and looked, I mean, the blue states, the big blue cities are responsible for 82% of all the crime in this country. So figure this. If you eliminated just 5 of the big blue cities, there would be virtually no crime in the United States. None. And that's not as many people as you think. It's only about 24 million people you'd be eliminated. But those people are making massive problems in our country. It's strange when you look at it because I'm a centralist. You know, I was raised a Republican, and I left the Republican Party many moons ago and became a Democrat because I felt like they were more along my peace, love, and light side. Come to find out, they were not any better or any worse than the conservatives were. I was like, Jesus, what kind of disaster do we have going on? So I became an independent. Well, independents don't take this the wrong way, but y'all don't have any balls. Okay, y'all just like, we're going to switch this way, we're going to switch that way. No, do you realize independents make up the majority of the country? I mean, if you combine both the Republican and Democratic Party together, they're only about 44% of the voters. We really do control the country, but we, the independents or the centrals or whatever, well, I guess we're just wusses because we never vote as a bloc. Do you realize if the centralists and independents got together and voted as a bloc, there would be no more GOP or conservative rule in our country anymore? They would be here to serve like they're supposed to be. Remember, our Congress is here to serve us. We're not here to serve them. They're here to serve us. But right now, we're just serving their every little whim, spending all our money with them, giving them everything we're making. I mean, look at the economy right now. It's ridiculous. Have y'all been shopping? I've been listening to you poor damn Yankees, man. A couple of radio stations I listened to from up north. And, man, I was bitching about how much we were spending. I'm not even going to bitch anymore. I feel for y'all. I mean, it is ridiculous how much money you're paying for gasoline. And then I hear gas is going to make another big surge just before November. How coincidental is that?
I just put gas in the other day, man. First guy say what's up to you, Derek's out there. Derek Cole's chilling, man. You know what? I just put gas in the other day. I paid what was it? $4.59 a gallon for unleaded plus. I mean, prices haven't come down. You know what?
Well,
but it was $2.50. It was $2.30. I mean, not that long ago. So yeah, it's double. It's double of what it was. And these guys
the
trying
day,
to act like
the day
it's not bad.
Joe Biden took office, I was paying $1.32 a gallon. The peak down here was $4 a gallon. Right now, it's running right around $3.20, between $3 and $3.60, depending on where you buy it at. That's what it's running now. I have gotten it as cheap as $2.96, but I also get 25 cents off a gallon.
Joe, you're gonna love this one. So in New York State, they're trying to pass a bill that's going to put a restriction on everybody's car that keeps you under the speed limit through GPS and for the speed of the road.
Oh my God!
So it would ultimately give you warnings on if you're going over the speed, and then if it gives you another warning, they issue you like fines, tickets like through the mail that you went over the speed limit.
They do know that. See, that's what happened to the camera systems around the United States. People started challenging them because whether the camera's right or not, you have the right to see your challenge.
I challenge it because I got two red light going through a red light. I never went through red lights unless I really truly intended on doing it, like middle of the night, stupid type of light. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I went through same location, going through both ways. The light literally, I went back there and videotaped it. The light literally goes green, yellow, red. So you're going 45 miles an hour, and that it goes green, yellow, red. You can't stop in time. It was impossible. So they threw both of the tickets out. But that's the problem, is that you have private industry getting involved, and shooting people. One time I was going through New Jersey, right? I was kind of cranking. My car likes to go about 75 miles an hour. 72 is my sweet spot. I don't deny my Jeep that speed. It's its nature. You know what I mean? So I'm cruising through Jersey, Garden State Turnpike. They've got these speeding cameras. You know what I mean? Like, they'll catch you. So there's a minivan in the right lane. I go and whip past them. And when I did that thing took a picture, but they were kind of in the way. I'm wondering if they got any kind of ticket. Because it's not an exact science, man. You can manipulate these things. You know what I mean? So I don't know. But I think if they're going to track you and track your speed, sometimes you need to go faster than the speed limit, getting on a parkway, expressway, that type of thing. Well, if you're running away as a woman trying to get away from some freak, man, she got to speed away, So it comes down to that. But this is more control, more power control, more Orwellian. Hey, we're in your face. We're going to be in your life. We're going to monitor your speed. We're going to monitor every time you hit the brake. We're going to monitor that. We're going to, communicate the information with your insurance company. Who the hell wants any part of that, dude? Who the hell? At that point, so now New York State can't do that. And with all this, keep in mind there's a crime wave and all kinds of stuff in New York State. They got to deal with fiscal problems. There's a federal law that sets the speeds and whatever, and there's a federal law saying that they can't put any device on your car. So again, they're trying to circumvent the feds, and they know that.
But it's not even that. People forget this, and I notice, especially the Z Gens and the millennials must not know this, but your car is an extension of your home. So they can't do anything to your car that they couldn't do to your home. So if they said they could put a camera and monitor your car, then that means they could monitor your home. Well, nobody's going to go for that. It's not how it works.
No, people do. Because now Ring is a general thing for police agencies. You don't have to give permission for your Ring camera outside and what it captures, And they've proven, I've proven, I had Google cameras, and these Google cameras, I could hear myself inside the house. And the house had good insulation, all that, good windows. I could hear myself inside the house on the Google camera.
Oh yeah, you can. Look, there's so many ways they listen to you now.
Google owns all of that. You don't own it, they own it. You don't even have the right to it. So people need to read the fine print.
So to help y'all with this, people, in case y'all got something like Mike's got, we have cameras on our home, and they do have voice on activation. But what we do is, instead of running them through any programs, we actually run them through our routers, the same routers we run the network through. So nobody's listening to them but us. But on a side note, freaking Alexa and what's the other one from my Apple phone, them bitches will start talking to each other. Alexa, the other night, we got a conversation going in the bedroom. There's like 5 of us sitting in there just chit-chatting. All of a sudden, Alexa
5 in your bedroom? Very kinky, man. Yeah, very kinky, Joe.
Kinky, 4 girls, 1 guy. That's always the way to go.
Hey, to be over 55 with 5.
That's
not
a menage a trois. That's a quadrattoire. Huh? But anyway, we're in there talking, and Linda says something, thank you, or I love you, or something, and Alexa goes, oh, that's so nice of you. Anytime you say something sweet to us, we give you points. I'm like, what the? Did this fucking thing just join into our conversation? Now, it's not the first time it's done this. It's actually just started talking out of the blue.
What kind of points? Like, what do you get? Get free cigarettes?
I have no idea. It's just weird stuff. And there's a couple times I've been online on the radio, like on UFO Undercover, sitting on the other chair over there, and I have Siri open, and Alexa and Siri start talking to each other. I'm like, really? I'm like, but they tell you, they actually warn you when you buy this shit that they listen all the time.
What if you did a threesome with Alexa and Siri, and you're kind of in the middle? You're like, hey, baby, I'm going to slap some ass. Come on, Alexa and Siri.
That'd be Cortana.
Baby.
That'd be Cortana.
How many points do they give you for that?
A lot, especially if you're stripping while you're doing it. But anyway, getting no
dance pole.
So, sorry, Carol. Carol's writing in from Houston, Texas, and she's saying that Governor Abbott is constantly on the television saying we're shipping them here, we're shipping them there. And she said no one in Houston believed him until we started seeing the national news. And she said it's a big joke down here. We're laughing our asses off. He said they finally understand what we're going through. Well, Carol, glad to see him shipping. I hear he's sending more to Chicago.
Well, let's finish the sentence. Let's finish the sentence for these mayors ranting that they can't handle this. They claim thousands and thousands have been sent. Abbott and then another one from Arizona has actually not sent that many in comparison to what
To what they're
Biden has
getting. Oh
said.
yeah.
So I mean, it was the Democrats who shipped these people off in planes. They did it. I mean, they've been doing it for quite some time. Up to Westchester, put them on buses. They sent them into New York and down to D.C. and parts of New Jersey. So they are the ones who are doing it. But now if the Republican governors do it, then it's a problem. It's a problem.
Yeah.
But Joe Biden has not gone to the border to check anything out. There are a lot of people.
Well, no, you
dying
see,
on the border.
okay, I'm glad you said that because Ted Cruz the other day, I think it was the day before yesterday, he come on loosed on Gene, what's her name?
Grandpa
Gene,
Munster. You got to call him Grandpa Munster.
but he come on loose on what's her name? Jean Pierre, the girl who's the spokesperson.
The Cupid doll. I call her my cute little Cupid doll.
Okay, the cute
my lying
lesbian.
Cupid
All right,
doll.
we'll leave it at that. The cute lesbian.
It's a
Okay.
horrible lie.
Anyway, she keeps telling everybody, and this was so funny the other day. She's telling them everybody they're playing clips of it, right? She's telling everybody, no, the border's secure. What are you talking about? And she's looking at the guy from CNN, going, no, the border's secure, and he's looking at her, going, look, I'm on your side, and I can't buy this bullshit. He's like, come on, and and every time, so Ted challenged her to come down there. He said, put up or shut up, and that stuff kind of kicks back, and then your favorite girlfriend's in trouble. AOC, I hear, maybe having an investigation on her for, well, not properly dealing with her money.
There's something I like about dirty girls. I don't know what it is, man. You know what I mean? Like a little dirty, a little shiesty. It turns me on. There's something like, I don't know.
Oh my God, AOC! If you're looking for
the Brooklyn inside,
you know what?
Man.
That's what you
God
should. You know what? There you go. You should apply as her bodyguard, man. You should apply as AOC's bodyguard. Yes,
When
everybody,
cute,
write to AOC. Write
city
Michael
outfit,
reference to AOC.
I'm like, woohoo!
Hopefully, we won't see his ass in jail in a couple of weeks. But anyway, getting into some of the real news for a change. We're not kidding you when we're talking about all these people being shipped around the country. It is really true.
I think it's funny as hell. The
I
ones
do
that are going to New York are leaving because they say New York's too unsafe.
Yeah, it's
too
dangerous.
The ones who traversed all this unsafe territory says New
York's too dangerous. I know. Wait, they're saying the same thing about Chicago. So I don't know what's going to happen with all this. I know. And Lori Lightfoot, if you ever want to see a racist pig, a true racist pig, just turn on television in Chicago and watch Lori Lightfoot. She is the biggest racist pig I've ever seen.
Yeah, she gets away with all this terrible racism. And so when they claim racism, the word doesn't mean anything because you have people like that and it's tolerated. It's one thing if the left said, we're not going to tolerate any kind of racism, nothing, which is what it's supposed to be.
She just is truly a racist pig.
I've heard it time and time again.
And she just really doesn't care about her citizens. When you look at Chicago before she came there, and now it's kind of like the same thing with New Orleans. I'm beginning to wonder if her and Katoya are friends or something, man, because look, both of them took over at the same time. Both their cities went straight down the shithole. Right. So, for everybody in New Orleans and Chicago, I feel y'all are sister cities anyway. Y'all share a lot of things in common, except New Orleans is way the hell smaller.
I don't think minorities get a fair shake when it comes to
what minorities? But what the? Well, wait, Mike.
I think when certain minorities represent minorities, they don't do the right thing. I think Lori Lightfoot does nothing for people. That all the shootings, all the crimes, toughest gun laws. She's ineffectual as a leader.
I was listening to the ADA or whatever it was the other night, and they were talking about we have to redefine what a minority is in our country now because things are changing, and we're really going to have to redefine it because they were talking about we say this many white, this many Hispanic, this many black. Well, a lot of Hispanics actually identify as white, but the problem is no one in this country is really white. Like most people in this country are not really black. I mean, when you get right down to it, you'd be hard put. If you started DNA testing white people across this country, you're going to find a lot of them are mixed blood. And if you start testing blacks in this country, you're going to find a lot of them are mixed blood. And so those are truly not, I hear, it's like one of my African friends the other day told me, she goes, I'm listening to this girl on TV. She said, I'm an African American. She said, I had to call in. She said, you're not African. You're just an American. She said, you've never lived in Africa. You don't understand what Africa is. I can tell by your big-ass mouth you don't know what you're talking about. She said, I'm from Africa. She said, and I love this chick. She said, you see, my skin color is black, and yours is cream brown. She said, you are not African. Ooh, this chick went off. I mean, and it was just one of those things. I mean, most Africans do not consider black Americans to be black Africans. They just don't. They've been here too long. They're not really considered to be African. And Africans just don't consider them having that bad a shake after coming from Africa. It's a damnedest thing because I don't like. So like a couple of months ago, well actually it was about 10 months ago, I was at a party with some friends, and I brought a good friend of mine in from South Africa, not from from Kenya. And we were at the party, and two guys that worked within one of our radio show hosts showed up, and we're all talking, and they started getting into who's who and who's from where, and Elon Musk came up as being the richest African American. Of course, that just pisses everybody off, but he is an African American. He was born in Africa, and he's an American citizen. So he is African American, and he is the richest African American there is. So they were debating on the merits of how is he an African American. And then the boy goes, "Well, none of y'all are actually African American." He said, "Elon was born here, so I have to give him credit for that." He said, "I was born there. I have to give myself credit." He said, "But y'all weren't born there." He said, "How far you got to go back to find out somebody who was born in Africa?" He said, he said, "You ever notice Americans?" He said, "Americans from all the other different things don't call themselves Italian Americans or French Americans. They just call themselves Americans." He said, "Only the Africans tend to stand out like that when you truly aren't African Americans.
Typically speaking, in proper English, if you come from Italy
crazy.
and you become an American, you're technically speaking you're an Italian American. That's how that goes.
Technically, you're an American of Italian descent.
Well, Italian descent kind of just means your lineage, but to say African American for people who were born here is not correct. They're Americans. They're Americans. Hey, they fought in the Revolutionary War. They fought in every goddamn war we had, World War I, World War II, and
they're Americans. That's the whole point, though. And you got to wonder why someone would want to hold on. You don't hear, like, people say, "Oh, Hispanic Americans." You don't hear Hispanics going around saying, "I'm Hispanic American." They just say, "I'm American." Matter of fact, they're happy to be Americans.
In the early 1900s, there was a Democratic plan to dismantle the black people in the United States of America. Their families, their communities, and everything. And they they're the ones with the KKK. They're the ones with the Jim Crow laws. There was Democrats all along. They want to be in control all along. So what happened? I mean, and look what happened over the years. Look at ghettos and look at all the problems. Nobody ever solves those problems. And for the leaders of the black community to say the problems in the black community are police, that's like the most craziest, ludicrous thing you could ever say. You know what I mean? I've been in those neighborhoods. I have friends in those neighborhoods. I know my friend Art lives in Far Rockaway still, and I said, "How is it out there? How's the block?" This is going back a long time ago, where crack just started and all that, and you should have seen the stuff that was going on, the drug sales and the shootings and blah. And he says worse out there now. He says worse. The streets are worse. They're more dangerous. You know why? Because these criminals have been empowered to commit crimes. They've been told it's not their fault. And now this is what we have.
Yeah, but all of that's changing now. And what I like, and I agree with what you said, Chad. I mean, most Americans now aren't judging people by color anymore or by sex. They're just judging you if you're an asshole or not. And I've always been that way. I personally
nobody wants to get killed. Nobody wants to see that dude on that shooting spree in Memphis. Let me tell you, man, he was locked up. He was already locked up, and they let him out early. This guy was a danger to the public. The one who kidnapped that jogger, he was locked up for attempted murder.
That's happened in a couple of states now. And what happens is once that happens, the people in charge start getting kicked out, which is what needs to happen. It's just a shame that it has to cost someone a life.
You need to punish the guilty. Put the blame where it is. It's not about color. It's about action. It's about what these people are doing, what kind of criminal activity they're involved in, and then you lock them up accordingly. That's really what it is. But I'll tell you, I predicted this.
It's just not going that way.
On my show a long time ago, I predicted this, that these local governments are not going to have the money to prosecute. And I know I have friends who are district attorneys upstate New York. They have a small budget to work with. They have to pick their cases. They have to plea bargain down the rest. The smart criminals know how to get through that and get around that and get those charges lowered. But people are in danger. You've got ticking time bombs in your community. Ticking time bombs. They're going to go off at any time, and you're never going to know. You could be waiting for the bus, waiting for a train, driving in your car. It doesn't matter. They'll drag you out and shoot you in the head.
Thank God all the people stay up north and out west, man. Jesus.
That's what's going on in America. They're from coast to coast.
Yes, but that shit don't go on. But you see, it's different for us. Sometimes when I listen to people talk around the country, I feel because we live in a different country than y'all do. There's
Because
really
you got all
not
those
that much.
voodoo people. You got voodoo
Yeah,
people in
but
New
this is
Orleans,
not.
man.
Yeah, but that's right.
Nobody
They keep the
messes.
violence.
Nobody
New Orleans,
messes
New Orleans is
with
violent.
them.
You know, New Orleans is a little
Like,
violent. The rest of the South, and Atlanta can be a little
and
violent
all of
too,
a sudden your
actually.
penis falls off.
But
I
see,
don't
it goes
want
back
that.
to what we were talking. It goes back to what we were talking about earlier. The liberal cities seem to be the violence, but I've been preaching this for about 25 years, and I talk. It doesn't matter which color friend you're as of mine. I still say the same thing. This is not about color. This is about class. It's about how much you got and how much you don't got. Look, you've got the people, the rich people, the middle people, and the poor people, and that's the way the government wants it.
It's
They
always
like
been
keeping
a
us
class
divided.
war.
They want
Always.
it, but they've turned it. See, if you know it's a class war, then you know how to fight it. So they keep it as a race war. That way, the people don't think about what it really is.
Under
It's a
Barack
class war.
Obama, your average American lost 1/3 of their wealth. That was across the board because the middle class was stomped on with his policies. Trump goes in there, has a short time to switch things around, but he was embattled from day before he even got in. He was embattled by people making up evidence. Doing. If he's such a bad guy, you should be able to find stuff that he did that was terrible instead of make it up. When you're fabricating evidence, that means you got nothing, and you need to do that. But the people who fabricated the evidence, the Clintons out there, the Clinton crime family, you don't have to fabricate evidence against her, right? Look at Governor Hochul, New York State, big campaign donation to Governor Hochul. She gave the guy's company this COVID test, all the buying the tests for the state, right? And he charged people double the amount of money for all this stuff. So now he got caught and he's being called out and she's being called out. These people are criminals. They're thieves. They're not representatives. They're allowed to steal. So you need to tighten the rein and make sure we need to manage our money as Americans. That's what we need, a money manager. And that's what Trump was. Trump was a businessman. He didn't want to waste people's money. And I don't even like the goddamn guy. But I'm saying good things about him because they're making they're forcing me. Damn it.
Well, no, I mean, there's a lot of stuff. Trump did a lot of good stuff. I mean, he's just, but
He did.
He's just also insane too.
I like Melania. She was nice.
Well, she was easy on the eyes, that's for sure.
I bet she smells nice. I'm an animal. I judge people on their scent. I'll give you a sniff like Joe Biden.
I was getting people sending me earlier about bets on if the monarchy will make it through Charles or not. I don't know. I have no idea.
I think he's going to die within 3 days. You know why?
Oh, shit.
Because that's...
You're trying to some shit, man. Jesus, man. Oh,
he's not going to have the chance
to... Right to Michael. Right to Michael.
He kicked that corpse out of that throne so bad.
Oh, shit, man.
I'm the king. I'm the king. Call me king. This is my sword. I'm the king. Yeah, and all of a sudden, he'll have a massive.
Mike needs to share the fucking drugs he's on, people. Is all I can tell y'all.
So who's next after Charles? I said on my show last night.
Kid's next, man. What are you talking about?
Probably that Harry Cuck, Harry's wife, the barbecue, the barbecue princess.
Oh my god!
That's what I call her now. She's the Barbie, the Malibu Barbie princess.
Well, I mean, if something happens to Charles, then the son gets it. As far as the old one, the young one, he's out. He's
and what happens because he's not looking too healthy either. He's got that weird overbite. What happens if he chokes on some steak?
He got 3 kids. So one of the kids.
So does it go to her? See, that's the problem with royals.
It goes to George.
They're a bunch of leeches. The monarchy leeches, man. They don't deserve to be there. They shouldn't be there. And that's all I have to say about that. So whatever. God save the Queen.
So they're already. I love this. This tells you. MSNBC couldn't say something nice if their life depended on it. Meghan Markle proved an uncomfortable truth about the Queen's legacy. Really, what is that? Does anybody care about this? Whoever wrote this story, first off, is just a hater. Jean Helmine. Oh, I guess so.
See, look, Chad Palmer, man.
That explains everything.
Chad Palmer. He said, when I was in the Army, when Obama became president, they cut the budget and started kicking people out for the smallest infractions. Not the transvestites, though, that's for sure. And what they did, they stopped fixing airplanes. They stopped fixing tanks. So when Trump got in there, he rebuilt our military. He actually said our military had been largely depleted. And this was the complaint from generals, admirals, and all these different people. Obama had he was driven with globalization and disarming this country. So what is it about these people that want to disarm us? You know, I always look for where the action is going to go. As an investigator, you're trained to look for where that train is going. You know what I mean? You look for the action. What's the outcome? What's their plan? Even if you don't know what they're doing, you can look at the results of what they've done and see the outcome of that, and add that to some critical thinking and common sense. It doesn't add up very well for the Democratic Party, and especially the people controlling. You know, I still can't get over Biden in that speech and how he threatened basically half of the nation, especially MAGA people who are responsible for building the roads and bridges and transporting food and every blue collar thing you could think of, and who are also white, Spanish, black, Asian, all kinds of people, because they know that vote for Trump is going to be a vote for their own pockets, their own bank accounts, their own safety, their own well-being, and the well-being of their family. They want their families to be safe. What's wrong with that? They want their towns to be safe, not have these repeat offenders. Biden's got the nerve to talk about the dangers out there with MAGA people, while you have these repeat offenders going off in the streets, killing innocent people. Come on, that woman she was jogging, got 2 children and her husband. The kids, they're going to grow up without her. The family's going to be without her because of that scumbag. And he gets to live. He gets to live, right?
Well,
does Tennessee have the death penalty?
I don't know. They probably do that, being a southern state.
They
don't all, but Tennessee might. I'd have to check and see.
Texas has an express lane.
Oh yeah, man. Well, you know they
got to get this done fast. What are you doing next week at noon? What? I thought Texas, I had time to appeal. That was your appeal.
Man, Texas got a lot of people, man. They got to move them along. I think
they put them in the electric chair, and they're like, "Hey, boy,
hold my electric chair." I think they got lethal injection now. Though. I think they.
Hey, boy, hold my steak. We're trying to save money here at the Capitol. I'm going to flip the switch. You know what I mean?
So
electricity.
So I see. What is this one? One American News posted this one. Biden's economic blueprint rewrites the past 2 years. You know, liberals just think if they say it enough, it's going to be the truth. But do they not realize while they're saying these lies, people's pocketbooks are getting cramped?
They're gaslighting. They're liars, man. That's what they do. I watch them lie. I watch people lie. Everybody lies. Every human on the planet lies. It's actually part of our natural defense. So is it wrong to lie? Does lying save? Oh, there's a police officer coming up. You got any marijuana in your pocket, boy? And you say, no, sir. But you know goddamn well you just scored. You ain't going to tell shit. You're not going to say it unless you have to say it. So is that a lie or is that self-defense? Because it doesn't matter if you have it or not. It just matters if you get caught.
Let's see.
Now it's legal. See, now it doesn't matter.
I know.
That's that. You know what? That's the really funny part of it here in New York State. And I actually thought I'd never live to see the day that marijuana was legalized. You know, and right now there's a gray area, so they haven't issued all these permits yet for people to open the stores. But these stores have opened, so you go in, you buy a sticker art, right, for whatever, $50-$60, and they give you that amount of marijuana. So they're circumventing what's out there. I don't know. But it's freedom, dude. It's a very weird thing that for so long they've put people through court.
But this gives me something.
No, this is important, man. For a long time, they put people through court. They dragged people, put people in jail. They did all these things just for some marijuana. This government is the people, for the people, by the people. The representatives have lost their way in representing people and making laws. It's laws to confine, laws to control. But it's not about individual freedom. When my communication company sends me, we have a deal for you. Their deal is for me to spend more money. If you have a deal for me, you're going to save me money. Hey, we're going to give you $10 off your bill. Oh, that's cool. I'm happy with that. No, man, we have a deal for you. So that's the government, dude. They're after you, Joe.
But
they know about your dragon.
The government loves us, man. They love us and they want to hug us. But
they know about your dragon.
But something I bitched about from day one about legalization of marijuana is that the potheads were going to F it up, and it's exactly what they're doing. And if they keep going this way, it's going to be unlegal again. So there was never any recorded deaths of marijuana until the edibles became law. Edibles.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that stuff anyway. But
Well,
it's just
edibles, you might as well be
semantics.
doing LSD if you're doing edibles, man. I mean, some of them are just
Semantics, man.
ridiculously strong. But the thing of it is now you got people dying from possession from marijuana,
But
and
where
they're
you
killing
live, it's
other
still
people.
illegal, though. Marijuana
No,
is
it's not.
illegal
No, it's not illegal.
in
Even Mississippi
Mississippi,
has no.
Louisiana.
Mississippi and Louisiana both have medical marijuana. So does
Oh, I'm
Florida.
talking about recreational use.
Oh yeah, it's you get caught if anything under an ounce, it's a misdemeanor. You get a
And what
ticket.
about anal sex?
Yeah, that's illegal too, man. That's why New Orleans
So
got the biggest gay
sodomy
population in the
is
country because it's illegal.
sodomy still illegal there? I know Georgia.
No, none of that shit's illegal, man. The blue laws, but I got blue laws like like you can take out and beat your wife every Sunday. You know that, right? So you love it down here, man. Every Sunday you can take a belt this wide and whoop your wife every Sunday. That's still in the blue law. The blue laws, man. Actually, it's in the Creole laws. Actually, they never got rid of any of those laws. They kept them, which is weird. Like there's a lot of weird laws still on the books, but at this rate,
because
they're already talking about this.
that.
The feds are already talking about cracking down because of deaths related to marijuana.
They can use that to charge people. When they have a law like that, whether they enforce it or not, it's there. And they have the right to enforce it, which is why they like to push these little laws through that can cause trouble for you. You know, that's really what it is. And it's about power and control. So it makes you want to just say, I'm leaving this stupid country, but there's nowhere to go. The whole world
until the Fed makes marijuana legal, it is not legal. It is still a Schedule I drug, and in lots of places, if you get caught with it, you can do hard time. I mean, do y'all realize, people, that marijuana is higher than meth and cocaine?
In New York, you can smoke weed wherever you can smoke cigarettes. That's the law. That's the rule, man. So, hey, which is funny as hell.
So now, I'm glad you said that. So when I come to New York next time, I'm going to stand by somebody and get high, and then I'm going to sue New York City for allowing them to get me high.
I'm going to open up a cookie
Nobody's
stand
even
next
thought
to
about
every
this. I should have never said that on air.
next to every marijuana store. Marijuana store, cookie stand, big and tall man store, right there. 1, 2, 3, man.
No, that ain't gonna do you no good. You got to give time to get high, man. You need to be like a mile
inside
down
the big and tall man store.
or 2
You'll find a
miles
pizza.
down the road. But anyway, get into real news instead of stupid crap. They got a lot of stuff going on, people. I mean, really and truly.
Marijuana is not stupid crap.
Yeah, marijuana is until they
have respect for the flower, man.
That's right. Well, until they do something, it's still what it is.
And anal sex. You should crusade for anal sex in Mississippi and
ain't nobody worried about anal sex. Ain't nobody down here worried about that. He said, "I know."
Because they probably don't know that they're breaking the law.
They're just worried that you're so interested in it. That's all. That's all they're worried about.
If they're smoking marijuana and anal sex, isn't Coors beer illegal there too? Was that is Dukes of Hazzard or what was that?
What are you talking about?
That was Smokey and the Bandit, one of my favorites.
Oh man, we're gonna get into where booze is illegal. That's mainly up north, man.
Eastbound.
There's not much in the way of drought counties in the south anymore. Haven't been for a long time.
Nah, I know.
Anyway, I ain't talking anymore. I'm going back to doing the news. I don't know this guy. Y'all just ignore him. It's so I want to talk about Biden and all his backlashes, and I'm going to talk about Biden and all his backlashes and all this shit about talking about everybody. I've been watching his poll numbers just steady sink. I see there's several different groups out there that are protesting now because it's just outright attack on the American public.
You know who disappeared was Kamala. Where's she been?
No, she's been all over the place, man. She was just at NASA. She was all, oh yeah, man. You've been paying attention. Apparently, she's been all over the place.
Is she the one trying to clear that valve in NASA and that rocket, man?
She's the one that wanted to clear.
They're trying to clear that valve.
So her new deal is if you make under $100,000 a year, you should pay 5% more taxes than you do now. So
raise taxes.
Yeah. So and then you got Biden saying, "Well, we're not taxing anybody under 400,000," but when you read the bill, he's taxing everyone under 400,000.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's just one straight lie after another straight lie.
Yeah, they lie. They lie, and then the liberal media carries it and they lie, and then they embellish it, which they lie some more. So that's what you got. It's all it's all one big giant shit sandwich.
Actually, Georgie, Trump's probable following is probably around 90 million. He had 83.5 million vote for him in the election, or 82.5 vote for him in the election. And there's probably another 10 or 15 million on top of that.
If he can keep it together and play the victim for a minute with this FBI crap, especially since the FBI has been outed about protecting Hunter and doing all this other stuff that they've been doing. If he can keep it together and just say, look, I told you so, things were good with me, we have a good plan, and he picks a banging VP, then he has a good chance of winning if he keeps it together. Right?
And I agree, he's got to keep it together. And then here's more stories about growing backlash, and then we got FBI and Facebook handling of laptop story as political corruption. So now people are starting to call out the FBI for political corruption. So, see, once the people get involved, somebody's got to go to jail. So what they usually do,
if you can't trust the FBI, I mean, really.
You can trust the FBI. You just can't trust the top people at the FBI.
You're talking about one of the pillars of justice. It has several pillars keeping up that house. You can't have a weakness in the FBI like that, especially one that plays political favorites and is going to lie, obstruct the evidence. Everything that these guys broke laws, huge felonies, but yet, where are they? I see them being called out, but it's just people are losing faith. Is all I'm saying. People are losing faith.
Now here's your favorite governor candidate, Abrams. Illegal immigrants should be able to go to college. Yeah, she said they should be able to go to college on your tax money, buddy. On your tax money. I don't care.
I bet she can make some nice food, man. I bet she makes some good. Mac and cheese. No, she seems like someone who knows how to make mac and cheese. You know what? She'd be appreciative, Joe.
She's been falling pretty hard in the polling numbers lately, and I guess statements like that's not going to help her.
She's outspending that other dipshit 3-1.
It's because she got Soros in them, and that's something else we've been talking about. It really and truly, all the states need to pass laws the feds have passed a law where you cannot have outside money in an inside state election. If it's not a federal election, there should be no money allowed to swap hands. There should be no outside money going to a governor candidate because that's just the same as bribery, basically. So I don't even know why that's allowed, and it's just some of those things that needs to be addressed.
She wants free college.
Liberals would lose hands down. That's why.
Free college for illegal aliens and all that. I'm not against helping people out if they're truly joining our nation, but I think it all starts with the military, and they need to go and serve. They need to understand. They need to be able to speak English and understand what they're saying, what they're doing, what they're writing. And assimilate to the basic. America is multicultural, but we have a flow of English and a flow of understanding. So, but in the Spanish community, there's a large part that doesn't speak English. That to me is a problem.
So a judge tosses Trump's Russia investigation lawsuit against Clinton. Why? There's no doubt she did that. She put it up there. Why would you toss it? Did it word it right or something?
He's paid for.
Paid for. And now they're telling the DAJ not to appeal because it's just a waste of money.
The judges that are bought and paid for are now exposing themselves. They're not hiding anymore. They're putting it all out there to see. You can see how they rule is how they are, right? They're bought and paid for.
A lot of them. When you look at how some of this stuff goes, you got to kind of wonder what's going on in our country. But you got different judges doing different things. They I heard him bitching about Trump's judge, the one that look, he's allowing for the guy. Yeah, so they're saying how corrupt it made. Well, why aren't we talking about the first judge that issued the subpoenas? That's the guy who went on television and said he hated Trump's guts and Trump should be in jail. Yeah. Why wouldn't he have recused himself? And I would think a good lawyer, when it comes to push comes to shove in a case, could easily get that thrown out and say, well, Your Honor, come on.
Judges aren't allowed to be political. When I consider running for judge locally, and they're not allowed
that judge should have stepped down when he said that on television, a year ago.
Yeah, they're not allowed to align themselves. Even when Ginsburg, she made political comments, she got knocked back about making those political comments because they are not allowed to align themselves with politics, even though they could be Republican, they could be Democrat, and whatever. But it's just interesting how when they're running. But
can Munchkin take his vote back from that deal he made? Because he's getting screwed. He's not getting what he wanted out of Schumer. Lied his ass to him. What bothers me is Munchin would even think that Schumer wouldn't lie.
I don't think the guy's smart enough to get a refund from Dunkin' Donuts, let alone
Well, it
get
says
get his vote back.
dozens of House Democrats warned Pelosi against following through on Schumer's deal with Manchin. Oh man, look, I mean, if I was Manchin, I would not vote another thing for them. That means they won't get another thing passed. Period.
They're lost. You know what? The GOP's lost. They got problems.
But this ain't the
there's some
GOP.
up and coming.
This is the liberals, man. I mean, Munchin's the guy that Schumer he would not sign for this big deal.
I'm saying the GOP needs to be more unified, and they have some weak links. Certainly, they need to figure out.
But I've seen more balls in the GOP this year than I have in a long time. I mean, Santos got balls the size of freaking King Kongs.
Well, people are voting out. They're voting out the Liz Cheneys and such, you know.
Yeah, they're getting them out, but they wouldn't vote in what's her name in Alaska. They put a Democrat in her place. What's that crazy bitch's name? Sarah Palin.
Sarah Palin, because they hate her.
Yeah,
because she's fundamentally unlikable.
And the GOP need to learn which candidates. I mean, she's just not a candidate should even run it. She should be retired.
I just got rid of somebody on Facebook because they look like her.
What's that? Let's see.
Couldn't handle it.
But I feel for this Manchin guy because, you know, he held that all his time. Schumer blew all his smoke up his ass. Now it looks like he's not going to get what he was supposed to get out of this, which could cost him. He probably won't be that. Well, it might be good. Schumer just may have got us a red seat. He's a senator. So if Manchin screwed up in Virginia, he might get out, and there might be a red seat there. Well,
when you got Hochul calling for millions of GOP voters in New York to leave the state, that means they fear the GOP. You know, when they strike out like that, that's their biggest fear. While Biden's going after the MAGA people, that's their biggest fear, is that's how they're going to lose. And then for him to beat on them, it just unifies people, unifies them. They get together, they vote in bigger numbers. You know, and I'm seeing liberal activists go into Republican crowds and come out a Republican and write about it, saying, you know, I thought they were terrible, I thought they were racist, and I went and hung out with them. They're the nicest, kindest people you'll ever meet and all that. That's the deal, because people believe the lie. They believe the lie, Joe. You got to take them to school.
Now, I was reading about this. So nearly a third of the Democrats warned Speaker Nancy Pelosi Friday against putting this deal into it. So what Manchin wants is he wants a little more drilling, a little let off the restrictions a little bit. So they're telling her they don't want to have to vote between more pollution or shutting down the government, because they're going to shut down the government. So that's the end for the Democrats at midterm. Manchin's going to freak out. I don't think he's going to let this slide. So anything that they're voting on has got to go through the Senate now. He's not going to vote for it.
People aren't going to forget the way the Democrats have screwed things up. They're not going to forget it.
And he went on TV yesterday. I meant to tell you that he went on TV yesterday and said that the Inflation Reduction Act is not going to reduce inflation at all. That's not what it's actually designed to do. He said, I don't even know why it's called that. He's not the only Democrat that said that. And I noticed in a lot of the swing states, the Democrats are distancing themselves from this crap. They're saying, no, we don't want to be involved in that. We don't want, Joe Biden's not our candidate. You know, they're trying to get away from it to save their seats. It's looking bad in a lot of states for the Democrats. I know the NBC and CNN want you to believe that they're going to win, but I'm not feeling it. It's looking pretty bad in a lot of states. And then screwing over your own people just tells us we don't want to vote for you even more.
They're in complete disarray. In the Democratic Party, you have several different arms and branches. I mean, you know, the extremists, the non-extremists. I know a lot of Democrats who are not happy with anything going on, and they're actually, some of them are like really dismayed and also ashamed of what's happening. You know, it's not what they signed up for. But you know, they don't want to become a Republican, but they'll be middle of the road people for sure.
I don't. Yeah, see, Nancy's in a bind here. So if they don't put it in there and it doesn't pass, Manchin's not going to pass any more bills for the Democrats. That's it. They're done, no matter what it is. Well, yeah, look, they cut a deal in good faith. See, I think he should be able to take his vote back now and null void the bill. If they're not going to give him what he wanted, I think he should be able to take his vote back. So maybe he should sue because he was lying and say, hey, I want to move back since I was lied to.
They misrepresented things, didn't they? I mean,
it's but you know, it's not about horrible news right now. It's just stupid news. Ted Cruz nailed something fundamental about Donald Trump. I don't know what he's going on about.
I like the fact that in the Ukraine, they're retaking towns, cities that the Russians had taken over, you know, and they're fighting on. They have better weapons. The Russians have tapped Soviet tanks, and they're exploding. They bought a whole bunch of They bought a whole bunch of drones from Iran. They're falling apart in the sky because they're junk, and the Russians are complaining about that. And the Russians don't have any troops left. They have a drive for troops, and nobody wants to do it. So, and one unit, that 279, that elite unit, is completely gone. So that's it for the Ukraine. I mean, Ukrainians are fighting hard.
The Ukrainians are fighting hard, but somebody said today they caught the general in control. I got to look it up. I hadn't a chance to look it up, but I remember hearing about it earlier today on the news.
Which general? For who?
The guy running it. Running the war against the Ukraine.
Oh, the general guy. Russian general.
Yeah, they caught him.
The big fat guy?
They captured him. Whoever he was, he got captured.
That big fat guy? They need a big truck to cart. That guy's like 500 pounds.
I don't know, but they said they captured him, so
he's full of borscht.
I don't know what the hell he was doing in the
Ukraine. It would be hard to have a 500-pound prisoner.
It's I know. Supreme Court, Sotomayor lets.
I'm just saying.
Oh, wait a minute. Sotomayor sided against gay people? What's going on here?
Sodom and Gomorrah? What?
Yep. She was the deciding vote. Supreme Court, Sotomayor lets Yavesta University bar LGBT student club.
Sotomayor? Is that what you're saying?
Sotomayor. Sotomayor.
Sotomayor.
I call Sotomayor.
Her name is Sotomayor.
She's man, she sided against her. I thought,
she's Catholic. Let me tell you about Catholics or people who have religious conviction. They're not down with all this other stuff, and that's what I get when I see all this. I'm like, that's against my religion. That's my new term. I have two new terms. When people ask me for advice, I say, get a hitman, or the other one.
Oh, look at that, poor babies.
What baby?
I'm talking about the poor LGBTQs being discriminated against. We don't want these poor people being discriminated against. Everybody should have free rights. It was a Jewish college, by the way. That's why she agreed with it.
Of course. There's only 4 million Jews in the U.S., but they control an awful lot. They're a very powerful group of people. You have just religious arms that are so powerful, you know, and that's a problem too if you think of it in terms of representation. Unless you're Jewish, then it works out really well for you.
Pence blasts Biden's Philly speech. Everybody's on Biden's ass. I don't know who told him he should make that speech. That was just stupid all the way.
The one where he threatened half of America, threatened us with our lives. That's what I heard. I heard join us or die. Join us or be destroyed. You know, join us. I mean, we'll take your livelihood away. That's destroying. That's killing someone. A man's livelihood, a woman's livelihood is their life. You know. And for Biden to say these things and be so angry and focus that anger with that red background and all that and imagery is everything to these people, I felt as a middle of the road person, I felt threatened. I felt like that, you know, you have to join their view and their party and do what they say and their agenda. And if you're an original thinker or if you're with a Trump or whatever the hell you're with, then you are the enemy. He made that clear of who the enemy was.
Oh man, since we talked last week, more Americans disapprove of Donald Trump's. This is Reuters, by the way, people. So this isn't Reuters is really kind of left leaning, but
they've become very liberal. Yeah.
Yes, they said 58% of America disapprove of Biden. Only 39% approve.
I wouldn't believe any of that stuff. You know what? I talk to people and people tell me what they feel, and these are across the board people.
So Reuters had him at his lowest, which is just a month ago at 36, but he bounced back up to 41 2 weeks ago. But he's back down and he's falling. He's not coming up. He's in a precarious situation. Most Americans see Trump's mega as a threat to democracy. Really? Where's that at? See,
I don't know
Reuters
how
for
you can. I don't know how you can stretch that or figure that out. That MAGA people are a threat to democracy. What I see as a threat to democracy are, for instance, these criminals running through the streets, killing people, attacking people, robbing stores, doing all the things. That's a threat to democracy. Making the streets unsafe is a threat to democracy.
So,
Taking more money from your pocket, your
but
taxes,
yeah, no, that's
is a
just,
threat to
but
democracy.
that's just good publicity if that many Americans think that. But that's not what this poll shows. So, right now, and this is Democrats and Republicans, 30% of America thinks the economy needs to be addressed. 36% of Republicans, 25% of Democrats. So that's actually 55%. But I don't know what the 30% is. But so the number one thing on this election is going to be the economy. If that's the case, it's going to be a wipeout for the midterm. Environment, they say, is next. Which, by the way, Republicans and Democrats are equal. Only 14% each, by the way, are interested in the environment. The overall environment interest for the country is 8%. Abortion rights, everybody was going on and on and on about abortion rights. Abortion rights and crime are equal at 7%.
No one's even talking about it anymore.
Yeah, so it's at 7%. Immigration is at 6%. I would think that it's a bit high. Now these are Reuters numbers, and but still, Reuters is trying. I noticed Reuters and CNN. It's hard on their asses, but they are trying to get more in the middle because they realize that America is disgusted of all the lies.
But yet they have the Trump butthurt syndrome, and they can't leave him alone. They have to be negative towards Trump. You can just read any article from these people, anything that they do, and it's all negative, negative, negative. But what? So in his administration, what did he do that was wrong? Did he hurt our economy? Did he get us in a war? Did he destroy us in any possible way? Did he hurt us in any possible way? So they're just saying, I don't like him. I don't like him, which is fine. But his administration was top notch. It was top flight. His administration, they did a lot of things.
But just to help you with what you're saying, so this is the New York Post poll. It says 60% of Americans say Biden's attack on Trump mega will further divide the country, and another 28% are undecided. So that only leaves 12% people that thought
have you
was a good idea.
That Joe Biden set the stage for a civil war. They're talking about civil war. The Republicans aren't talking about civil war. Nobody in the GOP is mentioning it. No MAGA people are talking about it. This is Joe Biden trying to push it. Yeah, so they want January 6th. They want more of a ruckus like that. They want more problems. The problem is, at some point, the majority of the country is going to look at the Democratic Party as exactly what they are and how dangerous they become to our freedom and our democracy, and they're going to vote the other way, and the Democrats are going to have to sort themselves out. But look at what they've done, man. I mean, it's shocking. It really is. And they actually say they're representing us. I don't know who they're representing. It's not us.
Yeah, they're not. No, they're representing themselves, and their power is what they're representing. So if this is Rasmussen, this is Trump. This is Trump versus Biden right now. They are. Trump is 47. Biden is 45. That's their current approval ratings. I keep hearing Biden's way the hell ahead of Trump. Obviously, that's not true. That's as of when is this? This is September 7th. That's where they're sitting. So Biden had jumped up on him, but then he fell back down. So they're really just kind of running along. Thing. Biden was way up to at 60%, and Trump was down at that just shows you the difference. And Trump dropped around, and then Trump went back up. But right now, his total approval rating for Trump is 48%, and Biden's is 44% in Rasmussen. So obviously, it ain't the runaway election that the Democrats want you to think it is. It's let's see right now. What is it? Trump's disapproval rating right now is 24%, and Biden's is 43% on this poll. This obviously must be a conservative poll. That's all I can think of. Rasmussen must be a conservative poll. So, people, it looks right now, if there was an election today, it would be an interesting fight. Carol, again, nice to see you right in. And no, I don't like her. At least the redheaded chick, knew how to spin shit. This girl just lies and lies and lies and lies and lies. She don't even try to tell you the truth. Plus, when you ask her about her own stuff, she's nuts. She is doing some really good drugs. Is she an American citizen? Mike, you know she's an American citizen?
Who?
What's her name? Jean, whatever her name is. I can't
Jean
ever remember.
Pierre,
Yeah, Jean
Lapierre.
Pierre. I can't ever
I don't
remember
know
her
what
damn
she is. I
name.
know she's cute though. She's like a little Cupid doll. She's cute to be, man. That's why they put her in there. That redhead one was the worst. Oh my god, couldn't even look at her.
Yeah, see, this is one of them ones. Oh, Trump leads Biden by as large as 42 to 48, but that's not what the other poll we just seen said. This one's only about 3%. This one's about 2%. So Biden's lead is in the plus or minus margin, and of course, any self-respecting liberal poll is going to have Biden here. At least they're going to try to have him ahead. It's not always easy because he's in pretty bad shape right now.
He hasn't even announced he was going to run yet, Trump. You know, and Biden's got a long way to go.
Yeah.
Plus, he's a sickly old man. That's why, you know what? He was flying on drugs when he made that speech. I saw his eyes, man. He was out there. Like, they're gonna pump him up before he goes out there because
So
he's a frail, messed up old man with cognitive problems.
Biden's best approval rating is on NPR, and it's 45%. Most
That's
people
liberal NPR.
I know.
You know.
Most people, let's see, Reuters has him at 39. The Triangle Group got him at 39. Several have him at 39. 11 have him at 40 and 41.
NPR is for extremist liberals. It's not for anybody else.
But so
Yeah.
wait now. So when you get back in here, you've got his best disapproval. His best disapprover is 55%. I don't think he. No, I think he. I don't know how he thinks
He's functioning in negative numbers, and things aren't going to get better. Let me tell you, man. We're on the verge of all these terrible things, and things are actually happening. Look at California. Look at the heat wave. That's just a sliver, a slice of what people are going to be experiencing. Buy an electric car. Oh, there's a heat wave. You can't charge your car. Lower your thermostat. Then that Governor Newsom.
Governor Newsom. How ignorant are you? Well, we're going to get rid of gas and we're going to get rid of all this. So what you're going to do is basically you're going to tell your citizens they can't drive in the summertime?
Oh, no. It gets even better, dude. I'll tell you how ignorant he is. Then he gives a press conference in a blasting air conditioning room where he had to wear a fleece jacket to go on to tell people to raise their thermostats, shut their power off, and do all these things. So you suffer, I'm doing all right. F you, have a good night. You know, F you very much. And that's pretty much his message.
Oh, man. Reuters economic poll got him at 38%. Man, that's a lot of them got him at 39. Politico's got him at 39. Damn. Oh, man. It's a couple of them got him at 38. Dude, I don't know. NBC's, we're talking NBC's only got him at 42.
I don't know anybody voting for him.
You know, MSNBC's lying as much as they can, and at 42 they're lying, but that's as best they can do.
Did you see his Labor Day message? His little thing. There was like maybe 12 people there or something. You know, he can't even attract a crowd or group. He's the president, for God's sakes, and he can't attract a group. You know, so it'll be interesting. I don't think Biden's going to have the gas to run, literally, to get through the election.
Here you go. This is today's from Reuters. This was taken 1,300 adults living in the U.S., 397 Democrats, 411 Democrats, 397 Republicans, 195 Independents. His approval rating is 39%. 61% of them said the mega speech has severely divided the country and may help for Trump to win by rallying his support.
It pushed me over.
That's an MSN poll, yeah.
And that's it pushed me over. Right? You know what?
Know what to tell you guys.
It drew a line in the sand. It really did.
It did. It did, and it was just whoever told him he should do that was just wrong. It's not going to help him long term. It's just going to bite him in the ass. And
he probably didn't even know what the hell he was reading while he was reading it. You know, off his teleprompter. But Biden's an idiot, and the whole thing. They're all puppets. They're all puppets being controlled from the big power. So whatever, man. I see it as a huge mess. It's going to be more of a mess. I don't know how the Democrats are even going to allow him to run, especially with with FBI getting involved. We have to know who knew, if Biden knew, and they tried to suppress all this and obstruction of evidence, and also how far it goes. All these things need to be found out. You know, this is something way above what even they accuse Trump of. They still can't figure out about his documents and what was illegal and what was this and what was that. You know what I mean?
You heard what that admiral said. He said he was pissed. He said, wait a minute. Let me understand this. You have unclassified FBI agents looking at top secret government information. He said they don't even have classified. This guy was pissed. He said they don't have the classification to be looking at this. Whose idea was this? So there's other backlashes yet to come out of this, because he was kind of like, whoa, wait a minute. Because, they are classified. Even the DOJ's classification is not high enough to look at these documents. So how are they letting just lowly FBI people look at them? So now they're really pissed. So I don't know what that's going to come out of that. That's going to come down the line later on. I don't know what's going to come out of, oh, here you go. Here's your girlfriend again. Why Meghan Markle might not attend the Queen. Who gives a shit? Nobody even likes Meghan Markle. Now let's look at this one. Russian troops deserting in the face. Oh, my God. In face of the counteroffensive. So the Ukrainians put on a counteroffensive and everybody's hauling ass, huh? So in this article, it's talking about in this last war, 200 of the Russian soldiers retreated away from it. 100 just surrendered. Some of them want to fight for the Ukraine. But it's making me nervous because Putin's not a nice guy. Oh, wait, here we go. Here's a follow-up. Putin ally reportedly admits to making mistakes and are worried in light of the Ukraine military gains. Because you're going to die just like everybody else has.
Well, this is what's happening there, right? We're headed into winter. The winters there are incredibly harsh and horrible, especially that northern part of Europe, where they shut down gas pipelines, they shut down other fuels. These countries are going to have a hard time just, keeping people warm. So all this is going to happen and put pressure on the whole thing. The ground's going to freeze there. It's going to put more pressure on the troops, especially Russian troops. They don't want to be there. One passionate troop fighting for his country is worth 20 paid troops that don't want to be there. And then a lot of them aren't getting paid. Their tanks are blowing up. We just gave them a whole bunch of more shipments of those razors and crazers and crazens and raisins and whatever, man. Here's this missile, that missile. And that's our junk. That's the stuff that's the first stuff we use. It's kind of funny that Russia and China both have to sit back and say, the United States, oh my God. So now did you see Japan is making all these missile boats, and they're going to be done in a couple of days. How fast they are. And so in a direct response to China, Japan, for the first time since World War II, they weren't allowed to do anything like this. Are making these
still aren't supposed to be doing without our permission.
They have our permission. Massive super carriers, missile boats. So I think that China needs to understand that right there is that Japan, they don't mess around. The Japanese don't mess around. They got a 96% conviction rate in Japan if you commit a crime. And a watermelon costs $1 million.
That watermelon. I see Putin
it's square.
I see Putin gave his condolences to the Queen.
Yeah, but did you see he didn't honor the other dude, man, with the poop on his head?
This story's. Oh yeah, I know. Well, I don't know why. He wouldn't have even had his job.
You know what? He didn't even allow him a public viewing there. So there's some stuff there. He didn't visit him. He didn't go to the funeral. No public viewing.
Yeah, because if Putin would rather Russia be the communist, the Soviet.
Right, Putin. That's Putin's world. So he needs to reject anybody. Needs to reject anyone that went that direction, which shows you his mindset.
Their allies are saying he might have a year if he's lucky.
Ukraine looks like they're going to take. If they can take Crimea and they can take these areas back, I mean, wow, that's pretty heavy.
I haven't seen any of Russia's big shit come out yet. Unless they just don't have. I haven't seen any of their really good.
They just rolled 2 of these super carriers that they from the Soviet era. I think they're from 1981. they retrofit them. They're nuclear powered, but it's enriched in uranium, so it's very difficult for them to function and operate. In these terms today, they carry a lot of armament. They're top heavy, all that stuff. So they're rolling them out, but the other side says, yeah, we can sink them pretty easily with a torpedo.
So here's another.
They got those Neptunes. This is the deal. The Ukrainians are using an American tactic. When we were fighting the British, Americans hid in the bushes, in the trees, and whatever, and whipped out their guns and shot them back. Ukrainians have these shoulder-launched weapons, man. I mean, it's very difficult. Oh, did you see about the HIMARS, the system? So Ukrainians built fake HIMARS, so the Russian planes are blowing up these wooden HIMARS, thinking that they're the rocket systems, man, while they're moving these other things around. These guys are smart. They're sharp in all this. I like the strategy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's I don't know. All this stuff is getting crazy lately with the Ukraine. This is another one. Wait, I'll read that one in a minute. Oh, wait, I got to read this one first. Biden's speech worked. Nearly 6 in 10 Americans agree mega is a threat. By the way, ladies, this is off a salon. This is so left. So if they're saying 6 in 10, that means it's like 2 in 10.
That's salon.
Salon is so left that it's not. And if that's the best they can come up with, that's just sad.
We don't like Trump in salon.
Munchin's approval and free fall. Yeah, Munchin's approval rating, Manchin's approval ratings, and free fall after inflation. You probably cost yourself your job, dude. I think he realizes it now too. He should have never gave in. Ukrainians cheer Russian defeat after General told Putin they backed war. Wait, what? People, learn how to write an article. Ukrainians cheer Russia's defeat after General told Putin they backed war.
A lot of these articles are written by AI systems these days. You know that, so that's why if they're choppy like that, it's usually an AI malfunction. But yeah, that's.
Wait a minute. I got to read this. Wait a minute. Video footage from Ukraine appears to show residents in areas previously occupied by Russian troops cheered as they're liberated by the Ukrainian socials. Also, you see Russian troops cheering as they're liberated from the Russian army. What the hell? Jesus, people. Oh, man. Because they don't want to fight. A lot of these kids don't want to die over something. I mean, Ukrainian was part of the Soviet Union. They don't want to kill these people. They're practically Russians.
Saddam Hussein had the Republican Guard, right? The fourth largest army in the world that he boasted. When we went in there, much of those people surrendered. They didn't even fight. They threw down their guns and surrendered. They didn't have the heart to fight. They didn't want to do that, be part of it, or they didn't want to get slaughtered. Especially, what? I think people don't understand the power. If we gave the Ukraine a bunch of Apache helicopters, the thing would have been over and done with a long time ago.
Yeah, but we just started a nuclear war, so we couldn't do that.
But it's the balance of power, isn't it? It's power. So then all this guy's got nuclear missiles. That guy's got nukes, and they're not afraid to use those nukes. And I
bet you Ukraine regrets giving all their nukes back to Russia.
Well, I think
the Ukraine.
I think you know what, you have to look at alternate means of attack. The fentanyl in the United States of America that's killing so many, and then innocent people getting it, just touching it and dying and things like that. That's happening. The whole COVID thing, as the economic killer it was, in the United States and around the world and other places that some places won't even be able to make a comeback, and it's still out there alive and well. So there's things like that. You know what I mean? There's other attacks that, if you want to look at China as the aggressor, they're the ones who mainly make this fentanyl, So, and then the open border,
China as in deep shit, is what I would look at.
The open border, people are smuggling it over. So I mean, we just need to tuck in, and it's kind of funny that I don't think conservatives are asking for anything that's more than what's there. They're just asking for enforcement.
You're gonna love this one. You're just gonna. This is from Newsweek. A decent source. Russians deploy helicopters to capture their own fleeing deserters. not to fight with the Ukraine, but to capture their deserters.
You must contain our troops and keep fighting on. Oh boy. We thought Russia was a huge power and a badass. I mean, to hear people talk about it and kind of say, wow. Look at how weak they really are.
No, but I've been saying this for years. Russia's got 180 million people in it. Like 100 million of them are over the age of 55. They're not going to fight. Yeah. So that leaves you X, and half of them are below the age of 12. Or so there's only really, truly, Ukrainian and Russia is not that far unevenly matched. There's about 30 million each to fight, and the Ukrainians want to fight, and the Russians don't. And now, when Russia was a Soviet Union, it was a powerful country with a strong navy and a strong military, but still it would have never went up against the United States because it would have lost. seeing this just shows the world, like, oh my God, not only would they have lost, they would have lost faster than Iraq did or Iran did.
The
So
Russian people don't want the Soviet
now
Union back.
China,
They want democracy.
yeah, but China's got to be rethinking this now, because this was supposed to be China's ally against the United States. And the only thing Russia can really bring to the table anymore is 4,000 nukes or 5,000 nukes. So this is the real question. How many of them nukes are feasible? Because we've seen,
Well,
was it the
they
year
use them,
before
we
last,
use them, and all
16
that.
failed
That
launches.
nobody wins a nuclear war, really.
But that's not the question, because if once launched, it doesn't matter. It's
Right.
how many can Russia actually launch that we can't sit down? Well, first off, I've heard surveys saying that Russia will not even get more than 1/3 of their missiles off the ground, and even out of that 1/3 they do, probably half of them will fail on detonation. He said a lot of these missiles are just like their tanks and shit. They're 50, 60 years old now, and they've just been sitting on a shelf or sitting on a warhead, being taken off, put back, taken off, clean. But everybody forgets, for 3 decades, Russia had no money to keep up with this. They've just now got money to start dealing with their nukes.
I'm sure
And
that you have agents, within the CIA that are reaching out, talking to who they think is going to take over for Putin, because there is going to be an end to Putin. And then when that next leader comes over, you're going to need a smooth transition. And then they're going to pull out. The oligarchs, they're suffering. They're losing their ships. They're losing their money. And if this drags on any further, it hasn't been a year yet. But you get to that year point, that's a long time for this destruction to be going on. And with the Ukrainians taking back so much land, punishing the Russians, blowing up their stuff, blowing up their generals, blowing up their colonels, sending people packing. These troops are crying. A lot of them are very young because they lost all these other soldiers. And wow, you thought that they had so many. They're listed as having 2.5 million. And from what I see, they sent about 130, 150,000, about that, into the theater, but they lost most of their tanks. They lost most of their support vehicles, their lines of support. It's a losing venture. The only thing you could do is pull back and grow and get stronger. You know,
but they're
but
not going to
but
pull
yeah,
back now, because the Ukrainians will come after them.
right.
The Ukrainians have taken they've taken 1,000 kilometers, about 500 miles of territory they've
But
taken
I'm
back.
saying Russia has lost the ability to shore up their borders, to pull back. They've lost their ability. They're vulnerable now. They're very vulnerable. And if somebody else decides to march in there and attack or mess around or do whatever, because they got issues with Georgia, they got issues around with other theaters. I'm telling you that this people are watching. Let's just say that people are watching. The China's watching too, messing around with Taiwan, poking them with a stick and all that. If China was serious, they would have went in there already. But when,
Well,
when
no,
people make the
China's
threat,
scared. China don't want to get into this mess that Russia's into. Jesus. They thinking, oh my God, no, we don't want to get into this mess.
no, they'll get pounded. They think that they're strong. They're not. Their troops don't even want to fight. They don't want any
But
part
I'm
of
talking
it.
about China. China does not want to get
Yeah,
into what
China.
Russia's in.
Chinese troops don't. The people of PLA don't want to fight. They
No, they
don't
don't
want
want
to
to
fight
fight.
Americans. They don't want a war.
Because
They want to be.
they watch. People don't realize, but the world's watched America for the last 60 years just dominate, and we're not going to stop
Here's a
anytime
news
soon.
flash for everyone out there. The Chinese don't hate us. They don't hate the U.S. They don't
No,
hate
they
the
want to
world.
be us. That's the problem.
Right. They
They
want. They
want to
want to
surpass
be.
us.
They want to have good food, good water. They want to have clean air to breathe.
They want to
You
be
know,
Americans. That's what
they
they want to
they
be.
deserve it. They deserve to have those freedoms. And there's their government that's keeping them back. It's their government that's making them suffer and controlling them. That's what the deal is with China. Same thing for Russia.
Oh, yeah.
But they're moving towards democracy. I have
China
friends
don't
who live in
realize it, but
Russia.
if China would just become a democracy, then they'd have it made. They would
I
surpass
have,
us
I have
easily.
friends in Russia, and they say people aren't really being informed, which is that they cut off their internet, so there's no outside news headlines coming in or whatever. They're controlling everything, and then in the local news, they talk about the Ukraine as the aggressor, the Nazis who attacked Russia. That's what the narrative is.
Well, yeah. Well, they were saying that that's the reason they were going into Ukraine was because of the Nazis. That was the whole thing. What the hell is this? Okay, hold on. Let's stop this. We're gonna play this right quick. I want to hear this. Wait, how do I get back in here? Do. Is it in here? I'll turn up the volume and hit play.
I hear nothing. Nothing. I hear in the background. It's not clicked on the screen, man.
She just found out that the Queen died.
Your volume's off on the clip.
I can hear it good.
The lower right, yeah, but I can't hear.
It's on here. Let's make sure. Maybe it's not clicked. Let's go see. Hold on. Where's the share button?
It's gone. No Jay tonight, man. I know he's been working overtime as a lawyer for fetuses. You know that? And there's a lot of action out there, he says. They need representation.
Yeah. Well, why can't you hear it? They can hear it.
I can't hear it. If I can't hear it, they can't hear it.
No, they can hear it. I just had people tell me they can hear it. I don't know why you can't hear it.
Oh, I can't hear it.
They were hearing pretty good, apparently. It's let me turn it off now because we're not watching anymore. But
I'm on the air.
That was Jean there, and she was talking about the Reduction Act, which nobody cared about. And somebody said, "Well, what about the Queen's death?" And she's like, well, "What do you mean?" She's like, "What about the Queen's death?" Well, has it been confirmed? Yeah, it's been confirmed. So wait, this woman had gone on stage, and the Queen had died a couple of hours before this, and had no idea that the Queen had died. This is the woman who tells you that no one's crossing the border. This is the woman that says that we have more oil than we need and gas prices aren't expensive.
I was watching the news earlier, and the governor of Georgia, was it Kemp, whatever, and he's like, "We're here mourning the loss of the Queen." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" More in Georgia, Georgians are mourning the loss of the Queen.
Some of us love the Queen. Thank you very much. Some of us love the Queen. You know, the Queen is cool. You know, she's our Queen too. Even though I was reminded we're not part of the Commonwealth. And yes, I said we most certainly are part of the Commonwealth. We're just a quiet part of the Commonwealth.
You're way off base, man. We had a whole war to get rid of their asses. And
no. Yeah. Think about what you just said.
Think
about what you just said. We did a whole war to get away from the asses. And what did we do at World War II? Jump so far up their ass we couldn't separate ourselves from them.
We saved their ass in World War II.
We became so entangled with their military and their money that without them, we would be at loss. No, we didn't have to. We just did it because we love them.
We
loved the Brits. We missed them, so we went back to being part of the Queen.
We loved
them. That's right. We loved them, so we went back to just, with the unspoken Commonwealth.
We're going to let them get their asses kicked.
Russia reinforces Kyiv to counter on Ukraine push. Ooh, look at these badass missile launches they're bringing in.
Nobody needs a monarchy. Nobody needs royals. The British colonization and all that stuff and everything they got involved and all the people that died and suffered, and then they're just a bunch of goofy inbreds. So yeah. Nobody needs it.
Oh wait, now one of the CNN's reporters died. Man, they're just losing people left and right.
Was it that Don Lemon? Did he commit suicide?
No.
Wait. I see that North guy jumping off the Empire State Building.
Wait a minute now. North Korea allows automatic nuclear strikes to protect Kim.
Ooh.
Now you see, Trump would have been
don't they realize that they're going to nuke him too? They want to send soldiers. He pledged 100,000 soldiers to Russia. Russia will tap them. They'll take them. But these soldiers also they're not seasoned. They don't know how to fight. They don't understand a war. They've never had one. They're North Korea. They just stand on the border and stare people down. That it's not a staring war. I've done that when I had a cat. stare. I have a staring war with them. That was my life. But you know what? Staring war is not going to work. And the real soldiers shoot real bullets. And these Ukrainians are going to be like, "You're coming to destroy my country. You're going to die." And that's their attitude. Hey, man. So they've lasted this long.
So we're sending all of our armed vehicles over to the Ukraine, all our old ones.
That's good. We're clearing.
Biden wants to start World War II. Let me tell you something, Michael. The first time a piece of U.S. equipment crosses the border of Russia, we're at war.
It's already happened.
We're going to war. No, it hasn't happened.
It has happened.
Putin already made a big speech.
Russia's also
about it.
crossed the border into Poland, by accident.
That's not our problem. That's
accident.
NATO's problem.
The Ukrainians took our HIMARS and then sent those missiles into Russia, who blew up
And that's when
gas
Putin
plant.
stopped them. Putin got on television and actually called Biden and told him, if another one crosses in our territory, we will consider it an act of war. And it hasn't been one since.
But if we are the arms dealer that I think we are, they should be able to buy whatever they want to buy from us. Right?
Yeah, but that's not the way that works.
Hey, Jay!
That ain't the way that works.
Jay's trying to get on there, man. There he is.
What you doing, Uncle Jay?
Hey, guys.
Just getting off work, baby?
Just got here.
Very hard.
Stop taking him out, doofus.
Can you add him?
Yeah, he's in. You just kept taking him out.
I'm not trying to add him. You're trying to add him.
It's we're looking at these what are these things we just sent to Russia? To Ukraine. What are these things? M113Ss, active duty Army and Army National Guard vehicles. 200 we're going to send of them.
M1 tanks?
No, M113Ss. They're not tanks. They're some kind of.
It's like a half track.
Yeah, no, I guess they are some kind of tank. They're just not a big tank.
Yeah, it's not the Abrams. It's like the one before it.
Yeah, it looks like a piece of crap, actually.
What's it called?
Why we're getting rid of them. There are M113Ss.
Let me see.
They're from the Army National Guard. They're troop carriers, I think. They said they said carrier, so they're probably armored carriers. What they are.
Yeah, it looks like carrier.
Yeah, they probably got a small gun in the front or something now that you can't
50
see.
caliber, it looks like.
Yeah, that's what it probably is. It's they're probably bad to the bone. I mean, I see they got the exploding armor on them, so when you shoot them, it explodes out.
Looks like they move pretty fast.
It's they're probably pretty comfortable, but so we're sending that over there so they can move around. But we can't just be giving them weapons that can go blowing up in Russia.
You know what? They also have free MTV, which is pretty freaking cool. You got to give them credit.
So how long is this Lisinski guy going to be president?
As long as he lasts. What's anything worth is what people will pay. Woohoo!
Oh, wait. Here's Russia again. Wait, Russia and U.S. clash over Western weapons in the Ukraine. See, this is a good way to get a war started. We got to watch. We need to, and I don't understand why we don't do this. We need to let Europe send them stuff, not us. Because Russia don't feel, see, it's a loss of face when America sets it up. It's not a loss of face when the idiots in Europe do. That's how Russia looks at Europe.
Oh, wait. Here's another article. Here's another article about the M113. U.S. National Guard's aging battle taxis find new use in Ukraine.
That's what I'm saying.
So basically, that's what you got.
Did they actually say battle taxi?
Battle taxi.
That's what they are. So we sent them over there.
Battle taxi.
Well, that's just because some army guy said, "Hey, let's send these over there. We can get new ones now." That's what that was all about, man. That
you
wasn't
didn't hear what I said
Ukraine.
before. You were reading that the Ukrainian troops have built wooden HIMARS systems, so they're planting them all around the Ukraine. So the Russian planes think they're real, and they're bombing these cardboard HIMARS or wooden HIMARS. It's hysterical, man. And the real ones, we actually gave them a whole bunch of that mounted on the back of a pickup truck. Rednecks would love that. Can you imagine? with lots of Saturday night right there, redneck land. I got my HIMARS, baby. Let's go blow something up.
This Russian guy said we ain't even put in our good stuff yet. We getting ready to start sending our good stuff. I'm like, yeah.
What good stuff? It's gone. They're tapping Soviet.
No, I noticed we did that though in Desert Storm and all. We used all our crappy shit first. Then we started sending our good stuff over there. And that's probably what he's doing.
The initial attack was the F-117s to take out their Air Force. Yeah. Then the crappy stuff came in. The A-10
But you believe the lie, Joe. It's not about that. It's about they lost all their generals.
I know
lost
the
all
Russians.
their colonels.
I know
they
the
lost
Russians
all their troops.
I know the Russians have been making $2.5 trillion a year off their fuel. So I know they're finding on something.
They're finding cell phones from these Russian troops with messages to their families crying, saying they don't know why they're there. They want to go home. You know what? They want to give up. I mean, that's but every time they put a general in, they explode.
That's right. I mean,
sometimes you got to wonder if these Russians aren't setting these generals up. Oh, wait, here you go. Russian officials propose overthrowing Putin, charging him with treason. Ooh. Ooh, I don't know how his nuclear football works. That could be dangerous.
Yeah, where did that come from? Did that come out of Russia, or did that come out of
That
somewhere else?
That's a Newsweek. It says a group of Russian officials have appealed to the country's state Duma to remove President Vladimir Putin from power and charge of high treason. A document shared by one of the Russian deputies who co-signed the proposal. Oh shit, that's serious. That's inside his country. That's people taking their own lives in their hand there.
Yeah.
It says a group of Russian officials have appealed to the state. They're trying to get rid of him. In a tweet published on Wednesday, Nikita Yefusha.
If they can push this off on Putin, they can save Russia. But if they can't, you know what? But if it continues, I mean, the Russia's done economically and being any kind of power in this world. So I don't know.
So wait, this guy he's the deputy of Smolensk in St. Petersburg. These are officials. These are serious officials that are sending this in. They want him charged with treason. There is a bunch of them too from several different provinces. So he can't go around killing all of these. That might start a war inside his own country.
I'll see you in the gulag. Say hello to Brittany Griner.
They're saying that he did not have the support of the people in the invasion of the Ukraine, and that we should not be in the Ukraine. His decision to start military operations led to the death of Russian servicemen, Russian equipment, and has helped the expansion of NATO all the way around their country.
We'll see. You're damn right. The very thing that he didn't want is what he got.
But based on their government system, they don't get the people don't have a say. He can do whatever he wants with the troops, right?
Yep,
pretty much. But he also said that it also helped Ukraine get $40 billion in weapons and growing. So they're right.
Money.
I mean, he's
not just weapons, money too.
He's hurting their country, but more than likely, most of these guys who signed this will end up dead somewhere, run off a road or something.
I think that Jay needs to expand his practice to the Ukraine, because I know that there's a lot of fetuses there that need representation, man. And I'll go be your driver. I'll be the driver. Yeah. You be the fetus attorney, and we're going to go and help those people.
Yeah, we can also open up a whole new line of K visas so that those girls can come over here and get married.
Yeah, a lot of attractive Ukrainian women, even though I haven't seen any yet.
There's some pretty ladies over there, that's for damn sure.
I've seen them lined up, but I'm not seeing the ones they're talking about. Right. Not the ones who email me. I'm looking for a date, honey. Oh. I had this Russian chick hit me.
You gave out the wrong email then.
Remember back with Google? What was it? Yahoo. Yahoo Groups. They had Yahoo Groups, right? There was some group I was in, and then this chick, really gorgeous, of course, whatever. And then she's like, starts talking to me. She's from Kazakhstan and like all this stuff. So I like just kind of going along, laughing about it. And then she's like, "Could you send me $750?"
Yeah, that's the pinch right there.
I'm like, "Do you need help? Should I call the FSB? Is there a problem, man?" Because the FSB, man. That's FSB is KGB. What KGB? Mm-hmm. It's their security bureau. And then she flipped out. "You bore!" She called me a bore. I had to look it up.
All right, let's see. Where are we at? How much time we got? Okay.
So when I got cursed out, especially from like the Indian telemarketers, man, when they straight up give me the F word, I feel like that's a victory right there. You know what I mean? Because I have a lot to say to them, and oh my God, this one guy's like, "I am totally offended." I'm like, "You called me." Oh my God! I won't repeat what I say to them. Of course,
you probably can on air anyway.
I will release a manual though for people who are curious about $1 for the manual. You know what I mean? Like 100
already we were just talking about them officials, right? Russian officials who plotted to overthrow Putin, summoned by police. This story ain't even hit the press, and they're already after this guy. I mean, it's I don't know how you get ahead in Russia. I mean, he's got too much control, man.
See, the way you get ahead in Russia is you do something like this, and then Putin sends a secret police after you, and they lop your head off. That's how Putin gets ahead in Russia.
Most people now think the United States is headed for a recession, regardless of what.
We're already in one.
So these are the Democrats now whining about it.
Yeah, Russian.
See, here's a good girlfriend for you, Mike. The View host Sonny Hudson criticizes Queen Elizabeth for crown of privilege jewel.
I just got a new job as general in Russia. Look at that. I've been looking for a long time, and then Department of Labor sent it to me.
Vladimir Luskovsky says
no experience
Ukraine forces
necessary.
have taken more territory.
Yeah.
I do have experience. They can look up my record in Command and Conquer, General Angle. Did phenomenal, man. I hold on to my resources. I kill the enemy. Tons of strategy. They can look me up in the risk too. Definitely qualifies me as a virtual general and or real if you don't happen to have one. And I'm the guy that you want to land the plane. I may not have flown a 747, but through the virtual reality, I know how to land one and take off. And take off and shoot people on the ground as I'm doing. A little Grand Theft Auto going on.
With the 747, though, they don't have bullets on them.
This is my.
I have my own little pistoli, man. You got to open. You got a little side. You got the side window. You know what I mean?
You're right.
You be able to
out the window.
This could be all we need for Trump to win with a landslide. Right here. Where can I put this? Where's the comments?
You can only reach the ground crew, unfortunately, but
Yeah.
once you're up in the air.
There you go, Michael. This is all you need for Trump to win now. This is all it'll take. This one little sentence right here, if it ever publishes.
What's the sentence?
See it? So it just popped up in the comment section on the page.
Oh.
You can't see it. You got to read it, man, to know what it is. Oh, man, we're going to do it.
Chad said those guys had a 30 millimeter cannon. 30 millimeter? It didn't look like it was that big. I don't know, man. I had a 30 millimeter round that somebody gave me.
We got to teach Mike how to read comments and the thing. What do you want, a phone or a computer or what? This
guy worked. He did the tech writing for the B-2 bomber. How cool is that?
Look up in your right corner there and click that button that says comments. Here, wait. You know what?
I'm looking at the comments. Chad Palmer put a comment at 11:39 saying they have a 30 millimeter cannon.
I just posted it so you can read it right there. CNN is shifting right. And now they're going over the people they're going to hire. They're shifting right. They may be the next Fox.
We should apply for jobs, all three of us.
Yeah, I know. Huh? So changes spark chatter of CNN shifting to the right. Major changes at CNN in recent weeks have sparked chatter in media. Oh, this will make NSNBC nuts because this was their fallback guy here, CNN. Anytime they got in a bind, well, CNN said it too. Yeah, CNN said it too.
CNN has nothing to lose. They have no ratings. They have nothing to lose. They're dead last. I mean,
CNN used to be a premier. I mean, let's be honest. Okay, I had never heard of CNN before Desert Storm, or whichever was the first one. Yeah, Desert Storm. Sorry. All of a sudden, I turn on news. I'm flipping through cable one day, and I see this red CNN thing, and I'm looking at the war, and I'm thinking, look at this crazy bastard. He's got his head over the balcony, hanging out, trying to get a shot of this tank rolling down the street, trying to shoot this thing in the sky. I'm like, oh, my God, look at these asses. They did serious reporting, not just on that, on a lot of the politics. They went after politicians. They were serious reporters. And then all of a sudden, for no reason, they went completely liberal. They somehow or another got a liberal in charge or in charge of everything, and they just went liberal.
Yeah. Someone else took over. That's what happened.
And it was just one lie after another lie after another lie.
Ted Turner left. They got bought up. I mean, and that was it. And once you're bought by a larger company, they control you, and that's what you got. And these were liberal companies. Like five families control basically all of the media that you see. Mm-hmm. So it all comes down to just a very small group of people, and it's a controlled factor. They don't want you to hear what's really going on, see what's going on. They want you to look at their design of what's going on. But look at Fox. Fox is some of the people I like, some of the people I can't stand on there. I really don't watch them. But during the coverage, the war coverage, oh my God, these guys got out there. That one dude was right there, stuff going up, bombing. I thought he was going to get killed, man. That talk about balls. That's real hardcore journalism getting out there. But CNN, look at them now.
Well, CNN says it strongly denies such a change is taking place, saying it's internally focused on objective journalism. If that's what they're going to do, if they're going to actually do objective journalism, then CNN will be worth watching again. But we'll have to wait and see.
That's exactly what you're looking for, Joe, right in the center.
But yeah, it says, but recent high-profile air departures coupled with what seemed to be by some a shift in tone, the network's coverage is drawing intense scrutiny. It should because, look, it was a liberal rag. All the liberal rag did was put it in bankruptcy, so now they're going to take a different turn. They should do a bipartisan, and because when you have both liberals and conservatives on, you have better news because you can argue with each other. You have good panel shows. You can really break out what's going on and get the news out. I mean, watching NBC is a waste of time because it's completely one-sided. Fox depends who you catch, who's on. A lot of Fox journalism hosts are just one-sided, but there are some people over at Fox that actually do real journalism. Which is strange anyway, but there's none at CNN, and maybe there will be some, and there's definitely none at NBC. And I see that the ABC, CBS, and NBC news organizations for television are buckling up and doubling down, trying to get their 6 o'clock news hour back by bringing back real news and not just whatever bullshit was being said, trying to follow, like the guy said, well, we tried to follow along with the regular news about Trump, but people don't want to hear that. That's not what they're interested in. Most people, there was a poll taken the other day that 75% of Americans said they really don't want to hear about Trump. They're not interested in Trump. They're more interested in who's going to fix the economy. And that's what they're interested in. So there's a lot of people being canned. A lot of them are picking on Biden now. Of course, let me tell y'all something, people. You ain't got to be anti-liberal to be picking on Biden. Biden just sucks. It's just all there is to it. It's not like he's doing a good job or anything.
And if you look
he's
over
a disgrace,
right, Joe? Chad says he believes World War III is right around the corner. What do we think? Did you guys? I don't know if you guys talked about it earlier on the show, but did you hear about the war games outside of Taiwan with Russia and China playing war games together?
No, they need to play. Let them have a lot of fun. Let them get into it because China.
Yeah, but in the same group, you've got the USS Ronald Reagan's battle group right there. Right, a little kiss down the road, man. So
right,
that's
and
interesting.
They play those games wrong, just 1 inch too far one way or the other, and that could spark off a war.
I've heard that battle group also carries tectonic weapons.
Yeah, I would think that, but China people. This is what people have to stop and think for a minute. Now, Putin's dangerous because Putin's got stage 4 cancer, and he may just launch a nuke because he's just pissed and he's dying. That's if he has a.
Would you do it? Would you guys do it if you're terminal?
No, I wouldn't because I got family. I got friends and family. I wouldn't want to
like nobody. If you could just do it and not your country's not going to suffer.
No, why would I
launch a nuke and just nuke somebody?
Anybody. No, that's not who I am, man. I don't want to go around killing people just for the sake of killing them. That's
well,
bad.
Maybe somebody you want to nuke.
No.
Some business, some town.
But
it really wouldn't make much of a benefit, though. I mean, you're destroying an entire town.
But it's way more than this. So let's look at it from a constructive point.
I think Las Vegas. That would be my choice.
Xi Jinping don't want to see Xi Jinping does not want to see China get nuked. I mean, China's only got 400 nukes to start off with, so we can shoot those down. So they don't want to get in the waters because the first thing that's going to happen is what happened to Russia. Boom! Everybody's going to sanction them. China's already got enough sanctions. They can't afford any more sanctions. Any more sanctions, they're back to being a third world country. They cannot have a United States and Europe cutting them off any more than we have. Think about it. They're starving now. If we cut them off anymore, they're back to a third world country. We were who were making just the same people who are making Russia rich were the same people making China rich. All we have to do is stop, and they ain't got any money.
Amelia Pisano said
China's not going for it.
Michael is the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain, preaching doom all day.
Oh, yes. That man behind the curtain.
Doom and gloom. I'm just a messenger. Damn it. Don't blame the messenger.
Yeah, hate the message, not the messenger.
Oh, here's one on Newsweek for you. Video of Joe Biden doing impressions of a Republican viewed over 1 million times. Oh, man. He's up there mocking elected Republicans. I mean, why is this guy allowed to get away with this?
Because.
Democrat?
Wait a minute. Wait. Now, see, this just total more bullshit now. $1.2 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill was passed by a significant majority in the Senate. I thought it was 51 votes. And without Munchin, they wouldn't have had it. I mean, oh, man.
A majority.
Well, as these politicians, as the politicians get closer to the midterm, their jobs are on the line. Party or not, they want to get reelected. And they know when they do stupid things or if they defend stupid things or if they're part of something stupid, people aren't going to vote for them. They're sick of it. I think people have been bombarded between COVID, between fuel prices, between all these things that just have been going on, the morale of the country is very low. And then there are these bad actors who are Democrats who are playing these games, and just no care in the world, let people suffer as long as they're in control, as long as they have the power. They wanted the power, they got the power, and they screwed things up. Trump had us on a good course economically. They tried to stay to his course. They didn't want to change things. But look at the policies they've drawn up and how that messed everything up, man. So that's what we got. That's what we've got. And another 2 years of this, 2 years plus. Where are you guys going to be? I'm going to buy an island and call it Halloween Island. And it's going to be Halloween themed. People can come there. Halloween every day. And when it's Halloween, it's going to be even better. You know what I mean? And then people can work remotely and have fun in their Halloween village. Ha! Then I'll apply to America.
Sounds like a good place.
I'll apply to America as a sovereign country. See, I'll keep my ports open to your ships, and they'll have to give me $1 billion a year just for that. You know that? And then boom, you're making money. you're in the cash at Halloween Island.
Yeah.
Oh, Mom, I want to go to Halloween Island. Nope, we don't want you here. That's our that's our tourism show. That's our tourism.
Let me go through these. Let me go through these midterm
Edgar
polls.
Allan Poe Boulevard is right.
So the government poll says that the Democrats are killing the Republicans 38-44 in midterms. The RCPA poll, which is another liberal poll, both have us tied they have the Republicans and the Democrats tied at 44.
Speaking of polls, we're going through all these trials and tribulations of life. We're doing all these things, so much mayhem in our lives, and then people in Poland unearth a vampire. You know what I mean? This female vampire, man. So
anyway, people, just ignore him.
No. There are people going to this vampire, rubbing their necks against its teeth, trying to become a vampire. That's how stupid people are. That's why I don't know if everybody should be able to get a vote or responsible people, or only responsible people should have kids. All these questions and more, Jay will answer. I'm leaving it up to you, man.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with some of that stuff. I mean, there really should be a test. I mean, we were talking about it a few shows back on about some people using abortion as a birth control pill, but there should be a test. I mean, they test you in some states to carry a firearm. Why not test someone to be responsible for another life? I mean, if you don't have the attitude, you shouldn't be able to do it, right?
I haven't seen the movie Idiocracy.
I have not.
This dude goes into a
What happened?
That was my phone going off, making noise.
No, oh. We lost Michael for a minute.
Whoa, Michael left. There he is.
Wait, no.
And we lost him again.
Stop. Stay.
It's just me.
Hey, Jay, how you doing? What are we going to do? Stop. Okay, I'm putting you back in. Stop taking yourself out. Okay. There you go. Oh, my God. Anyway, we got to get out of here, ladies. It's 11 o'clock.
Welcome to NBC.
Somebody said too much Coca-Cola today.
That was. I don't know what the hell that was. That was musical, whatever. But we got to go
musical
anyway, guys.
Window girls. Boxes.
Jay, when you off from Church of Mavis?
I'm off the next 2 Fridays, and then not sure the date, but 3 Fridays from now I should be back on there.
Okay. Harassing poor Jay. Poor Jeffrey needs his help. Wham just beats him up, man.
Those fetuses out there need his help more. So it's important.
Yeah, okay.
More important to work.
Oh, if you talk to Jeffrey before I do remind him, we got a meeting on the 17th of
Money's
September.
money.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to tell him I got a box from Llewellyn Press. I got a huge. I don't know how many books in it, but like it's this huge box.
Yeah, we give it. I don't know. Where's my camera? I'd show you. There's a stack against my wall right now. I got 300 books plus the ones I had before. So I got about 400 books to give away already, and we ain't even got into the season yet. I gave away 5 the other night on UFO on the cover.
Wow.
Oh, speaking of that, we might as well, before we go, we'll give away 5 tonight. Which volume is this? What is its volume is? This is volume 36 of the anthology, Writers of the Future. This is volume 36. There's at least 12 stories in here. There might be 14. There's a lot of good artwork in there because all the illustrators' artworks in here that won. All the stories in there won. There's some really good stories in these too. They can have up to 17,000 words in the story. Most of them are less than that, but that was the original artwork for the cover. That's just one of the illustrators. I don't know if y'all can see that. It's kind of dark. But there's lots of stuff in there. So we're going to give away 5 of these tonight. Okay? But
All right.
we're going to give 5 books away if you can tell us how much territory President Lizinski is taking back from Russia. It's an easy one. We talked about it in the show earlier. We even gave out the number. If you write to me at iCarcox.net, I'll give the first 5 people who get it right. Be sure you put your
I
address
think that's
in
a little
there.
taxing, man. I just ask them what day of the week it is. I think that.
You have when we get that shit wrong, man.
What's
We'll give them something
today? Well,
easier.
it's 12:03 here in on the East Coast.
It's a different day for you. So you'd already be confusing people because you damn what East Coasters would be sending me the wrong
We're
day. 'cause it's
already
only
into
11.
Saturday, yeah.
It's,
What
it's
time
still,
is it
it's
right
still
now in
Friday
London?
here, though.
How
Yeah.
about that? What time is it in London right now?
6 hours
7
from
hours
now.
ahead of us.
6
So
hours.
like 8 a.m.
Wait, now how's it 7 ahead? It's only 6 ahead of me.
They're 5 hours ahead of us.
Yeah,
5
they're only
hours.
5 hours ahead. Yeah, they're 6 ahead because for us it would be what 5 a.m. over there. And I do a lot of guests.
For you,
I
it'd
love
be
doing
four.
UK.
For us here on the East Coast, it'd be 5.
No, because they're 6 hours ahead of us.
5.
Most
My
of the people
friends there.
I
I talk to them on the phone
talk.
all the time. So
Do you know?
I have
Do
to
you
be
know?
con-
Do
I
you
have to
know?
be
My,
conscious.
you know, we got shows in the UK, right? Just in case you didn't know that. You know,
London is 5 hours ahead.
Weird world is ahead of ours.
York.
Where he lives in London, he's 6 hours difference from me.
Ah.
And he's on the air all the time. And since we get his show right every week,
He's in crumpet country.
It's he does well. There's we got a couple hosts over there, and then Michelle likes to do a lot of guests over there.
Who?
Michelle, she does a lot of guests from the UK. Them that group. What are they? The ones that do the Templar guys. They're from over there too. It's I gotta say, I've had some interesting.
They were
guests.
destroyed a long time ago by the Catholic Church.
No. Actually, I guess there's still somehow Michelle found 2 of them. That's all I can say. Somehow she found 2.
They must be really goddamn old.
They are pretty old, man.
The 2 oldest humans on the planet.
Like the guy that Indiana Jones found in that cave with the Holy Grail. That was a Templar Knight.
I want to
That's
see
right.
some
He was
ID, but
1,300 years old or something.
Yeah,
Did
he
something,
can
or
live
something
forever.
Like that. It's I don't know.
see some ID.
So show me. Man, that when they had stone ID back then, probably disintegrated by now.
They're printed on gold. They're all about gold, man. Isn't
Yes.
it gold this, gold that?
What was that,
You love
Cherie?
gold.
Yeah, 5:05 a.m. Saturday, September 10th, 2022. Yes, I know it's 5 a.m. We do, like I said, we do a lot of guests over there. It's
Over there.
over across the pond, man. Speaking of which, though, it's weird because some of our guests like to do in pubs. They like to come on air in pubs, and it's you got to go find a quiet spot in the pub because it's noisy. And I remember one of our
There's no
regulars.
such thing as.
So one of our regulars, who's an American, was over there. He said, "I'm gonna do it in a pub like these guys." And I'm thinking, no, these guys actually know what they're doing. They go get back in a corner, or they know somebody in the place, and So he was trying to do it was so freaking noisy you couldn't hear anything. He said, "Joe, they really do play darts over here." I almost peed myself. I was laughing so hard on air. I was like, "Dude, really, really?" It's like, I was like, "What are you?" I just couldn't get over. I said, "We play darts over here, you idiot!" I mean, come on.
Yeah,
It was
why
just too
wouldn't
damn
they?
funny. Well, he said every club he went in had a dartboard. I said every bar here's got a dartboard.
Sometimes they have 2.
Yes, I know. They have more than that, really, if they got a tournament going on, or at least.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just thought it was funny. It was just, but he said he bitched because they didn't have that many billiards tables. I said, you were just in the wrong place. That's all. Now, a friend of mine in Tradies lives over there. He loves it over there, and he just thinks the cat's meow to live in London. He lives downtown London somewhere. It means he's got a little bit.
What does he like about it?
He just says it's a great place to live. He feels the energy, and he said everybody's so nice. I'm like, really? In a big city? I said, I want to come to a big city where everybody's nice.
It's one of the
meanwhile-
oldest cities on the planet, too.
I'm with
there's
you,
a
Mike.
huge
I think he
problem.
lies.
There's a huge problem with guns there right now, illegal guns and crimes. It's kind of funny since they banned all those guns, but yeah, there's a huge problem. And there's also with the influx of all the immigrants, they're smashing the healthcare system, NHS, and now they don't know if they can even fund it anymore. God, there's a lot of problems
What are
going
you
on
saying?
there.
Abbott sending immigrants to London? That
Oh
would
yeah,
be a
man.
good
The
one.
worst
That
things.
would-
The worst thing about what I love England, but the worst thing about it is the weather, the food. Boom, boom, right there, man.
You know what? You know what? Somebody should fill up a 727 full of immigrants and land them in London and say, courtesy of Joe Biden here. I'd be worth it. I could just see
I would do
you
that
know, the
all
London
over
mayor.
the world.
Oh, wait, is that still that little Muslim guy who's mayor over there still? He's nuts.
Tell the immigrants. By the way, we have a new part of America that's in by Rwanda, and we're going to fly you there, and we're going to set up camp. You know, I'm evil.
Wait, hold on. Before we
That's
go,
right.
I got to see if that little guy's still the mayor over there.
This chick, I was saying something about the Queen, and she's like, "You're Satan," you know. I'm like, so doesn't make what I'm saying wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you can attack my personality. It doesn't mean what I'm saying is wrong. It's
So
funny
he
listening to
is
people
still
spout
that
off
little
about the
dude.
Queen.
He's still a little mayor over there, man. Whatever his name is, Sadat Khan. Sadat Khan. I'm sure I'm butchering his name, by the way. But if anybody knows it correct, y'all can come correct us. We don't mind. Wait, how old is he? Oh no, y'all get the wrong name on here, people.
750 years old.
Oh wait, here's Wikipedia. Yeah, he looks pretty young. I mean, he looks like he might be 45, 50 maybe. He doesn't look all that old.
And he's who?
He's the mayor of London. He makes £151,000 a year for being mayor.
Wow.
Oh, that jerk! You're talking about that little dude?
Yeah, the little Muslim dude. Yeah, he's a prick.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely a prick. There ain't no doubt about that.
He's racist.
Oh,
Have
he's
you heard
big
him
time
talk?
racist. Oh yeah, he's big time racist. But
He's
yet
as bad
he's
as
still.
that one from Chicago. The mayor of Chicago. He's bad as her. You know, it's terrible. So a lot of people in England, since I know a lot of people there, they're expressing that they're losing their heritage. They think that they're losing connection with their past. You know, things like Monty Python and Benny Hill. You know, everything that made England great. You know, but they really feel like the government's bending over for people who aren't willing to assimilate. Instead, they're making the people who live in England assimilate, and they resent that. And it's not healthy, man. If you come to a new country, you don't take your same values and crap with you. You're entering a new land.
Almost.
That means you don't, you have to follow the Quran or follow my belief, and everything about your society is outrageous. There are Muslims who came here that said there are things they didn't like about the American Constitution, the American way of life, that they found was offensive, but then they came here.
Well, they came anyway, yeah.
Do you know who this guy took the job from? Boris Johnson. He was the mayor for the 2 terms before this guy took the thing. Before Boris became prime minister. Look at this shit, huh?
Now Bojo's gone.
Yeah, Boris. Who took over for him? I never did look to see who took over for him. Eventually,
Randy Quaid.
I'm sure I'm going to hear
It was
Prime
Randy
Minister
Quaid,
of England is
the dude from the Vacation movie. Randy Quaid's on
Randy
Twitter.
Quaid is still alive.
Randy Quaid's on Twitter going off on Biden. He hates Biden. He's going off. And I don't know if that helps us or hurts us, because Randy Quaid, he's a sketchy kind of guy.
He's kind of going off the deep end a little, yeah.
He and his wife had to flee California. They rented this huge mansion, and then they didn't pay the bill. So they flee. They owe millions of bucks on this thing. They went to Canada and applied for citizenship. The Canadians rejected them. Then they had to come back to America and answer the charges for all this thing. Randy Quaid became the character that he played in the Vacation movie, that kind of loser in the broken down camper. That was on Twitter. He looks like Santa Claus. He's got a huge mustache and beard.
Have you seen this? Have you seen England's new prime minister? Mike, you need to check out England's new prime minister, dude. She's cute. She's good looking for a prime minister. I was expecting to see like Margaret Thatcher or something, man.
English women are very obedient.
She's also part of the Right Honourable Party. Her Excellency. Oh man,
you want to play with the royal jewels?
But anyway, we got to get out of here, guys and girls. Any moans, groans, bitches, or gripes, you can write to Michelle DeRoche. She loves that kind of stuff,
And she will crush your nuts, man.
She will crush
your nuts. Grind them into a fine dust and sprinkle them over candles.
For any host listening tonight, don't forget we got a meeting on the September 17th, starting at 1 o'clock. Starting at 1 o'clock, everybody East Coast. For my time, it's 12 o'clock.
I have a lot of questions for that meeting.
Yeah, I got a lot of questions for that meeting too. But anyway, we got to get out of here, girls. Don't forget, you can check out Michael on Tuesday and Thursday. You catch him on Red Pill News on Thursdays and Discovery Paranormal on Tuesdays. It's a good lineup over there. So Monday and Tuesday got really good. Actually, right now we have really good solid lineups. We're looking for one show to add to the Friday lineup and move on from there.
I'm the white fluffy stuffing in the Oreo cookie man on those nights. You know, I joined it all together.
We're just not even going to talk about it. Anyway, guys and girls, good night. We'll see y'all next week.
Welcome to the Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and Amelia Pisano. Airing live on the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM in New Orleans.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Thursday night segment of the Outer Realm. We're broadcasting live right here on the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM from the beautiful city of New Orleans. We are fully sponsored by the amazing people over at Folgers Coffee. Outer Realm wouldn't be the same without them. It's kind of like we're joined together. Just think Folgers, think Outer Realm. Think Outer Realm, think Folgers. Kind of like that, right? Right.
I think so.
And a big thank you to Dr. Snick, Justin Snicker, the sonic surgeon, who is an award-winning composer of Halloween, horror, sci-fi, and dark wave electronic music. He is responsible for this amazing intro that you hear, and of course the outro when we can get to it, as long as we don't get too close to the end. You can find him pretty much anywhere that good music can be found, so check him out. Also, big thank you, Steve McGinnis, for the artwork, the logo for the Outer Realm. So thank you. Guys, to participate tonight, you know the drill. We are going to be on the usual chat rooms. Let's see. UFO, Gods and Extraterrestrials on YouTube, Outer Realm YouTube, UFO Paranormal YouTube, over to Facebook, Joe Montaldo, UFO Undercover, UFO Paranormal, United Public Radio, Canada's Most Haunted, The Outer Realm, and believe it or not, guys, you go check out, I think we've got this going on my personal Twitter as well. So, yeah, we're trying that. We tried this before, but we're going to try it now. We can't see the chat, though, for Twitter. Unfortunately, it just doesn't come through. At least we've never seen it come through. So just heads up on that. So Tamara, I missed you last night. Carol, hi, welcome back.
Hello.
Look at Tamara trying to take a night off the show, Bubbles. What the heck?
Who does she think she is?
I know. What the hell, Tamara? Anyway, tonight, crazy turn of events. We've got tis the season.
Yep.
The chat room paranormal discussion. It's okay, Tamara. We're just pulling your leg. Sorry you've been sick. Hope you're feeling better.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Poor Tamara. Here I'm being all hard on you. Just ribbing you. So, but yeah, paranormal, the paranormal discussion. The reason we do a lot of paranormal talk, and the reason we thought we would start with this anyway, because Bubbles and I go back and forth a lot on stuff. It's just kind of like, hey Jade, how are you, darling?
Thanks for sharing. Yeah, a few times a week we go back and forth on this topic.
Yeah, we go back and forth on a lot of stuff, and we thought we would just share some of that discussion. And we find that as we get into the autumn, obviously the energy changes. When we're still not out of summer yet, but the energy is changing already. I think the mindset is changing already. People, I love the autumn. It's one of like my favorite times. It really is. I love when the leaves change colors. I'm not trying to get ahead of myself and lose what's left of the summer, but people get
I
into
am.
the Halloween thing. We get into, we
Christmas.
get into the solstice and such. And it's always been a really important, an important time of year, even for our ancestors. And it goes back thousands of years. And what I mean by energy changing and mindset changing, I think people start to get into that nesting thing where your kids are going back to school, you're spending more time together, summer's over, it's not like you have the luxury, maybe you've used your vacation time, maybe it's like, okay, you've spent your money through the summer, you can't afford a vacation, and you just whatever the case may be. Things change. And I've noticed also this year, because I don't get on social media a whole lot. Hey, Ron, winter. What do you mean winter, Ron? What do you mean?
Well, maybe Ron likes outdoor sports.
Maybe.
Or ice fishing or I think it's pretty from the inside of my living room in front of my fireplace.
Yeah, kind of like that. Tamara's energy has been busy this year. I wonder how the energy is going to change. Well, what we're noticing already is that there's been for some people, there's been a big loss of life. I've noticed this year, just watching social media. I'm just seeing so many posts, and
pets too.
So much so. Come, December, we decided that we would try to keep it as lighthearted as possible and bring on people who could, talk about things. I'll give you guys a small example without giving away a whole pile of names on this, but we're going to be talking about afterlife. We're going to be talking about spiritualism, obviously like NDEs, pets, and the afterlife. Talking about pets in the afterlife, because a lot of people lost pets also, lots of it this year. Of course, we're going to be talking about ancient Christmas traditions. That'll be fun. There's just a whole lot of interesting stuff coming on, but we wanted to keep it light for that reason. And we notice that in the fall, we start getting busier.
Well, I was just reading Carol Ann's comment.
There we go.
That fits with what you're saying.
Yeah, go ahead if you want to pop it
thank
up.
you. Hi, Carol Ann. She says, good evening. I do believe the veil is already starting to thin. I am getting a lot of calls lately. Hi, Patricia.
That's just it. And yes.
Yeah, death is change, transitions. Yeah.
Yes. And that's exactly right if you look at it that way. People often sit there and think to themselves, it's so final. Hold on. Here
Absolutely. Regina. Hi, Regina. Ron lives in Scotland, so he's used to the cold winter. You're used to cold all year round, actually.
Yeah.
You're on the Atlantic. Yeah. Regina says, my deceased pets are still hanging around my house. I see them all the time. It's so comforting. It is.
It is.
Yeah.
But those are for people who are aware. What about for those who aren't aware? The fall is a time where people start to transition in many ways. If they suffer from depression or anxiety, that seems to be a little bit more rampant this time of year, and it goes all the way through past the holidays. It's a difficult time for people, and unfortunately, with that being said, sometimes that can attract entities that feed off that sort of thing. And I know it's a time where paranormal investigators start getting very busy as well. They start gearing up for, investigations for sure, but they start getting a lot more phone calls this time of year. For myself, I don't think I've been doing this a really long time. And even though it goes in cycles, I've always been pretty busy. I mean, to the point where I've had an 18 plus month waiting list at some points. And I just think that people, it's a mindset thing. I really believe that. Jade, go ahead.
Oh, my bonus coming up and the veil is lifting for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, Chris says negative gets negative. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Laws of attraction. Tamara says, I have noticed a lot more people are starting to have experiences. These people who have never experienced anything. That is so true.
I would call that maybe an awakening.
Yeah.
New awareness.
Yeah.
I say it all the time, just people who are starting to pay more attention, because I think things are becoming more prevalent. I think things are not just, looking on the internet, looking online. I really do think that maybe it is the veil that stays thinner longer. Maybe there is no veil anymore. I've heard some mediums say, you know what, we don't think that the veil is actually there anymore. So what does that mean? Does that mean that things come through and they stay that way? It's just the rest of us that need to wake up and see it. Ron?
Ron says, I suffer from depression, but I love the long, dark days. Yeah. I hate the long days of light in the summer. I'm with you, Ron. I do too. So I understand that.
I could stay in a place that was dark long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Regina says, yes, the paranormal activity always gets bad in my house around Thanksgiving through Valentine's Day every year.
There you go. Absolutely.
Thanksgiving like US or Thanksgiving Canadian? Because that would make a month difference.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because Thanksgiving in Canada is October. And no, we didn't copy you. That's a whole other segment. But
yes, now they see. Yeah, people have to slow down. Absolutely.
Yeah, she says, yes, I agree. I see it. People who thought I was crazy don't anymore. Carolyn, I bet they're asking you for advice. Yeah. Patricia McDonald says, we have to be really careful with investigations requested because of mental health issues. A really good interview is needed ahead of time for sure. Thank you for mentioning that.
I've always had to ask the hard questions. It's not easy to ask the hard questions, and sometimes researchers will avoid asking them as to not insult people or make them feel bad. But you know what? You need to ask those questions, because there is a very fine line with between mental health and the paranormal. But also, mental health can attract the paranormal, unwanted attention.
Yeah.
Regina's in the US.
Okay, so November. See, now for us, it's already starting to thin here, and it's September. It's just the first week. Chris says, it's because we're becoming more aware that thins the veil. That's part of it, yeah. But the veil does thin whether we're aware or not.
Mm-hmm.
Ron says, hi, ladies. Have either of you lived in a haunted house? Presently, absolutely. Michelle.
I do live in a haunted house. Yes.
Yeah.
And it's quite pleasant, actually.
Yeah. I just have a haunted life.
There we go.
Patricia McDonald asks, I also wonder if our generation, in quotations, are more open to experiences and not so closed and stick with religious practices.
It's really hard. I think it goes many ways. I think some people are leaning towards their religion, from what I find, just because we work with so many people every week. And you have those who don't. They've reached out more just to spirituality in general. So they're not really governed by anything. They just see things, the way, I don't know. Do I say the way it is? You have a lot of people learning how to ground, a lot of people trying to get back to the earth. The best kind of grounding, of course, is earthing, is spending time. When I say hug a tree, I mean it. Trees actually exchange their energy with you. Trees communicate via their roots. They're very, very, there's a whole social system that people are not aware of. So I think people are getting back to nature. People are starting to feel better. They're getting away from anything that's regimented. But you have some people who are on the flip side of that, and they hang on to their faith. I always tell people, whatever it is that empowers you, if you're in a place in your life and you think that you're under some kind of spiritual or demonic attack, then you need to reach out to whatever empowers you and makes you feel like you're in control.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think people love the long, dark nights. I think a lot of these people that love it like I do are strong empaths as well. So there's less socializing. There's less people out on the road, right? Yeah. And Adrian says the winter makes me feel like I crawl back into the womb, waiting to be reborn. I love the quiet, long, dark nights.
Down in nature. Yeah.
I'm one of those anomalies. I love every season.
Right.
I don't think I could ever live in a place where it's summer all year or it's winter all year, or, that's just me.
Right.
I love the change. And I think with all of it comes good and bad. So Tamara says trees talk to each other via their root system. They hum. It's musical. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It's the best place to go to be grounded. It really is. It's an amazing place to get yourself grounded. But we'll back up a little bit. So we notice, and if we have any other paranormal investigators in chat, just chime out. We notice we're already getting busy, and it puts us. It's in a really difficult position because, aside from the fact that we're really freaking busy, we're just already really busy. But I just find that I think a lot of times we're dealing with, again, I have to say, mindset. It's, people are reaching out now to spiritual things to solve everyday problems as well. So if you're having a problem in your life, what makes you think, why not go through the motions of trying to fix it before reaching out to, let's say, a talisman of sorts, thinking that, okay, well, somebody has put some energy together for you, and even though they've never met you, because I really do believe that if you're going to go to a practitioner, Jade, you could probably chime in on this also. If you go to a practitioner that knows you and you can meet face to face, or you've communicated with that person, they can put something together for you, cater to you to work with your energy. But if you're going to go to someplace online where you can buy all kinds of things, and somebody just says, hey, this is a haunted necklace, for example, or hey, this is going to help you, win the lottery, or this is going to help you in love, or this is going to help you, whatever the case may be, love potion number 9, here we go, but they've never met you. How do you know it's not going to work in an opposite manner? Do you put so much merit into this thing that maybe you open a door? Right? We have to talk about it because we've encountered it. Bubbles, what are your thoughts?
I think you have to be very, very careful. And I think with anything that's new to you, you should always do research on it, no matter what it is, as small as people spend more time researching how to decorate their home than they do how to take care of themselves. I think it's really important to do that research and be aware and know how to ground is a big thing. I'm losing my train of thought. Sorry, because I just saw Ron's comment.
Yes, okay, where are we going with it?
Yeah, and then I'm gone. It's like verbal, yeah.
So, like what Chris Bob's saying, manifesting,
yeah, it is true that if you see an apparition that looks like a normal human,
okay, we're gonna get
this is different. Yeah.
Okay, so we're off our topic. All right, I'm trying to keep up. Bubbles is lost, problem. So we'll address this first.
I'm lost. We'll go back to that. Is it true that if you see an apparition that looks like a normal human, that is, for example, a person that you knew that passed on, are we seeing that person in spirit, or can demons pretend to be that person to deceive us? By the way, it's 2:25 a.m. here on Friday.
2:25. You're hanging in there.
Yeah.
Some of our guests can't even hang in there.
It's definitely possible to have a mimic. There's no reason why. People think that, how could they know this unless they're my past loved one? They know everything before you do. Don't underestimate them, and don't play with them.
They do know everything.
Yeah.
And it's not so much that they shapeshift so much as it is that they can project what they want you to see, what they want you to hear. They can, alter, voices, mimic voices. As Joe would say, it could be a dimensional bleed through, because there is a belief that we live in simultaneous dimensions, and that every now and then you just get a glimpse of a dimensional bleed through. And they'll usually look a little bit different. They won't look the same. Maybe their clothes are too big. Maybe they're just behaving a little bit differently. Maybe their hair is a little bit different. They're, just things like that. So
even, especially the eyes.
The eyes, absolutely.
The eyes, and you have to, the whole thing is when something appears to you as a past loved one and they're mimicking and there's something that's off, the reason why we don't catch it is because we want so badly for it to be them.
Mm-hmm.
So unless
Absolutely.
you're an investigator, you work in the field, or you're a researcher, you don't stop to think, wait a minute, is it? The first reaction is, oh my God, mom, or oh my gosh, your husband, your spouse, your partner, whatever. So yeah, and Chris Webb says they know your thoughts and memories.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they can, that's how they can get you. Just like it's the same kind of thing. And Tamara says, always listen to your gut. Absolutely. But sometimes your heart overrules your gut.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like that. We've talked about this before with children as, imaginary friends. Well,
yeah, exactly.
They can tell you stories. They can say, oh, I know grandma, or I know grandpa, to these little kids, and then it becomes, and it escalates, and that's a whole other thing too. And then it becomes a threat, and it becomes.
Well, they go after the weakest link. That's usually the children, because they're easy to manipulate. They're easy to scare. They're easier to bully. Yeah. Or they'll go after somebody maybe who's got severe addiction issues, severe mental health issues, anxiety, depression, all kinds of different things. Anything that makes you vulnerable makes you an easy target.
It's easier to get in. Well, some people, when they're really down, are more willing to, or if like, I know I've heard this story before. Someone was a gambler and all of a sudden something started coming in and there was an attachment. Well, yeah, because there was promises of wealth and, you do this and I'll do that. There's always a deal. And let me tell you something, you're never on the winning end of it.
No. And all they're going to do is come in and divide up your house, keep you all fighting, keep those who love you and can help you away. That's what they feed off of. Negative things cannot live in a positive space. So keep your space positive, your vibrations high, your frequencies high, and you have no problem, because they can't feed off of it. Therefore, they starve. Right?
Hey, Jimmy.
Okay, so are we going to get this comment?
Yeah, Patricia McDonald says, I think they are looking for a quick fix and answers.
The other thing. Yeah.
Yes. We've been getting emails daily and weeding through to see which ones are just wanting spooky for the Halloween season. Crazy.
Yeah.
We've had several who also want to buy equipment and investigate their homes alone. Nope.
That's a bad idea.
To continue the investigation on their own to give them extra hope.
That you don't have, it's like anything. You don't have experience. Why would you even go in and try? Anybody can take a camera, a voice recorder, a piece of equipment, go in and emulate what they see on television. That's easy.
Yeah.
But you know how many people can clear a house? You know how many people can investigate? There are people who anybody can investigate. Doesn't mean they're doing it properly. A lot of people can clear houses. There's some people, over the many years, I've had a lot of researchers, and I commend them, who have come to me, and said, I like to research ghosts. I know nothing about malevolent things. Whereas I've spent 2 decades, it's been about malevolent things, because I experienced it in my life. I experienced it. I had to teach myself how to fix it, because there was nobody where I was that I could call and say, hey, I had to learn. And it's the same techniques that I teach. But when a researcher could say, I really don't know anything about this, even today, we get calls all the time or emails saying, "Here, can you help these people? Can you help these people? They're clients or people we're working with. We don't have the experience to do it." There's a lot more to it than just going in there and saying, "Here, we got these recordings. Hey, we've got these photos. Okay, now what do you do with them? You can validate. Yep, there's something here. Now what do you do? You
Now what exactly?
How many people have made invitations because they go in there and hold out that recorder and say, you're initiating contact. So essentially you're inviting contact in a space that you don't live in, and you leave, and then you have people sitting there going, they're left behind, and an invite's been made. It's that simple. We were talking about that with Barry Fitzgerald the other night, remember? And
yeah.
And I'm just like, people don't understand. A ghost box, a pendulum, a spirit board, a Ouija board, any app, any little app, anything. If you are initiating communication, you are essentially inviting contact.
Yeah. I have a problem with those live contacts they're doing on TikTok. I'm just going to throw that out there. It's not fair to people who are just scrolling up to lure them in like that. And when it's an open line and it's live and it's, it's, for me, that is so dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
And just, you have to be very careful about what you're engaging with, even as a viewer. Yes, Jimmy. One of our favorite ghost hunters.
There we go.
Well, more than a ghost hunter, researcher, investigator.
He'll be one of the first to tell you, because when you're seasoned, you have to be careful, because you are essentially dealing with somebody else's life. You have to take that seriously.
I like the point that you made, which is very important. Now what? Okay, you're communicating, now what? I don't think anyone thinks that through. They see television and they think, oh, I want to go, I want to do this. I want to investigate. And oftentimes people are investigating for the wrong reason, not necessarily for helping others or helping these families, but sometimes and sadly often for collection of evidence, which is completely wrong and a whole other
Well, it helps to have it, for sure. Some people think they're going crazy. I'm all for it. But you should have a plan. If you find this evidence and go, oh, geez, there's definitely something here. Now what do we do? Because you have a family here looking to you saying, Thank what?
You,
help us. That's why you're here. You're not just here to get the evidence. You're here to help this family. And there's got to be something,
You better know what you're doing.
How many times have you heard me say, how many people have gone in and say, they get asked to come into a home. It's like, oh, no problem. You're lucky we're here. We're going to help you. But they don't help them.
Oh,
Whereas we should be looking I look at people and say, thank you for entrusting yourself and your family to me. Thank you. I've always been humble like that. I'm like, thank you. I will do my best for you. I will not, be careless with your space or your family.
No. I've been in homes with Michelle, and I can tell you that's very, very true. And I didn't speak to the family unless I had her permission. I didn't, I was only there as an ear. I never said anything. But
that was the first time you came out with us.
Yeah.
But no, I'm always for obviously communicating with the family. It's just about making the family first. That's all. Make the family first. Just make them feel like I'll take as much time as they need to talk to me.
Yep.
I have a team that does everything else.
Someone that listens and believes.
Yeah.
Them. Tamara says they do not see the after effects of investigations that even seasoned investigators deal with. You know what, Tamara? I agree with you, but we've also seen seasoned investigators not know how to deal with things.
Sadly.
Yeah. Nicole Antoinette she is a host on the United Paranormal Network. Her show is called Guiding Echoes. She says, the problem I have with spiritualists is that they don't believe in dark entities or ghosts. I was kicked out of a mediumship group for simply believing dark energies exist. There are people who don't believe, and I think that mindset has a lot to do with how you respond. Carolyn Castro says, I never just leave. I find out if the spirit needs help or have a message for someone. Absolutely, they always need help. My opinion, there's a reason why they're there. They're not supposed to be. Chris Bob says, I don't communicate when I cleanse.
Yeah, I can. How are you? No, I agree. I think it's just a matter of having due diligence. There are people out there who are amazing at what they do, and they could do it with their eyes closed. But those are also seasoned people who know, how to properly investigate, how to deal with the people. And if they themselves, can't solve the problem, they know who can. There's a network in place for people like that. And never be afraid to ask for references. But again, it's so hard with references. I've had people say to me, well, they're just going to turn around and tell me, give me good references. They're never going to, to give me any bad references. I'm like, no, but then you can go ahead and just research them then.
It's something we're learning every single day. Nobody has all the answers, just some people have more experience. So to say that you know everything is definitely a fool who knows nothing.
Good point. That's true. That's true. You know what? I just think we're getting into an age now. It's not like back in the days, something that families didn't even talk about on an average. It's just like, oh no, the people are going to think we're crazy. Neighbors are going to think we're crazy. Keep this quiet. I mean, I've worked with people who are like, we're not showing up with, logos on your shirt or something on your car, are you? Because I don't want anybody to know. And because he was a really prominent individual, in the city of Toronto. And it was just, it was pretty, like, he didn't want anybody knowing. So I'm like, no, man, I'm just showing up in a car. That's it. But now I think there's a lot of avenues that people can, there's a lot of avenues that they can explore. They can do their research and see if you're, any good at what you can do. They can Google and see if you're just full of malarkey, if you got bad reviews. You can Google the information yourself. So what kind of, because a lot of teams, some teams will specialize in different things, and some not so much. They'll just sort of dabble in everything. But people can do their own homework now.
Yeah. I'm a firm believer in not leaving anyone behind in that.
I'm the same.
Location. I know, that's why we work well together.
Yeah.
I've never been, I think it's so important. You have to remember, this isn't where we're supposed to be when all of this ends. And anyone who researches or studies or believes in anything knows that. So why would you leave something? I have someone that I did a show with, and I admire him very, very much, but we don't agree on the clearings. We don't agree on how we clear things. He's not a believer in clearing everything in a house, and I am.
Right.
I wouldn't leave anybody behind or anything behind. We wouldn't leave anyone behind if we knew they were there. And he comes from a different point of view, and he's older than I am too. I think sometimes it's the country they come from and the way they're brought up and how they work and their
thing.
Yeah, it could be. And he doesn't believe in moving the human spirits on necessarily, because they like to stay around with the families. Well, then we have to ask the question, are they grounded or are they ascended?
I think that
maybe he doesn't know. That's,
if you've moved on, you don't have to be grounded to stay. Like, you don't have to be stuck. You can move on and come back as much as you want. Contrary to popular belief, you really can. And that theory has been tested many times with many of my peers. So you have that ability. I've seen spirits go on their own because it's like you can come back, and they do almost like immediately in some cases. I'm like, oh, there you go. You don't have to be stuck with all your earthly hangups for that. But what do you do when you come across a child who just might be looking for their parents and they're just in two different places?
Yeah.
I couldn't leave a child behind. I wouldn't want anybody leaving one of my children behind if they were grounded.
Who are we kidding? You'd be going back, making sure they were crossed over.
I would, yeah. But I know how to do that. A lot of people have no idea.
No, my whole thing with this is I don't believe that everyone can see if they're grounded or not, or have been taught how to see what grounded and ascended looks like. Because for all of us, all of us who work as mediums have our own language. We have our own psychic language. We have our own symbols. Please don't pick up a book and think that these psychic symbols are real. They're not. They're being suggestive when they write these books. It's your own perception and understanding. And when you learn to trust that, like for me, I'll say to Michelle, when we're working, for me, I'm seeing this is what it means. But when I'm seeing red roses, which it's not often, I don't get those kind of typical rose things, but if I'm seeing a flower and you're seeing a flower, it can mean two different things. A flower to me might mean death, and a flower to you might mean new life or moving on or a loved one. It's not like that for me. But then again, I don't do psychic readings, so it's a little bit different.
Right.
But so I think that we need to, when we're taking on people who are looking at us as mentors, we need to teach that. I think it's important to say that, to teach. Let's look and see. Hi, Wayne. Let's look and see if this person is grounded or ascended. Let's see. Because if you're already looking to see if they need help, that means you're looking to see if they're grounded. So you're already taking that step.
Then you just have to ask yourself, do you know how, or at least know someone who knows how?
Yeah. And for you to ask, do you need help? Is it a gut feeling? Because then maybe you need to trust it that, they're grounded.
See, some people don't believe that you should move spirits on. They believe it's maybe that person's karma to be there.
That's what this gentleman feels.
It's a really fine line.
It is. And I think it's a culture thing too, because he's
most
Irish.
Spirits, though, on an average, if they're really malevolent, they're thinking, I'm going to take my chances and stay here. Because a lot of people, let's face it, a lot of people, especially if you grow up with a fear of God into you with religion, they're thinking, well, I'm going to hell, man. I'm going to take my chances and stay right here because it's better than the alternative. You have to work around the different belief systems. And, for someone exactly, a suicide, for example, well, Catholicism teaches you only God has the right to take your life. You're going to go to hell, or you're going to be stuck in purgatory.
Christianity.
I'm not moving.
Yeah.
But, when you come in and you realize God is a living God, this is not going to be a problem. This is just religion as an institution that teaches this.
Well, they contradict themselves in the Bible, too. God forgives all, God loves all, and then nope, you're not going
it's like,
to heaven.
No. But once you make a spirit realize that, they want to move on. Maybe it's a matter of a choice thing. I don't know.
And if it's a traumatic death, they're usually stuck as well. Children are
sometimes
often
they don't even
stuck.
realize they're dead. At least ask.
Children are often stuck because there's fear.
Exactly.
So,
exactly. Okay, we're going to start coming through some of the comments.
Natalie says there are no consequences for their actions. Isn't there any way to govern this group of people, like having a worldwide network of paranormal investigators? Yet unity is not a thing in the paranormal field.
It is to a degree, but I think there's just a lot of, you have to understand, there's just a lot of people who have their own techniques, their own belief systems. You're working with an array of different belief systems, and you have to work with the belief system of the people you're assisting. If you have someone who's a diehard Catholic, for example, and you can prove that they're under full-on demonic attack, you show that proof, then they're going to want an exorcist to come in. There's a lot of different organizations out there who claim, we're exorcists, we can do this. It's like, okay. Again, I believe a lot of it is intention. If you go in there, say what you mean what you say, follow through, you know what you're doing, they could possibly clear the place, no problem. We've actually cleared a lot of places that have had exorcists. that just didn't take. I think sometimes it does take more than one or two shots at it. I think sometimes you have to be really diligent with it. You have people who do what's called deliverances, and I've worked with somebody with a group who did deliverances. They knocked off 2 houses without stepping foot into the other one, and that place was clear for 2 years, but it's still amped up, and I had to go in 2 years later to clear it. So nothing is foolproof. These things are never guaranteed. Okay, next.
No, because they often go, if it's demonic, often what happens when something's removed is it stays dormant. Tamara, we should not live with the dead. They need to move to their next step.
I think they have that right.
Ron wants to know.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, just are you discussing the paranormal in general or a certain subject each time you're online?
Well, when we just do Amelia and myself, when we have our chat room discussions, we handle all kinds of topics. We'll bounce around with this. So feel free, if you have questions, to chime in the chat, and we'll do our very best to address that for you. When we have guests on, obviously it's geared to, why the guest is here.
Yeah, Tamara's like me. Adrian says, I have a feeling once this earthly mess is cleaned up that the upcoming generation will be taught about spiritual matters in school.
Already
I have to agree. Hi, Maria.
It's happening. I think it's happening.
I have to believe it. Tamara says, for me, grounded are in black and white, while spirits who have ascended are visiting. They are in color. I am the same way. Identical. Yep. Wayne says, possibly this is regarding moving spirits on.
Yes.
Possibly, but if I found a child in a burning house, I would do my best to get that child out of there. It's the same for the paranormal. If I knew there was a spirit stuck and in need, I would help. Absolutely. Great way of putting it.
Absolutely.
Patricia McDonald says, I was on a rotten team that kept going back and reinvestigating a home that had a child spirit stuck there waiting for his mom to come and get him. Oh, no. It was like they wanted to go to a zoo and ask him to perform. I quit. That's not okay. No, I'm glad you did that.
No, exactly.
Yeah. And Natalie says, isn't there protocols for these things?
I think there are, to a degree. If you're in a public location, for example, some of them are a little bit more like, no, you have, spirit, like the spirits in this location will be treated with respect. And, they have their own protocols in place. All I can say is if you have to bring someone in, just make sure you look for someone who's got some ethics and integrity, because there are some really good researchers out there. And of course, because of television and things of that nature, there are some who emulate. I just think that everybody has to start somewhere, and not everybody has a group in their area. So they'll start a group, and I'm a firm believer in research and knowledge. Learn something new every day. If you don't know what you're doing, learn. Just learn. It's not
out a
hard.
Mentor.
Yeah. Learn. Yeah. I mean, you're not doing yourself a favor. You're certainly not doing anybody else a favor, but there are researches, like a lot of public places where you can go to and just investigate public locations. It's a great place to learn how to properly use equipment, how to properly deal with spirits, how to gather evidence, things of that nature. Here we go.
Ron Watson asks, what is your... Oh boy. What is your opinion on paranormal TV series? Michelle's been on a few, such as Ghost Adventures, Destination Fear, Kindred Spirits, etc.
Investigative shows. Yeah.
They claim to have banished a spirit from someone's home. Has that spirit really been banished? That's a really wide open.
It is, because there's no way of knowing for sure when you do a clearing if it's actually effective or not. Sometimes you have to go back more than once. It depends how you're dealing. Human spirits are quite easy to move on if they want to go. But if you're dealing with something that's not human, then maybe they're mimicking a human. It's very, very difficult. It really is. And again, I've seen certain shows where they've come back. Because I've done interviews where I've really griped about this sort of thing, And then a very popular show came back, and they did a mini 6-part series, and where they were asking people, did we help you? And people were saying, no, actually, you didn't help me. You made it worse. And he's like, we made it worse. Sometimes I think they generally didn't have any idea. It was like, okay, well, we want to help you fix this. And they did. They would refer people, bring people in to try to resolve it. And I think that's what needs to happen, because when you're dealing with ratings, you don't always have, you very rarely have creative control unless you've been on a show like Ghost Adventures that's been there for so long, so many seasons Zach he's a brilliant, brilliant businessman.
He goes back.
He really is. And he's seasoned. Can he be a little careless and wiry at times? For sure. Some people, they just take those chances. But again, there's I believe, go ahead, take the chances, but there's just a time and place for taking those chances.
Yeah.
I know you need to make the ratings good. You need the next season, but think about who's involved. They do a lot of public locations, so it's a different thing altogether.
Yeah.
But when you're dealing with people in their private homes, in their space that they have to stay in, you just have to go and take a little bit of an extra mile with that. Hey, Catherine.
I said hi to Kat. I need a tissue and I'm stuck here.
Do you want to just
allergies? No, I'm okay.
For a second?
No, I'm okay. Just my drawer's stuck. Nicole says that reminds me of the little girl in Mineral Springs in Illinois, assuming it really is a little girl, but it irritates me that no one has crossed her over. But she's an attraction getter.
Oh, it happens a lot. It happens a lot. But
yeah, allergies.
It comes back to the
I know, Maria. I'm just not going to call any of these shows out because I have respect for them, and I know what it's like to be on camera and directed.
Yeah, we can't do that.
I'm not going to say
it could get us in a lot of trouble.
It could get us in a lot of trouble, but if you've done television, you know that not everything that comes out is edited and put together the way you think it was. So we'll just leave it there.
It's viable. She's viable.
I think she's right. She's right. Yeah. And I think that all of these shows that were mentioned all have good and bad episodes. It's just part of, unfortunately, creative control.
Yeah.
No.
We can't publicly comment on it, unfortunately. We have like 3 million people who listen to us. We can't
and not as a whole. It's not fair to any television show to comment as a whole. If you're picking out an episode or a case, but as a whole, no. And we're not there, so we don't know what happened.
Exactly.
You have to yourself see how you feel when you're watching it and understand that most of these paranormal shows are entertainment. And don't forget that.
The key.
Yeah.
That's the
Don't
key.
forget that. It's even in the disclaimer.
So there have to be no creative control. That means I've done a lot of television and I give a lot of viable answers, but there's only one they go after, and it's the one that has the biggest ratings. Everything else ends up on the cutting room floor, and I have no say in that. That's the way it goes. People message me on their own and say, what do you mean by that? Or, I found this very interesting. That's my opportunity, like tonight, to elaborate on how it really is.
Yeah. I wasn't referring to Nicole. Sorry.
Yeah, no.
Just answer back. I wasn't referring to her.
Don't go looking for a whole lot of honest answers on mainstream television. You're just not going to find it. You're going to have good entertainment. You're going to have good stories. You're going to have some people who generally can help. I've seen shows like that, but you're going to have shows that are basically a lot of fanfare.
If you were watching real time, you'd be bored and turning that off because it takes days sometimes to get anything on camera or on an EVP. That stuff that you see is tons of. Picture this, the film. Remember the era of film. Tons of clips on the floor and only the best edited together. It's not necessarily what these investigators are doing. No. So I think sometimes it can be unfair.
That's right.
So Wayne says it's good for ratings. They have an hour of airtime, so they need to make it as entertaining for the viewer as possible. So whether it's real, stage, etc., it's anyone's guess. Ratings bottom line, absolutely. And there's hours upon hours of film that have to fit 43 minutes. So they're only picking out the best. So if you want to be critical of the editor and the direction and the production, not the people in the show. Tamara says, not all hauntings are ghosts, demons. Sometimes it's the people's energy causing activity. Yes.
And aliens.
Favorite.
Yes. Elementals. Time sucks. Yes.
It's our favorite.
Yes. Thank you. I don't know how many times we say
man,
it.
we missed you. Adrian says, I cleared a basement recently. Their dog let me know it worked. For the first time, the dog went down the stairs. All clear, stayed clear. Excellent.
There are actually researchers who use dogs in their research. I'm on the fence with it because if you're in a really malevolent place, things can attach to animals as much as they can to people because they can't speak for themselves. So most of the time you never even know it's happening and the animal goes through like terrible things. But I'm always the first to tell somebody when they say, well, I might be haunted. I said, do you have a pet? Follow their lead. They will lead you. Like they're so hypersensitive. They can see them. They're like, they're natural little psychics.
They'll see them before you.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, even as a medium, my dog will see things before. Now, Nicole, I know. Nicole said I wasn't referring to show. I went to Mineral Springs and heard about it from the paranormal. I know. I wasn't referring to you.
No. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, Ron Watson asked, when or how did your interest in paranormal begin? Was it that you saw a ghost or spirit? Am I asking too many questions? Nope, never too many questions.
That's what it's all about, Ron. That's it.
Never, yes.
For me, I had a very malevolent entity in the house, and I also had extraterrestrial experiences. And I was also projecting because I had all this crap going on around me. So I'm sure I was just like, what? So I'm sure it was a blend of everything. But just being able to see things from a very young age, and thankfully had a family, especially a mother that didn't discourage it because she came from a line of mediums. So when I saw something, I wasn't made to feel foolish because sometimes parents will do that. Don't be silly. There's no such thing as imaginary friends. Well, maybe imaginary friend is a loved one who's just sitting here visiting. Or maybe it's something that's more malevolent that is pretending to be a child, embedding itself to attach itself to your child for the rest of his life or her life. Because I can't tell you how many people we've worked with, and that's the exact situation. They did not feel like they could go to their parent. As parents are supposed to protect our children no matter what.
Oh my gosh.
You have to try. You have to at least hear them.
Yeah.
Don't make them stop talking. Now, children can be the teller of tall tales, but children are also brutally honest, and they'll tell you. If they're scared, they're going to tell you. If you put it out there that you can say anything. I can say anything to my mom. My dad was kind of like, I don't want to talk about that. Nope.
It was a different time. It was a different time. Yeah.
But yet, as I got older, my father would tell me all these crazy experiences he had. I'm like, you would never talk about it. He goes, nope. It's left it at that. My mom was always like, what did this person look like? Okay. And then she would just like pull out a photo album.
My dad was like that. Right? I had the opposite.
You see this person here?
Yeah.
Don't discourage them because it could be a lot of trouble. That's how it happened for me. It just went on and on into my life. So I cleared myself, and it's the same stuff that I spent close to 2 decades doing, and bringing that knowledge and expanding on it and realizing there's a strong connection between extraterrestrials and the paranormal, even cryptids and extraterrestrials and dimensions, and like it oh boy, we could have a separate show on literally everything, and in the end you go, oh my god, it's all connected.
Ron, you could go into our archives. We actually interviewed each other. Probably answer a million questions for you.
It's true.
And Joe interviewed us. So yeah. Natalie Clausen says, I recently came across an interview on the podcast Glitch Bottle with Irving Finkel, who wrote The First Ghosts hardcover September 19, 2019. I found him amazing. Awesome excellent. Sauce.
Excellent. I love that.
Yeah.
Here we go. That's it.
Oh, Adrian, you were lucky, Michelle. I didn't have help and had to fend for myself. Terror times 10 for many years. Not anymore, though. No fear.
No,
I'm glad you got past that, but Michelle didn't have help. She did it on her
I
own.
could myself. Yeah, I was lucky as a child that I could speak with my mother, and it was strange because when things started getting more malevolent, my mother actually would go. I remember her like just going downstairs at one point and just like, being mother bear, and I'll mess you up, and that's it. I was like, wow. But I had that support at least, but she really didn't know any more than I knew how to get rid of this. This came from going to the library because there was no internet. Yes, I'm aging myself. And there wasn't a lot of books on the paranormal. I did find The Demonologist with Ed Lorraine Warren to be very instrumental. And
that was a great book.
It was. And it really helped me with having an understanding of the different levels and how it worked. But I ended up reading books on witchcraft, believe it or not, so I could learn how to cleanse and ground and clear. Sense. You see, like so even back then, I knew I had to work with the energy in the space. It was really, really strange how that was, but I learned.
Pagans understood that, though.
The fact that I understood it to me was just like, But I also learned early on about mindset.
Yeah. Pagans really had it. They really understood all of that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I mean, at this point, it's just a matter of if there's all this talk about manifesting your own reality, which comes down to the power of the mind, your mindset, and your ability to control things enough to manifest your reality. If you're a very negative person, you're going to attract negative things, negative people, negative situations. If you project out positive energy, you're going to attract positive. You really are what you attract. You are for sure. And I had this conversation with someone today. It's like raise your vibrations. Honestly, sing, dance, laugh, watch a comedy, anything to just keep raising everything up. So you're just creating positive vibrations. It's, starve them out. Seriously, it's a lot harder for them to attach. If they can't control, not. A lot of this stuff starts with some kind of an invitation.
Communication, acknowledgement is empowerment. Be careful.
Exactly. I say it all the freaking time. But at the end of that, if you are going to go out, and we're coming up to spooky month, and people are going to gear up and go on ghost walks, go to haunted locations. They're going to want to investigate places. You want to be a part of it all, because it just, you think about Halloween, and on an average, it just screams this stuff, and you want to be a part of it.
Season.
Yeah, get yourself into cemeteries. Because people think cemeteries are always haunted. They're not always haunted.
No.
But they want to be in the thralls of it. They want to go spend the night in haunted locations. They want to just
be careful what you look for.
I used to do ghost walks for years and years and years. I'd have haunted events, where people would just flock, and I would just teach what I know, and we had so much fun. But not everywhere you go will teach you how to protect yourself, how to use equipment, how to take a photo, how to differentiate whether you're getting like something fake, and teach how you take your photos to see if you actually captured something, or how to do a proper voice recording. Now, these are public places too, right? So it's you're not in somebody's private space. Like, you can just have a lot of fun with it. But wow, don't go on something like this if you're a negative Nelly, because you're really going to probably catch something's attention depending on where you are. Now, they may be a human spirit, may be totally benign. Maybe you're that type of person that reminds this spirit individual of someone they knew in life. And I've seen that happen so many times. But usually those people are grounded to an area for a reason and they will return. But what if it's something not?
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at Kat's comment, and I follow her on Instagram and Facebook, so I do know you're Halloweening all year long because I see your posts. I love them. Yes. I'm always stealing them. Mm-hmm. If I could just say one more thing regarding, hi Bradley, regarding the children. And in paranormal and criminally, my experience with them has been listen. Because if they're smart and they know you're not listening or not believing them, always believe them, always investigate it, say, yes, I hear you. Mm-hmm. Because one day something, God forbid, is going to happen and you're not listening. Mm-hmm. And you won't catch it in time. So right. If your child is constantly coming to you talking about something, please just sit and listen to them. Children are very simple. And I always say, in the sense with responses, when I used to mentor children with gifts, and I was very selective who I worked with, and I always started with the parents. But I can tell you from my experience that kids, it's like sex ed in school. They don't need a 3-paragraph answer. They just need an answer. So it's not important to elaborate. You have to look at their age level, their maturity, and their comprehension, and decide from there how much you give them.
Right.
And make sure you research all of that or talk to someone who is in the field if you're not, because people who are mediums are not always looking to other mediums to assist them with their own children because they've already had the experience. So I always say to them, just make sure you're always letting them know that they are heard regardless of what they're saying. You know your child. You know if it's a tall tale. And not everything that sounds ridiculous is fake.
That's right.
Especially in the paranormal.
It's a crazy world we live in, people. It really is.
Yeah.
And this is a prime example I want to touch on. Amelia, if you can.
Sure. Thank you. Nicole says, when you're bright and positive, you attract everyone, good and bad, narcissists and empaths. So you have to be careful because the darkness can get to you through a person pretending to be light.
So this is,
very good point.
This is dealing with, again, darkness making its way through the living. And we've just encountered this recently in a situation that we've worked on, how we've bridged together locations. They will find a way in.
Absolutely.
They will find a way in. If they want you bad enough, they will. But I truly believe, again, maybe they're affecting that person who's come into your life, who's all that heaviness. Remove the attachment, solve the problem for the most part. I have been witness to that so many times. I have seen people completely do a full-on, totally different, like what just happened to me, and the family's going, is this the same person?
Yeah,
it can happen that fast.
It's going to bring out the worst in you. It's dark. It's negative.
Exactly.
It's going to bring out the negatives in you. It's going to amplify everything you're going through.
Right.
Sorry.
No, I was going to say, being empathic, you can pick it up.
There was, sadly, there was this program that was on years ago, and I'm not going to mention the name, but it was a team in a university. That's all I'm going to say.
Anyways, know those people.
Yes, and they had this this case once where this woman, and it was clearly malevolent in her home, and it was coming as well in another state. So they had to go from one side to the other. And this thing was actually after an investigator, not the families. Be careful. Beware.
Yeah,
the entity was after one of the investigators. You heard me. And it's recorded, it's filmed. I watched it. There was a very, very popular and celebrity psychic who worked with him. And let me tell you something that opened my eyes like no tomorrow.
No one is off limits.
No, it had nothing to do with the two families except they could play with him by having him go from one side to the other to one side to the other.
But they drew them in, right, as investigators. They just it was
close
like
to home. Yeah.
Right, there you go.
That's something that you don't think of. You're thinking, oh, I'm helping this family, but you don't realize that you're the one who is the victim.
That's right.
So had to get that one out for some reason.
Absolutely. I'm going to keep on going.
That's it. Tamara says, I don't think people know that most people born sensitive have to learn not everyone is born this way. And childhood learning curve, not everyone have auras around them. So it's not the same for everyone. We are like fingerprints. I love that you said that, because someone I know always says that they can see auras, and I can tell you they're not. It's just only because I can see, so I know that it's not happening. But and don't believe that you can trick your eyes. It has nothing to do with your physical eyes. So when people say, oh, you can like do this with your eyes or do that with your eyes, you'll see these videos and you'll see this aura. What you're going to see is cross-eyed. I'm not one who professes to understand the aura or to be able to see it in everyone. And now I'm glad that you said that, Tamara, because maybe some of these people that I've looked at don't. When I'm meant to have it, I will be given it, but I don't look for it.
Exactly.
So that's okay too. Just, for anyone out there who's going through that, that's okay. Adrian says, teach your children well. They can understand all of this. They produce so much energy. Keep it positive. That's so important, right? That's why I said, listen to them.
Exactly.
Because that creates negative. And you know what that creates? That creates a dependency on the malevolent spirit that is in their life if they do have that.
100%.
Because that malevolent entity will be your child's friend. They will be that person.
They'll be what you're not.
Exactly.
Right. They'll be what you're not. They'll be there when you're not too.
Absolutely. Yeah. Jareen says, thank you for sharing your knowledge, Michelle. Any future lectures, teaching classes on the paranormal?
No, I even put a lot of film on hold aside from a documentary we're working on. I'm consulting on the potential of a new paranormal show, not my show. I'm just put that out there. Just I've been asked to do a little bit of recognizance, and I am. I've actually put it out there a couple of times. I'll probably mention it again at the end of the show since it popped into my brain. There's some stuff I could teach. I've been asked to write a book. I've been asked to teach a lot, actually. I always say I would never teach everything that I know because I have stuff that goes back a lot of years. And I believe that some things shouldn't be taught because not everybody's responsible enough to be given certain knowledge. It took me even, you're growing up and you've got amazing knowledge. You're like, I'll kick your ass and I'll do it. And I know how. You realize as you get older, just such an a-hole for thinking that because the karmic points could have been
learning curve.
Mental. Exactly.
Yeah, it's a learning curve. Yeah.
It's this power thing. It's this ego thing. And you lose that ego as you get older. And there's also things that it's like, I would never arm somebody on how to destroy me, for example. That would be idiotic on my part. But there's some things that I try to teach every single time I do a show or every single time we're here. We bring on guests that teach us as much as it teaches all of you. You never stop learning. I'm still learning. I make it a point of learning something every single day. And it's always fascinating to me when I see synchronicities and when I can connect the dots and go, it's so much bigger than I thought. Mm-hmm. That to me is the most amazing thing. I have a lot of people who email me, not on social media, please, but anybody who emails, I'm always happy to answer questions. As far as lectures go, I don't do the cons at all. I've done a couple as favors to friends who have put them on, and I will then speak. But teaching classes, no, nothing of that sort. But thank you for the lovely compliment. My knowledge
is beautiful.
Free for the taking. I love you all. Happy to share what I know. And Gray Zone Uncensored. There you'll see some of my knowledge right off the hat. That's right now it's every couple of Saturdays, and I'll teach you loads of stuff.
Wayne says, I suffered a great deal through my life, and I never knew why. It wasn't until I met Michelle. She explained it to me. She told me that I was a light person, and it was because of that the darkness hated me. Absolutely.
And this is one of those examples where you're just a good person. You have so much light in you, and people look at you and resent you. They don't even know why. So how much darkness is in that person? Or
so funny because people who hate you. Sorry.
No.
You go ahead.
You just don't like you because you're a good person. Those are the people that get bullied. Those are the people that get taken advantage of. Those are the people who really have a rough go of it. And people don't like them, they don't even know why.
Yeah. And people who hate you will watch you the closest and the mostest. Just saying.
Oh, leave that right there.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be like, I know that.
Tamara says most aura's sight is seeing energy, and in adulthood it is not something that happens all the time, but kids draw colors around people. It is the energy. That's such a sweet thing, right? I love that.
And yes, we are.
I'll let you do that because you know what time and what day.
Oh, yes. We are going to be on Guiding Echoes with Nicole Antoinette next Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern. So check her out. You're going to find her right on this network.
7. Why do I have 6? Okay, I'm glad you told me. 7.
Well, it's next Tuesday. Yeah. Nicole, correct me if I'm wrong.
Nicole, 7. I have 6. Nicole. Okay, so it's
exactly.
7 p.m.
Pretty sure it's next Tuesday.
Nicole's on the West Coast, right? Yes, it's this Tuesday coming on the 13th.
Confusing me. Okay, good.
No, because I have 6 p.m. show Nicole Antoinette.
It would be 6 Central, and it would be 7 Eastern. So
I'm excited too.
Where can I find the Gray Zone? The Gray Zone Uncensored can be found on Saturday night. Right now it'll be next Saturday, actually. The Saturday
7 p.m. Eastern.
It's going to be. Yeah, it's going to be in a couple weeks and a week and a half, because right now it's every other Saturday until probably the end of October because we're so swamped, Joe and I. So it's with myself and Joe Montaldo, and it's not a show that has guests. It is strictly information, and we talk about some of the most unbelievable things. And that's where you'll see a lot of knowledge come out.
I've learned a lot
of research. 20 to 25 hours a week go into researching that show. How I do that every week to do a show normally is beyond me because
it's so hard on you. Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely 7 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday. I'm excited too. It actually works out better for me than 6 o'clock. So I'm glad that that you're watching us right now.
I love it.
Yeah. Ron Watson, I love this question. Are antiques such as paintings, furniture, etc., more likely to have a spirit attached to them when you buy one and take it into your house?
It can.
I love
absolutely.
This question. Yes.
It's a good question because people, again, we just came across this recently working with someone. I think anything has the potential of having an attachment, but older pieces that have been owned by people who love them or didn't love them, sometimes it's the people who make them.
Yeah,
that has left an imprint of their energy on there. So yes, I've had pieces that have had attachments, and the good news is I know some people take them and will put them under glass and keep them, but you really can remove you can remove that energy and make it not haunted. How about that? So
hi Mama, she's here. Mama's here.
So here we go.
Oh, do you think it's harder to clear land or a house?
Not for us. We can
It's the
get clear
same.
just about anything. Yeah.
It's the same thing.
I'll tell
It's
you,
energy.
it is energy. When we were in, myself and Melissa and Adriana, we were in the haunted forest in Romania.
That's spooky.
I'm just going to use this as an example because I'm, like I always say, I'm pretty fearless, or I'm just a meathead. So either way, it may or may not work well for me. However, we knew right off the bat that we had to do things differently because we were out of our element. You were outside. You are, and this is anywhere you investigate that's outside. You're not in a confined space. So that energy has a lot more free reign to work around you. We could feel things all around us, and it moved so quick you couldn't even really pinpoint it. Clearing something like that would be very, very difficult. Yet we have done clearings. I mean, I've done them even like years ago, the old-fashioned way, but again, confined space. It's easier if you're doing a property, which includes the house, which includes that property, that shared energy, not like would I go to, let's say, a battlefield and okay, here we go. It's a little bit harder. So a house is definitely, I would think, easier in that respect.
This is continuing on the book. I think I saw your message today. I've forwarded it to Michelle because I can't read all of that.
Email is always the best, though. Natalie.
Yeah.
We don't really keep up much. You're just lucky that Amelia was.
I just happened to be there clearing stuff. Yeah, and I just happened to see it, but we don't use the message app. That's why there isn't a button for it.
Yes, exactly. But no, I definitely have the info. Sending contact info is always helpful. If you guys want to see something, just basically use the email, the outer realm contact@gmail.com. It's actually on the Facebook page. So you can go in and just click on it. It should take you to us. And at that point, if you have contact info or a website, always great to send it.
Well, thank you for sending it.
Yeah, definitely. Because I study a lot of things on ancient knowledge, like big time, and would most certainly be interested. So if you have a website or something, feel free to pass that along.
Always interested in who you guys want on this show.
Exactly.
That's important to us. I'm just glad that I caught it.
Exactly.
So,
okay, I keep losing. Okay, there we go.
Altamira iron spikes put in the right spot can move energy lines and changing the lens energy.
Yes. Absolutely, 100%.
Michelle put in the right spot can change the energy lines.
Thanks,
change the lens energy. It's like, oh my gosh.
Yes, Natalie, please send over the information. We would be.
Thank you, Natalie.
Be happy. We'll make it happen if we can. If he's willing. If he's willing, we're down.
If he's willing to be booked in January.
Yeah, we're booking pretty far in advance too. But we're one of the few shows I think that are willing, who do live shows that are willing to do pre-records to accommodate our friends overseas as well. So, Ron.
Oh, sorry. I saw Joanne's. Hi, Joanne. Ron says, I saw the forest in Romania with you, Michelle. It was called Hoia Baciu, and it was in the Paranormal Survivor series. There is a patch of grass where nothing grows. Possibly a UFO landed. So he watched your show. Did you message Ron? Was that you? Because today I happened to see them.
That was on. It appeared. Two versions of it appeared. One was on Haunted Case Files, and one was on. What was it? Haunted Hotels or something like that. It came in from two different aspects because the story did go on even after we left the forest. And there is a lot of UFO activity there. See, again, we've got a crossover between the two fields. They're very, very much connected. Residents of the area, because there are a lot of houses down below, actually catch lights over the mountain all the time. It's also said to be Romania's Bermuda Triangle. There are stories of a sheep herder who disappeared years and years and years and years ago now with all of his herd of sheep. There's a story of a 5-year-old girl who disappeared, and she was missing for 5 years and reappeared, still 5 years old, But this time, she was just not there. She just wasn't with us. She totally, like, what
Shell.
happened to her?
Yeah, just a shell.
Yeah. So there's actually 2 circles also within Hoyabatsu. That's the main one that you're talking about that everybody sees.
Yep.
So we're going to do a really quick station ID before we continue on with everybody.
Yes, I am. Thank you. You are listening to The Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and Amelia Pisano, coming to you live on 105.3 FM from the gorgeous city of New Orleans. Tonight's guest is all of you. We're doing 'Tis the Season as we enter into the autumn and Spooktober.
Yep.
It's getting to be so much fun.
Love it. Love it.
Yes. Shout out and thank you to the amazing people at Folgers Coffee for fully sponsoring our show from day one. Thank you for your support and your continuing sponsorship. We absolutely love you. And if you've noticed from some of our commercials, so do our guests and our audience. A huge thank you for our intro and outro to Dr. Snick, the sonic surgeon, Justin Snicker, award-winning composer and musician, and with a new award. Congratulations, Justin. You can find his music on Amazon and Bandcamp and follow him on Facebook and Instagram. He is dropping clips of his new album just in time for Halloween. Stream or listen to our archives on the platform you normally use. Please remember to subscribe and like us too.
Please.
That's
especially
if you're on YouTube right now.
Pretty please. Yes.
Tamara's question. My question is, was there cryptic sightings as well in that forest? That's a good question.
That forest is really bizarre. There's Romania in general, obviously. I'll split this in half if I can. Romania is obviously very big for werewolf sightings, wolf people. If you go to a place called Brasov, there's a tale or a legend that says on a full moon, every full moon, there are werewolves that will come down from the mountains and they will basically come into the courtyard. It's believed that there are sightings also within Hoyabatsu.
Yeah.
If you consider the fact that there's believed to be a portal at Hoyabatsu, then you will think that anything can come through it. We found out it was under no-fly zone. We found out that there's some crazy droning thing that goes on with it. But what's weird about it is there's believed not to be really any animals. I'm sure once you get away from the circle further in, they have, bears and wolves and things like that. But when we were there and we really did an extensive search of the area, we couldn't even see a bird. We couldn't hear a bird. No little animals running around like squirrels or anything of that nature. Bugs. There were bugs. That's it. Bugs.
Ew.
And silence, aside from this droning sound. It's eerily silent. It's just weird.
Oh, we're not in New Orleans, Ron. We air in New Orleans. We're actually in Canada.
Yeah.
It says you're in New Orleans. Have you been to the cemetery where people are buried above the ground and has the grave of the Voodoo Queen? You should need to go into our archives.
Mary Laveau. Yeah, we do talk about it. And I think there's an archive on the Gray Zone where we specifically spoke about that.
And Utu.
Yeah, exactly.
Our show with Utu.
Exactly.
Yeah. He talks about it. Bradley, off to bed. Have a great night, everyone. Good night. Michelle will be chatting with you next week. Good night, Bradley.
Slumber,
you're an hour ahead, so you're 11:30. Yeah. That's a long day.
Happy slumber. Happy slumber. So yeah, I mean, there's definitely there's so much out there. It's so hard to keep up with everything, but I love the allure of this time of year. I love that people want to just dig their heels in and explore the unexplained and the supernatural, because it can be really wondrous. However, it can also be really dangerous for people who don't know what they're doing. I highly recommend for anyone who wants to go thrill seeking, just get on an organized event or tour. because you'll have the most fun. You'll have the most fun because there are people out there who will teach you. The organized things are great because you're in a confined area. There's so many amazing places throughout the world that offers ghost walks. I've done a few in different parts of the world. They're a lot of fun. But there's also areas where you can go, and it's a confined building, and they will talk to you about what's going on. And there are designated places you can go to. You'll be with experienced people. And I mean, I always say that's a great place to learn. You learn about the equipment. Some of these places even have equipment that they allow people to use. They have seasoned mediums on site to assist. They've got teams who investigate. I've had a lot of locations where I've been to where I was a designated person on site as an official representative of that location. So I always had my team on site for people who wanted to come and investigate, and they would be on hand to answer questions or take people through and things like that. So I think that you would be really, really, that would be your best bet.
You if you're interested in climbing mountains, you're not going to start off with Everest.
No, that's for sure. No.
Yeah.
Tamara
wants to know. Yep.
The Strego. I've heard of this Strigoi. There are a very healthy belief in vampires still to this day in Romania.
That's cool.
And again, let's explore that. All of these beings like vampires and werewolves. How do we know they're not extraterrestrial and just coming through portals? How do we know they weren't there first and they're just, it's easy to get lost in the Carpathians. Let me tell you, I've spent time in the Carpathians. They're just unbelievable. But when you are up there and you're looking around, you realize how vast they are. I love mountains and forests, and I've gone to some throughout different parts of the world, and you realize how dense they are. I'm sure here, Northern Ontario, again, nowhere near as obviously as old as these forests. So, here, I mean, out west, I'd love to go to BC with, the big redwoods and things like that. It would be a lot different, but my goodness.
We didn't have much of a civilization. That's what you need for that energy to be there. Ron says, I'm too old for going up a mountain.
I'm feeling you right now, too. I'm feeling you.
Me too.
Okay.
Natalie says, what part, if any, does lucid dreaming have in the paranormal world?
Do you
want
to get that one?
To do with it. No, go ahead. It has everything to do with it.
Lucid dreaming. I loved lucid dreaming. I used to be able to lucid dream. I could control my dreams. I could fast forward. I could go in reverse. I could go to bed every night and say, I want to continue from this part, and then just do it and just keep dreaming. And some people associate that a little bit with maybe sleep paralysis as well. But how does it have to do with the paranormal and its manifestation? I truly believe it's another form of manifestation. Somewhere along the line, I stopped being able to lucid dream. I had children, and I was like, I could never do it again, and I still can't do it.
You were being protected not to leave your body. I can still do it to some degree.
On set to move on.
Yeah. But my biggest thing when I go to bed is I give a list of what I'm not willing to dream about.
That's
I don't really want good. Yeah, I say I want nothing to do with this, and that. And during the day, I will put it out there,
right,
verbally, out loud. I will say, I am not dreaming this tonight. Right. Do you understand me? And that's the conversation I have with myself. But I find that I don't have those stupid dreams anymore and I'm going to put it out there right now. I don't want to dream about myself having to go to the bathroom and I'm naked at school. So I'm putting it out there right now, guys. Like, I am not having that damn dream. But I put that out there, and I taught my daughter to do that so she wouldn't have nightmares. But anyways,
it can lead, to different things.
Yeah.
This one's for you, because no, I have not done automatic writing. Not interested.
Wish I never did. Ron Watson, have you tried scrying or automatic writing? Cindy Kaza does automatic writing on Holzer. Yeah, she does. I have done it and I've lost time, so it's really scary. I think the only way I would do it again is if Michelle was with me. I honestly believe that.
Because the way you do it, there's two different kinds, right?
Yeah.
Yours is like a form of channeling.
That's why I'm out of it. Yeah. Where she's aware when she's doing it.
Yeah, she's an aware.
I'm not.
Writer. Yeah.
I've lost time several times thanks to her. Yeah, it is scary. I've lost time in it, and I made the mistake of doing it the last time for someone whose father had passed away just that same week.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, oh, it's okay, I'm around friends, and that was just not a smart move for me.
Right.
It really takes a lot out of you. You're opening a door that you don't know how to close it, because you're basically, it's almost like you're unconscious, but you're writing. You're not really there when you're channeling, and it's not that different from television, where you see the medium and something steps in and then she comes to, or he comes to, and says, what happened?
Mm-hmm.
That's me. I was alert hours later and found papers all over my office, like right here where I'm sitting right now, behind me, all over that desk, all over the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And I lost over 4 hours. That is a big deal.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that alone. I mean, if you're seasoned, you shouldn't at all. But yeah.
No, it was crazy. And I still have those papers. I still have that.
You should see what's on them.
I know what's on them because I did it for the person who actually wrote the original Rock Around the Clock song. The original, not who they sold it to.
Right.
But I do know what's on there. But it wasn't the right thing to do. It was wrong.
Right.
But I didn't even know it was happening.
Right?
I didn't know it was happening. I didn't try to. I
happened.
saw on TV.
It goes to show you grounding yourself. You don't get those.
Wasn't grounding at the time. Nope.
Yeah.
Didn't even know about
live
it.
And learn, right?
Didn't even know about grounding.
Yeah.
No. Wayne says, bad idea. The universe only understands a positive representation. So when you say, I don't want to dream about trucks, the universe hears, I want to dream about trucks. Be specific and positive. Yeah, mine works though. I say I don't want to dream about being naked at school, and it works. Take away in words like do not exist in the realm of the universe.
Right.
Yeah. I'd say I'm YouTube, not having.
But Polly says, hey.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Natalie says, I have lived with depression my whole life after my teen years and suffered from very bad lucid dreaming, stuck in a place for what seemed like weeks. Whenever I was on an antidepressant too long, I feel you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes it really hard. Dreams get funky because they're not always what you think. You can interpret them, and people will say, "Well, if it's this, for example, it means this." Well, if you're dreaming of death, it usually means the end of a situation and the birth of something new. It doesn't mean death physically at all. If you dream of spiders, for example, one of the things that it's meant, and I've seen this actually happen first time. Spiders are pretty scary. And I witnessed somebody who's going, oh my God, spiders. And it turned out he came into an inheritance, because it means that you're coming into money, and he came into an inheritance with the loss of a loved one. So that jived. I mean, and it happened relatively quick, like within a couple of weeks also. So you almost have to take the entire dream and split it up into pieces and get every aspect of it, interpret it, and put your message together. There are also things like visions or downloads. That's completely different than just a dream. Sometimes dreams don't make any darn sense at all. So, but when you interpret it entirely, then all of a sudden it makes sense. Whereas downloads or visions, it comes straight up and it makes sense. You are walking through and living through the whole thing. There's nothing really obscure about it.
My niece Samantha wrote something. Sam, that almost sounds like sleep paralysis. I have a lot of dreams where I'm trying to yell, but nothing comes out, just pressure against my chest.
What I wrote about. Okay, I'm going to put this right here. Bubbles.
Yeah, we have to scroll up for hers.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm going to scroll up. Hold on. It's hard because we have 8 different chat rooms coming through right now. So we're just trying to get to everybody. 1 second. Where are we?
It's way up there.
Oh, up here. Oh, here. This one?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey, Joanne, I bought a piece of art that someone had created that has beautiful stones on it, but I'm worried it has something attached. Since I got it in a box from the artist, I have started getting bruises that look like finger marks and a bad mark on my leg that looks like someone gave me a rubbing type bruise. Can I get that energy gone? You need to email us.
Yep.
You need to email us because we need to know where it's coming from. Yeah.
Yes.
And is it just paranormal? Yeah.
We could have a look and see. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But email us for sure, Joanne.
My question is, are downloads happening more often? I think Michelle should answer that.
I get quite a few, actually. Yeah. Yes. I do believe they are happening more often because people are more open now. And I think once you've had them and acknowledged them, they start coming more frequently. It could be that they've always been there, but you just don't acknowledge it. So you can't, it's hard. Some people can't separate. They don't know a dream from a vision to a download. Like they don't know. I wouldn't have known except for the fact that I woke up, at one point and I felt hands on my head, just on my head. And then I just started researching the next day. Next thing you know, I'm off. I'm just, all this other stuff starts coming up in the computer. I'm like, okay, I went off into a whole other direction. Sometimes we're working and it can happen really quick. And I realize, okay, it's obviously something that was given to me at some point that was not relevant until this moment. And she'll say, okay, blah, blah, blah. And I'll go, blah, 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 blah. It's like, what? I don't know. Let's do it. Just do it and see what happens. And it works. So I do believe that we have to be open, aware, start to recognize them, and you'll realize you have a lot more than you thought.
Natalie says, but how do I know what type of method is best? This is for, I believe, lucid dreaming. Just by experimenting, I go back to the same place, the same night, and multiple nights. I wake up with no control in the dream, but can control my actions. That almost sounds like reoccurring dreams, because you can actually, sometimes you can control your actions in recurring dreams because you've been there before. You go, oh, I'm going to go this way this time.
Yeah, she had this one just before this comment.
Oh, sorry. I'm now taking TMS and the lucid dreams are back, and I'm trying to figure out how to deal with them. I was taught how to control them at one point from someone who learned it from a Hawaiian kahuna. I don't know what TMS is.
Again, that's a really hard one. Have you thought about hypnosis?
Yeah, because medications can amplify what you're already going through. The side effects on any, I don't know what TMS, are you saying TMS or THC? I don't know what TMS is, but I would look into, first knock off tick off what is probable, like side effects and things like that, and then come down to what that is. But I agree with Michelle, hypnosis might be something.
I'm thinking that might be, I can control my own dreams. I think you can, if you want to dream about something positive, have positive thoughts before you go to sleep. And if it's going in a direction you don't like, just try to wake yourself up from it. And I would get up and I would just walk around for a minute, go to the bathroom, whatever, get a glass of water, and just think of something different. I could start off my lucid dreaming by what I think about.
Magnetic stimulations. Oh.
Yeah.
So that's making it worse.
Yeah. So I
don't have an answer for that.
Yeah.
I'm
just
sorry.
Put something in your head and keep putting it there. If you want to dream about, a trip in the mountains, keep thinking, I'm going to have a trip in the mountains. I'm going to have a trip in the mountains. I'm going to have a trip in the mountains.
It's like a manifestation, right?
Exactly.
Have it everywhere. Have pictures of it. Have everything.
Exactly.
Wayne says, can you explain the thoughts pertaining to the apocalyptic dreaming for those who may be having them and don't quite understand what they mean. Please and thank you. Asking for a friend?
Yeah. Apocalyptic dreams allegedly is something common among contactees and abductees of ET. So that just seems to be the only explanation I have. I really didn't think much about apocalyptic dreams. I've had a few myself, and after having Joe on the show, Joe owns ICAR, which is basically the biggest organization of abductees and contactees probably in the world. There's probably about between 65 and 70,000 members. And a lot of them have reported having apocalyptic dreams. Sometimes it's things like, they could see red sand and fire. And some people believe that maybe people were having memories of being on Mars, for example, red sand, everything going, array, and people just leaving the planet and coming here, perhaps. There's a lot of stuff that's attributed. People are having the same kind of apocalyptic dreams.
Tamara
right?
Included.
Sure,
well, that explains it. Thank you.
Here you go, Wayne. She has the same thing.
Yeah.
What most of hers are about.
There you go. That's why I said, when I saw Natalie's comment, is that would explain why she can't control her dreams.
That would, because that's not a lucid dream. You may want to start looking into other things. Start looking for synchronicities. Just start looking at, I'm having these dreams. Have I ever seen a UFO? How do I have missing time? Have I ever had certain characteristics of an extraterrestrial coming into my space, like a bright light coming through your house? Or sometimes it's just a giant orb that'll come in, or waking up with hands on your head, for instance, or things like that.
I heard blue light, green orbs.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that. Even on the History Channel on YouTube, if you go into the Ancient Aliens part, you'll find a lot of video clips of experts talking about that as well. Yeah. I caught a lot of that today when I was on there.
There you go.
Yeah.
The information is out there, and you'll start seeing a lot of similarities. Even when you think about sleep paralysis, for example, there's a logical explanation, there's a paranormal explanation, and there's an extraterrestrial explanation. And it is really wicked. I remember when we did a gray zone, we discussed it. Let me pull up this clip, because I found this was very interesting, and I was wondering if we would come to it tonight. Sleep paralysis. Okay, I'll just read this off. Alien abductions, which share similarities to sleep paralysis. What I found interesting was there was a Canadian physicist named Jean-Christophe Terrillon. He was doing research in Japan, and he reported the following. Now, this guy's a scientist, okay? And he did not believe in evil spirits at all. Yet he was terrified. Once a week, he sensed a threatening presence, something very evil, beside his bed, and he felt completely paralyzed. His ears rang, the weight would press down on his chest. He struggled to breathe. He had intense pressure in his head, as it felt like it was going to explode. Sometimes he found himself transported upward and looking down at his body, even though at times he felt like he was hurled through a long tunnel. Other abductees claimed unable to move, buzzing sounds, oh my God, I get it all the time, difficulty breathing, pressure on the chest, flashing lights, feeling of floating around the room, and seeing figures. Now, these are just like a few things, but it sounds like the same thing paranormal people experience. But the fact that this scientist, who's a non-believer, experienced these things, we have to ask ourselves, which is it?
Yeah.
Is it like, the pressure on the chest? That's the Hag syndrome. That's, a hag sitting on the chest. That's been like something that's gone on for like centuries. People have talked about that. That's the paranormal aspect. But yet, I just read to you the ET part of it. But there's actual real stuff, which we don't have time to get into tonight. But it's all logical stuff as well, scientifically explained, but yet here's this logical scientist physicist who's like, I'm not a believer, but I was up, I floated, things were there, something isn't right.
Yeah, stress will cause it too, though. If you have stress in your life, like Samantha saying, my niece said that she has that pressure on her chest in the dream.
Yeah.
But is that pressure against my chest? Thank you. But Sammy, is that pressure that you're waking up to?
There it goes right here.
And we'll talk about it this
Ooh,
weekend.
you're in trouble, Samantha.
No, she's not in trouble. She's my niece, so it'll be a lot easier if we do this on the phone.
Yeah. So this is what she's saying.
Yeah. So, she says, I have a lot of dreams where nothing comes out. She's screaming, but nothing comes out. Sometimes that's stress. That's why I need to know, are you waking up having pressure on your chest? No, I feel it before I wake up. So it's in your dream.
Right.
Okay. We'll talk this weekend. I'll text you and then we'll talk.
There we go. We go. So this was like a really informative show. You guys were really awesome. We are a few minutes before the top of the hour and we're pretty much right there already. I love when we're able to do these roundtable discussions with everybody in chat. And we get one more up before we sign down here.
Yeah, Natalie says, mine are extremely detailed down to the social interactions. Problem is, I have a father who does not name it as such had predictive dreaming, remote viewing, and cursing people. Wow.
That's heavy. That's heavy.
A mouthful.
Well, thank you.
Thank you,
Glad you guys all had a good time.
Thank you, Tamara. Oh, we can't have fun without you guys. Thank you, Joanne. It's been a while since I've seen you.
Let me just put this in here. Hold on.
There's Kat. Aw. Kat says, you are both so incredibly knowledgeable. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge. Good night, and thank you. Many blessings to you both. Good night, everyone. Many blessings to you, Kat. Good night, Sammy. Love you.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Good night, guys. Here we go. So, signing off.
Miss you too, Joe.
We're already there. But thank you guys. It's almost like you guys were the guests tonight. So this was awesome. So big thank you to all of you in chat. A big thank you to Folgers Coffee, who sponsored the show. Big thank you to Dr. Snick, who is the sponsor of with our voice, or his voice, for our intro, our outro. Thank you. Again, I posted the email, theouterrealmcontact@gmail.com. This is where you can actually contact us. With respects to this TV series that I was making mention of, please, if you guys have been someone that either lives overseas, so Europe, anywhere not North America, or whether you have vacationed somewhere overseas and came home back to North America, if something came back with you, or if you're living over there and you're living with something, the producers are looking for people. They want to know what you went through. They want to know what led you to bring in someone for assistance. Did it work? They really want to get into the core of what everyone went through. So that's pretty much the gist of it. So if you think you fall under one of those criteria, then we want to hear from you. We want to know what your thoughts are. So we have to leave that with you guys. And again, email at theouterrealmcontact@gmail.com. You have all the information right there in the stream. Now, next week, we are bringing on Richard Stanley. You guys are going to love Richard Stanley. He's going to be talking about his upcoming book, all the way from the south of France, called The Last Crusade, The Quest for SS, I'm going to hope I don't pulverize this word, for SS Obersturmführer Otto Wilhelm Rahn. You guys aren't going to want to miss this. This is going to be amazing. And he's probably the only guy who has done this. So it's really going to be amazing. Thursday night, also really amazing. Samuel Chong is going to be joining us, and he's going to be discussing, I know I'm going to pulverize this one, the Thuwaba Thuwaba or Thauba.
I'm going to have fun with the intros. Thank you.
Prophecy, which is also going to be mind-blowing, to say the least, because this is going to delve into ancient stuff, prophetic stuff of ETs and ghosts and so much more. So this is going to be like fabulous. It's going to be 2 really amazing shows. Tomorrow night, chime into the Church of Mavis, which is, I believe, on just before the Centralist. Centralist is 10 to midnight, and I believe Church of Mavis is 8 until 10. So 2 great shows. So please, again, whatever platform you're on, show us some love, subscribe, and we'll show it right back to you, and do some more Q&As. How about that? Anyway, good night. Have a fantastic weekend. Goodbye, everyone. And thank you, Joanne. We really appreciate that.
Thank you, Joe.
Good night, guys.
Tune in to UFO Undercover, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, with your host, Joe Montaldo, right here on the Paranormal Radio Network.
I had enough.
Well, you drove out there into the middle of nowhere and had some sort of loud verbal display challenging ET in general out in the middle of nowhere?
That's what I was doing. I actually had a pistol in my hand at the time. I was really ticked off. When I was having this fit, I was waving the gun in the air, okay, and I had this fit. And at this moment, I said, okay.
He was a Louisiana man named Montaldo. Folks around called him Six Gun Joe. Worked with ICAR, don't you know? Investigating UFOs. Out for a drive with a gal one night, they stopped to check out the reporting site. When an alien lit right there on the ground, he commenced to throwing his weight around. Now, old Six Gun didn't take too kindly to that kind of thing, especially without Vaseline or anything like that, seriously. Well, Six Gun looked that critter right in the eye and said, "Any last wish before you die?" Yo, reached for his gun, quick as a twitch, and said, "Fill your claw, you son of a bitch." Now a legend spread across the land about this pistol-waving man. But if you're from space or from Earth below, you don't give no lip to Six Gun Joe.
Welcome to UFO Undercover with your host, Joe Montaldo.
Well, welcome everyone. I hope everyone's having a great morning, great afternoon, wherever you are on our big, beautiful blue planet. We've been messing with stuff today, so, things are just a little weird. Lighting's a little different. It's not going to stay like this. It's a little dark, but it's kind of strange the way things have been going lately. I've been seeing a lot of stuff in the press, a lot of stuff in the media, all over the place. Aliens are here. They're coming for us. They want to kill us. They want to eat us. They want to destroy us. I'm kind of like, really? Okay, well, that's news to me. I didn't exactly know that was coming, but hey, First off, I want to know what the evidence that even suggests that they're coming for us. I'm just asking because I do a lot of research into this, and it just doesn't seem to be that's what they're actually after, or that's what they're actually doing, or anything along those lines. I mean, let's be honest. They wanted to take we are today. Let me turn this off so we're not getting dinged. And I just don't want to see us continue on this path, walking around with our heads up, whereas, and or like ostriches with our head in the sand, whatever you want to call it. But the human race is on a bad course, and it can't seem to get off of it. Everybody keeps telling me, I got a lot of friends of mine that are peace, love, and light, or like in my case, love, light, and laughter. But regardless, at this point, none of this is coming true. You can tell me all day long, the alien said to do this, the alien said to do that. Have you looked at the planet? That's always my first response. Have you taken a look at the planet lately? I mean, we're in deep doo-doo, and pretty deep at this point. I mean, Russia's over there trying to start a nuclear war. And now we want to get Iran involved and us involved. No, it's just not a good thing. Too many people get involved. It's going to get really, really messy really fast. And ET's not going to save us. And if you don't believe me, take a look around. Did they? Okay, first question right off the bat. Did they save Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Did they save them? Let me think. Oh, no, they didn't. We blew the living crap out of them. And one of them, we killed over 55,000 people. We just, in an instant, just poof, the end of their life, gone, poof. 55,000 lives and just poof. And there was way more than that died. That was just the beginning. They didn't stop that. Okay. Chernobyl. All right, they're going to stop Chernobyl. Oh, nope. They didn't stop Chernobyl. Why? I mean, they could have stopped Chernobyl. They could have even cleaned up Chernobyl, but they didn't. Look at 3 Mile Island. Okay, 3 Mile Island. Nope. They didn't stop 3 Mile Island. Why didn't they stop 3 Mile Island? Okay. Well, here you go. Just recently, just a couple of, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, Fukushima. Did they stop Fukushima? No. Fukushima is still a mess. Why? They have the technology to do it. It's not like they can't do it. We could nuke the whole damn planet. They could probably clean it up in just a handful of years in their time. So, I'm with you. Why won't they help? But that's my point. If they were here to help us, they would be helping us. If they were here to wipe us out, they'd be wiping us out. It would be easy to just take over an accident. Oh, I'm president, or boom, start World War III and it's ended. That doesn't seem to be their goal. Their goal really seems to be more observation with indirect intervention, meaning whatever family lines they started with over 200,000 years ago, whenever it was, because no one knows. It could have been 15,000 years ago, it could have been 200,000, it could have been a million years. No one really knows. But the further you go back, the more people become contactees today. So that, the shorter time you go back, the less contactees they are. But anyway, we're gonna figure somewhere between 45,000 and 200,000 years ago. And I think it came in waves, actually. I think the human aliens were the first ones. They found some remnants of what might have been a monkey man. I don't even know what it was. I don't want to even speculate because I really don't have an idea. But we do know, because of the writings, in the Sumerian writings, the Egyptian writings, they did have a base animal that they used to create their slave race, which looked like us. Except, they were a little stocky, a little shorter, not too bright. They weren't really sentient in the way we're sentient. I mean, they didn't ask, how come I'm out in the heat in 104 degrees, plowing the field so you can eat and I'm not getting none of it? Or how come I'm doing this or that or whatever? How come I'm being treated this way? They never asked, and it never even occurred to them to ask. That's just not who they were. And then the story started that the reptilians used to come in, steal the women, rape the women, and bring them back pregnant. And then the women would bear children, and those children were different. Now, when I first heard this story so many years ago, I don't even want to say how long ago this was. I mean, we're talking 35 plus years ago. It was the first time I ever heard it. I was like, wow. So they were deformed like aliens and whatever like. And this is before I knew we had a reptilian section in our brain. That's how long ago this was. And I was like, wow, that is just weird. And then about 4 or 5 years passed, I was listening to the stories, and I actually had some friends who had some connections, I guess we would call them. Probably more like relations, but family relations of some kind. But we just wanted to get a local take on some of these stories out of the Middle East and what they may or may not have been. And the story is very prominent over there. So you get this sense of these beings who were no longer willing to toil the field for no reason. They became aggressive. They wanted to know why they had to do it. Why couldn't they help them? Why did they not help them? And I don't think the slave makers realized what they had done. There was a few of them and literally millions of humans, millions. They had created their own doom. That's probably what happened to the first human colonies. And it wasn't a matter that they couldn't kill us all. There was just so many of them, they were overrun. And that's the way the story seems to go. And then out of that, that's this first springhood of man. So that's a creation by the human aliens with part of their DNA and part of whatever DNA, and then the reptilians intervene, and then they have their DNA, which we know we all have a reptilian section in our brain. So we're not even going to argue about that. People all the time, how do you know? No, we don't have a reptilian section of our brain. And it's a very important part of our brain. So learn that before you even come arguing with me about it. Because people all the time, I mean, I'll be lecturing somewhere, speaking somewhere, or being on a radio show somewhere, Joe, you're crazy. We're mammals. We don't have no reptilian section of our brain. Oh, yes, we most certainly do. And it's not even worth arguing about because it's there. It's part of who and what we are, and it's always going to be part of who and what we are. It helps drive us in being what we are. Sometimes, somebody asked me the other day, would we be better off without it? I said, no, we'd be slaves. Maybe we'd be better if we could understand it more and control it more. That, maybe so. I don't know. It's hard to say. But regardless, it's there. So now we know there's at least 2 alien races in our DNA. But what's weird is it's still at 45,000 years ago backwards, going further back, 45 to 2 million BC or so. Everybody was pretty much brown hair, brown eyed, brown skin, and Rh positive. They shared a common ancestor. 2% of their genes was from the rhesus monkey, and that might have been the base animal that the human type aliens that were with the Sumerians used. That might have been the base animal, and that would actually explain something we're going to talk about after a while. But so here we are, brown hair, brown eyed, brown skin, Rh positive people roaming the planet for 2 million years unchecked. So it just tells you how long ago the first encounter with the aliens were. If you believe that we were 2 million years old, then that should tell you that the encounter with the aliens were much older than we knew. Most people don't want to go back more than, say, 50 to 100,000 years, and I don't know. I really don't. All I can say is it seems to be at least 50 to 100,000 years ago that they intervened with our society, which means that they were around long before the Sumerians. Maybe they were even the help devised of the Sumerians. I don't know. Or maybe they were hybrids with Sumerians. There's just no way of knowing because none of us were there, and there's no real writings about it. There's just rumors and stories, but not a lot. It's tough. But still, there is data out there if you really dig hard enough. And of course, you can always go listen to, what's his face? Why can I never remember the guy's name? He's famous. Says the reptilians are here to kill us. No, yeah, David Icke. There you go, David Icke. That's it. He was wrong about a couple things because when the translations came through, the second time they were translated, Hebrew translated from a giant planet to either a moon or maybe like a spacecraft of some kind. Big one, mind you, but still. None of us were there, so we don't really know. But we know it wasn't nothing 5 times the size of Earth because Earth wouldn't be here anymore. It would be rubble. So we can already rule that out. That was pretty much easy. When physics allowed you to rule out a lot of these Nerebrus foolishnesses right off the bat. And then people started saying, well, God did it. Well, then it doesn't count. Yeah, it's not science anymore. It's religion, so it doesn't count. I don't know. But anyway, getting back to what we were talking about. So here you have this race now that's emerging. I figured emerged 10 or 15,000 years ago because most of the dates point back. Most of the ancient monuments only line up with their constellations around 12,500 years ago. That's about what it is. So people, 10,000 from the building point, but usually it's about 6,000. But it's weird because that means that all these races we're talking about, the people from Angkor Wat, the Egyptians, the Chinese, and the people who built Easter, all of these people understood the way the planet worked. So they had precession, so they could go forward and backward in time. So somehow or another, they were able to go all the way back 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000 years, depending on when the monument was built, and know that it lined up with this constellation at that time. That's pretty damn good. Because they all line up with those constellations at that time. There's seven that I know of. There's probably more. The most famous ones would be Stonehenge, The Great Pyramids, the Sphinx, Angkor Wat, and Easter Island. That would be probably the 5 most famous, but there's a few more than that. They just somehow or another they line up with their constellation perfectly with this whatever constellation they line up with at that time period. That's pretty good, man. I don't know. That's pretty serious science, especially for them. I mean, I don't. We use computers to figure that out today. Big, expensive computers to figure that out today. So knowing that, you got to wonder. You just got to look at these people and go, how did they figure this out? And I mean, the Egyptians built 4 monuments, 3 to the Great Pyramid, which line up Orion at 12,500 BC, and the Sphinx lines up with Leo at 12,500 BC. I mean, how the hell? I mean, who? And then a lot of Egyptian pharaohs had that weird disease where they had their head way back late. They say that's what the human alien's head looks like. It's just got hair on it usually. I'm just saying. No telling back then. Because in the early days of these things, the aliens probably were prevalent. They probably even walked amongst us. There was nothing to fear. And even today, today they would have to fear. I mean, the crowds would just... Back then, they would have been gods and treated as gods. Today, some people might treat them as gods, but some people would treat them as invading extraterrestrials. So I'm just... might not be a pretty scene. I don't blame them. I wouldn't want to walk around D.C. or in New Orleans or New York or Chicago or Illinois or well, not Illinois, it's Chicago, L.A., places like that. Would you? Mexico City, Paris, London, Moscow? I mean, would you want to be an extraterrestrial? Hey, I don't know, Mr. E.T., I'm bumping along. Just is that 100,000 people running for me? Oh, they must. Oh, wait, why do they have torches and guns? Oh shit! And you're gone. Not what I want to see. So I'm going on and on about this stuff because we're talking about why in the hell, what would government actually know about aliens? How much do they know? Was Roswell a discovery, or was Roswell a given, or was it something we recovered from the Germans in World War II? Okay, maybe, but probably more likely something we recovered in World War II. We'll talk about that in a little bit too. But the progression here is that the government really, at this point, knows, how can I say it politely, squat about what aliens are doing. It's one of the reasons they decided to go public. They're hoping not so much that the UFO people come forward, but they're hoping that the people like the abduction researchers and all will come forward. Because if anybody's got answers, that's who's got them. The people who are talking to the people who are in contact with the aliens, the real abductees, the real contactees, not the ones who just say they are. There's a lot of hoaxy folksy out there, but there's a lot of real ones too. What do you mean a couple thousand? No, man, a couple million at least. I would, if you go by what we were talking about, and they started abducting people way back 2 billion years ago, or we'll just say 50,000 years ago, and they were taking them in family lines only, that would translate into about 15% of the world's population today. 10 to 15%. Yes, that's a lot of people. That doesn't mean they're all being taken at one time. It doesn't mean they're all going to be taken for life, but it means they've all been taken at least a few times, all of them. It's a lot of people. I got in trouble on that show with Alfred Weber because of that, because Alfred Weber decided to do the math. It changed the abduction field for life. I like that. It kind of did, actually. It made researchers not want to talk about the 10 to 15%. Is what it did. But it's still, nobody stopped believing that's what it was. They just didn't want to talk about it because it's too hard to explain. Oh, no, I sat there. I was on, not Coast to Coast, it was at Midnight in the Desert. I actually did the math. I said I explained to people what was going on the whole 9 yards. Well, it's complicated, but it's not that complicated. It's not something an ordinary person could know. I mean, I can figure it out. Anybody can figure it out. There's just a lot going on. But the government doesn't really have the people. So, we talk about military abductions, and why would the government take its own citizens? Why would it need military abductions if it had ongoing contact with extraterrestrials and had a working relationship with them? It wouldn't need military abductions, would it? It would not. But it does, because it doesn't have that kind of relationship. In the end, ET don't give a good what our government thinks. They don't care. Our government is nothing to them. The only thing they care about is the original family lines that they took over here. So, say we're going to break 8 billion people. I think, is it this year or the beginning of next year? But anyway, we're going to break 8 billion people on this planet. let's say that 1.5 billion have had contact over the years. So that's the only ones they're interested in. So that means the other 6.5 billion they don't care about, or they don't care what happens to them, or anything else for that matter. Maybe they don't think they're savable. Maybe they only think that many people are savable. I don't know. I wish I knew. People Dragon Con. That's what that is. There we go. See, I got jealous. Look at that. Dragon Con. Anyway, yeah, there for 4 or 5 days. 4 days. It was a lot of fun. But anyway, moving on. Why would the government want to take people? So, this is a good time. Let's do a little time traveling back. Good evening. This is Joe Montalvo, and we'll be talking about the Betty and Barney Hill case. Does anybody know what the Betty and Barney Hill case? I know it's getting kind of long in the tooth these days, but let's talk about the Betty and Barney Hill case. So, I don't know. About 25 years ago, I was reintroduced to the Betty and Barney Hill case. I got to thinking about it. There was things about this case that bugged me. And then a friend of mine, out of the blue, sent me the original recordings of the regressions done by Dr. Simons. I was like, wow, okay, well, isn't this cool? So I listened to these, and this was most interesting. Then, one of our directors, she was out of Canada. She found a bunch of the late 60s and early 70s radio interviews that they did. They were really good, too. So I started listening, and I'm thinking, now I've been in the field now at that point for, 15, 18, 19, somewhere 18 or 19 years. And I'm thinking, what the hell is this? So I'm listening, and I had just gone through a bunch of work from Carla Turner, who was just at that time was just getting into military abductions. When we were talking about it, she really laid all the groundwork for military abductions, and we'll talk about it too. But here we are in this case, and I'm listening and going. So I was listening to one of the radio interviews, and Betty's talking about these swinging doors in this spaceship, and these drawers that came out, and they had paperback books in them and stuff like that. And then they talk about the procedure. So they took hair and skin samples with a razor. By the way, this is the only time in the whole 40 years I've been in the field that I've heard that, ever. Only time. They took fluid samples, they took blood with needles and stuff like that. And a lot of times when you hear Barney describe him, he's talking about just everyday humans. He's not talking about extraterrestrials at that time. Now, Betty is not the contactee Barney is. I know people get mad as hell at me when I talk about this, but it's true. Betty was not the contactee. Barney was the contactee. That's who they were interested in. They'd been following him since a young man. This had been going on his whole life. Betty didn't even know what this was until she met Barney. Okay, and we know contact is lifelong. So we know he was the contactee. He'd been in and out of institutions, and that's how the government was aware of him, because it's hard to find abductees and contactees. If they don't go public, it's almost impossible to find them. So he had been in and out of institutions, and this is back in the 50s. When institutions, all the information was available to the government with just a phone call. So these things were going on. It was probably some program telling them to watch for certain signs or certain things that were being said. And here you've got this young black man talking about this. So anyway, he meets Betty. They get married. He's had contact, a couple of times. And then they go up to Canada. So they're in Canada now. They're at a hotel in Canada. And I loved them. I heard this on 4 different radio news. So the first one, they're talking about the Canadian hotel, and they had a good time, and blah, 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 blah. So the guy says, well, what hotel was it? And Barney goes, I don't remember. And he goes, it kind of looked like this, kind of looked like that. And Betty said, I don't really remember. And he said, well, why are you saying it kind of looks like that? He said, well, we had breakfast across the street that morning, and I remember looking at the hotel. I said, well, what was the name of the place you had breakfast? Oh, well, they didn't know. Now, maybe you might not remember either one. It's hard for neither one of y'all to remember where you had breakfast, especially if it was a decent breakfast, which they said it was. And they said the hotel was nice. So, you would remember, but maybe not. So later that day, they're driving along, they're headed back to the United States, and they're lost. So they stop and ask for directions. So Barney describes a cop as a young black policeman. Betty describes him as a white, red-headed Irishman. Curly red-headed Irishman, if I remember correctly. Same cop. Now, what could that be? This is classic alien abduction 101. This is the 60, 70, 80 protocol abduction. This is what you would call it. I mean, this is classic. They had missing time. They had different things. They couldn't remember where they were. They gave opposite descriptions of the officer that they seen. If it was one of them, they didn't call it an officer, so I'm not even sure they thought it was. That's when they lost their time. Now, what makes this important is later that day, they crossed into the United States. They're driving along. I think it was Connecticut. Driving along, and this thing comes over. It just sits down, and a set of stairs come down. Now, you don't really hear about stairs coming down on UFOs. Sometimes you might hear about a ramp, but never stairs. And usually it's not even that. They usually just gravitate your ass into the ship. It's usually none of that, to be honest with you. So it's kind of weird to start off with. So that's a flag. So it was like something had shot and stuck to the car and killed the car. But there was marks on the car, which suggests it was an alien. Alien don't need to shock your car with a pair of tongs or something. It would just send a beam to it. So this suggested like somebody used a giant, I guess it would have been a taser back then, and hit the car and killed the electricity. And then from there, 4 guys came over, black shoes. He actually said black boots, black pants, black shirt, black duck-billed cap, looped their arms under each one of them and walked them back across to the ship and then walked inside. Now, this thing might have been a dirigible or something else, but it wasn't an alien. They go inside. And that's when they talk about swinging doors, opening things, pull down screens, writing with pens and pencils, paper. I've never heard about paper in any alien craft ever, 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 ever. This sounded more to me like classic C to C. We just got some people that had alien contact. Let's check them out. So to me, the case in the United States of Betty and Barney Hill is the first military abduction to ever happen in the United States. As far as we know, it is. Now, I'm sure Kathleen Mulligan wrote it because she wrote a book that wants to be contrary to it, but we debated on several occasions and have won that easily because we're going by the facts, not by the bullshit. That's unfortunate. Well, no, I actually like Kathleen. I don't have anything against her. And everybody can write from whatever point of view they want to. That's her business. She was, Betty's niece. Well, no, they get mad at me because I don't think Betty was a contactee at all. And a good friend of hers, Avis, which I knew for years and years, used to argue with me. I was like, I talked to her, and I said, maybe so, but I'm not thinking so. And, well, sometimes abductees do find each other more and more as time goes on, but back then it would have been a rare thing. Well, there was a lot of weirdness that went on with them. First, they were a black and white couple in the mid to late 60s. Yeah, it's not a healthy thing back in those days. They were invited to the White House. Yes, Barney got invited to the White House. They went to the White House. He was friends with at least 3 different colonels, one that lived on the premises. Yes, because they knew who he was. They knew he was being taken. They had actually found someone that they could become friends with and buddy up with and hook up with. Barney, I don't know if Barney had an idea or not because I never got to ask him. But that was what was going on. They knew they had him. They had someone to watch and to monitor and to see how this was going on. I think he was really the first one. I really did. Oh, I'm sure it ticks off people when I talk about it, but it's a much plausible explanation for the alien contact because the alien contact, when they try to sell it, just doesn't sell. And then when you listen to Dr. Simons, yes, there's 3 sets of memories. Yes. Alien memories, the government memories, and their memories. Yeah, of their regular days. Yeah, it gets sticky, wicky, complicated really fast. But as far as Betty and Barney Hill goes, it's a much more plausible explanation. It explains way more of what was going on. And when you listen to the stuff she says, that you can tell that these are the things that they were doing. And the bad part is, for Betty especially, if you listen to an interview in the 70s and listen to what she said, then you listen to an interview in the 90s and listen to what she said, it's a completely different story. She's modernized it to fit today's times. Yes, that almost always. I liked Betty, but I still don't think she was a contactee. No, it's just my opinion, but I don't think she was. I think Barney was a contactee, and we just explained to you all why we thought it was a military abduction here. Well, it's the government. Come on, why wouldn't they? Government's hoping to find something, maybe an amoeba or something, but they're hoping to find something or get some kind of information on why they were being taken and so on and so forth. Well, I don't know why they took Barney. I mean, it was his family line was touched. Maybe there was an African family line. Maybe there was a Middle Eastern family line. Maybe there was a European, an Asian family line. None of us were there, so none of us know. We don't know who the originals were. Nobody does. Even they don't. Even the contactees' families don't. I don't know. I guess you could ask the aliens. Was my family the first? Well, the Greys, so if you're a Grey contactee, you were not in the first. Let's just get that out of the way now. Yes, the reptilians and humans. Yes, they would have been the first ones, and then the Greys probably were sent here to keep them from getting into a damn war. Well, I'm pretty sure the humans were pissed when the Greys gave the slaves the ability to overthrow them. I mean, I don't think they were real happy about that. Well, the planet back then was pristine. It had lots of minerals on it, lots of ores. Lots of things they might have needed. A lot of people seem to think they need gold. I don't know. They might. I mean, gold is a very conductive material. Well, most advanced races are not going to probably want it for its wealth. They might want it as a bauble, but more than likely they're going to want it for something else, something crystal-based, electronics or something. Even your jacks and your radio are better if they're gold-plated. Yes, everything's better with gold, unless it's diamonds. Yes, I agree. Everything's better with diamonds. I don't know. I don't have none, so somebody send me some. I'm poor. I don't have no diamonds. We're going to be giving some books away at the top of the hour, too, and you're going to have to. I'm not going to tell you who it is yet. We'll wait till we get time. But there's a friend of mine who comes on the network regular. We do some work with him from time to time. Yeah, we're going to be giving some stuff away at the top of the hour. But anyway, getting back to what we're talking about. So that's the Betty Bourne Hill case laid out for you in a way nobody really likes to talk about it. But it truly does explain what was really going on, and it does explain why the government may have been interested in that particular gentleman. But did we get any technology out of that? No, I don't think the government managed to get anything out of that. Now, here we go, Roswell. This is Roswell. All right, we surely got some technology out of Roswell, right? Don't y'all think? Mm-hmm. Sorry, I needed a shot of sugar there, baby. Sorry. No, Roswell to me was weird. A good friend of mine who, rest in peace, DeAndrew, used to tell me about Roswell all the time. We used to talk about it, and then we started arguing about it. And I said, D, you crazy biatch. And we'd fight about it all the time. And D was in charge of the organization. She was the ICAR national director for a long time. She was, if you knew the org, she was my babysitter, basically. She was there to make sure I stayed out of trouble, which was a hard thing back then to do. Let's just be honest about it. But the thing about it is, and she would tell me about it, and I'd listen to it, and I'd hear these different stories, and I'm like, and then one night I was somewhere, Ozarks, I don't know, it was some conference somewhere, some deep, dark conference somewhere in the middle of nowhere, and maybe it was Josh or Trey, I don't remember, but this gentleman came up and introduced himself as a gentleman who worked for the government, and blah, blah, and gave me some credentials, which you never know if that shit's real or not. He starts telling me about Corona and the crash in Corona. I'm like, what do you mean crash in Corona? He said, yeah, it was 2 crashes that night, one in Roswell and one in Corona. I was like, okay. So he starts telling me, he starts talking about these 2 Cub Scouts, and I guess the dad, or the troop master walked up on this intact saucer. It's like, it was kind of like a saucer that had been kind of stretched out, and there was 3, I can't remember if he said 3 or 4 bodies laying on the ground that looked human, but they were kind of glowing and kind of melty looking. Their words, not mine. And I was like, wow, now you got to remember that same night on Mac Brazel's ranch, they supposedly found, 3 or 4 graves. One that was still alive. I believe the other 3 were kind of in pieces. And there was bits and pieces of spacecraft all over the place. Okay, well, let's do a little physics. I actually brought this up with Michio Keiko when I had it. So you're traveling, say, through wormholes, or you're traveling faster than light. Odds are, if your ship impacted on a planet, it would not break up. I'm sorry, but it would not. It would come in at just one big chunk, and that's what it would be. Because whatever material it's made out of is much stronger than the impact surface it's going to hit. Our surface is going to give way to it because it's just all you can do is hope it slows down. And with that, or if it skids, it might just skid along and hop along or something. But it's not going to break up, not like that. Now, maybe an escape pod or a shuttlecraft of some type. Now, if it didn't hit the ground, it may have broke up. That may have been different. So it always bothered me. So when this guy told me about this one in Corona, I was like, wow. So I asked Dee about it. She kind of had heard something about it. And we started checking with everybody we knew. I even asked Stan Freeman about it about a dozen times. And Stan said he had heard something in Corona. But so anyway, a couple of years goes by. I meet a forest ranger from the area who had actually met the people who had seen it. And they were telling them about what they saw before the government had gone out there. Now, this is, like I said, this is 4 or 5 years later from when I was originally told about all of this. So he also said he knew some other people that had met them. I remember he set up. We went to a place in Roswell. We had a bonfire, and we went out and had some cocktails and sat around the bonfire. And they all told me the different stories and stuff of what. Because they were children at the time, of what had happened. And I was like, so long story short, no one ever knew what happened to the dad and the 2 kids. They just disappeared. There is a missing person thing on them. It was 3 days after the crash. They just disappeared. They made it home and all, and other people had knew about the story, but they just disappeared off the planet. They were just gone. Nobody knew anything that happened to them. No one could explain it. There wasn't even looking of any kind of any foul play. But they found the car, everything else, clothes, everything. There was just nobody. They couldn't find it. So they were gone. So then I didn't hear about it for a while. And then there was a leak about a craft that had been recovered from the Germans. And when they described the craft, it sounded a lot like the one that crashed in Corona. And I was like, okay, now that's interesting and weird. Now you got to remember something here. The Greys or the reptilians or whoever it is not going to let us keep something that we can wreak havoc with. In other words, if it's something with massive weapons on it or something we can go flying through the cosmos and blowing shit up, no, they're not going to let us keep that. Now, debris from a wrecked shuttle or craft they might let us keep, or a craft they know we can't operate because we already tried to operate it once and we crashed it. They might not have a problem with that until they may let us hold on to the craft until they figure it comes such a time that we might be able to start backward engineering. That's probably 10 or 15,000 years from now. So I don't think they're really worried about it because a lot of their ships are organic anyway. So it's going to just be hard on us to figure those kind of things out. I mean, we've had it we got it in the end of World War II, so 65, 85, almost 90 years, and we still haven't figured it out yet. Never tried to fly it again, apparently. But we did get technology from it. Not from that, but from the one that crashed and broke up. Because the Roswell paper reported what today would be considered a microchip, fiber optics, and aircraft aluminum. I mean, when they put the pictures in there, they were identical to what we would think of those things today. So out of that crash of whatever that was, we did get that. But that's all we seem to have gotten. We don't seem to have gotten anything else. No particle weapons or laser weapons or anti-gravity or anything along those lines. It just doesn't seem like we've been able to get that from it yet. And however and I think the Greys actually were helping us to try to learn about that ship, and then we crashed it because they were on board. That's the only way they would have been in an escape craft when it happened. Unless they were flying some little puddle jumper trying to shoot it down because we stole it. No, I don't think so. I think that it just hit the mothership to grab it. But they've let us keep it because there have been no reports of anybody going to take it away from us or anything. You mean Area 51? Maybe it is parked at Area 51. Yeah, maybe it's parked on deck number 2, which, by the way, is about 300 feet underground. How do I know that? I can't tell you. They'd come kill you. I'm serious. Not me. Y'all are the ones to listen. I'm just talking. Oh, no, that's dirty fool. Hey, Moose, how you doing, man? I just seen you texting up there. Well, see, because I look at things differently than people. And I don't assume because such and such said it was true that it's true. I tell people all the time, investigate everything we do. When we introduce the blood type study and all the other studies we've introduced, I tell people all the time, challenge them. That's what they're there for. prove us wrong. Show us where. Sorry, God. Show us where we're wrong. Show us where we can be corrected. Show us where you can add more information. It's not what it's about. It's not about being right or wrong. It's about getting the pieces to the puzzle. It's always been about getting the pieces to the puzzle, finding out what the hell is going on. And frankly, to be honest with you, I would think a handful of researchers on this planet know far more than the government does. I really do. I would say today there are 5 to 7 researchers that probably know 4 or 5 times what the government does, maybe even more than that. And there may even be a few contactees that have never come forward that actually do as well. Because when you go on board the ships, a lot of times they give you access to stuff, advanced technologies. They try to teach you things. If you're on board the ship, you can actually upload the information into your brainwave there. It's almost like your brain's tapped into the memory system aboard the ship. It's strange technologies. When you hear people talk about it, you can tell it's alien because it's nothing like we've ever thought about it, even heard about. Some of the stuff I've thought about, maybe we should write a book and do a movie or something. Not just great stuff. Well, they have like on some of the big gray ships, the big motherships, they're real tall, so they have these gardens set up down the thing. They have like flowing water stuff. Well, sometimes it shifts and the water actually flows up, and the gardens will move past each other. They aerate the place, and everybody says the air doesn't have a smell, but it always smells crisp and clean. So it always confuses me. Well, it doesn't have a smell, but it smells crisp and clean. Maybe it's a sense that it is crisp and clean. Well, I don't know if that's a good thing because if your lung gets too nice to the pure happy stuff, when you get back on dirty earth, how's it going to do? That's why I always tell you when people keep their kids too clean, their kids tend to get diseases. That's why your bodies have to build up immunities to things. But the Roswell case was always interesting because it does seem like there's lots of documentation that suggests we brought back a saucer that was either given or somehow retrieved to the Germans right at the turn of the century. And before World War I, they had this thing. And from 1911 to 1913, that particular government went on a saucer building spree. They tried everything they made was in a saucer shape. But none of it seemed to work. And then all that seemed to disappear for a while. And then here comes World War II, and they're actually trying to build 2 jets shaped like whatever this thing is they had that our government got their hands on. We got our hands on a lot of things from the Germans, a lot of stuff that's never been made public. There is a law that says after 75 years, everything has to be made public, but that's not true. We don't make everything public. There are things from there's things from the Civil War that haven't been made public. I would not know why. I could not even begin to tell you why. What could it be? What was it? What do you need to keep a 300-year secret for? Oh, I imagine in the royal family, they had secrets going back 2,000 years, man. Come on. It's just the nature of us to keep secrets, I guess. But I mean, before we move on from Roswell, it's just when you look at this case, you just have to think of this case as that we already had the ship, not that it. Okay, the first thing, lightning knocked it out of the sky. Really? Who would really? First, if I was an alien, I would be getting offended. I'm not even gonna lie. I would just be offended that you think some lightning bolt that can knock my ship out of the sky when I can cross through the cosmos and through radiation that we can't even measure, through things that like bullet rockets bouncing off my ship. Energy spikes of large suns passing close. I don't think their ships are that fragile. And if it was something like that, they would have been immediately retrieved. And since they weren't, it suggests that they already knew we had the craft, which also suggests that we recovered it from someone. There was 2 books that came out of Germany that said that the ship was given to them by some human aliens because it wasn't theirs, it was another race's, which the Greys are the ones that used the saucer. So it sounds like they had recovered it somehow or another from wherever, and maybe they didn't want to keep their hands on it because the Greys are kind of bitchy, and the humans are definitely scared of the Greys just like the reptilians are. In the early days, we didn't think that. In the early days, we thought the Greys worked for everybody because we were all 3-foot like automatons running around. Then we found that that wasn't even close to true. There's all kind of Greys, different gray colors. Now, anyway, I digress, but still. it seems like they got their hands on this craft, and then they kept it for however long they kept it until we got our hands on this craft. And now it's still probably sitting in Roswell even today. I mean, not Roswell, in Area 51 or Area 53. Area 53 is where the tall whites supposedly live. I don't know. I don't think the tall whites would mess with great technology. I don't think so. They don't seem like that kind of alien race. They really just basically use Area 53 as a parking place. Yeah, they give us trickle us a little technology here. Yeah, they're probably in real time, probably 5 or 10,000 years more advanced than we are. Because there's a lot of things when you hear them talk about that sounds a lot like us. And then there's some of their technology that's just definitely more advanced than ours. And it could even be less than that. It could be 2,000 or 3,000 years more advanced than us. And I don't know how fast we're going to grow. Some people say it's only 400 or 500 years, and that could be true. If we start doubling, triple our technology, it could be true. So, but at this point, we just don't know. But I don't think, regardless, I don't think they would mess with great technology. Oh man, there's all kind. Look, Nevada skies. Actually, Nevada and Utah skies. There's just so much crap flying around out there. It's ridiculous. You can stop anywhere along these roads, like going out to Area 51 or Rachel, or even if you're going up to one of the springs in Utah, and just pull over. There's nothing for miles in any direction. The only lights you're going to see, if depending on where you are, you'll see Las Vegas, and that's because of the airport. You'll see these little stream of white dots going to that direction. Or if you're further up north, you'll see Salt Lake City. But that's about it. I mean, just a dim glow way off in the distance. Other than that, it is stunningly gorgeous skies. And you see things moving all throughout the skies, all over the place. I'm sure some of them meteors and asteroids and every other thing, but in real time, some of them are not. Jeremiah, welcome to the show, man. It's but before we move on again from Roswell, so we went over the Betty and Barney Hill case, and if I've got lots of stuff up about the case. I've talked about this in great detail. Way more beat. And matter of fact, on the ICAR website, there is an actual discussion between myself and Kathleen Maltron. So where we debated the ins and outs of this new way I presented it. Actually, a lot of people like it. It was funny when I was on Coast to Coast. My very first Coast to Coast appearance, very first one I ever did. This is like 15 years ago. I go on Coast to Coast, and George and I are talking, and I'm telling him about all these cases. I'm just running through UFO cases, right, and new ideas on them. I said, well, let's talk about the Betty and Barney Hill case. He said, you're never going to change my mind on Betty and Barney Hill. So, okay. So I went into this, like, we just come back from breaks. I'm like in this 15, 18-minute spew nonstop. And Tom goes, break. George is just, he's like, just absorbing it. You can tell. He was like, what the hell? Where did this guy come up with this shit from, man? And then we go to break. And it's the first time he ever talked to me. It's the only time he actually ever talked to me at break. And it was crazy. Because it was definitely a different way of looking at it. And when I present stuff, in all cases, I look at every case differently. It's one of the reasons we busted the Stevensville case. So, I hear all this stuff about Stevensville. I fly up to Stevensville. I go to the all-women's conference in Stevensville. Paula Harris invited me. So I go up. A lot of fun. Had a good time. Met a lot of people. Got to hang out with the ladies. Got lots of pictures. Had a lot of fun. So we go out to this big bonfire later that night. And all the witnesses from the Stevensville were there. So we're talking, and Joe Renard is my cameraman. There's a video up on Facebook and a few other places. So they're talking. So the first thing he's talking about this big ship with this rounded front end, and it's like 3 or 4 stories thick, and he's going on and on about it. He said, it's weird. There's a line of what looks to be rivets all the way wrapping around the whole thing. It said rivets. I was like, rivets? What? And then he talks about these 2 chase planes that come up and will stand on either side. Okay, first off, rivets, alien craft do not have. They also do not have chase planes that stay with them because usually UFOs leave the chase planes in the dust. So, I'm kind of like, whoa, wait a minute now. So I got a good friend of mine that works at Bone. She's way up in the thing. So I give her a call while I'm in Stevensville. I play her back the description, and she starts laughing. And she goes, she asked me if my clearance was still good. I said, yeah, it's still good. They background check me every 4 years. Like, where it works. She goes, okay, this is what it is. And so now we can talk about it because then we couldn't. But now we can. So this was a typical Aurora. This was one of the new pulse drive engines. And what gave it away to me wasn't even all the other stuff. They said there was 2 rows of engines. It was 8 and 8. So it was 16 little ports, right? And they said they're beginning to glow orange, and then all of a sudden they went white. And this thing was just gone. It left the chase planes just in the dust. Now, I've heard about the Aurora Rams Group engines before. It wasn't the first time I'd heard about them. But I had heard the way they pulse out. And they also leave these weird contrails. They leave a curlicue that keeps expanding in a curlicue. It's crazy looking. So I was like, well, shit, now I know what this is. So stupid me, I was actually invited to speak on a Texas radio show that night. So I get on the show, and I said, man, I found out some interesting information. And I had told him about this before we went on air. Because, doing the radio myself, I don't like to shock host unless they're just somebody that aggravates me. I just, want to be nice. And he said, well, yeah, let's talk about it. So I get on. And everybody's like, you're kidding me, man. And that theory stuck ever since. And because that's what it was. And there was other reasons why. One, the thing was headed towards George Bush's ranch, and there was nobody scrambling anything. And it was showing up on radar. No one scrambled any jets. We also know there was a squadron of F-16s in the air not far from where this thing was, and they never diverted the F-16. So they knew what it was. Or they knew there was a scheduled flight, a test flight that night. And by the way, most everywhere it had been sighted was over no-fly zones. Military no-fly zones, which overlap a lot of residential areas. And then I started getting a reputation as a debunker. I'm like, I'm not a debunker, people. There's lots of good cases out there. I just, like the Shag Harbor case. I love the Shag Harbor case. There's all kind of excellent witnesses from Shag Harbor. There's good cases, the Mexico City case. But there are cases that sometimes are not what we think they are. I don't think Kecksburg was an alien craft. From what I've heard about Kecksburg, it sounded like something we recovered. Well, no, I had all kind of friends up there. Oh, no, it's alien craft. And then Jack sent me this picture that he got from a friend of his, and it looked like an acorn, actually. And I was like, what the hell is this thing? Well, on one of the Russia's, I don't even know if it's still up anymore, but Russia had a display of some of its new satellite technologies, and one of them happened to look like that. It looked a lot like that. It was on the internet. We posted on the internet for a while, put a side-by-side picture. They're probably still up there somewhere. Nothing ever really goes away on the internet. It just gets pushed further back until it becomes irrelevant. Yeah. Well, it's true. It does. It just gets pushed further back. Yeah. So, we're at the top of the hour now. Before we go on, I'm going to give away. I'm going to give away a case of books tonight. So let's see. Let me grab a. I'm just going to grab a random case and see what we get. All right, so yes. So anyway, I think we got 5 of them in here. Let's see. Oh, we're giving away books from now until Christmas. There's only 109 days till Christmas, and these are look at these. What we got here? Oh yes, what we got? This is volume 36. There's a camera at it. Got a lot of screen on it. Of Right of the Future. This is an anthology. There are 12 stories in this one. Actually, I think it's 14 stories in this one. Some fabulosa. Hey, what's that? Some fabulosa artwork. There was some weirdness going on in there. Yep, so we're going to give away 5 of them tonight. So this is, oh yeah, so 5 of these. So what we're going to do here is I have a friend named Emily Goodwin. Okay. So all I want to know is who she is and what she does. Look her up. That's all I can tell you. Emily Goodwin. Yes, Emily Goodwin. The first 5 people who get it right, my email at icarcox.net. Be sure to give me your information, your mailing information, and it will go out within 4 or 5 days. It may even go out before then because I'm going to New Orleans the next couple of days. So, I'm giving away. We're going to be giving away like 5 a show for weeks. Oh yeah, not just we got a bunch of different ones. We have a bunch of volumes, and we got a bunch of other books that were sent in. And people, if you want to donate books to the organization or to the station, you can just write me at icarcox.net, and I'll tell you how to get hold of us. We give them away online to all kind of people to read, and we also give them to local schools in Louisiana, Mississippi, to help fight off, illiteracy, to be honest with you. Well, they're interesting stories, and there's 12 different stories, so it's not one book. There's 12 different stories. Each artwork is done individually. Every piece of artwork in it is done by a different artist. There's 12 different artists in there, and they also specifically did a piece of artwork for each story. Yes, so check them out. Emily Goodwin is her name. Yes, so if you can figure out who she is and what she does for a living, or who she works for, might be better. She works for 2 companies, so you got to get them both. Yes, and I'll send it to you. Wait, what do you mean 2 books? Okay, if you figure out both companies she works for, I'll send you 2 books. How's that? Yes, but anyway, we're still giving away those 5, so that's just a case we opened up. There's a bunch of different cases with different books in them, and then there's all these you see behind me. Most of them are being given away except for, let's see, this one. Yeah, I don't know if you can see it or not. This one is autographed in gold up there by a friend of mine. I've got a couple of autographs, and all the books to the left over there are all autographs. So he goes, no, sorry guys, they're not going anywhere. But anyway, let's get back to what we were talking about. Are you for sure, man? Really, do I have to do that? That is so wrong. I see how I get treated. I'm the owner. I get treated like this. I know, huh?
You're listening to UFO Undercover with your host, Joe Montaldo, right here on the Paranormal Radio Network.
I'm scared after listening to that. I don't know. I'm waiting. What the hell's going on with this sound thing tonight? I don't know. I got some weird sound that's going on. Something. Weird headset. But anyway, so let's get back to what does the government actually know? Well, what do you think the government knows? If you've been watching the Congress, the government knows squat. Matter of fact, they're fighting about what they know because they don't even know what they know because they know squat. Well, they've taken people, they've done military abductions, they've followed a lot of other people's research, but they really don't know why they're here. What are these aliens' agendas? Why have they been here so long? What do they hope to get out of us? It's just like, have y'all ever seen Jupiter Ascended? Maybe we're a long-term milking program. But really, what are they after us for? Or are they scared because now we contain reptilian, human, and gray DNA that one day we may be the dominant species in the galaxy? Is that what they're worried about? Will we become light beings in the future? Is that what they're worried about? I mean, in the condition we're in today, you don't want us to have any kind of real power. I would be nervous if we had real power. Do you want a race like this in the cosmos with the power to do what the Greys can do? Oh, hell no. Romaine, to be honest with you, when I first got into this, I always thought, they're taking people against their will, blah, 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 blah. But we do it every day. We do take people against their will, but we also take every kind of animal you can think of. We go dart them, trap them, probe them, stick them, weigh them, clean their ears out, clean their nose out, stick things up their ass. I mean, we do it. And we don't go ask the animal first, can we do it? We just do it. So you have to remember, these races don't look at us much higher than we would look at like a bear or a tiger or anything. They just look at us as, their project. And that's what we are to them. Well, the human aliens tend to think, for the most part, they think we're just like trash cousins, for lack of a better way of saying it. We're like the hillbillies. Sorry, hillbillies, I didn't mean to offend you, but I couldn't think of a better name at the time. But to them, we're their trash cousins. And they do have some favorites that they really like, but for the most part, they're just not really into the human race. They think we're egotistical, arrogant, and have a long ways to go. I mean, we haven't even united our planet yet, and we want to think we know everything. The reptilians look at us differently because they still know we're family. We share a bloodline with them, which means that we do retain some genetic memory. Reptilians have genetic memory. It's passed from father to son, and so on, from mother to daughter, and so on, and so on, and so on, or mother to whoever. It's all past, so it's a lot of stuff to remember. And from what I understand, even the reptilians in the beginning have a hard time because sometimes memories seem so real, even though they're not their memories. Well, it happens to humans too. They retain some of this, so they remember some of these things. And they think it's happening to them, but it's not really happening to them. It actually happened to someone else. They're just seeing through their eyes. Well, imagine it's like everything else. If you're a good telepath, you have to learn how to block everybody out eventually and turn it into background noise or something. Or if you're blind, if you're just a blind individual, I imagine you have to adjust your hearing because it becomes so acute that it probably picks up all kind of like air sounds, like shh, things like that. So I would imagine something along those lines. But still, again, here's the Greys, stage right. Why did they come? And are they the ones that introduced RH negative? Are they the ones who gave us RH negative? I mean, as far as we can tell, that happened 35 to 45,000 years ago, out of the blue and for no reason. So was that direct intervention by the Greys? And if so, that changes timelines. Because that means that what the Sumerians, when you talk about the aliens and you talk about the Sumerians, that means the Sumerians are much older than what we thought they were, or some offshoot of them is much older than we thought they were. Or a better way of saying the civilization is much older than we thought it was. Now, we have recently found sunken cities that date back to that magical 12,500 year date. So there does seem to be something significant about that date, and there does seem to be reasonably advanced civilizations on this planet at the time. I don't know what advanced, I don't mean like us, probably like the Egyptians, but it does seem to be there. And as far, yes, there could be more advanced. Whoever sent me that. It's, well, we don't know because we weren't there. I mean, we talk about the Atlanteans. It could have been them. Who were the Atlanteans? Whether the Greys, reptilians, humans, whether somebody else. I mean, who were they? Were they really, really advanced us? Well, we don't know. Humans could, there's lots of places that they say there was human footprints underneath dinosaur footprints, which put them back 60, 80, 100 million years. There's also the map of the Pravda map, the map of the Creator, which is supposed to date somewhere 120 million years. It's a resource map taken from an aerial view. Well, humans weren't supposed to be on a planet 120 million years ago. We weren't supposed to be on a planet 2 million years ago. So who the hell was it if it wasn't us? Or was it us? Was it an offshoot of us? Was it reptilians? Who the hell was it? Was it something entirely different than any of the races we're talking about? Whoever they were had feet like ours. At least that's what the mud shows. Could be. What does all that mean? It suggests that the aliens have been coming to our planet a lot longer than we thought they had been. Then who the hell are they? And then there's other weird things like, was Mars and Venus habited at one time? Was that how it was? Were they inhabitable planet at one time or another? That's a good question. And there does seem to be, at least for some of us, we may have some ancestry to Martians. Or maybe there's some debris were brought here. And some of us, because a long time ago they had discovered that a lot of humans' biological clock was set to 24 and a quarter hour days. And that their optimal body temperature was about 10 degrees cooler than the optimal body temperature on this planet. So, does anything in the planet fit those categories? Yeah, of course Mars does. Mars 53 million years ago would have been 10 degrees cooler, and it has a 24 and a quarter hour day, where Earth has a 23 and 3/4 hour day. It's a half hour different day. But yet, a lot of our biological clocks said that. There used to be more, but it seems like as we breed along, we're becoming more in tune with this planet. Well, maybe that's why guys are so pissed off at us. They're like, look, you're not from here. You didn't evolve here. You evolved somewhere else, and we're transplanted here. Well, the argument for me has always been the same argument when it comes to where we came from. To me, there's three sound ways to go. God created us. Don't hate on me. God created us, and that's how we became. Okay. Panspermia created us. The building blocks of life were brought from other worlds and other places and deposited here on Earth in its rich primordial soup, and we are what sprung for it. Okay. I can go for that too. Or extraterrestrials created us and put us here, or found something like us here and and made us better or created us. Either one of the three works for me. I don't have a problem with either one of the three. I don't. It's up to, any one of those three theories work fine for me. It's one of them things. Oh, here come Blackie. What you doing, child? You evil child, come here. My own personal little alien, except she's black and not gray. Yes, look at that alien. I know that is an alien from hell. But anyway, getting back. Not knowing exactly where it come from is always interesting. It's always wondered, how we got here. But knowing that somewhere along that line, regardless if they put us here or not, they decided to intervene and get involved in our well, how can we say this politely? Our well-being. How's that? And that's where they came to be today. There seems to be so tied to us. It's kind of like the Americans and the Brits and the Americans and Canadians. Our politics and our militaries are so entangled, it would be really hard to get them untangled. Well, at this point, these aliens have been here a long time. They've been investing a lot of time in us. And they really know our families much better than we do. Think about it. The gray who abducts you. Oh, sorry. The gray who abducts you, or the gray abducts your mom, or the reptilian, or whoever it may be, is probably the same one who's been abducting them for 10 or 20,000 years. So, that means they know your family better than you do. And if reincarnation is real, then they may have got to see you reincarnate and recognized your soul. Would that not be interesting? Yes, which means they would know us much better than we know ourselves. I don't know. Well, the way they breed now, you mean, do they cheat reincarnation? Maybe they don't need it anymore. Maybe they figured another way around it. One, they have a lot of knowledge and they're accumulating a lot every day. So if you figure our knowledge doubles every 2 years, their knowledge probably goes a Google every 2 years. Yes, I mean, they're just on a scale that we won't be on for a long, long time to come. And even the reptilians and humans are still probably leap years ahead of us. Nothing that we can achieve anytime soon. They're definitely in the millions of years more ahead of us. They've just been around longer than we have, and they've been in wars and other technologies. They're part of a bigger group, so they probably swap and change technologies. So we're just having to come along the hard way. We're on the slow road right now. Is where we are. That's where humans are. We're in the back road, bumping, hilling, scratching our ass. We're just bumping along. They're on the fast lane, and each, because they're all connected now, their technology is doubling much faster, and so it's going to be even harder for us to catch up. But there will come a point where we become interesting to them, that we can travel faster than light, or we can travel through gate technologies, and then we'll be in the cosmos, and they'll really be more interested in us. They'll be taking a look at us, but again, they're not sharing this technology with our government. Anybody who thinks that the aliens are giving our government any technology is completely deluding themselves. And if they say they know somebody who does, that person's been lied to. The Greys do not allow any of the races to share technologies with the government. They consider it something that could be. They don't want to be responsible for wiping us out. Basically, it's how they look at it. They don't want to be. If we want to wipe ourselves out, that's fine. But they don't want to be the reason we got wiped out. Maybe bad karma, so who knows, but they don't want to be the reason, so they're strict about technology. And the other races really don't want to give it to us anyway because we're dangerous. We're liable to use it against them. We're dangerous. I mean, we can't even get along with each other. So let's say some poor schwa, let's just say one of the human aliens get a soft spot for Putin and give him some really cool laser weapons or some stuff that can wipe out whole cities. Yeah, what do you think he's going to do with them? Oh, we're going to think he's going to play nice? Oh, no. New York will be gone. D.C. will be gone. London will be gone. Paris will be gone. All of Ukraine will be gone because he just pissed at them in general. Oh, no. So it's just, until we become a united world, I just don't think they feel comfortable with giving us any kind of technologies. But the government's still going to try. That doesn't mean every chance they get, they're not going to try to find new technologies and be linked to new technologies. That's one of the reasons they track the military down on the outskirts, on hopes that they might get something by accident. And from time to time they do. Sometimes they get a gift like a good psychic. So the Greys especially, but none of the alien races will let a psychic go work. Well, I shouldn't say psychic, but a good telepath will go work for the government unless they want to. Now, if they want to, they won't intervene. So if you're like a grade 1 telepath and all of a sudden you decide to want to work for Uncle Sam, the aliens will not step in your way. Interesting, but they won't. Now, if your dumbass grade 1 telepath goes and messes with one of their grade 1 abductees, other than yourself, then you might have a problem. Then they may decide to do something about it. Well, yeah, they don't care. As long as you're messing with humans and not other abductees, they don't care. Then it's hard to put it like this, but they're not concerned with the non-abduction part of the world. They're just not. They don't see it as anything but a hindrance to society. And it's weird because think of it this way: 45,000 years ago, 35,000 years ago, something introduced Rh negative into our blood. So it was less than 1%. Okay, 35,000 years ago. Today it's 15%. It's growing. Why? It's a baby killer. Why is it growing? Another 30,000 years, it might be 45%. 30,000 after years, it could be 75%. What is it doing? Is it mutating our society? We know it changes stuff. We know O negative is the purest form of blood known to man, and it's the universal donor. And that was just a gift. So this blood, whatever this blood came from, remember in the early days, it caused lots of baby deaths, still deaths, because positive saw the negative is invading disease and went after. So it killed a lot of babies. In the early days in the United States, even when I got married, you had to take a blood test to see if you were compatible, meaning that if one was negative and one was positive, which my wife and I were both, I was negative, she was positive, we had to get an antigen gene shot to have a baby. Yes. Oh, I know. And my son's positive, not negative. All three of us are O, but they're both positive and I'm negative. Okay. Yes, they both are, too. So it goes back to the point, it doesn't matter if you're positive or negative, just have to be part of whoever they originally took. But for some reason, they felt the need to introduce this new blood type in, and they did. Because there's no reason that Mother Nature, Gaia, would have introduced it. It's without some kind of check valve, it's just a baby killer. It would have started reducing the population. Especially now that it's at 15%. Think about it at 50%, and it was killing the rest of the babies. I mean, it just could be a nightmare thing. Yeah, it's growing now. And we'll see. I mean, you mean, are there any differences between Rh negative and Rh positive people? Yes, there are. There are differences in personality and behavior. There's just differences. I don't know why. I'm not a scientist. I mean, well, yeah, I got a bachelor's in science, but no, not in that kind of science anyway. I don't know why they're like that. But it's a very significant thing because it's a significant thing for us. Without it, it's changed our lives. I mean, Rh negative has changed our lives. It's the purest known, it's where all of our hematological research comes from. It really helped us to really move forward with blood research. It helped us cure a lot of blood diseases. And then we were giving a universal donor, which means hospitals in slow times can be stocking up on blood. And the more Rh negative they have, the better, because they can use it for anybody's blood. Well, Jimmy, you're right. It is. AB negative and AB positive is the rarest bloods at 1.5%. But both of them can take Rh negative, which means technically they're around 8.5%. Rh negative people, like O negative people, can only take O negative. They cannot take any other blood. But all the rest of the blood types can. They can take all the other blood types can take Rh negative, but Rh negative can only take Rh negative. So technically it's the rarest form of blood. And there's a ghost floating down my hallway. It's just floating down. It's very weird looking. I would have put the camera on it, but it might have thrown something at me. Yes. See, don't mess with. See what happened? Bob messed with me. See what happened to him? Mm-hmm. That's Bob the Gray. Oh yes, that's Bob the Gray. He reconstitutes every once in a while. It's aggravating. You have to do it again. I know, but anyway, it's just teasing before anybody gets any ideas. It's not a real anything. It's a replica of something. See that? Hi, I am Bob. Do not screw with Joe, because I will come to your house. Yes, I will. Anyway, enough of that. That's what happens when you get too much caffeine, people. So let's get into part 2 of all this. Why doesn't the government know more than they do? One, it's hard to get this information from anybody. Do you want to talk to the government about this? I mean, if you've been taken or you've had an alien experience, do you really want to talk to the government? Yeah, well, hey there, G-Man, I want, especially today. I mean, when you look at what's going on in our country, or has been going on in our country now for about 10 years, do you really want to talk to the government? No, you don't. You're worried about our government. You don't want to talk to our government. And nobody really wants to go around telling people they had an extraterrestrial contact. Even today, even with it being as popular as it is, people who have been taken don't want to come forward. One, they might lose their job. They might lose their husband or wife. Remember, a lot of times spouses don't know about this. Kids don't know about this. Yes, I mean, okay, let's say you've been married for 20 years. All of a sudden, one day, your husband goes, well, guess what's been happening to me? I've been being taken by extraterrestrials, and let me tell you what goes on. Now, here you're the wife, and you're going, really? Really? Baby, you want to seek some help? And you're like, no, this is real. And she's like, are you sure this is real? And you're like, yeah. And you're like, 2 days later, you get a little round envelope, divorce papers in it. Because your wife thinks you lost your mind. Or vice versa, for that matter. Okay, it could be daddy, and mama, I don't really care. It doesn't matter what it is. When you start talking about all these things that happen to you, sometimes your spouse is going to be like, oh no. They're going to be, I don't think so. It ain't going to happen. I don't want to be a part of this. I didn't know you were crazy. Why didn't you tell me this before we got married? And then you say, all right, let's say they're calming down. And then you start telling them, well, you know, if they're taking me, they're taking the kids. All right, that's just too much at this point. Your spouse is going, I want a divorce. You're insane, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to go see a lawyer and a doctor. You're crazy. You're never going to see the kids again, and you're going to pay out the ass. And, it's just dangerous. You just don't know what the reaction is going to be when you tell someone for the first time. People talk about coming out of the closet. It's one of the terms I used to use for abductees and contactees. It's like coming out the closet. You just don't know what kind of reaction you're going to get from an individual when you tell them, hey, I've had extraterrestrial contact. I have been taken. I've been aboard a ship. This is what's happened to me. Just people freak out hard. Really, really hard. They have no idea what you're going to say, what your mama's going to say, what your dad's going to say, what your aunt's going to say, your uncle, your grandma, anybody, your job, your boss, your friends. And if you go public, like, most people, well, not most people, but a lot of people do, then, you have no idea what kind of reaction you're going to get. I own my own businesses, so it's a little different for me. And if a customer says, well, Joe, you're a crazy bastard. I said, well, that's true. Do you still want me to do it for this price? And they're like, yeah. Because in the end, for them, they don't care that I'm a crazy bastard. It's just something they can talk about their rich friends with. I'm just their contract, and I need to take care of their job, and that's all there is to it. And, that's just one of the things of being... It's just one of the things of owning your own business. And I can always tell them to take a fly and what, because I don't need their business. So it puts me in a unique position, but most people don't have that option. Most people have to go, I got to be quiet, I can't say anything, I could lose my job. And I have known people who've lost their job over this before. I've never lost a job over ufology. I did lose a job over religion one time, but things happen. So it's hard. And so for the government to get you to talk is just, so then people say, well, they drug you. Well, sometimes they do. They use sodium androsol, sodium pentothal, and someone who's really good hypnosis, usually someone who's telepathic, where they can do a soft pathic scan while they got you under the drugs. And that way they go and find what they want and leave a soft memory behind and something that doesn't jar your brain too much. But that's if Mr. Gray or Mrs. Gray or Mr. Reptilian or Mr. Human doesn't object. A lot of times the abductors, I should say, object and will come in and pick up one of their people. They don't just allow everybody to be taken. It's really can't be against their will. If it is, that they will come remove them from the situation. So remember, these aliens keep a telepathic link with their abductees. So if something's going on or they're stressing, and all of a sudden it goes off, a little thing goes up in the Gray's head, he pops over there and sees y'all torturing his he's going to kill all of y'all, or he's going to really make you wish you were dead. I've heard horror stories about things they put in your head, things that took weeks and months to get over. It's something right out of a sci-fi horror movie. It really is. So it's just hard for them to get the information they're looking for. And, we've talked about rogue grays before, and there does seem to be a small group of rogue grays, but they seem to be managed, I guess might be a better way of saying it. Even though they're out there, I think they're still limited to what they can or cannot do. Oh, here, you want to see it again? Hold on. Let's see. And it's Saturday, Sunday, and Monday pass. Yes, they're all different colors and stuff, yes. What do you mean you want to buy it? Send me something when I get offline. That threw me off guard. It caught me off guard, I should say. Okay, anyway, getting back. So here we are. We're sitting in D.C. We're trying to figure out why aliens are on our planet, why they're taking our citizens. We have several presidents that's known about it. At least 10 or 12 presidents, 15 presidents at least knew. Well, maybe that 8 presidents probably knew. But still, these presidents knew. Yet they didn't do anything to stop the abduction cases or the flying over. Congress has admitted now that they're pretty sure that whatever this is flying in the sky is not human. But they still don't know what the hell it is, and they don't even know how to find out what it is. For them to go public means they don't have anything. They need you to fill in the blanks. That's what this is about. That's what this YAP program is about. The UAP program is about is getting humans to fill in the blanks. Well, you can talk about your sightings till you're blue in your face. Sightings does not prove it's an extraterrestrial craft. You need either someone that was in the craft. You need the alien, but the alien's not going to go tell you. But if you can find someone who's been in one of the craft, then you can at least authenticate the craft and maybe some of the stuff aboard the craft. And even get an idea of what kind of technologies we're talking about. Because a good friend of mine, one of the very first people who ever talked about the organic ships to grade shoes, she used to get Millad pretty regular. Matter of fact, her neighbor caught at least 2 times this happened on tape. Yeah, I'm surprised he's not floating in a river somewhere. But he put it on the internet and he released it to a bunch of places, so he kind of saved himself when he did that. But his security cameras caught it. And there was a oopsies on their part that they didn't see it and catch it. They basically, I don't know how they do it. We talked about this many times. It seems like they roll into like a block and just like gas the whole block, put everybody to sleep. What it seems like. It's not like a real fast. It doesn't like knock you out like immediately. It takes 15 or 20 minutes, but it does seem to put you to sleep. They just roll it out there and it's picked up through the air conditioning systems, whether heating systems or windows being open, whatever it may be. But it seems to work real well, whatever it is. I have no idea. I would have figured they would have done it a different way, but no, there was a couple of government people came out and talked about it and how they bring in these special helicopters that don't make any noise. And they have these round platforms on them. They take them and bring them wherever. I said, why don't you just pick them up in a car? It never made any sense to me. It was just, why even gas them? Just go pick them up in a car. Dumbass. I really don't know. That kind of stuff just seems stupid to me. Like the cattle mutilations. Yeah, I get in trouble for cattle mutilations all the time, but that's just one of those things. I just came up with a better explanation for what they were doing with them, that's all. That's pretty widely accepted these days, but Well, no, because the people who make money on this will never change the way they believe. Yeah, if you do ufology for money, which there's 2 or 3 dozen people who do. Well, let me ask you something. So you're going to do a conference for 1,000 people, and you're going to charge $360 per person. You know how much money that is? What do you need that for? And how much are you paying these people? And how much are you putting in your pocket from these people who are just trying to learn the truth? Yeah, well, I don't personally think a conference should be more than $100, $150 for the whole conference, unless you got dinner and drinks or something. I don't think it should be. I don't know. I'll tell you this. Dragon Con, so the conference I was just talking about is $360 for 2.5 days. Dragon Con was $160 for 5 days, and offered there's 5 hotels running venues and the convention center, and then all kind of food and bars and things, events on the side. I mean, it was insane. It is well worth the money you're going to spend to go there, because it's just outrageous. It is. It is outrageous place. The bang for the buck. I don't know if you can beat the bang for the buck. I really don't. I don't know. I mean, $160 for 5 days. That's. Well, actually, no, it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and Monday. It was a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Anyway, it goes. It was a great day. I mean, there was just so much stuff. Every hotel had things going. There was venues running all over. The only place, there's 2 things that was kind of rough. Going to where the expos were, where the vendors were, the line was 1.5 miles long. It wrapped around the hotel 1.5 times. You had to go into the parking garage with it. It was so long. Yes, it was huge. And some of the lines to get T-shirts were pretty bad. Yes, but it was a lot of fun. It's worth $160. I mean, you got to pay more than that. But, you know, if you don't mind driving, you don't have to pay a lot for a hotel. I stayed at the Marriott downtown, but I was about 8 minutes away from where they were. I just hopped in the car, zipped over, and parked. Parking's a little high, $25 to $40, depending on where you park. Any hotel you stay at downtown is going to be expensive. It doesn't even matter if you get a break in the room, the drinks, the food, everything downtown is expensive. Just know that. So if you want to go downtown, you know, if you don't want to stay down there, don't stay somewhere else and eat outside of downtown. You'll be fine. You'll save all kind of money. Yeah. Well, you got to eat though. It's too good. But anyway, so getting back to, I know we keep digressing into other things, but getting back to why the government doesn't know anything. Well, ET won't tell them, and the contactees won't tell them. So how are you going to learn anything? How do you know anything? Bits and pieces and scraps you find here and there, but that's not telling you anything. You can take all these different shows and run through algorithms and hope that a lot of these people know what they're talking about, but a lot of them are lying. A lot of them are lying. You mean the percent of people I think that lie that are abductees? I don't even know. In the early days, when we first formed ICAR, it was 50-50. And then we made these the forums much longer and much more involved, and that dropped dramatically. It dropped to about 10 to 15% were fake. The rest were real. What was too much? If this had not really happened to you, odds of you filling out the entire form and doing it correctly, it was just really not going to happen. There was a lot of stuff. It was really involved. It was 95 questions, 75 to 95 questions with all kind of stuff we wanted, answered. There was lots of places you would have to write a couple of paragraphs. That was just a thing through it worked though. It actually worked. Well, because I go on some of these websites for these so-called abduction researchers. They got like a 10 question form. But they tell you, so I can hypnotize you in 20 minutes. Really? Oh, well, I want to see that. No, the whole session's 20 minutes. Hypnotize them and get the information and everything. Beware of charlatans is all I can say. It usually takes me a half an hour to put somebody under the way I want to. And that's if I'm in daily practice. I don't know. But they want to know the truth. The government's like us. They want the truth. They want to know what the hell's going on. It's not just the truth they're after. They're after the technology. And they're not the only ones. There are several billionaires in aerospace or millionaires in aerospace that also want the truth. But they're also looking for the truth. Because they're thinking that, well, look at who was it? Who was it that gave money to MUFON? Bigelow, right? Wasn't it Bigelow Aerospace that gave money to MUFON? So what they're looking for is technology. Remember, Bigelow owned the Skinwalker Ranch. So they're hoping that they can get technology out of this. Let me give this stuff to these people, and maybe they'll go out and find me some research, and we'll stumble across some advanced extraterrestrial technology. Or maybe an ET itself. Maybe that's what we'll do. We'll run across one, and we can get this technology. Well, I remember talking to James Cameron about this, who was director at the time. And all I can say is he was thoroughly disappointed by the people at MUFON. That archive is still available too, by the way, but mainly because they were doing stuff like expensive plane flights, expensive equipment on Bigelow's dime, and weren't producing anything. Let's fly first class, let's buy expensive cameras, expensive this, expensive that. Well, that's not what the man was after. He was after the truth. And if they would have pursued the truth and not pursued his money, they might still have someone giving them money today. But that's not what it was. I mean, they were after other. They just know what they were after. MUFON's not really an abduction organization. They're a lights in the sky organization. I know they got their star team, which is a joke. I've talked to several members of the star team, different ones over parts of different years, that move around. It's just they don't really understand abduction criteria. They don't really understand what it is they should be looking for in abduction research. They're jimmy jabber, jumped around, they just, and I'm not hating on them, it's just, you really have to have a certain type of leadership, and you have to look at things like I do. You can't go into something assuming that, okay, it's an alien contact or this person's not lying. You have to go in with everything is suspect and prove that it's not, and then take that information and use it. That's how we got to the blood type study. That's how we got to the great reptilian human studies. That's why we do this stuff, and no one else in the field does. No one does what ICAR does. Never has. And matter of fact, you will see a lot of them are carbon copies of what we do now. That's the only way you get into the truth. And that's, in the end, that's what this is all about. Finding the truth, finding the puzzle pieces. Finding out exactly what we can expect. Are they here just to watch the great calamity that's going to kill us all one day? When God tosses us all in the fiery pit of hell and wraps it up and throws it away? Is that what they're waiting to see? What do they believe in God? Well, I can't speak for them, but I would assume they don't believe in our God, or what we consider God. Might be a better way of saying it. I guess for them, since they're friends with the light beings, the Greys are, I mean, that's like as close as you get to being a god without actually being a god. I mean, they have all the godlike abilities, so they can create, destroy, move through space and time, all with thought. So, as far as our standards go, they would be gods, yes. I mean, what we label as gods, they would be one, but in reality, I guess they would be like Q on Star Trek. Actually, they'd be more advanced than Q on Star Trek, but still. But even then, they're not that interested in this planet at this point. People always think, oh, I've had great contact with the light beings. Really? They're a plasma-based being that even the Greys and reptilians in them keep at least a couple of feet distance from, just because of the amount of energy they give off. Can you imagine them getting inside of you? They would burn you out like a circus. Now, maybe they could do like the Vorlons and take a little piece of itself and shove it in you and let it stay with you. But other than that, I don't. There could be no full merger. It's like when people tell me that they've merged with this type of alien or cosmic consciousness. They're such bullshit, people. Why would they even let you on their consciousness level? Really? When you say stuff like that, do you think you're on the same... Let's just be honest. Do any humans listening to this show think you're on the same level as the conscious of a Grey or a light being? Really? Now that's an ego. Really? You're talking about... the light beings are billions of years old. The Greys are at least a billion years old, but yet you think you're as smart as they are. Okay, and they say humans didn't have egos. I think we might be wrong about that. Well, that's the point. We're babies compared to them. I mean, seriously, we're babies compared to them. And you really think that they're going to give these kind of technologies to our governments when they know we can't even handle the ones we have? I mean, have you been reading the paper lately? Jesus, we're on the verge of World War III, and you want aliens to give us better weapons. Maybe we should ask them for better medical help, or cure diseases, or things like that, or help us with global climate change, which they don't even seem to be interested in. Every now and then I'll get an abductee or contactee. They'll tell me, "Oh, they mentioned that we're killing ourselves." No, they said we're killing the planet. No, we're killing ourselves. That's how I know it's not an alien, because the alien's not going to say that. The alien's going to go, "You're killing yourself, you dumb human. Fix it." Because they know we can't actually kill the planet. The planet will survive no matter what we do. At least at the stage we are right now. Yeah. If we could nuke the whole planet in 10,000 years, it'd be a nice, pristine planet. There would all kind of new creatures roaming around. Would we still be here? Maybe, maybe not. We wouldn't be the humans we are today, that's for damn sure. It'd be more like that movie, a time travel movie. Orson Welles' Time. Yeah, there you go. I'm sure it'd be more like that. But that goes right back to, so how is the government getting its information? If the aliens aren't telling them, and you're not telling them, and the contactee's not telling them, all they can do is hope they get little bits and pieces of aircraft, like Shag Harbor. Okay. So I love Shag Harbor. So these people are out messing around Shag Harbor in the evening time. This thing comes down. They think it's a plane, by the way. All the people who saw this thing come down Shag Harbor thought it was a plane. They reported it to the local authorities as a plane coming down. So all kind of people got in boats and got out there, and they were seeing this weird yellow foam and it's glowing underneath the water. And they were out there in boats, but they weren't finding anybody or any pieces or anything. Then they noticed this glowing thing started moving and went out through the channel and headed out to the Atlantic Ocean, where it parked for 7 days. There's lots of stories about this, but we did personally interview 3 divers who saw it, who were present at it while it was being there. So the government thought they had this thing. They had surrounded it with ships. They had said they did an unscheduled maneuver off the coast of Canada, and they were had divers going down. They had subs present. And I think they said it was like on the 5th or 6th day, another saucer showed up from underwater. Came by and put this blue light all over it. Things started up and it took off, and they just left them. Everybody just sitting there. Just they were both gone. Sounds like something out of that. Not Avatar. What the hell? I guess it was crazy sounding, but yeah, you actually had divers who actually were willing to go on radio and talk about it. But the government didn't get any information out of it. All they got some pictures and stuff. They know what it looks like. They got close to it, but they didn't get inside. They don't know if any weapons or propulsion, and that's what they're after. For some reason, the aliens are not willing to share this with them. The aliens are like, to you. To you. No, I can't use a regular thing. There might be some youngins watching. Who? Martha. Who's Martha? Oh, which Martha? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. You better make up your mind. No, indeed. Boy, somebody would crack over there for sure. Man. Hold on.
Tune in to UFO Undercover, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, with your host, Joe Montaldo, right here on the Paranormal Radio Network. You're listening to UFO Undercover with your host, Joe Montaldo, right here on the Paranormal Radio Network.
Welcome back, everybody. That was quick and painless. Look at that. Getting everybody used to those breaks coming back. I hope y'all enjoyed those promos. The damn thing's as old as I am. So, what does the Pentagon know? Not much. What does the White House know? Not much. What presidents knew? So, let's go backwards. Well, Biden don't know. Trump wanted to know. Obama didn't know. Baby Bush may be known because his daddy was the head of the CIA, vice president for 8 years and president for 4 years. So he probably knew. And Reagan definitely knew, because Reagan's the one who kept going around giving the speeches. So if Reagan knew, Bush knew. So Baby Bush may have known. It might have been why they went back to Iraq. Because there was a bunch of rumors going around in the first time we went to Iraq that we were looking for something. So they're saying that's why Bush went back, is so we could find it. Well, we all went back because of 9/11. That's why we went back. But first time we went was because of Kuwait. Second time we went was because of Iraq. Because of the Twin Towers, but still. I was talking with a friend of mine the other night about 9/11. I'm going to do a refresher show on this in a couple of weeks. I'm going to bring up some of the new research, some of the new witnesses, some of the new theories, and some of the new experts on what happened on 9/11. Yes. That's just to aggravate my friend, that's all. Y'all just going to have to listen. No, I'm just teasing. But no, about the show, no, I'm going to do one for real. It's just time for one. It has to be brought up to speed. So here's the Pentagon thinking, what the hell? I need information. So maybe the Congress can get it. So they're like, okay, let's release some of all this military stuff we found. I've been talking to pilots for decades, man. Pilots see them all the time. When I was on a Nimitz, they see them all the time. It's not unusual for not just fighter pilots, for commercial pilots. They just don't talk about them because they don't want to lose their job. But they're seen fairly regular. There's been videos taken in airplanes before. So, it's not that they're not being seen. But the problem for me has always been the same thing. Who is seeing them, okay? I've never understood why there'll be X amount of people in somewhere, but only like 10% or 15% will see them. It's always bothered me. When I was young, it used to really drive me crazy. And I figured out, I don't really think you can see them unless you've already been touched, meaning that you've been taken. I think really only contactees see them. That's probably one of the reasons it's so hard to get them out there, because it's such a small percentage of the population that are seeing them. Because, you have the Phoenix Lights. Phoenix is a big city, but still only X amount of people see them. Just a few thousand people seeing them in a city with the size of 2 million. Why is that? Mexico City, you had one hover in Mexico City for a full 24 hours. Over 1 million reports in a city with 22 million people in it. The mayor saw it, the police chief saw it, a bunch of priests seen it. But still, why the other 21 million people? New York City, the ambassador, the people in the street saw this lady being taken out the window, and then seen the ship just float across New York sky, and no one else saw it. Why? What's going on here? Why are only X amount of people seeing these things? I would bet you it's because they've been taken. I don't know if you can see it if you haven't been taken. Or if you haven't been touched by a craft. I don't know, because it doesn't seem, if they're flying all over our skies and there's more cameras today than there's ever been in the history of the world. Everybody's got a cell phone, at least 4 billion to 5 billion of us have got cell phones, which all of us 5 billion active cameras, and we're not getting any more pictures than we did in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Somebody will say, we're getting way more. No, actually we're not. We're actually still getting less. 50s and 60s were probably some of the insane amount of video that came out, or I should say, insane amount of pictures came out. Billy Myers. I kind of forgot about Billy Myers. It's been a long time since I talked about Billy Myers. If y'all know who Billy Myers is an alleged contactee who has got great photos of UFOs, some of which I'm pretty sure are real. Some of which, though, I'm thinking may be fake. No, I just think he waned, and so he faked stuff. Sometimes you finally just do that. They not that they're trying to lie. It's just people lose interest, and so they fake stuff that makes people get interested in it. And sometimes they get busted. Somebody told me one time he's only got one arm. What's that got to do with it? You can draw with your other arm. You can take pictures with your other arm. The problem for him is there was definitely some good stuff and there was definitely some fake stuff. And there's no doubt about it. And Michael Horn and I debated this many, many times, but in the end, he lied and he got busted. And I don't know what it's going to do for his, well, he's an old man now, so I don't even know what's going on with him anymore. But he had a lot of messages, a lot of stuff. Well, he said he was all kind of people too, so go read them on. Yeah, it's a fun read. At the very least, it's a fun read. Oh yeah, I think he thought he was Gandhi and a few other people. Oh yeah. Well, something else you can do when you get involved with abductees and contactees, they have a tendency to make it about them when it's not. It's about the alien contact. And what happens there is generally when it's all everything that comes out is me, it's usually not real. It's usually fake. Not always, but usually. People have a need to hoax. It's not that they have a need to hoax. They have a need. They need that attention. They need that. Oh, let me touch you. I love you. I need that admiration. Sorry, admiration. I'm not even going there with that joke, my friend. I don't know. But I know that. What do you mean, Jimmy Carter? No, it's a Peanut Boy. Did Jimmy Carter? No, Jimmy Carter saw something, and he asked when he got in. But he was like Clinton. They never told him. For some reason, they don't like telling Democrats about it. I don't understand that, but they don't like telling Democrats about it. At least not in recent times, because none of them are known. You mean Kennedy? I don't think they even tell first term anybody. It's not even Republicans. And I don't think Kennedy knew. Dwight Eisenhower probably knew. So that might be the first Democrat you can get to. But really, after that, it's pretty much been Republicans. Reagan and George and Big W knew for sure. Some people thought Nixon knew. Other than that, I don't think anybody else knew. If Baby Bush knew, it was only because his daddy felt sorry for him, or his daddy still had him looking for something. Yeah, so who knows for sure. Well, I wish the government would release something that was solid and strong, but they're not releasing anything, are they? They're trying to get you to give them stuff. Well, American citizens, help us define what these things are. Yeah, okay, we're already doing that. Thank you very much. I can't even tell you how many 100 years now. Well, Blue Book. How much time we get? You got a couple seconds. So it was. I think it was Signs. It was Signs, Grudge, and Blue Book, or Grudge, Sign, and Blue Book. I get them confused, but there was 3 different ones the government actually did. 3 different UFO programs: Signs, Grudge, and Blue Book. By the way, there were 800 cases in Blue Book that were totally unexplained, and the person who wrote in there said that, who was it, Heinrich? Was it? Anyway, one I met actually wrote in there saying that the original explanation was probably the plausible explanation, meaning that it was probably an extraterrestrial craft. So we've been telling our government for a long time at ET, it's not just that. You go back to the Wild West days, they've actually got people who are looking into it for our government. And I'm pretty sure if you go back to the 1500s and all, you'll see lots of artwork with aliens, extraterrestrial craft in the skies. And remember, people, anything over 200 years ago that's in the sky is of most interest. If it's not a bird, it's nothing else, because they didn't have anything else that flew more earlier than that. I think when was it, about 200 years ago that hot air balloon started flying. So anything before that is most interesting. And there was a lot of things flying around the sky. You see lots of artwork. I think there's over 500 pictures they've discovered with religious pictures, by the way, with things flying in the sky, like crafts. You'll see these round things, or these orb-looking things, or these saucer-looking things with something sitting inside of it, usually a person of some sort. So they've been around for a long time. But I know we got to get out of here, guys, because we got to wrap up. Jimmy Lee. Oh, hey, man, how you been? Yeah, you from Chicago, I remember. Just took a moment for it to register in my head. You're walking down Main Street. You know, Jaime Maussan's got a lot of stuff. And I don't want to say everything he's got a lot of hoax stuff. I'm not going to lie, but there's some stuff that I think is real. I think every once in a while they get lucky down there, because the aliens move more freely in South America than they do up here. One, they ain't got all them cameras all over the place, and the citizens have a different attitude towards it than we do. And remember, Americans carry guns. A lot of us carry guns, including myself. So it just may be safer. I don't know, but there does seem to be a lot of photos and videos that come out of down there, and some of them, from what I know, the description of a real grave is that description. And since no one's actually made it completely public yet, it's interesting to me. So yeah, check him out. I'm not, he's got some good stuff. Dr. Stephen Greer. You know what? Make your own decisions. Make a decision and come see me. And if it's the wrong decision, I'll let you know. How's that? I think he's done some good stuff, and I think he's done some questionable stuff. Yes. That's just my honest opinion. Who? Don't know who that is. Bruce, you mean Bruce McAfee? Yeah, Bruce is fine. You can trust anything he tells you. Some of the female ufologists are good, and some of them are not. Yes. Some are just in about the money. But you should be able to figure that out on your own. Again, if you get in the bind and can't figure it out, you can always write me at iCarTalks.net. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Stephen Bassett, I love Stephen Bassett. Stephen helped me out in the field in the early days. I really do. Stephen has always been a great guy. Yes, always. I wish he would do the X Conference. I love the X Conference. I like speaking there. I like attending it. I always had a lot of fun. I wish he would. He's always been a good guy. So, you're talking about the September 1st thing, when Dr. Greer did all the witnesses. It's still available. You can find it. We got copies of it somewhere, but it's still available. You can get it. I'd go listen to it, and you know what? It would be good to listen to it now, knowing what we know about a lot of what was said there. There was a lot of disinformation in there, but there was a lot of good stuff in there too. Well, when you have this many people and you have the government trying to keep you off balance, there's always going to be disinformation. You can't really get past that. It's just par for the course. But I know, guys, we got to go. Coming up next is the Outer Realm with the Fabulosos. Yes, the Fabulosos, Michelle DeRoche and Emilia Passano. Yes, that's two of my favorite people. Yes, I'm waiting for Halloween. I want to see what Michelle dresses up like. Herself. You're right, too. She's great. Don't forget, if you want one of those 5 books or the 6 books, there's going to be 6. It's Emily Goodwin. I don't know. I flipped the 2 girls' names back for all the time. Emily Goodwin. I want to know, you know what? Maybe we should do who she's married to and who she works for. Maybe we should do that. Anyway, just write to me and let me know. When you write, it's going to be the first 5. Yeah, first 5 people. I might already be too late, but I don't know. But write in anyway. iCarTalks.net, and I will send you out a book. You never know. I might send out a couple extras. I got a case of 10 sitting at my feet right here. So, I got 20 boxes of cases in here. It does. Anyway, on that note, I got to go again. Thanks for listening to United Public Radio and UFO on the Cover. It's a great night for everybody, and I hope, enjoy your lifestyle and have some fun and get out. Oh, and on one side note, I will be in Utah at the end of the month for Fan X for any of my friends up in Utah. On that note, good night and stay tuned for the Outer Realm. Dun, 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 dun.
Welcome to the Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and Emilia Passano. Airing live on the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM in New Orleans.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Thursday night segment of the Outer Realm. We are broadcasting live in the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM from beautiful New Orleans. We are fully sponsored by the amazing people over at Folgers Coffee who've had the faith in us from day one and who've been a part of our journey since the beginning. So thank you, Folgers. Would not be the same without you. And as Hamilton White would say, let me see, because I'm sure this is a test and he's listening. He says that he is very, very similitudinous in his love for Folgers. Y'all look that up because I can barely freaking spell it. Anyway, which is exactly how we feel about all of you. That'll give you a hint. There you go, Hamilton. That one was for you. Good grief. Anyway, don't say we don't love you because that was a freaking double tongue twister.
I think she deserves crisps. Just
Right.
saying.
Anyway, also big thank you to Dr. Snick, the sonic surgeon, aka Justin Snicker, for his contribution of his time, his music, and his voice for the intro and outro here on the Outer Realm. He's an award-winning composer of Halloween horror, sci-fi, and dark wave electronic music. And hey guys, it 'tis the season. We are upon it, so go check him out. He can be found on Bandcamp, Spotify, iTunes, Amazon, and most streaming platforms. If there's good music on it, you're going to find him. So please check him out. Also note all the artwork for our banners and all of our cute little emoji thingies done by Steve McGinnis. Amazing artist. So check him out as well. So tonight we welcome the return of Cheryl Costa. We all know her, we all love her, and she is coming back, and she's going to finish where she left off before discussing the magical arts, the three elements. It's not really been discussed per se. We know definitely not here. And then we might get into some consciousness stuff with UFOs and aliens, which is always, amazing stuff for me. I love it. In order to participate, though, guys, you're going to have to head over to, let's see where we're at tonight, because we do switch it up, believe it or not. YouTube, UFO Gods and Extraterrestrials. We've got the Outer Realm. We've got UFO Paranormal Radio. We've got Facebook News on the flip side, Joe Montaldo, UFO Undercover, UFO Paranormal Radio, and United Public Radio. The Outer Realm, of course, Canada's Most Haunted. So those are your 8 platforms. Wherever you're watching, please kindly subscribe, like us up, join the group, whatever it takes to show your support. And we love and appreciate you all for it. Bam. There we go. So hello, people chiming in. Got Wayne, Joan, Elizabeth. What is that? Melissa. David Bowie was in tune with UFOs. His songs indicated it. Yes, actually. There's quite a few celebrities who've got some amazing UFO stories. Would love to get into some of that. Let me tell you, that would be really cool. That would make one heck of a good show, I'll tell you. But tonight we have Cheryl Costa, and she was a lot of fun. We always have so much fun with her. So do you guys in chat have a lot of fun with her. So we always end up bringing her back. I think this is her 3rd time, if I'm not mistaken. And I am sending her off the link. And we'll see where the lady would like to start tonight. But she's just, I know it's going to be a hoot. It's going to be a super relaxed.
Always is with her.
Oh, yeah. She's just funny. I just love listening to her.
Can you say that word again?
No.
What?
What? No. Okay, I'll try. Let me try. It is very similitudinous.
Very similitudinous.
Very similar.
From his last spelling bee? Is that a word from his last spelling bee?
Yeah, right. Spell it, Hamilton.
Seriously,
he probably could.
I had to look the word up, and he's like, "Oh, try to use in a sentence. How about no?"
Full moon tonight. Yeah.
Right. Yes.
Actually, looks real fine from this end too. So here we go. Banner. Cheryl Costa. There we go. All right, back to over here.
Magic.
Hi, Carol. Melissa. Yeah, I love it. Chiming in.
Yeah.
And
it's spooky season.
It is spooky season. I love the autumn.
If you follow us on the Outer Realm, I put up a clip of a trailer of a horror flick that I actually enjoyed. And anyone who knows me knows that I sit through horror flicks in the theater laughing my head off. This one was old school, and I loved it because it had possession, it had the horror, it had, the murder, the mystery, had everything. So if you're, on our page, check that out. Let me know what you guys think. It's called Awoken, Awoken, and it's on Prime. And I was shocked because I thought, looking at the cinematography is the first thing that I look at. And if it looks low budget, I usually don't watch it. This one wasn't bad, but the story was really good. Mm-hmm. And I was impressed. Impressed. It's not fabulous. It's not Amityville, but it was really good. Loosely based on a true story. Just saying. And
I love that sort of thing, though, especially this time of year. You just want it's the time to nestle in and
right. And it fits it checks all the ticks everything off for me, like the possession, the bouncing. And it's got a lot to do with what we'll be talking about in October, in Spooktober. So it's a good thing to watch. We can discuss it after because it brings up it brings up a lot of stuff that is real. Yes, Carol.
Yes.
So
yes. No, it's going to be great. I look so forward, to October because they have a lot of the stations or the networks will have their 30 days of Halloween or, so every night for the most part or every weekend, or they have their own specials where they show ghostly things or paranormal or just horror movies or just things leading up to October 31st, or even right into November 2nd, the whole Day of the Dead thing. Like it's just really goes full on. And I always look forward to it. It's just like for all you Christmas people who just like to watch Christmas movies. Actually, my mother watches Christmas movies all the year round.
Yeah.
I'm just like, but then again, I'm a Halloween person. I would watch that all year round. I do.
It's not about Christmas as much as it is a feel-good film. I think it's what it does for you.
Halloween films make me feel good.
I watch them both. I can go from watching, like a Christmas with the Cranks to, watching Amityville Horror right after.
Yeah.
I can do that. Friday Fright Night shows at
11. I remember
11.
that.
Yes.
They would go on till like 4 a.m.
They'll do it again. The funny thing is spooky season starts the end of September, not so much the beginning of October because they know that a lot of people are out.
Yeah.
But favorite, what's your favorite film to watch? And then I'm going to say what mine is every season. What's the movie that you have to see?
That's really tough.
I know it is really hard.
For Halloween, I have no real specific movies I like because it depends on the genre. You have just classic. I'm not much into this. Like, I used to love the Friday the 13th, that sort of thing, but it's just like I don't get into the whole scare thing. You know what I mean?
That's a good one. It's a love story. It's fun, rom-com and horror. Yeah.
But I just love horror movies, but then I love supernatural things, and then I love paranormal things. So there's nothing specific. I enjoy watching The Rite. I've enjoyed that. Like I like those kind of things.
Yeah, me too.
I like those kind
Michelle
of things.
and I love it. I love The Exorcism of Emily Rose. But
that's also
The Exorcism of Emily Rose has The Rite. I love because it's so true to life. It really is, and it is a true story. It is his story. I love The Exorcism of Emily Rose because I love law and paranormal, and it's the perfect combination for me.
Right.
Hi, Samantha. The kids make us watch Casper. I love Casper. Can I keep you forever?
Casper was good. How about Nightmare? Nightmare Before Christmas. A lot of people love that as well.
Anything Ted Burton. Yes.
I know. That's just always a fun thing. Okay, that is sense. So we're just going to wait
Michelle
for
and I like
Cheryl
watching movies that are real. Our favorite, and it's funny, we both have the same favorite film, and it's an old one. It's an old one. It's called The Entity. It's not the new one. It's the old one.
Yeah, that one there was, I like the older films. I just find they were made so much better. It's just like I prefer watching documentaries like A Haunting in Connecticut, for example. The movie did not thrill me whatsoever, but the documentary, right? It was the same thing with the Enfield Poltergeist.
Yeah.
Right. And again, the documentary type, or the black and not the black and white, but the older 70s version.
I have it. I have the documentary of Haunting in Connecticut, and you're talking to the family. Yeah. And that was the only, and I remember having this conversation with you. I said, I've never stayed awake at night from any horror film. Right. I've laughed my way through most of the Conjuring movies. But the documentary of Haunting in Connecticut kept me awake.
Really?
That demon that portrayed the demon. This was a long time ago, though. This is when it first came out.
Yeah.
That thing kept me awake. I was just, documentaries. Yeah, I know now. Yeah. But back then that was a big deal for me because I didn't work this side. But, I love the documentary and Haunting in Georgia documentary. It's on the same. If you buy it, it's on the same disc.
Our guest is here, so we are going to officially start. All right. Now it's a party.
Hello, beautiful.
There we go.
Hi.
Now it's a party.
You can hear me okay?
Yeah, how are you?
Great. Sorry, we had a good thunderstorm here and knocked out power and knocked out internet.
Oh,
I
I
just
get that.
literally got everything booted up. So
Yeah, it's
right.
okay.
That's
We're
all
glad
right.
that you're here.
Yeah.
hi.
How are you, beautiful?
Talk about being frantic. You're not getting the best of me either. Sitting here with a
great.
dragon
Oh, I
t-shirt.
like that. though.
Your
That
glasses
is cool.
match. You look fantastic.
Thank
That
you.
is cool.
Yeah,
No,
fantastic.
it's great. We have always look forward to having you on. Right?
Great. Yes, thank you. I know I've been looking forward to this all day, and then about an hour ago, darkness.
It always happens like that. That's the time of year, right? It's the time of
I
year.
know. I
Yeah.
love it. I love it.
2 days ago, Tuesday and Wednesday, it was quite literally so dark out here at noon. It was like 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. It was crazy.
Oh,
I know,
it's
us too.
terrible.
Us too. We had like a
That's terrible.
ridiculous amount of rain. A ridiculous amount of rain.
It's really affected the produce this year, just saying, because I cook a lot and it's been really tough.
Yeah.
It's been really, and I'm the one that supports the farmers,
Yep.
during the year. And I live out in farm country, so it's really not a big deal.
We go to the farmers market every Saturday.
Yeah,
so.
we have a stand at the farmers market here, so I appreciate that. But but we sell cheese. But it's hard. It's important to support them, and the weather's crazy all over the world, so it doesn't matter where you're shopping. Try to support them.
Absolutely. Oh,
We lose them, we're in trouble. That's a whole other show.
Okay.
That's a show that you have with Captain Paul Watson.
yeah, we've
that
had him
whole
on.
thing
He's been on twice and with pretty intense messages. I
Yeah.
love it when he says, if the ocean dies, we die. And you look at him and you go, crap, I really believe it. Because you just look at him and it's just like.
He's the only
amazing.
guest that when we're off air from having him, I have nightmares.
Yeah. The whole
Well,
environmental
the key to it is if the plankton dies, that's the
right.
bottom part of the food chain, and
That's
it goes to hell from there. So.
Absolutely. And it
Exactly.
makes
He
so
said
much
that
sense,
too.
really.
Yeah.
It's not that difficult to figure out. It just goes
No.
like this, domino effect, right?
Yeah. He said the
But,
same thing.
You know what bugs me
plankton.
is I keep seeing all these news articles about this one glacier up in Greenland,
Yeah.
and they keep calling it the doomsday. And I was conversing with one of my friends in the UK. I says, you do realize if that thing dumps all that nice cold glacier fresh water into the ocean, England's going to freeze to death.
I never knew that.
It will go out. It will shut down the Gulf
down.
Stream that goes up. It shuts down the conveyor belt, and
It's done.
England's going to be the new Greenland.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
They're done.
I don't know what they're like for environmentalists. I don't know what England is like. If Canada is really, really hardcore at recycling, you will get fined. They will not pick up your trash. It's very hardcore. When we take out the trash, there is 4 boxes going out. It's not, you're only allowed 1 bag of trash. Everything else has to be separated.
Sorted out. You bet.
Yeah, I'm not sure I don't know how Europe works with that, because with all that tourism, you would hope that they abide by something like that.
Mhm.
The Europe, UK, all those countries, they have a lot of tourism.
Yep.
That's a lot of trash. It's a lot of trash,
Well,
I appreciate what the restaurants are doing right now. So there's a shout out for all the restaurant owners out there. You guys are
Yes.
doing a fantastic job.
So
Let's go magic.
yes. Do we want to start with magic or do we want to do ET? What do you want to do?
Where do you want to start?
Let's talk magic first. Let's talk
Okay,
magic.
let's do that.
Okay.
I like that.
Hey,
Okay.
I feel like I need a wand. I don't have one, so my
got one
Sharpie.
right here.
There we go.
I have a Sharpie.
I brought 2, one for you, one for me. Okay, how's that?
Yay.
Oh, shit, I'm feeling left out now.
Yeah, I bet you Michelle has a few wands behind her. Never mind.
Yeah, there's some crap
It's like-
around here for sure.
You know where these wands came from? Linda and I wrote a live-action role-play game called Boarworm's Academy of Magic. Think of it like Hogwarts, but it was the American school established in the colonies.
Oh,
Okay. teaching great magic since 1695.
Wow.
And at one point, we actually had a website up. It looked like a community college website. We had people actually trying to enroll. It was so funny.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. You
And,
should do it.
the flavor, the thing was that this game, it was going to be at a convention up in Boston. And we realized we had better make sure we had spare wands for those who didn't have them. Okay. And so Linda ran across this ad in a magazine or something like that. Guys would make like wands for you, right? And we dropped them a line and we said, hey, what if we ordered like 50 wands? What kind of a break in price would you get? So, what do you want them to look like? It's anything you want. And it's going to go from like, we gave them a range of measurements for the, the Cupid thing, and it says anything you want, any wood you want. And he gave us a deal like $250 a piece, everything. And he sat there and cranked them all, 50 of these things off on his wand. And we've got this crate of them right here still.
That's crazy.
Whenever I get a class, I just start handing out wands,
Yeah.
That's
so
right.
cute.
I love it. I love it.
Well, I swore I wouldn't do this again because I retired back in as a parish priestess in December 2020.
Right.
I was in the midst of what was my first ever virtual internet class that we did during 2021.
Right.
20 and 21.
Right.
And so it was like an April to April thing, year and a day. And we started out with 45 people. And I thought maybe we could pull this one through, and everything. It still ended up with the same ratio, about 5%. We graduated 4.
Wow.
There were some that just couldn't keep up with it because I was teaching like a college class.
Yeah.
And I guess a lot of them wrote me, I thought we were just going to be dressing up in robes and lighting candles and stuff. I didn't expect all this reading and stuff you're throwing at us,
Knowledge.
Oh,
I mean, like an education,
Yeah.
And I mean, I had passages from Drawing Down the Moon by Margot Adler. I had some early writings from Gardner in there to show them things because they were coming into this class saying, well, witchcraft is 25,000 years old. And I said, no, it's about 85 or 90 years old,
Right.
And, and then there were that other percentage of class, we'll say 20 or 30% says, got 2 months into it and says, well, no, I was hoping you'd be studying, Norse, or we'd be doing this, or we're doing that,
They're probably looking for Druidism or the Celtic stuff.
Some of them were,
Did they not read the curriculum when they signed it up?
No, I offered it as a Nouveau Wicca class.
Right. So
basically, I was streamlining it a bit. It wasn't going to be old school. Hey, I came up in old school Gardnerian and old school Alexandrianism.
Right.
Okay. And I got a second and third degree in Alexandrianism, but my first was in Gardnerian. So
people would not be able to grasp that if they're having a hard time with Wicca.
No. So I just said, man, hey, how did I get in Gardnerian? My head was already loose to the idea of the mystical, that type of thing when I got in the Navy.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a guy, I had left Catholic. I was supposed to be a Catholic priest. I was a good Catholic boy.
We hear that a lot.
I was a really good Catholic. Well, I was a good Catholic boy. I went to Mass every morning before school.
Every morning before school. You were highly devout. Wow.
And they thought I was going to be a priest, except for one thing. The nuns referred to me as the spawn of Satan.
I'm sorry. I would have been in there going, yeah, I am.
And he was such a sweet kid too, The problem was I grew up in a family of clairvoyants. My grandmother was a high Umpty Scratch in the spiritualist church, and by the time I was 4 or 5 years old, I was there staying with her in the summertime, and her friends would go over levitating tables and things,
Yeah, that's why they called you that.
Yeah. Well, I was also clairvoyant. It ran down two sides of the family. We had straight up clairvoyants coming down the maternal side of the family, and a lot of cousins had to give. A lot of them, I can't do it. My brother and sister kind of ran from it. My brother in his 50s now, actually 60s now, he has softened up to it because he's an engineer and custodian for a big school district, and he's used to working in some very old school buildings that are haunted as hell. Okay? And that has wised him up. He's taken me for a few tours, and
and he's going, probably slightly intuitive.
He's very intuitive. He doesn't know how to,
yeah. And
he
then
didn't
when
know how
you're
to compensate for it.
No, and when you're in a place like that, you can't help but hear and see.
Okay, so here's what happened. The kids in school, when I was in good Catholic school for the first 6 years, okay, only went to 6 years of 8 at that school. And, I tell someone, hey, your birthday's coming up, right? He says, yeah, you're going to get this for your birthday. And they did. Okay. And the nuns were saying, well, I'm going to refer to him as Boy Cheryl. Boy Cheryl, told us we get it. And then we always get what, the kid says, and then
oh, Jesus.
And then what happened was we had did you ever see the movie The Paper Chase? John Houseman, we're gonna make you lawyers, that kind of thing.
Right.
Okay. Our pastor was John Houseman. He was heavy set. He had that thing, we're gonna make you priests, that kind of thing,
Right.
And how do I want to say this? One day they invited me over to have lunch with Father G. I'm not going to call out his whole name. And so the house cook, secretary, housekeeper had a nice sandwich, a nice cookie, a glass of milk for both of us, that type of thing. And he was sitting there in jeans and a t-shirt. I always saw him in his robes on Sunday, that kind of thing. And he had remember those big old Wallen sack tape recorders, the 3M made them, they're kind of gray and white, that type of thing.
Yes.
Big reel-to-reel thing. Well, he put a microphone in front of me and started talking to me about my dreams. Okay. And he started logging all this stuff I was talking about. And 6, 7, 8, 12 weeks later, boom, there it was, And so he did this for 2 years.
Oh my gosh, is that allowed?
And I was just going to say, isn't that illegal?
As a kid? Yeah. Oh no,
he wasn't molesting me. He was just tape recording me at lunch.
No, I know, but something like that now.
For all I know, they're in the Vatican Library. For all I know,
That's what I mean. Like, can you do that to your students? Is what I mean. Just start.
He must have had a hell of an interest.
Yeah.
There were two of us in my class, and from what I understand, there was only 3 of us in the school that had a gift.
Oh,
okay. And Jimmy, the other guy in my class, we're sitting there. One of the guy's dads died from a burst appendicitis. He was, I'm not sick. I'll go to work anyway. He drops over at work and he died of a burst appendix, right?
Oh,
and of course, when the kids in the classroom are sitting there saying, what happened to Stevie's father? And the nuns, of course, said, well, he's in heaven with God. And me and Jimmy are looking at him sitting over there on the file cabinet,
Oh, wow.
And so it was that kind of shakiness.
Right, right.
It was weird. I think the last big taping I did with the guy, it was in my 6th grade year. I left the school at the end of my 6th grade year. Okay. They didn't have band. They didn't have gym. They didn't have a lot of.
Yeah, you switched schools.
And I went to a public school. Okay?
Yeah.
And it was a dramatic change in discipline too. Okay?
I did that in high school.
Oh, God.
It's a lot. Yeah.
Big change.
You get a lot of freedom when you leave.
Yeah, you're used to standing up to answer a question, or things like that. Well, what happened was he asked me about this. He says, I was really troubled about a particular dream. And he said, well, come, I sent a message over to him through his one of his other aides. And he invited me over. It was like a Tuesday. He had me over for lunch, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, right? And he says, so what's going on? I said, I had this weird dream. I said, Sister so-and-so, I see her fall down a flight of stairs. I see bone. I see blood. And she lands at the bottom of the stairs, and I see dragons, swords, and shields. Okay. About 8 weeks later, this sister was coming down, 5th grade teacher was coming down the steps. You know, in like some of these older the Victorian type of convents, things like this, they'd have a carpeting coming down the steps.
Yeah.
One of the little brass rods that holds it came undone, and the whole thing came undone like a big ribbon.
Oh.
Okay, and they found, and she went ass over tin cup down the steps, and compound fracture calf. Okay, bone and blood.
Ouch.
Laying there among all this ribbon of carpet. And she was helping the 6th grade teachers correct art papers, and they were studying the Crusades.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Okay.
Right.
So I took the last half of that year at school, was just absolutely, nobody would come near me.
Yeah.
And the word got around, and I just said, Mom, Dad, can I go to public school? These people are not cutting me slack. Nobody's talking to me, And so that's where I went. So I still had to go to these CDC classes, like on Tuesday afternoon, take off at 2:00, stay till 4 type of thing. But I got to 17 years old, graduate from CDC, top honors, and I don't have the faith anymore.
Well, you have an education.
Yeah. Yeah, I can sit here and watch a movie like Devils and Angels and Devils, that one, Da Vinci Code follow on, I know I'm sitting here mumbling to my wife, we're
Demons
watching
and Angels, yes.
Demons and Angels, there you go.
Yeah.
And I'm mumbling to my wife all through the whole movie, everything they were talking about in the Vatican. I knew what it was, and I was explaining it to her,
Yeah. That's a bit wiggy.
Yeah, well, the whole bottom line was this. I graduated from high school. Originally, what was supposed to happen was I was supposed to get to the end of my senior year. I was going to go stay at some monastery on the lake, up at one of the Finger Lakes in upstate New York. And I was supposed to go there and then start seminary in the fall, like going to college.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And April 17th, 1970, was the day the Apollo 13 astronauts came back to Earth.
Mm.
Okay, after that harrowing week they had. And I was helping the younger monk, in those days, like parishes had like 4 priests, and they always had some new guy out of the seminary, that type of thing.
Yeah.
Well, him and I were over there washing all the cars. Okay, and we were all going to go in and eat in the kitchen. Okay, and again, everybody's sitting around in light civvies type of thing, and there was some little thing on this little 12-inch television set. It's like Evening News, NBC, or something like that, showing some like bony little babies in Biafra or someplace in East or West Africa, heads with skins and bones, kind of thing. And I started crying. And this is a new pastor. This particular pastor with liquor on his breath yelled at me and says, "You're going to be a priest. You're going to have to be stronger than that." And I tried to defuse it, just agree with him, and he just wouldn't let go of it.
Mm.
And I kept taking it back. Finally, it broke down into a knockdown, drag-out yelling match between the two of us, and they pulled my sponsorship.
Wow.
And I was in the Air Force 6 weeks later.
Right.
Everything happens for a reason.
Yeah. And
look at you now.
No. I remember I'm a trans lady.
Yeah.
Back in those days, I was denying all this stuff.
Right.
And while I was in the Air Force, I read this book. It was popular in 1969, 1970. Everything you wanted to know about sex but were afraid to ask.
Uh-oh.
And the chapter about transsexuals, he's been since Dr. I can't remember his name now, but he has since throttled down his view a lot. The LGBT community got a hold of him.
Right.
But in his book, he said that transsexuals were nothing more than mutilated transvestites.
Mm.
I read that on Friday night. I volunteered for Vietnam on Monday morning.
And this was when? What year?
1970.
Good Lord.
1971 at this point, yeah.
Oh, I'm so
Crazy.
sorry.
And
Yeah,
no. Actually, it was amazingly enough, it was one of the best decisions I ever made.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying.
Oh no,
so
I went over there.
that
I went over there to get
struggle
myself honorably killed. Is what I did.
Yeah, the struggle that everybody went through back then, and still today, but like then, 70s, it was terrible.
It was horrible.
Yeah, it was really bad.
And so I got over to Vietnam, and I was pretty much the only time I think I went into the chapel once while I was over there, and it was on Christmas Eve.
Mm.
And it was 11:30 at night. We're walking. A friend of mine and I were walking down to something to do. Christmas night, midnight mass, right? So we decided to walk down to that. Neither one of us had the faith anymore. And we were walking along, and I saw this thing streaking across the sky, and then it stops. And he looks at me and says, "Jets don't stop." I said, "Helicopters don't fly that fast." If that's what I think it is, it's going to start dancing around like a fairy, and darn if it didn't, and gone. That was my second UFO sighting in my life.
Wow.
And so you start seeing pavement being laid down there my life at this point.
Right.
And then I was a straight up arrow. You got to understand, I was 102 pounds when I got there.
Right.
Okay.
Oh my God.
And you want to know what I did for a living? It's a combat duty now. I climbed telephone poles and repaired cables that had been damaged due to the shellings and people shooting at them and things like this. And I got shot off one. But the deal was, that's what I did. And people shoot at you on those telephone poles, and it was goofy. But the bottom line was this. There was a couple of Native American guys in our communication squadron, signal squadron. And one of them referred to me as two souls.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "What's that?" "Oh, you don't know what that is?" I said, "No, I don't." And these three Native American guys were laughing their ass off. "Don't worry, Coyote will teach it to you sometime, Yeah, baby.
Okay, great, Coyote. Be gentle. Wow.
What I tried to do when I was in the service at that point, I went to the chapel. I did go to the chapel, but I went with everybody. We had some Latter-day Saints. I went with them. I went with the Baptist guys. I went with everybody. Wanted to see what they were teaching. Okay. And I had started doing it in Texas, where I was based before I went there. And I went to more tent revivals and more river baptisms than you could shake a stick at.
Mm.
Okay? Nothing sang to me. Okay. And then I was out of service at the end of in 72 because my hometown got wiped out in a flood. Okay. But I still continued mystical reading that I was doing.
Mm.
Okay. A lot of Hans Holzer's books, that kind of thing, right? And I got on board a submarine in 74, and I looked at this one guy, and he had a pentacle right here on his neck. It was always above his T-shirt. I said, "You're not a Satanist, are you?" He came right down my throat. "No, I'm not. I'm Wiccan." And so I felt terrible. So I went and bought him a soda out of the machine on our ship, and I took it down to the laundry room. He was a steward. He did the laundry for the officers when he wasn't serving food. Okay. So we got talking, and once I got over apologies and everything, and I said, "I'm just lacking in terminology. I apologize." So we got talking, had very deep talks. Turned out there were 8 of us on the ship.
Mm.
I was initiated a year later in what we called the forward diesel on the front end of the submarine. We could close the hatch in that space. 8 of us around the sacred diesel, little statue of the goddess up on one of the cooling vents.
Sacred diesel.
I love it.
My sacred bath was a bottle of fresh water poured over my head. And our cakes and ale was 2 cupcakes we snagged from the galley and a big can of grape knee-high.
Great. Oh my gosh, I haven't heard that word in a long time, Nee.
Okay. But there were like 8 of us. And they basically said, "You're a mongrel." Half of us were half of them were Alexandrian. There was one guy who was a Druid. The other guys were two guys was Gardnerian, that kind of thing. So, and I never heard the word eclectic in there anyplace. And so they basically took me out one day in the cafeteria. They looked at me and quietly said, consider yourself Alexandrian. I said, okay, fine, and that was where it went. And that's how I got started. And that was in 77 is when I took my initiation. So 76 is when I met this guy. Mm-hmm. And he quietly introduced me to others on the ship as they developed up a trust for me. Right. So here I am 44 years later, getting ready to teach another class. I was the keynote speaker at the Regional Pagan Pride Day a few weeks ago. 5,000 people at this thing. And they asked me to come teach. Yeah, I'm retired, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's
okay, just checking.
Keynote speakers, that's not like really heavy responsibility. I've got this nice book, So I'm going to you. I know. So we're going along, and next thing I know, I had to teach one class while I was there. And I taught a class about when is the best magical hour of the day. And started out just a handful of people in the thing, but we had a good speaker and people could hear me. And of course, I have a little bit more of an evangelistic style. I start getting louder with certain parts that I'm teaching, and we attracted a crowd. And what the flavor of that is there's a 2-hour window a day where ESP divining type of stuff or active magic is amplified by 250 to 450%. But it's not the same hour every day. It's 4 minutes earlier every day. So over a period of a week, it's 30 minutes earlier than it was today.
Yeah.
Okay? It's moving constantly. It's astronomical time, 23 hours, 56 minutes, not 24 hours, 23 hours, 56 minutes. And it's creeping around. Well, I'd written an article for Wicca magazine a few years ago. And I basically did explain some research that I had done. And if your listeners want to find that article, go Google Wicca magazine, Cheryl Costa, pagan clock. And I explain how a government scientist discovered back in 1997, he took like 2,200 ESP tests. He didn't care what they were. All he wanted to know was the quality and results of the test. And he ranked all the peak ones, and he did them by sidereal time, which is the astronomical time. And he found out at 13:30, this on 24-hour clock, 13:30 or 1:30 in the afternoon astronomical time. And that time can be in the middle of the night. Remember, it's moving around the clock, right? The psychic ability goes through the roof. For a half hour either side, it's about 450%. For an hour either side of 13:30, it's like 250%. He thought it was a fluke. Here is a measurable physical effect that reflects a different something with ESP or telepathy and all that stuff. So he thought it was a fluke. He was a classically trained physicist. So he went out and did 1,400 more ESP tests he gathered from other schools and things that were doing them. Came back in, did all the calculations, it came out the same way. Now, the mundanes at the time, when it got into the press and things like that, they all thought, well, maybe because it's the universe is over top and it's imbuing us with this power, Now, the universe, the galaxy was on the horizons. Mm-hmm. There was nothing overhead but a handful of stars. That was it.
Oh, wow.
When I was in a Buddhist monastery, this is 97 to 2004, lived in a Tibetan Buddhist monastery in Maryland. Ordained Buddhist nun. I got promoted later. Before I left, I got promoted. I'm a yogi. $5, you can still buy a cup of coffee at Starbucks, So, how that works. All the powers of the universe at your fingertips still cost you $5 for a cup of coffee,
Thanks, please.
So what happened one night, one of the other monks was an optical astronomer. I had a hobby because I was a ham radio operator of being a radio astronomer. And I showed him this article that came out by Dr. James Spotswood in 1997. By the way, he worked for the same people who designed remote viewing for the Army. Okay? So we're looking at it, and we start getting our calculators out on our laptops and our planispheres and everything, and we figure out the same thing. You know, the galaxies on either side. There's nothing overhead. And he looked at me and says, this has got to be like going in and meditate. Any other time of the day, it's like going in and trying to meditate in a discotheque. There's nothing but noise. The galaxy's not overhead. We are physical beings with electric signals coursing through our bodies. That radio noise interferes with our abilities. I said, yeah, agreed. So with the galaxy on the horizon, it's quiet. So what constellation is directly overhead? Virgo, the pregnant mother, virgin mother, pregnant with galaxies and universes. And the star overhead, and as most things are hidden, we know a lot of magic is hidden in children's songs and nursery rhymes and that kind of thing. When you wish upon a star, it makes no difference who you are. Second stanza tells you exactly what the formulation. They just don't tell you what star. Okay, if your wish is in your dream, in other words, a meditative state, and if you make your wish like dreamers do, you know, again in this meditative state, loving state, you can fate will be kind and give it to you. It's something that's more or less the words, and it works. Okay, so what is that time? 1330, baby, and the star is called Spica. Now, Disney people say it's the first star you see in the sky at night. Okay. Right. Okay, but it's Spica at that 1330. And then in my article in Wicca magazine, I talked about the fact that I got my astronomical calculators out. We looked up the lat, longitude, and all this stuff of all these megalithic stuff, you know, kind of stuff you see on Ancient Aliens, you know.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And all around the world, I had like 15, 20 of them, right? And we did all the calculations for where they were and calculated sidereal time for them. And son of a gun, winter solstice morning, okay, Karnak, Egypt, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning, happens there. Go to Newgrange in Ireland, Newgrange County, boom, there about 9 o'clock in the morning, a little higher latitude.
Everyone has their specific sweet spot, as they say. Yes,
exactly. But it's at 1330. It's just your latitude makes a difference for when the sun comes down the portal, as they say. And so I started running the calculations for all the pagan holidays, the 4 major ones, like giving you, anybody here used to be Catholic? Okay. All right.
Used to be Catholic. I'm going to write that one down.
Hours of the Angelus. Remember, 6 o'clock in the morning, noontime, 6 o'clock at night, stop and say a prayer. Remember, the Catholics stole a lot of stuff from the pagan community.
Everybody. Stole from everybody.
Okay. Well, guess what?
Yes. Ancient stuff.
Well, I'd had a suspicion of something like this back in 82 with one of my Druid teacher friends, okay? He made us all, this is again, boy Cheryl, he made us all go outside in our kilts at 3:30 in the morning for Imbolc in a foot of snow, you know? Of course, we were all drunk, so we didn't feel any pain or anything with the snow. But I never could figure out that time, and he would never tell me. By golly, that's the time of 1330 on Imbolc. Okay. And it's noontime for Samhain.
Yep.
It's like 6 o'clock at night for another one of the holidays. Off the top of my head, I don't remember off the top of my head. And it's about 6 o'clock in the morning for one of the other ones. And if you want to, you know how Beltane, you know, everybody's out there doing great stuff there around sunset. It's at sunset on Beltane.
That's crazy.
Okay.
That's crazy.
So that's one of those cool effects. So, okay, I got off the sidetrack. So I'm going to be teaching this year-long day, a year and a day class here, and I made everybody. I put an announcement up through one of the local craft stores, And I said, first thing we put up says, I'm a priestess of Isis. So it was the Order of Isis Rising was going to offer this year-and-a-day class. And would you believe the web nannies took it down? ISIS is a terrorist organization.
Oh, Jesus.
It's been nothing but ridiculous with that lately. So
we had to choose to add, the Order of Sept, okay, which is her proper Egyptian name. ISIS is the Greek translation. So we went that route. I'm a nouveau Egyptian priestess. Isis is my goddess. Okay.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean you can't teach it. Nothing in Wicca tells you who you have to believe in. Okay. So I had 6 people sign up. Instinct's telling me there's a 7th coming. I don't know, but right now I have the sense that I have to have 7. So I'm thinking 7 study kits here, right?
Right.
So one of the things I decided the way to teach this stuff, it's one about spiritual energy. And funny thing, I said the class was LGBT friendly, and by golly, you wouldn't believe the amount of non-binary people that are going to be there, including the professor, as they say. Okay.
Good. Yeah.
So the approach I took in the introduction to the class that I sent them goes something like this. Women are transcendent. Trans women and non-binary evolve to be transcendent if they embrace it. I teach magic in the context of gender neutral. At our foundation, we are all unity beings. If we accept that situation and condition, it allows us to be totally complete beings. Therefore, potentially open to most of the lessons the great consciousness has to offer. But all that is stranger than we think and stranger than we can think. And so I tell you at this point, be careful what you ask for.
Right.
Okay. In this class, we will approach our magic as gender neutral beings. We are simply magical adepts and co-practitioners. There are no high priests, no high priestesses. We are simply magical adepts. We're a level playing field. In this magical household, it is a safe place. We are magically gender neutral beings. Outside of this place, in the worldly space, you are free to present yourself any way you feel you need to blend into society and be comfortable. But here, be free to be all you are. And as they say in Vegas, what's done here in our circle stays here in our circle.
Right.
And the whole year today is built around the journey of the hero.
Right.
And I teach all the lessons in the context and all the challenges, tests, that sort of thing.
Right.
That's great.
Right. Well, I know Nicole from Guiding Echo. She's another show here on the network. And she says, I need Cheryl to be my new BFF. But anyway, here's a real question for Amelia. If you can catch this one.
I got it. Yeah. Okay. Her new best friend forever.
Yeah.
She asks, what has Cheryl manifested with this method?
Yeah.
Everything I've ever wanted.
Dun, dun, dun. There you
Is this
go,
another
Nicole.
to be careful what you wish for kind of?
That too.
Yeah.
Okay, let's start there. I graduated in the lower quarter of my class in high school. Got in the Air Force, they tested me and said, hey, you got 140 IQ. And then they figured out, oh, you're dyslexic. Your school didn't figure that out. Oh, really? Is that why I can't read so well? So, okay, fine. There's all that. Okay, so I went to film school after I got out of the Navy. And I made industrial films for IBM Federal Systems, their military products division, for 5 years. Okay. They made like 70 titles. Okay. And I wrote a lot of them, directed a lot of them, not all of them, but I did most of them. And so the bottom line was, I was coming into my spiral dance years in the 80s, that kind of stuff. I was working with this druid guy, and his wife was Wiccan. And I saw how beautiful all of this was, and it sang to me. I said, somebody should do a good documentary about this. and didn't quite have the resources or the people I needed to do it. Get transferred down to the Washington, D.C. area. I plug into a couple of cable access stations, get qualified with Arlington 33 in those days. Think of that like a poor man's version of YouTube, where you worked at a real cable station, but you did it all on video that way, okay, with studios and everything. And I pitched the idea to the producers there after I got certified on all their things. I pitched the idea, this is in late 1990, I pitched the idea of doing a regularly scheduled program about American witchcraft and shamanism. And she was very, so she gave me a contract for 6 measly episodes. Okay.
That's not much time.
No series that gets 6 measly episodes.
Well, these days they're all about 4 to 6 episodes.
Right.
Back then, everybody got 13-week contracts, right?
At the time, yes.
And this was, and she said, "We'll run you as a summer replacement."
So half a season. Yeah.
Not even that.
No.
2 months, So I said, now, if I'd gotten on my high horse and been all egotistical about this thing and stomped out, I would never have gotten to do this. I said, fine. This is around November. I signed a contract. And getting up close to Thanksgiving, had a bunch of Wicca friends over, knowledgeable ones. Had them in our living room. We put up a big bird in the oven. It's going to be many hours to cook. And I sat down and said, I got this contract. What should we do our first episode about? And then the other follow-on 5 episodes. I wanted everybody's ideas. So I did the consensus model. I gave everybody pieces of paper, write out your ideas. We threw them all in a hat, had 80 or 90 of them. And then we started pulling them out. And I said, if we only get to do one show, what do we do? And then consensus got it down. If we got to do 2 shows, what? And we went through all 5 or 6. And then I said, what if by some stroke of luck, we get to do more? What's priority? So we sat there for the next 2 hours and prioritized every one of these ideas. In some cases, combined them and said, oh, by the way, we can get Joe to do that. We can get Lady So-and-so to do that one, that kind of thing. I said, fine. Come first part of 1991, I go down, we start taping. We taped 2 episodes a Sunday afternoon. Took us an hour to set up, an hour to tear down, and we had the in-between time of the 6 hours to tape the episodes. And we had the hosts of the show. They didn't want me. I was a trans woman. They said, you can't do the show. We don't want a transsexual lady representing us as witchcraft. 1991. What? Yes. So I feel very vindicated here where I am 30 years later. I'm the keynote speaker at this thing. And it was a big deal for me.
Absolutely.
So what happens? So we get up there, and I've got 4 or 5 shows in the can. Okay, I finally get the last one in the can, and I figure, well, that's it, And then May 23rd, 1991, a lady comes to my door in Laurel, Maryland. I didn't have a phone at the time. Remember, we didn't have cell phones in those days. You either had a hardline phone you got to pay a deposit on or something like that, or you had a little MCI card or something like that. You went down to 7-Eleven, used the payphone, right?
Yeah.
That's what I had at the time, even though I had a good corporate job and everything.
Pagers.
Yeah, they had those too,
Yeah.
But so what happens, this lady knocks on my door and says, you don't know me, but I went to school with Joe so-and-so, and he's an executive producer down at Arlington 33. I says, yeah. He says, he needs you to call the station right away. Something's happened. I said, really? So I walked down to the 7-Eleven and call him up and said, what happened? The place burned down? He says, no, Cheryl, a 300-word story went out on the Associated Press this afternoon. Somebody that was in one of your tapings leaked the story about your show to the Associated Press. I said, Associated Press wrote a story about us in the station? And he said, yeah. And I said, is it positive? He said, yeah, it's positive. And I says, so what's the problem? Did we get some press ink locally? No, Cheryl. ABC and CBS News are sitting in the lobby and they want to talk to your witches.
Right.
This is like the old joke, you're going to have an interesting day when 60 Minutes is waiting for you in the lobby,
And wants to talk to your witches.
And wants to talk to my witches, So we where we lived in Laurel, Maryland, it was a big beltway area. Now, on a Sunday, we could be down there in 45 minutes. 6 o'clock on a weekday, it's a 2-hour drive with traffic. So I told the guy, I said, look, let me talk to one of them. You know, I talked to the CBS person. She said she would meet me at lunchtime the next day up in a park near where I actually work. And I said, fine, that's great. The ABC guy says, we want to do it tonight. I said, I can't get there. He said, tell you what, he says, the new Carrollton Metro station is on the east side of the Beltway, right? I said, yeah. He says, we're on the west side of the Beltway. We can shoot across Route 50 downtown. There's no traffic downtown at this time. It's all out on the Beltway. He said, we can be over there and meet you in the new Carrollton Metro station parking lot. I said, fine. So me and Kestrel were sharing a household at the time. She had 2 little girls. Each grabbed the baby, ran through the showers, got some dresses on, makeup, and left. Got in a Yugo and went. Get down there, they got the snorkels up, and they got the microwave things going, they got lights up, the sun's starting to set and everything. So they talked to her, they talked to me. 11:30 at night, 11:30 that night, they ran that piece on Channel 7, the ABC affiliate in DC. The next morning, I get to work, and my boss is sitting on my desk. And he says, I said, what's wrong, Ed? And he says, you had there was a show that you're producing talked about on ABC last night. And I said, yeah. He says, they ran at 11:35. I said, yeah. The general manager called me at 11:45. Wanted to know what the hell's going on, you know. So we worked it out. Basically, I said, look, I'm not going to mention where I work. You're not buying advertising on my program. You're not going to get talked about. They were good with that. We thought that was the end of it. Suddenly, later in the morning, I get a call from Arlington 33. They were getting phone calls from radio stations and talk shows all over the country, radio talk shows all over the country. So I said, yeah, okay. I wrote them all down, got their contact numbers, started calling people back and everything. Next thing you know, next day, 8 weeks, 8 to 12 calls a day for 8 weeks. And we weren't even on the air yet. Mm-hmm. Larry King's people call us up. They see a piece CNN did on us, and they want us on Larry King the night our show's debuting.
I loved him.
Okay. Oh, I mean, he gets up there at one point during the talk. He looks at me and says, you know, they're out of the closet, Cassandra and Kestrel, with their new show in Arlington, Virginia, you know, about witchcraft, you know. And he gets up there and gets all this stuff. And he looks at me at one point during the interview. He's talking to her first because she's the host of the show, and then talks to me. I'm her high priestess, you know. So we're talking, and he says, do you do bad spells? I said, nah, it's too much work, you know. And, okay, what we did not realize, I was high maintenance in those days, but my voice is what it is. Mm-hmm. Right? 250,000 people watching this thing. They got 90,000 phone calls. That's a man in a dress.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, my God. It was crazy. So their producer took me out to dinner about a week later and said, would you be square with me? You know, I said, yeah, all right, fine. So that gives you an idea. All right, what happened? I came down. Arlington 33 called me up and had me come down. Next thing I know, she puts 2 13-week contracts in front of me and says, sign them. I said, what? He says, you got a $50 a week cable access program and you're pulling national press. Mm-hmm. And we started pulling international press. We caused a riot in Rome.
No.
Yes, we did. Okay.
Wow.
October 1991. We've been on about 4 or 5 months. I hope I'm not boring you with this.
No.
This is witchcraft history. This really is. Guy from ABC, I think it was Bill Greenwood, called me. And he says, you know, you guys, they'd already interviewed us. And he says, do you guys know you caused a riot in Rome? I said, what? He says, you did a piece for Italian Look, right? I said, yeah, they were at the studio. He said, did a piece for Italian people, right? I said, yeah. He says, and Rome Channel 4 came to visit you. I said, well, at least the Bureau in D.C. did. Yeah, sure. He said, okay. Those magazines hit the newsstand the same week that the news story ran as an after news thing in that 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock hour. And they did a lot of filming, so they had a lot of material with us.
Yeah.
And what happened was, is after that ran, all the Rome is mostly high-rise apartment buildings. The suburbs of Rome are. There's none of this single-family house stuff unless you're rich.
Most of the suburbs of Italy are that way, though.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, sixplexes and up.
Sixplexes, or higher.
Yeah.
And all these women started, what he explained to me happened was all these women started coming out into the alleys, chanting. And as they went through the alleys by other buildings, more women were coming out. By the time they reached the closed gates of the Vatican, they were about 3,000 strong.
Yeah, and that's its own city.
Shouting in Italian, "We are the witches, we have returned."
Yeah. They've been silenced for a long time in Italy. My great-grandmother was,
Astrega, yeah. So that was one of the cool things we did. So we did, ultimately we produced 70 episodes.
Oh, wow.
From that measly little thing.
Everything happens for a reason.
9 or 10. Hey, that was some abundance magic I did on Astara. Breaking eggs.
So that's
all the fertility stuff, okay?
Okay.
All right. But the visualization for the program started in 1988. It's one of these things. You just don't light a candle and then go off and play basketball. You every day have to focus on that thing. One of my best high priestesses, it's exactly that. It's a daily mantra prayer of some sort, right?
Yeah.
I had a priestess. She wanted a particular type of motorcycle. She cut out every picture of that style motorcycle. She had them on her makeup mirror. She had them on the refrigerator. She had them over the stove. She couldn't get away from that motorcycle. She didn't get a new one, but a used one fell into her lap.
And can I just interject you for a second? And you know what's funny? Because you're saying it was on her fridge. It was here. It was there. Isn't a vision board kind of like that?
Funny how that works, huh?
For those of you who, are so opposed to magic, but you create vision boards.
Yeah.
Just saying.
So the bottom line with all this, we did these 70 episodes. At that time, cable systems in big cities were maybe 15, 20 channels. In a smaller city, it was maybe 10 or 12 channels. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, but new networks were coming online all the time. Okay? A new network, and I'm not allowed to say their name, but a new network was coming online. And they came to us and said, "Look what you produced with a $50 a week budget on a dinky little cable station. How would you like to go national with your witchcraft show?" Unfortunately, Kestrel, my host, 25-year-old Kestrel, is burned out and is getting all these. She sings folk songs. She's getting all these offers to go on tour with folk singing.
Yeah.
So she leaves it. So the network had seen me do 2 substitute programs in her place. Okay, we taped 4 shows on a Sunday, so I was on 4 programs in a different outfit for each program.
That's a lot. Yeah.
Okay, it was 4. We shot 4 in an afternoon. They were half hour, and it was a talk show. Sitting there in a couple of wingback chairs talking about craft. With somebody. And what happened was, the station president and this person from the network both said, "God, we like Cheryl better than the other broad. Let's have her. She's up. She's perky. What the hell?" Okay. So they came to me and the old guard witchcraft community in D.C. got wind of it and said, "We will make you non grata, so you will never get another guest in the D.C. area on your program. We don't want a transsexual priestess representing craft." Okay.
That's cool.
So I've had several radio shows since then. Went on an FM station in DC in '94. I walked away from the TV program, just a radio program. I did that. It was called The X Factor. It was kind of like a ripoff on Art Bell, but we did mostly mystical stuff, and had everybody from Llewellyn and Harper and all those people came to. And we were to stop in the Mid-Atlantic if you had a metaphysical book to peddle. And it was a live show for 3 hours on Saturday night. At that time, I was an ordained Buddhist nun doing a talk program. It was carried syndicated on the Business Talk Network on Saturday nights. The markets are closed. They were starving for programming. Carried us a step further. Then a few years ago, 2018 to 2020, I did a midday show on mysticism and witchcraft out of a Las Vegas radio station called KCOR. Okay. and I did a show every Tuesday. Okay, and it was well received. And currently, I had a producer snag me last year where I was a guest on one of his hosts programs in the UK. I now have 150,000 listeners in the UK on a program called Magical Mentors. Mm-hmm. And it's just we stripped the video off the thing. I come on they gave me a private login for StreamYard, and I just come in, talk to the microphone. I do it by myself. I was going to have guests for the first 2 or 3 episodes, and they found out that the listeners skipped past the guests only to listen to my 15 or 20 minute.
That's what your audience wants. That's
what they wanted.
Yeah.
So now I do about a 15 to 30 minute program. I just get on there and I go on a topic matter and I chew it to death for them. Okay?
Great speaker.
So I do that. So that's where we are with that program, and I'm having good fun doing it. And so this new class, I broke this thing up, aspects of magic. Now, if I'm talking too much, you tell me here. Okay.
No, you're the guest.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I broke magic down. This is a new way I look at it, especially in this class. While I'm doing it as a year and a day class, all 6 of the 7, my 7 people, I've got 6 people signed up. I know there's a 7th coming. I don't know where from. That I know I've already seen this person, so to speak, and I feel sorry for them. They don't even know they're signing up yet. So I say there's 3 aspects to know of magic, and this class, by the way, they are all somewhat seasoned. 2 of them are crones.
Wow.
And I said, I thought this was going to be ranked beginners. And I made them all write an essay to me. I told them 100 words minimum. And they all came back with 2 pages. I'm going, oh my God. Nobody writes 2 pages, So I'm reading all this stuff, and they've all got very interesting, eclectic backgrounds. So I said, yeah, sure. Okay. We're going to salt this up to a little bit more of an advanced class, obviously. Mm-hmm. Okay. So I teach that there's 3 aspects of magic. There's magic itself. There's the activities, and there's the trappings. Okay. Most people think, it's all, okay, candles, we light them. That's to meditate on initially. That's what it was about. I'm a fireman. Please don't use real candles. Use electric ones. Please don't. You know how many priestesses I've had to roll on the floor to put the fire out. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big don't light the candle and leave that floor.
No, don't leave your apartment. Yeah,
I in their kitchen and then go upstairs to their bedroom, and it's like, what are you doing? Because it takes nothing, even a vibration.
Or they leave the candle hanging on a chain up on the ceiling, and you can see the char marks on the ceiling from the accumulated heat. I've seen it all. One place, this person thought they were going to do this great offering, and they had this big tray in front of their goddess, big goddess, stone goddess, and they had brought a big tray in, like a big cookie sheet, and it had all these little tea candles on it. Okay, well, tea candles, with the accumulated heat from all the candles burning, they all liquefied, and the cheap paraffin that's in those little tea candles is just great for just using it for like one thing, for a lighter to heat your tea up or something like this. But all together, that all liquefies, and then after a certain amount of time with that combined heat, it vaporizes, and that's when they get the boom.
Yeah, okay. They don't realize that.
Oh, beautiful altar on fire. So a bunch of this stuff. So I basically, there's candles, there's rocks, there's crystals. You don't need to charge your crystals in the moonlight. I don't use crystals. You don't need them. They're still pretty to put on your altar, but don't max your credit card buying crystals.
Oh my gosh, people go out of, they go crazy with crystals because they're so pretty.
Oh yeah. Hey, I knew a lady who had 2 lava tubes in her ritual room. These things were this big around.
I just want an amethyst geoid. I'm not asking for much, about 5 to 6 feet tall.
Okay, incense. I talk about the thing. I'm allergic to it. My spouse is allergic to it. We don't burn incense in here. Okay. Yeah. But if you want to, that's your business, but I prefer not to. Magical apparel. Okay. don't wear your witchcraft robes all up and down the street and to every discotheque you go to. That doesn't make them special anymore. These clothes are supposed to be a cue to your subconscious. Now it's time to do magic. Okay? And so I got that. We have non-magical apparel. Okay, if you want to dress witchy and gothy and all that kind of stuff outside of ritual, fine. Keep those clothes away. Keep your witchcraft clothes in a separate closet just for ritual. Okay. So we go down through the wands, athamates. Why do you need live steel in a household or an apartment? You don't, other than to hurt somebody, and you don't want to hurt somebody. Okay.
Live steel.
I don't let live steel in my circles.
I don't know what do you mean by live steel?
Swords, anathemas.
Okay. I understand. Okay.
I have a little boot knife. It's about this long. Okay. It's in a little leather case. It's what I use to cut herbs. Okay. That's what I concentrate with. Okay. Now, if I'm doing a festival circle like that, and we're outside in a little pasture or something like that, yeah, I'll bring out the claymore. Yeah. I'll bring that out there.
I understand now. Okay.
I got all kinds of stories looking, what? Okay.
Oh, I've given about 5 of them away to previous priestesses that took over the clan leadership or something like that for me. Okay, deities. We don't tell you who to worship. You can pick a deity. I recommend you go out and start looking at travel books from all over the world. Read about go to the library, not online. Go to the library and read all these travel books about all these different cultures and all these different places, and maybe what some of their spiritual traditions were and that type of thing. And by the way, if you hear a jet, I'm very close to an airport. So, and if something resonates, then start doing some deeper research that maybe you have a past relationship with somebody. Okay. I was calling the same people they did in Starhawk's book and Gardenerians. It was all Hellenic gods, for like the first 8 or 9 years. And then like 1990, I'm teaching one of these free university classes down in Washington, D.C., that kind of thing, bait them with witchcraft, and then maybe they'll join your coven, that kind of thing. And I went to make my offering, call the goddess, and Isis rolled off my lips. For no good reason, going, what is this about? So I started doing some research and everything and talked to my father, and I didn't know I had Berber roots. And Ancestry.com confirmed that a couple of years ago. I come by it very honestly. So, North African. Okay, I'm plugged into African gods. Okay, fine. All right. So, spiritual beings, okay? Do you really need to use deities that invoke magic? Do you need to invoke these other spiritual beings, divas and things like this, weather divas and things like this? Yes, it does help a lot. You don't have to, but you can do it without them, okay? I have come by the belief, Goddess Isis tells me this as well, stop asking us for stuff. You've got the same spark of divinity we've got, do it yourself. Why bother them? They got bigger fish to fry. Okay, masks. Masks are a powerful way to get into a thing and become something for certain kinds of rituals. I used to teach a class in mask making. It was a lot of fun. Okay. In fact, we think that was also some of the resistance a lot of people had during COVID. The major thrust of COVID, people didn't want to wear a mask, and they didn't understand why. But on the Christian pulpits, they've been screaming all this kind of stuff. It's the mark of the devil, that kind of thing. So
I saved on lipstick. I liked it. I just kidding. It was like taking the mask off was like, how do you draw a line now? But anyways.
Well, what's funny about the lipstick and the high maintenance? I used to be Miss High Maintenance. In fact, when I was at Lockheed Martin, I used to be referred to as Napoleon in heels. Big hair, remember it's 80s, 90s, big hair, big makeup, big nails,
Yeah, well, mine, I cut them.
I went into the monastery and I had to give it up. We had to shave our heads, okay?
Yeah.
And when I came out of the monastery 7 years later, there's a saying, you can take the nun out of the monastery, we can't take the monastery out of the nun. And I just never readopted the pride aspects, pride and beauty aspects of cosmetics.
Well, you shouldn't, and because you're there for an entirely different journey. You have to eliminate your attachment. You have to eliminate all that's a superficial thing.
The only time I wear makeup is for television appearances, or if I'm doing I'm a LARP. I'm a live action role player, so if I have to wear makeup for something in that, or if I'm on stage.
Yeah,
okay.
I wear it for the show. I don't wear makeup like on my skin. I have a little bit of powder and lipstick, and that's it. But for the show, it's like your face just disappears.
Yeah, it does in this kind of lighting.
Yeah.
Now the goofy thing is, for rituals though, there are certain kinds of rituals. It makes complete sense for the lead officiants to paint their faces a certain way for certain kinds of rituals. Okay, and we found that was a very powerful effect for what we were doing, especially if you did it in such a way that you could easily take it off a little bit of vegetable oil while everybody's dancing around the circle and they don't see you doing it, and suddenly you're back to normal. It was a very powerful effect. Jewelry, I've seen a lot of priestesses coming in dripping jewelry, I've got one big medallion that glows in the dark. That's about all I got, and my pentacles. But that's it. Other trappings. Okay, now that's trappings. Activities are teachers, mentors, dancing, events, rituals, practices, ethics, methods, circles for many, circles for one, books. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Okay, don't max out your credit card buying every cool book you see out there someplace. If your teacher gives you one or two books, stay with those two books until your teacher says you can buy other books. Okay, that's the advice I give. And in my class, I don't want to hear you spouting back these other teachers at me. It's either my way or the highway. I run a tight ship on a teacher class. You have to.
Military background would suggest that you would.
Gotcha. That too.
Yeah.
Learning and teaching and being, this is the odd one, being a divine garment. What does that mean? Well, if we say the charge of the goddess, we're invoking. I've seen many priestesses go from Susie so-and-so. Suddenly you've got Aphrodite there. Suddenly you've got Curduin there. Suddenly you have Isis there. And it's a very distinct change. I used to think, well, they're good actresses. And one day, some 3-4-year-old kids were going to be babysat in the house. We're going to do a circle in the backyard, and we had some people who were going to babysit them in the house. And the two little ones looked up at me and says, "Is my mommy going to become the goddess? Become the goddess tonight?" They knew the difference. They knew the difference. They could see it. The young eye.
So you think it's a form of channeling, that they're just
Yes,
channeling this?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
They assert that, and two of my senior priestesses assert that issue as well. It if properly done, is a form of channeling.
You talk about in this craft and bringing in this goddess energy. I mean, it's a very ancient thing. Goddess worship goes back thousands of years. And it just, the church is realistically what brought the male personification into the whole play for the most part. Well, Christianity on average, Catholicism, but goddess worship. I mean, good grief, you can go and find temples and statues or stuff all over that's surfacing thousands of years old.
There's a temple to Isis in Paris. There's a temple.
Yes.
Listen to the name of Paris.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And there's a temple to Isis in London.
Yeah.
Okay. So she when she got into the Roman Empire, she proliferated like you would not believe. And what a lot of people don't understand is Jesus's mother was an incarnation of Isis. Now, if nothing else, in a symbolic way, because they took that nice picture of her with baby Horus there, and in Rome they made made Mary with the little baby Jesus.
Of course.
But this idea of the garment, when you become a very serious devotee of a particular deity, typically a goddess, you become attuned to that goddess. This isn't something I'm telling rank beginners to be concerned with. Okay. This is something a seasoned practitioner a dozen years down the road is going to be dealing with. But you have a situation where they become a garment of that thing, and essentially, for the lack of a better term, carry a tiny emanation of the goddess constantly. Okay. And you're not possessed.
No, you just embody it.
You're embodying it and sharing it. Okay. And so sometimes there's wisdom with it, and there's that kind of thing. I know two priestesses that are garments. And heck, if you want to turn around, go out to Aquarian Tabernacle Church, Belladonna Laveau's folks out there, they do spring mysteries, and they've got people in their core circle there who are guest vessels for some of these gods and goddesses for a year. Okay, and they have very strict rules they have to live by, that type of thing. So it is done. And we're seeing a lot more in the last 20 years. We're seeing a lot more of God presences pushing them through. There's a term they use in Fudan that when a person becomes this, embodies this, it's called, the human person's called a horse because the God literally rides them.
Right.
Okay.
Why do you think you're seeing more of it now?
We don't
Awakening?
know. I just read, something like that. I read a book by Raven Caldera, a Northern shamanic guy. And him and a Vudan guy wrote the book together about 10 years ago. And I have a Kindle version of it. And they talk about this, that it's been showing up more over the last 20 years. Okay. Probably since about the middle 90s. Okay.
Right.
And we're in Caribbean cultures, it wasn't a big deal. But our nice suburban circles and things, it rattled people. They didn't know what to do with it.
Right.
Okay. A lot of them went running off into the night. And that type of thing. So it's a very real thing. Depends upon who you're invoking. Okay. If you get an emanation of Thor, you're Norse or a Saptu, and you get an emanation of Thor or something, or Odin, for God's sakes, there's going to be some issues there. Yeah.
Right.
So that's a very special thing. Again, for new practitioners, if you're listening to this show, that is not something you want. You do not invite anybody in.
Right.
Do not invite anybody in.
Right.
The gods have a channel into you, and it will just happen.
Right.
Okay? You don't invite anybody in.
No, it's like a form of possession when you make the invitation. We're going to hold that thought because we need to do a station and sponsor ID. Thank you.
Yes, we do. Thank you. You are listening to The Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and Amelia Pisano, coming to you live on 105.3 FM from the gorgeous city of New Orleans. Tonight's guest is also a friend. We've had her on several times, and we just love having her. Cheryl Costa is here with us tonight. Shout out and thank you to the amazing people at Folgers Coffee for fully sponsoring our show from day one. Thank you for your support and your continuing sponsorship. Also, a huge thank you for our intro and outro. Dr. Snick, the sonic surgeon, Justin Snicker, award-winning composer and musician. You can find his music on Amazon and Bandcamp, and follow him on Facebook and Instagram. I'm seeing a lot of posts from him with his new album for Halloween on Instagram. So check him out. Too.
Yeah,
and he's won some awards. He will, of course, he's so talented.
Yes.
Stream or listen to our archives on the platform you normally use. Please remember to subscribe and like us too, especially if you're on one of our Facebook pages, or if you're on YouTube listening to us right now, please give us a like.
There we go. Thank you, Amelia. There we go. And as Jade says, an awakening is happening all over the globe. Yes, darling lady, it is. Thank you for tuning in. Love her to death. Anyway.
I love that name. In Italian, it's Giada.
Would you like the last aspect now?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Magic. Basic magical theory, high spiritual physics. This magic really is high physics. Magical mechanics, that's how you work with the magical physics, okay, magical dynamics, the things that you have to deal with when you work with magic, okay, the secret truths, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, some people say, well, what do you mean secrets? No, there are secrets. Okay. Now, I could share a secret with you right now, and you go, eh. But if you're down the way and you're trained, you hear that secret from your teacher in the right context, the lights go on. Okay. I'll give you an example. I can't go into the exact secret, but when I was receiving my yogi vows from a High Lama, and he took me aside before the ceremony, he said, this might seem kind of mundane to you. I said, okay. He says, there's tens of thousands of monks in Asia that will not achieve enlightenment in this lifetime. I said, why? He said, because they refuse to the culture says male is the preferred birth, a female birth is an inferior birth. It's their cultural viewpoint. So what happens is they won't embrace the rest of their unity and become a unity being, which leads to the enlightenment. Okay? He says, you've already accomplished this. I says, is that why you're giving me the yogi vows so very early in my training? He said, yeah. So, okay. Because he already recognized that I had already attained a unityship. And then he revealed what the secret was. And I said, oh, okay. That makes a ton of sense now. That kind of thing. Okay. Right. So there are secret truths in all kinds of things. And certain traditions have some secret ritual or something like this, secret handshakes, whatever. There's the known, there's the unknown, and there is the knowable. These are three different issues to know about magic, the dynamics, the universe, how things work, what you can get, what you can't get, what you should do, what you shouldn't do. There's applied theory. How do you actually do this magic stuff? We were talking about that now. We were sticking up these pictures all over the house, right? When I worked at a newspaper, I worked in the technical department. This is 2012 to about 2014. And when we got the big 700-ton press rolling, there was this rhythm to it. And you had to put these earmuff things on to protect your ears, And I used to have to walk along by all of the towers of the press to keep an eye on the paper flows. And I would chant mantra down there to the rhythm of the humming of the machinery. I would sing mantras to the hum of the machinery. I would chant rituals to the hum. Nobody could hear a word I was saying. It was thundering noise, right? But I worked some of my best magic working in the cellar of that newspaper, Right. So there's applied theory. And then there's this last issue, and this takes time to season in everyone. There's magical presence. You go to certain festivals, you meet certain people, and when you meet the right elder or the right person who's been doing it right, there's this thing about them. You just it's there. You can tell there's either this sparkle or there's this quality about them that just says this person gets it. Okay, and that presence, but that's an acquired thing that comes over time.
Could it be acquired, or could it be something that's come through lineage or past lives?
Both. I would say there is genetic memory.
With you, it stays with you. Yeah,
there is genetic memory.
Yeah.
And as my father told me, my grandmother Costa was one of the little ladies over in Madeira Islands in the Azores. Everybody went to see what kind of baby you're going to have. Oh, vertical for girls. Vertical for girls, horizontal for boys. That type of thing. When she was knitting booties, my mother was pregnant. She knitted pink ones. Everybody thought she was losing it. The baby boy was born. Everybody's like, oh, old lady Costa, she's losing it. She knew.
Right.
She knew.
She knew your energy.
She knew the energy.
Yeah.
So those are the kind of the highlights of how I'm going to start teaching this curriculum.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, I teach them all meditation.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I use some high techniques. I'll teach them a basic meditation, like most of us learn. Maybe a guided meditation and maybe some breathing, that type of thing. And then I have 9 sets of headphones up there and 3 headphone splitters, and I will be pumping binaural tones into their ear, putting them in the zone in 10 minutes.
Those are my favorite.
I love them. I love
vibration frequency. That's really what makes the universe tick.
Yeah. I showed it to my Lama many years ago. I said, try this out. He put the headphones on there and he's sitting there listening to it. And 10 minutes later, he takes the headphone out and says, it takes us in some monasteries as much as 5 years to get somebody in the zone as good as that thing did in 10 minutes. I approve.
They're amazing. I use them even when I have trouble sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Knock me out with the first 10 minutes. You're supposed to listen to it for an hour. I'm gone like the first 10 minutes.
No, you got to focus to keep not go to sleep.
I know. No, I use them for sleep.
For sleep, yeah. For the students watching this program, the trick is there's a point where it's like going into dream state or staying conscious.
Yeah.
There's just a little threshold you have to maintain in meditation, not to fall asleep,
a lot of
go in the deep delta, and not to be completely wide awake, where you just need to kind of be in a waking dream state.
Yeah.
And that's that threshold you have to master. When I would teach with this method, when I first started teaching with this method, I went out and got some like yoga mats, little foam yoga mats, and I laid them out on the floor. And I had the students lay down on them, give them a headset, and I laid a little baby blanket type of thing on top of them. I said, "What are you doing this for?" He said, "I guarantee you're going to be asleep in 10 minutes."
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Until you master it,
Do a lot of people ask you, because they come to me and say, my mind is just too busy. All our minds are busy. That's the discipline.
Yes. There's a book I recommend. I don't have my copy handy. It's called Quieting the Chatter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? It's a mundane book. It was written by a psychologist.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But what he's teaching is the psychology version of what we are telling people to do about getting rid of the chatter. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I teach in meditation. I said, look, start meditating. And they say, 2 minutes. I said, okay, close your eyes for 2 minutes and be alone with your thoughts. And I'll start the egg timer. Mm-hmm. And about 50, 60 seconds in, and going, oh my God, I can't do this. That's how hard meditation can be, because all this crap comes up out of your subconscious. Your boss yelling at you, your boyfriend yelling at you, your 5th grade teacher from school yelling at you.
What you have to do.
All the chatter keeps coming up
when you go to bed. It's like, right? You know what I do? I've learned to do over the years, because I've been meditating for over 10 years. I focus on my breathing.
Mm.
And even when I go to sleep, because my mind, being a medium, it's like it's everywhere. I need white noise everywhere.
Oh, you're wired into everything, for God's sakes.
So like the fan's going, the TV's off, but the shh's coming through because it's on YouTube, And I find that when I focus on my breathing and I take deep breaths in, hold them for 4 yoga breaths, and release slowly, before I know it, I'm asleep, and it's just, quiet. But that's what meditation, I focus on my breathing.
You don't, and a lot of people think, well, you got to sit in a yoga, in a lotus position.
No, I lay down.
Ideally, but you know something, I'm 70 years old. I can't get into a lotus position.
No, I lay down.
Right.
I lay down.
Well, no, laying down can be a problem unless you're going to sleep.
Yeah, no.
I suggest sitting in like a dining room chair, one that's straight up, not a comfy chair. You're going to go to sleep. Okay.
Yeah. Right.
But if you sit, I used to be able to do 45, 50 minutes when I was in a monastery. Okay.
Yeah.
I hadn't really tried that long since. It took me a long time to get there too. I start my students out with 2 to 3 minutes for about 2 to 3 months. And I say, jack it up a minute or two, get it up to 5 minutes. Then after about 3-4 months, I say, hey, let's take it up to 5 minutes in the morning, 5 minutes at lunchtime. Oh, I don't have time at work. Go in the stall, close the stall, sit there, and just give yourself 5 minutes with your thoughts.
You just took 5 minutes explaining that you don't have time.
Exactly. I have a stool, and I get out of my office chair here, and I go over and I get on the stool, and I just put my knees in front of me, and I just quiet for 2 minutes. Okay. Now lately, what I've been treating my I forgot I was retired. I'm retired. You wouldn't know that to see the level of work I do every day. But I'm getting ready to publish a whole 50 UFO books right now, each for a different state. Okay.
Excellent.
That's fabulous.
And we're still fine tuning all of them. We're going to release some sort of all at once, like a couple a week, but they're going to all be ready in PDF form. All we got to do is dump them to Amazon. The hardest part is designing the cover, because the cover has to stay within a tolerance of plus or minus. It has to be plus or minus 5 pages of what the page count is. So I actually had to put them all together, generate the master PDF, and know exactly how many pages it is before I can pull down the template that I need for that size cover. I already got the cover design. I just have to wrap it around that size. Okay, but the deal is this. What was I talking about?
I'm retired. No, I'm not retired.
I'm retired.
Yes.
Lately, I'm up at 6 in the morning, old military training, 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, it's ungodly.
And so I'm just up with the chickens. So what I do is maybe about 2:30 in the afternoon, I'll go in, lay down on the bed. Sometimes I'll pull like a little, almost like a hospital type blanket, one of those ones with holes in it, that kind of thing. Yeah. Just enough to keep any chill from the air conditioning from getting me. I put on my shotgun glasses or shotgun muffs. Okay, just like you go to a shooting range, and I have a sleeping mask. It's got like almost like sand inside it, so it just molds itself to your face. And I'll go in there for 45 or 50 minutes. Lately, I've been doing it been able to stay conscious and focus for almost an hour.
Wow. Yeah, so, I'm nowhere near that. Not even near 10 minutes.
Yeah, but the thing is, you have to work up to it. And I've had students say, "Well, if those monks can do it, I can do it." And I said, "Yeah, they started when they were 7.
They start little." Although in Canada now they're teaching meditation.
Oh,
they're teaching it in schools, in the public school system in a lot of the cities in Ontario. And they found that nobody's staying after school for what's it called when you get in trouble?
Discipline. Yeah. So I've been asking my students to do 2 minutes a day to start for about a month or 2 months, and then work it up. Okay. And that's if I'm doing them like virtual or something like this. What I'm going to do with these students is I'm going to plow them right into it with the binaural stuff. I want to be working with them in about 2 months. Okay. In other ways. Okay. So that's kind of how I'm going to kind of force feed them to do it. But I'm going to also teach them to do, quietness meditation as well. But once you show them the binaural, this is what my Lama pointed out. It's just, once you've tasted a cherry or a strawberry, you know what it tastes like. You know where you go. But once you've been in the zone, you know what you're trying to achieve. What are you listening to?
Yeah, the music. Beats.
Okay. We're listening to binaural beats. And here's the technology roughly. They put a tone that you can't hear. The tones are below your level of hearing, but they submerge it in music or sometimes white noise. So they'll put something like 100 hertz tone in one ear, and they'll put something like 110 hertz tone in the other ear. Okay, 107 hertz. I'm sorry. So 100 and 107 hertz. You have to have stereo headphones that cover your ears to do this. Earbuds don't work very well.
No.
And what happens is each hemisphere of your brain is resonating at a slightly different frequency, and the effective beat between both your hemispheres of your brain is 7 hertz, and that's alpha. Put you into alpha in under 10 to 20 minutes.
There we go.
And it makes sense because your mind and your body requires 6 weeks to fully take on something new and adapt to it. So the fact that you're changing it up every 2 months just makes total sense.
That's the way I've been teaching them to do it. The other way I also do it with meditation is I teach them to make bread. And I went back to every one of these students. I said, if I asked you to make bread for those two Mondays a month I have you, I expect you to bring me a loaf of bread that you made. Are you going to do it? Because that was going to be a disqualifier right off the bat.
Well, I'll bring you sourdough.
Still trying to master sourdough, but I got to tell you something.
It's not easy. I've had a lot of. It's not easy. I just started in May.
I tried. I had my share of failures. I used to be a very good white bread, rye bread, and whole wheat maker. Okay. Yeah. Doctor bitched at me about 4 or 5 years ago. Stop making home grain bread. Okay, diabetic.
Yeah. Well, I've slowed down because I'm afraid of that. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I've been cut some slack now because I've changed my diet. I've lost 40 pounds, all that sort of thing. So that took a lot of discipline.
It makes a big difference. It is when you're pre-diabetic. It takes a lot of discipline. You're fighting against yourself.
Well, I was full on diabetic. Now I'm bringing the numbers into manageable. I need very little medicine to do it, but I still have to take a little bit of medicine. But there's fasting involved. I've embraced fasting. Done a lot of reading.
Fasting is a big step. Yes. Yeah. Well, I had to do it once, so I know.
So this class is going to be. I had better refresh myself on making bread. My wife said, better start making bread too. And the costs suddenly are inflation. You got a problem. Let's answer the dumb question. Bring me back bread. This may be a dumb question, but is there such a thing as white and black magic? White and black magic. Magic is neutral. Your intent is white or black.
I love that.
Yeah,
that's the way I approach it. People say, if you give me an example. Now I lay me down to sleep. Lord bless Grandma and Grandpa, who are both in heaven. Bless Uncle Joe. He's over on the front lines in Europe. And please take that Mr. Hitler. You just made it black magic.
Intention.
You ask intention. You just ask deity to do something that we would consider morally reprehensible.
Mm-hmm.
That's black magic.
Mindset, intention is what makes it whichever direction you want to put it in.
I taught one short class on the sympathetic contagion magic and asympathetic magic. And I pointed out, I said, you watch the movies. I had some film clips. I showed them on a VHS tape. And they said, boy, VHS, that dates me, doesn't it?
But I still have them.
Yeah, I do too. But,
all the Disney ones. Come on.
There you go. Yeah. But the point being is that sometimes, how do I want to say this? Okay, in the movies, you'll see a thing like, the bad voodoo guy's going to stick a pin in Joe's picture, Okay, that's a connective magic. That's called contagion magic. Okay, the same thing, contagious magic, where you might take somebody's fingernails or some hair or a drop of their blood. Of course, these days with diseases, I don't like to take blood anymore from anybody. But contagion magic can be extended. Give you an example. Say Grandma is up here in ICU. I don't want a picture of her from 5 years ago or 2 months ago when she was healthy. I want a picture of her with all the tubes in her body right now, taken a couple of hours ago. Give me that picture. Go take it with a Polaroid. Go take it with your phone. We print it off. We drop it into an envelope. The high priest, or the lead person does, drops in an envelope. We put a serial number on it, like we would with remote viewing, which connects us to it. Okay? And then the coven comes over. They have no idea who that target is. And I'm not going to tell them. I'm not going to violate her HIPAA privacy. So I simply say, here's our target. And we go through a ritual chanting health and well-being and healing to that target number on that envelope tacked up on the other side of the altar.
Right.
And that's how you do a healing spell using contagion magic.
Right.
Magic at a distance. Spooky things at a distance, as Einstein said.
Right. I love it.
And it's funny, the connectivity you have, connectivity with the universe. Every cell in our body is connected. Every atom in our body is connected to everything, everywhere in the universe. It's awesome, especially after you see those web pictures.
Right.
Okay? And they talk about it being matter entanglement. Entanglement kind of comes up like this. The German term for it, and I can't pronounce it very well, but it's Stussvogel, something like that. And it's more like this.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's what connects you with the great consciousness. Now, if you clear your head, you quiet your mind, you can project intentions and requests, or you can be quiet. And people say, well, where did you learn your best magic? I said, I had all these books I had for years that got me sort of there. And then I spent some time in the Buddhist monastery, and the lamas used to say, there's a rainstorm outside. We can't get our fire going. Hey, go get Ani Tashi. That's my name. Ani means none. Tashi was my name, means auspicious. And go get Ani Tashi. She knows how to shut the rain off for 25, 30 minutes while you get a fire going. And the other monks and nuns who were all Catholics, Baptists, Presbyterians, Jews, 20 years before they became Buddhists, spawn of Satan, none, So.
Right. Right. I love it.
So it's a strange path we walk here, the stuff, all the overtones from 5 centuries of misinformation by the medieval church. Okay. You know that one where they said, witches, they fly on brooms and they steal babies and sell their souls to Satan. The actual mythology on this, and you'll find this in a book called, you're going to want to write this down. This book is called Women Who Fly by Serenity Young. She's a professor at CNUY in New York. Okay, I'm on her speed dial. Okay, and she's on mine. And she wrote this thing. She talks about all the women who flew. Okay, it doesn't matter if it's anybody with wings. It talks about birds being embodiments of some of the goddesses. Birds were supposed to, certain kinds of birds, they'll steal, they're big ones, they'll steal your child and take it away and give it to Satan, that type of thing. And they just because witches fly, they just put that label on this. The witches can fly, so they're like the birds. They'll steal your child and sell it to Satan. That was where this stuff came from.
Yeah.
So the bottom line with the whole thing is, we have 5 centuries of bad PR coming from the medieval church. Hollywood has perpetuated it for 100 years.
Yep.
Okay. And we all get asked the question, do you eat babies? Do you turn people into toads? And that question, I always say, the people want me to turn into a toad usually are a toad already. I don't have to do anything,
Right.
But we all know those kind. And basically, it's all this stuff, and the trick was that TV show I did 30 years ago. The idea was just to change the way people look at magic.
Right.
Entertainment Tonight interviewed me. They said, what would we do if we were going to produce a television program about witchcraft now on mainstream television? What would it be? I said, a cross between Bewitched and 30-something.
Right.
That time. Okay, that dates
I
me.
love that show.
Right.
Yeah, I did too. And it was not long afterwards that the people from the people who produced Charmed, talked to us and ended up talking to people like Silver Ravenwolf, a few things like that. So we had influences on those kinds of things back in the day.
Charmed.
Now and then I still get a call.
Charmed was well done, I thought myself. Like I know
the original Charmed,
the original. No, I wouldn't watch. I wouldn't watch the new one. I grew up on the original, so yeah, for me. And it's funny because now my daughter, who's 25, all these years later, loves watching that. It's like okay, you can get past the corny makeup because we're so used to really good CGIs now and everything, but the story, the book, and how they come together for the good is what matters.
We're at the top of the hour.
Okay, we got to try.
We're already there.
Thank you for having me on. This has been fantastic. Can I give
so much?
I was going to say.
My book is Magical Musings of a Rogue Witch. This is only 126 pages, but it cuts it down to the essence of what magic is.
Yes.
You can get it on Amazon. Go to Amazon, book search for Witch Costa, C-O-S-T-A. You'll get it.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
even if they put Cheryl Costa in, it'll come up.
How can they find you for your class?
They can't. We're not offering virtual classes. Now, about 6 months from now, we may offer a virtual class.
Okay.
Yeah. We're talking about doing it like a StreamYard class kind of thing, and or Zoom or something like this.
Right.
It's going to have very rigid standards because the one I did last year was a disaster, and I didn't know what I was doing, and I was used to having people where I could throttle them if I had to, But I just didn't work. So we're thinking how we're going to do this.
Okay.
But I'll come back and tell you when we decide we want to do it.
And you've got UFO books being published?
We're getting ready to come out with the books are named after each state. Okay, so like the first one coming out is UFOs in Ohio and Where to Find Them. And they've all got that fantastic piece and Where to Find Them tone to them.
Yeah.
Every one of them has that title and Where to Find them. And we are going to be 50 books, and then there will be 29 shapes books that will follow that if I'm still alive, and the idea will be we'll have about 70 books, and it will be the largest collection of compiled, analyzed, and published UFO material in human history.
Very nice.
That's the magic.
Well, you let me know when those come out, Chicky.
Shortly.
All right. All right. Well, thank you for joining us. Always a pleasure. Well, always lots of fun.
Anytime.
All right, darling.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Bye-bye now.
All right. Well, we have come to the end of another fantastic show. Big thank you to Cheryl. Always a delight to have on. Big thank you to our sponsors, Folgers Coffee, Dr. Snick. Please remember, whatever platform you are listening on, subscribe, like us, join, whatever it takes. Show us the support. We work very hard to bring you really fantastic guests and really fantastic content. So we appreciate all of your support. If you'd like to contact us about being a guest or seeing a specific guest or topic, please not on Facebook or social media. We don't get to it. We really don't. So the Outer Realm Contact at gmail.com is our email. The Outer Realm Contact at gmail.com. Next week, actually, I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, tomorrow night, Dr. Charnelle Wolverton Sihun, and she's going to be discussing her book, The Science of Miracles, which is going to be, I think, super interesting. I didn't realize there was a science behind that, but wow, apparently there is. And she's quite versed as well. So we definitely look forward to that show. So thank you to everyone who tuned in to the show, all who are listening. Thanks to everybody in the chat room. You guys just make it so much more fun. So we will see you guys tomorrow night, same time, same place, same chat rooms. Good night.
To have faith in humans. Give me something to believe in. Earth below me, sky above me, fire within me. Brought to you by UPRN Network. I'm Trish Moe, and this is The Missing Piece.
Good evening, New Orleans. I'm your host, Trish. This is The Missing Piece, and we are broadcasting live on 105.3 FM and United Public Radio Network. It is, I almost said August, it is September 12th. And I do want to, I know there's a lot of listeners, viewers in other countries. Our condolences go out, obviously, to the Queen. Profound life she lived, and an amazing woman, as well as, we here in the U.S., we always like to remember 9/11, of course, which was yesterday. So tonight I am super excited to, because this is something that goes back to, as you all know, I typically have guests that I'm intuitively led to, and that are very personal to me. And so this goes back to my childhood even. And Denny Sargent. He is a writer, artist, university instructor. He's got his bachelor's degree in education, master's in history and intercultural communications. He's been involved in international education most of his life, written several university textbooks and sets of international curriculum. He's been in the magic world. He has been an initiative or an accepted member of so many different, Denny, there's so many things you're a part of. It's amazing.
When you get older, you join a lot of groups, you know.
So many esoteric traditions, groups, including but not limited to, that's a long list. Welsh traditional craft, Church of All Worlds, Church of the Eternal Source, the Typhonian OTO, is that?
And the current OTO as well.
Nath Tantrika lineage.
Right. I'm an initiate tantric since 1980.
Nice. The Grove of the Star and Snake,
Right.
Voxus Remotae.
Voxus Remotae, yeah. They were in Bellingham.
Yes.
These are two groups, Bellingham and New York City. I'm from New York originally.
Oh, I moved back here from New York.
Oh,
not the city. Upstate. The Voodoo Spiritual Temple, the Shinto Kamisama.
In New Orleans.
Yes.
On
yes,
Rampart.
I do know that.
Priestess Miriam, shout out.
So there's probably listeners that will recognize that. I recognize the Shinto Kamisama.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I lived in Japan there, and
you lived in Japan?
I did. I
Where
studied
did you
there. Initially Hiratsuka, and I went to school, the University of Kanagawa, and then.
Wow! I've been to Kanagawa. I lived in Tokyo.
Yeah. Oh wow!
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I would live there, in a heartbeat if I could afford it. Honestly.
4 years I was there. My son was born there, actually.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it was. I studied
Japan
Shinto.
is so amazing.
I wrote a book on Shinto actually called "Dancing with the Spirits."
Wow.
Yeah, I studied it, wrote about it. Yeah, I was big into it.
And I've found with Japan, there is you can't describe to people in pictures and writing and explanation the feeling of just history and ancestry. Because it's such an old culture,
right?
That it's absolutely. I was able to travel. We stayed in Kyoto for a while.
Loved Kyoto. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. What can I say? I've been all over Japan. I loved it.
And when you get up into the villages and stuff, you really see and you can feel it. It's one of those places that just resonates.
Hidetakayama up there in the mountains. That was one of the best places I've ever went. It's up in the Nagano area.
Oh my goodness! You know what? So, yes. My host family, I stayed with the host family for like a week or two, maybe, when we first got there. Just kind of for the experience. I was in college, and this has been 20 years, of course. Gosh, over 20 years now, but
but you know what's exciting to me about this is because I'm here to talk about werewolf magic, and one of the things that happened as I went through this in my own personal life is remembering Japan and remembering going back to animism, going back to the kami-sama, and remembering that there is a very important deity called Okami. Do you know Okami? Okami is the wolf god, and it's everywhere in Japan. They have huge temples to shrines to Okami. Mm-hmm. Like Okami means big god, right? But that's what the werewolf spirit, that's what the wolf spirit and the werewolf spirit is called in Japan, is Okami. And I found out there's a couple of animes that are called Okami.
Yes. So
I was a werewolf in Japan and didn't know.
When back then I wasn't anything like I am now. I did not embrace any part of any of
Oh, the culture.
You know, any of my roots, any of just because I had gotten away from that, you know, after we moved from New Mexico and everything, and it I thought when I saw, you know, you see little kids wearing just like they would wear clothing and have accessories and stuff with like the maple leaf on them.
Right.
And then they had this wolf symbolism, and I'm like, why are kids wearing a marijuana leaf on their backpack? And because, you know, the maple leaf looks exactly like that.
Well, I've seen Japanese wearing marijuana pictures on their shirt. They don't really.
Well, now probably, yeah, but over 20 years ago.
Stuff they didn't even know what was on their shirts. So
Right. And then the wolves, I'm like, why is this such a, you know, I had no idea back then what that represented.
Well, my students, because I used to talk to my students all the time. I taught at university. I actually had 6 jobs there, but I taught university full time, and so I had these intelligent young college students, and I asked them about that, about things like, you know, the different spirits in kami and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually met the head of the entire Shinto.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I studied Shinto at Kokagakuin University. I got kind of serious into this. And I asked him point blank, like, well, what's a kami? I had to wait 6 months to get a 10-minute interview with him because he's like the big guy. And he said, a kami is anything that elicits awe, which I thought was like the best definition of a spirit or an entity that isn't pigeonholed into sort of a Judeo-Christian heaven, hell, angel kind of thing. And it was just very interesting that my students, because I asked them if they believed in werewolves, and they all raised their hand yes. And I said, really? And they said, yes, of course. There are Japanese who can turn into wolves.
Yeah.
And they all believed it. Like there was no irony there. And I said, well, why is that? And they said, well, because some people just genetically are able to do that and some can't. And some people want to, and they can do it through magic and stuff like that. And I was like, okay. You know, and that got me thinking. And then I went to like Okami shrines and saw like the wolf spirit along with the rice spirit, along with all the different spirits, Hachiman, the spirit of battle and war. And then, you know, Inari-sama, who you see in all the anime now, is the fox, she is represented by a fox spirit with 9 tails, right? Like all these kami, all these gods and goddesses all go back to animism, which is exactly where my book goes back to. I've been doing a lot of stuff, and I finally came back around to the primordial animistic traditions, you know.
I was going to ask where your journey kind of began in werewolf magic. You know, you obviously you told a lot of that from your time in Japan, but was it at like when you were little, did you have your family? Is your you know, did that come from?
I've always been interested in psychic stuff. I got initiated into witchcraft when I was 14 in New York City. I had to get a letter of permission from my parents. That was really funny. And I've always been attracted to things, and I've seen spirits. I've had some moments where I actually saw some things. That's a long conversation. I won't go into it, but I've always been in touch with sort of occult stuff. My parents never understood, but I glommed onto friends in New York who were my age. This is like 14, 15. We were teenagers. And we were all in that world. And I've come to believe and had this conversation with multiple people that people are either in that world or not in that world. And usually when people find out they're in that world is puberty, right around puberty. Right around 10, 11, 12 is when everybody, I've asked this question because I'm into asking, like I'm a university professor, and so I quiz people. When did you know? And everybody tells me the exact same story. So we are, whether we're reincarnated or just have propensity or I don't know what, but so I've always been interested in that. And I've always liked werewolves. I'm a bit of a wild, that's just kind of, I'm not very Apollonian. I'm definitely more Dionysian, but I also was a punk rocker in the 70s in New York. So that didn't lend itself to like niceness, but how I ended up with this actually was much later. It was just about 5 years ago. I lost everything. I lost my job. I lost my wife. I lost my house. I lost most of my money. It was just a series of horrible things that all happened at once and left me utterly despondent and utterly doubting, like all the spiritual stuff I was doing. I do tantric meditation every night, and I was completely at a loss. My best friend got early onset Alzheimer's. I stayed with him and watched him die. And so I went through all this horrible stuff, and I reached kind of the bottom of my resources, my mental and physical resources. And I was just like, well, maybe this is the end of my life. I'm older and I had a fairly good life. I have a severely autistic son who now relies on me when I can see him, etc.
I'm autistic.
Are you on the spectrum?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's what I do for a living now is I tutor autistic people. And
really?
People on the spectrum, and then people who are more severely autistic and also Fragile X. Yeah, well, this has been my world for 30 years. So my son's 30 years old.
Well,
so all this stuff. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, so when you were going back, when you were younger, you said around your teenagers, you just knew. So I know a lot of people, including myself, when I went through that stage, something, especially as a medium, something happened that I blocked as we tend to do when anything traumatic or that our brains can't comprehend happens. I blocked out for another 5-10 years, and then it'd come back. It doesn't leave you alone, obviously.
Right.
But did that happen to you? Did you go through phases where you didn't embrace it?
I was a feral kid. I knew this stuff was real, and I never doubted it. I mean, and I had so many things happen, and I mean, by the time I was 14, I was in a coven, so I really didn't have any.
Oh yeah.
I knew I was a full-fledged pagan. I knew I knew this was like, I came into this world like pretty much ready to be an occultist. I don't know if that's good or bad, but just to finish.
I think it's good. I mean, because then you have less.
I don't know.
Undoing. I mean, if that is in your nature, like it was in my nature. It's always been there since I was born. But
I'll just finish this story. I hit this wall, and I thought I was done. I really thought I was done, ready for the next incarnation. I really did. I was suicidal and I was depressed, and I went through all this stuff. And as I sort of sank deeper and deeper, I kept doing my meditation every night. I set my wards. I had a very safe, clear space. Nothing should came in. And in the middle of my meditation, this wolf spirit showed up. I'm doing chanting, and all of a sudden this wolf spirit comes. He just sits, and I ignored him. And then every night I did my meditation, and this wolf spirit would come and sit. And I thought I was losing my mind. And finally, I pushed everything aside, and I said, "What do you want?" And it basically looked at me and said, "You called me. You're at the edge. You're at the end of your rope, and I'm here to save you if you will, let me in and listen to me." And I was like, I was like, I have nothing to lose. So I said to it, "Okay, fine. What do you want me to do?" And it said, "I want you to get out of your apartment. I want you to go into the woods, rip off your clothes, and let your animal out. And I'm going to show you how to do it." And I just threw a bunch of stuff in a car. I'm in Seattle, right? So I just drove up to the mountains, and I'm like an hour and 15 minutes away from the Cascades, bears, cougars. It's just pure wilderness. And I did exactly, I had nothing else to lose, so I just did it. I just, found a campsite, ripped off all my clothes. And by the way, anybody wanting to do that, remember to wear sneakers, because as you go tromping around the woods naked, you can really hurt your feet. I found that out. And just threw myself into the abyss, threw myself into nature and let go. And it kind of prompted me, like this wolf was with me the whole time, telling me, "You got to do this. You're thinking too much. You need to shut up. You need to start growling." And it gave me all this stuff to do. And then I totally let go of everything. And then this was an all night thing. And then the next day my brain was completely silent. So all this stuff that was making me miserable shut down. And the wolf and my animal self came up and took over. And being an animal, all I was existing. I was just being in nature, right? I was in this total Zen-like, here I am in nature, and just loved it. And all of a sudden I saw the streamers and the web of light that made up the ecosystem, and the energy coming from Gaia and flowing through the trees and down from the sky, and the full moon was up. It happened to be a full moon, right? And all of a sudden I was in the middle of this web that I could suddenly feel and perceive because I wasn't cutting it off. I was being an animal. And once that's the passport. Once you're in that animal consciousness, because we are animals. And we like to pretend that we're not, and we always say, "Oh, I'm human, I'm not animal." Animals are freaking monkeys. We're hominids. That's it. But we have spent our whole lives, and all our culture has been putting in our head that we're not animals, right? So once I had that connection, I'll just finish. Once I had that connection, then I realized that's the gateway to reconnecting with Gaia and the ecosystem. And I came back feeling 100% better, and started writing stuff down. And this has ended up being Werewolf Magic, which I had no intention of printing as a book. I was writing this down in my journal. And then people said to me, "Oh, this is really interesting stuff. You should publish it." I said, "No, I'm not interested in publishing." I went and did a presentation at PantheaCon down in California on something else. And all my friends were pushing me to put together a proposal. And I said, "Look, I'm bringing 4 proposals. I'll bring Werewolf Magic as a 5th. I went to the two acquisition editors from Weisers and from Llewellyn, and I said, "How about this one, this one, this one?" They said, "No, no, no, no. What's this? Werewolf Magic. We want it." so that's how this book came.
That gave me the chills. Yeah. Oh, so, well, 2 things, 3 things on that. Well, first, I was going to go back when you said you think we're all animals. So
Yes.
I have argued with myself and my own beliefs back and forth on this, based on everything I've ever researched or experienced or whatever, that, and it's been depicted in numerous, even, older mythology, as well as modern movies and such, that there is, in fact, like humans, and then there are also animals, and
Science says
you think
no.
it's all the same.
Science says no. I believe in science. We are animals. We're hominids. I mean, I just finished doing a whole chart of all the animals that exist. We are slotted in there. We are under homidae. We are declared. We are animals. We emerged from the first cell that became all the other animals. In our DNA, we contain all the animals from the first cell. We are 98% genetically the same as chimpanzees. We are 78% genetically the same as wolves. We are animals. No, the reason we separate humans and animals is Judeo-Christianity, Islam, the philosophical religions that all say in their holy book, God created man, animals do not have souls. Native Americans I've worked with, a lot of Native Americans I've talked to here in Seattle, Salish and other tribal people, and Chief Seattle, who I'm sure you know of, he said, you do not respect animals as people. They are people. They are people who saved us and helped us because they showed us what to eat and what not to eat. They showed us how to live within nature and how to work with these things. I have a great quote from Chief Seattle I can read you where he says, you white people are doomed to be, you're going to die because you're not listening to the animals. They contain the wisdom of nature. And you are just going in and cutting trees and killing things because God said to you that you get to control the world and that animals don't have souls. The reality is every tribal culture, I've been to like almost 30 countries. I've hung out with a lot of tribal cultures in Guatemala, in Thailand, in rural Thailand, lots of different places. You go to hang out with tribal cultures, they believe that animals are their brothers and sisters.
Oh, absolutely.
And when they kill a deer, even Native Americans do this. They kill something, they say thank you, they honor it, they kill what they need. They don't go out with an AK-15 and kill 20 deer because it's fun, right? They know that they are connected with nature. We in our civilized quote unquote world have utterly disconnected from nature, which is why you see people hiking on these trails and throwing garbage. You see people, we knew that global warming was coming. We knew this in 1980. We've done nothing because In our mind, we are above it all. We are not animals. We are anointed by God. God will take care of everything, which is what a lot of people say. I think Gaia is here to take care of us.
Yeah. I tell people that all the time, especially the older I get, and I have proof, and I tell people, you know what I mean? I'm like, you cannot. I don't care whether you're building a house. I don't care if you're starting a camping and starting a fire. Whatever you're doing, that is, we should 100% respect the land, respect its fertility, respect all of the things in nature that we're given, and ask permission. People say, well, Trish, especially in our network, paranormal and stuff, people are always like, well, why don't these forest elements affect you, Trish? Why don't they attack you? Why don't they do this? Okay, well, there's a difference between, I don't go stomping around disrespectfully, and throwing out trash and cigarette butts and things like this, because and I try to give back as well, like bring offerings or pick up trash or whatever, and so, because I've always done that. I've always developed this relationship.
I end every single ritual with "to you, from you, all things," Gaia, because we get everything from from Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
We get our building materials. We even get our gasoline. I mean, we have to refine it, but we get everything. And yet people treat it like it's just a doormat. It's not. It's a conscious entity. And animals are conscious. I mean, I have a dog right here. He's ridiculously conscious. We have this arrogance that we are the lords of the earth and nothing else matters because we have souls and they don't. All of that, I think, is BS. I think all of that, we've been programmed from the time we're born into this. And the only way I actually realized this was living in Japan for 4 years, outside of a Judeo-Christian bubble, and suddenly realizing that it permeated every single facet of my life, my whole life. And being in a country that believed in spirits and nature and animism. I mean, they're not perfect, obviously, in Japan, but still, it popped me out of that. And I've done a lot of occult stuff, and a lot of it has been very intellectual, like Golden Dawn and High Magic and OTO and stuff. But I've come back around to the origin of what made me who I am as a kid, which is spirits and animism and nature. And when I was a kid, I wouldn't, and my parents were obnoxious. I would run into the woods and find a tree and wrap myself around it and to make myself feel better, right? I'm sure you do.
I still do that now, and I'm 41.
I still do that now. I mean, when I get really fried out, I go into the woods, and I open. But the problem is people go into the woods and they're still sealed off in this hermetic bubble that says, you can't connect with the ecosystem. And this is the only way that I've literally broken through to getting direct gnosis from the environment, getting direct feedback from the environment. And I've had situations where I had a bear come up and sniff my chest one time when I was hiking. And I was in a pure bliss state of like being in nature, and this monstrous bear came up and everybody else ran. I didn't realize it. I was stupid. Everybody else ran and hid on top of the lean-to. And I just sat there so enthralled with this bear coming up. I was like, oh my God, it's a real bear. Oh my God. And it came up and sniffed my chest. It's like head was like this.
Well, and that's, people don't realize,
it ran away, but it didn't hurt.
If you're in the right vibration, it's not going to hurt you. I have 3 times in the past week, especially since the weather's kind of changing here, it's kind of getting a little chillier at night and stuff. I have picked up and taken out of because 2 of them came in out of my house, 2 brown recluse spiders, which I've been bitten by when I was younger. When I was younger, I was bitten by a brown recluse. I was bitten by a black widow.
They're here in Seattle and they're dangerous. Yeah.
But I'm not afraid of it. We have an understand, I'm not.
Good for you.
It's just living. It's doing the same thing. It wanted to come in out of the cold. I get it.
Right.
So I'm not going to, it wasn't a threat to me at the moment. It was just trying to find warmth. I'm not a threat to it. I just picked it up and put it back outside. You know, and people are like, "Are you insane? Step on that thing." I'm like,
no, I'm with you. No, it's a living thing.
I'm like, so help you in your next life if you're that spider, hoping that somebody shows you mercy and doesn't step on you.
There's that. Yeah. I mean, every living thing is our brother and sister. This is what every Native American I've talked to said. This is what every tribal person in Guatemala, in Mexico, in Thailand, in China. I mean, in Australia, talking to Aboriginals in Australia when I was traveling there, they all are like, we are like this. Yeah, you should go. It's fantastic. We're all interconnected with animals. We are animals. They are part of our world. The fact we've cut them off has left us blind, and our senses are dulled. And when I go into a trance state with werewolf magic, which you've read is a fairly straightforward, I research this seriously. I have a master's in ancient history. This is my thing.
I was going to say, because when I printed it off, it prints from the back first. So when I was waiting for the other pages initially, the bibliography, I was like, are you kidding? You did so much research.
I know. And people look at my book, they're like, well, that's a flaky book. I'm like, no,
like there are some amazing, y'all. This is
it's serious stuff. I have to really talk to people to get them to get past the title, But there were werewolf cults from I found the first image I have, I would love to show it to you, is a cave painting. It's 40,000 years old that shows a werewolf, a guy with a wolf head hunting with a spear. I have found stuff all the way back into 4,000 BC in ancient Greece. The first big werewolf cult was in the Arcady on top of a mountain. And it eventually became the cult of Zeus took it over. It became Zeus Lycaon. Otherwise, before that was Lycaon. I can go on and on about it, but it was been there for 4,000 years. Even when the Zeus cult took it over, it still continued as a werewolf cult. Down the hill from that was the temple of Pan Lycaon, wolfish Pan. Apollo was a wolf god, and there's an image of him as a wolf in the middle of the Parthenon. Excuse me, not the Parthenon. In Athens, now I've lost it. Where all the temples are. So I mean, as I started researching this, I'm like, I'm not losing my mind. Like this has been around. And then have you seen The Northman? Have you seen the movie The Northman?
I haven't. I don't watch too much TV, but
if you get a chance, it's a movie and it's worth it. Admittedly, it's Viking. There's lots of slaughter, but the scene where they shapeshift, my friends made me sit down and watch it. They said, it's your friggin' book, Denny. You need to watch it. And they recreated this shamanic cave experience with psychedelics, and because berserkers, right? Mm-hmm. Berserker means bear sark. It means to wear the bear skin. The other kind that you don't hear that much about is the Ulfsark, who decided to wear the wolf skin. And that tended to be higher level people, princes, kings, etc. So going into shape-shifting, going to the Ulfsark, these people would get possessed by their animal self, by the wolf, and they would be impervious to pain and etc. And this stuff is still. When I went to Iceland, I asked them about it, and they were like, "Oh yeah, no, it's real. We got a lot of people here who do that." I was like, okay. I mean, once you get out of the Western world, in China, everybody believes in were-tigers. In Morocco, everybody believes in were-hyenas, who are often supposed to be iron workers. I have no idea why. I mean, everywhere I went, I did a book on Nagas, serpent beings. Well, like the royal family in a couple of places like Vietnam and Cambodia are all descended from Nagas, from Naga spirits, So, I mean, this sort of interrelationship between human and animal is the norm in the world. This our little corner of the world, which is very hermetically sealed in its own religious and capitalistic world, doesn't buy into it and says, no, we're not animals. But if you go to the rest of the world, like a majority of the world does believe it and does think that, they know intuitively we're connected with animals. How could we not be? We're moving up the ladder too. We're not Cro-Magnon anymore. We're not Deniscian anymore. We're Homo sapien, but we're on a ladder There's going to be more Homo sapiens unless we kill ourselves, So yeah, no, we are. So I went looking for this. So I had this experience. I was like, all right, how do I replicate this? Because I'm a professor, right? I mean, I'm like, how do you do this?
Well, that's what I love about your method of storytelling and writing and getting that, because I'm the same way, and I want facts. I want something to back it up. I want scientific, all of these things. Mostly I start doing that to tell myself I'm not crazy.
Right.
But then it also assists other people. So I love that you think that way, because your research absolutely backs up. You're not just writing a story, it's not like a nonfiction book it's not like a fiction book that you're writing about some, fantastical character or something. You've actually have solid research and evidence to back everything you say up, and that's amazing. Because
thank you so much for that validation, because people see this and they're like, yeah, what are you know? And I'm like, and I see you looked and you saw the table of contents, and I have to start off at the beginning and go, no, seriously, this isn't completely as crazy. I talk about the Vikings, I talk about the Greeks, I talk about the Romans. All the Romans believed in Vespellus. Vespellus were shapeshifters, werewolf shapeshifters, and the historians Herodotus and Livy, they all talk about seeing tribal people turn into werewolves. Mm-hmm. Like Herodotus says, "Oh, I went to the Nurai, which was in Russia at the time, the Nurai tribe, and they had a festival for 1 week, and they all shapeshifted into werewolves for a week." And you see this in the Celtic worlds too. Over and over. The Christians who were moving into to Ireland, and they said, "Oh well, this one, the Ossory tribe, they're very obstreperous. They don't want to convert to Christianity." And we were there, and they turned into werewolves for a week, and then came out. And so, every historians just gloss over this. They're like, "Oh yeah, whatever. They lost their minds." These are actual historians who are saying, "I saw something, and this is what I saw." And they were pagans, so their view was like, okay, these people were possessed and shapeshifted into wolfish people, and they lived that way for a week and probably had a great time, and then came out of it. And then you have Lupercalia in Rome, the big Lupercalia festival, which everybody has probably heard of. For a week, there was drunken debauchery, and the priests who were sanctified, they were called Luperci, which means werewolf. They would dress they would kill a goat and dress in the skin, and then have straps and go around and whip people gently, I don't know, to give them fertility. So women would show up naked or half naked and get whipped so they could have kids. I assume men were doing the same thing, and everybody was drinking, and it went on for like 2 weeks, a week and after 2 weeks, and was this huge. And the main deity that was invoked was Lupa, who's the wolf. Who fed Romulus and Remus, the founders of Rome, right? So that's ostensibly the festival was to honor the wolf goddess, but also the god they worshipped during that was called Faunus, and Faunus is the Roman Pan, except he was also the wolf god. Right? So this,
I didn't know that before. I didn't know that part.
Trivia. If you want trivia, just ask me. I'm like up to here with it. After I've cited all these things and read all these things. So then the next piece of the puzzle was, all right, I get it. I get the shamanic stuff. I did a lot of research. I hung out with Siberian shamans. My friend Jan used to bring them over to Seattle. They were Nani Doro is what they were called. They were from the Olchi tribe in Siberia. So they were legit shamans. Most people in America say they're a shaman. It's not technically what a shaman is. But these people were legit tribal shamans who, I interviewed one woman, Nadia, quite a bit and did some classes with her. And I was interested in what the reality was of real shamanism. And she said it happens when you're about 4 years old. The animal spirits come and talk to you. And she toddled out and told her mom and dad, "Mommy, Daddy, I can't sleep. The animal spirits are talking." And her parents started crying because it meant she was a shaman, which meant she had to train with the shaman, and nobody wanted to marry her. This is what she's telling me, right? Because shamans have a rough life and they don't often live that long because it's really stressful. Yes. So her whole life was like going into the underworld and helping people, and finding the caribou when the tribe needed it, and all this stuff, And so talking to her, it was like, But I learned a lot about shamanic techniques, and going through the research, I'm like, okay, I'm not a shaman. I'm going to be perfectly blunt about it. The book isn't teaching you how to be a shaman, but I picked the techniques to do this one thing that I wanted to learn how to do, which was to consciously go into a deep trance state, let my animal self emerge, and let my over babbling monkey brain sink down into my unconscious mind and just exist as an animal. What I didn't realize what would happen is, once I was able to perfect that and get it to that point, once I went into nature, not only did everything change and I stopped worrying about everything and blah, blah, blah. And I started to actually fully experience nature in ways I've never done before, because I was like, my night sight became incredibly good. I could walk through the woods at night. I scared a raccoon. I grabbed it and it ran away, and I went to deer and stuff. I could also hear stuff I couldn't hear before. All my senses went insanely active, and I could smell where water was. And then I would sit and I could see sort of the etheric and astral tendrils that held the whole ecosystem together. And it was just like tripping, it was like the most amazing thing. And
that scared me at first. Did that scare you? Because it's
I was past, like, when I was really in that state, I was past caring about anything.
I don't know that I was scared, but I was like, maybe we're all dead. Maybe maybe this isn't real. Maybe, I wasn't really scared as much as like.
I've done enough psychedelics that didn't scare me. But plus I was like in a deep depression. I was like, what's the worst thing going to happen? A cougar's going to kill me and eat me. Then I'll move on and I'm done, So I was in that state of not caring. But I could see how most people would probably be like, holy shit, I don't know if this is really the right thing for me. But so then every time I had an experience, I went back, I sat down with the wolf spirit who never left me, kept showing up in my dream meditation, and I kept trying new things. And it would say, no, try this, go out in the woods and do this. Every full moon, I went into the woods, ripped off all my clothes, and did something new. And that's how this book got written, slowly but surely.
Wow.
And I started to realize, like, there's a few keys to the actual trance state. One is no talking, because because I teach linguistics, I teach methodology and pedagogy. I train teachers how to teach ESL, by the way. That's what I do. I teach universities. I worked my way up, and then I became a teacher trainer, and I teach TESOL competency. And thank you. It's a really, you lived in Japan, so it's a very small little world I live in, but this is what I love to do. In fact, right now I'm creating a learning management system for Saudi Arabia to train people how to teach English. Anyway, that has nothing to do with this, right? But one thing I do know is that there's 6 centers in the brain, and when you start talking, like I'm talking now, it's incredibly complex what's happening. You know that. I mean, you're into teaching English, so the cognitive stuff that's happening, it's creating a hologramic thing, and then it comes out of my mouth once it's been pieced together. It all seems fluid to me, but it's got a million things going on. But I realized that the minute I opened my mouth and said something in English, it shut down my trance state. Like I was back out of being an animal. So when I have a pack now. Oh, by the way, I should probably have a moment here and point this out. This is the new book. It just landed in the stores last weekend. Werewolf Pack Magic. So this is the new one, and Llewellyn, have Llewellyn send you a copy.
That was another thing I was going to say. First of all, that is out there to pay attention to. Llewellyn is, I would recommend as a highly lost the word. What is it? Respected, reputable. Thank you. Reputable. Man, they started out as publishers, but now they've kind of expanded to many different areas of body, mind, spirit type. If you go to their website and stuff.
I'll give them a big thumbs up, and I'll tell you, all the citations, Llewellyn made me do that. Like I've done other books for them where I didn't have to, but with this one, they were like, like they didn't want me to use the word shaman, and I said no. I've interviewed real Siberian shamans. I've interviewed real shamans in central Guatemala in the Maya region, and I've interviewed real shamans near Oaxaca in the woods. I mean, in the desert rather. And so, I mean, real tribal people that I've interviewed. I said, I have proof that I've interviewed her, and I had to put that in the book. You'll find the link to my interview with the Olchi shamans, because they were like, no, we don't want you to use that word. I said, no, I'm using it legitimately. Shaman comes from a Siberian, right? And they said, okay, if you have a link. So there's more footnotes in this book than I've ever put in anything, even my master's thesis, because they were like, you better prove this. Yeah, they did. They kept like, cite this. You need to cite this. I'm like, all right.
I will, Carlos, I will put your question up in just a second. Welcome, Brian. Let's see who else is in the chat room here. I was going to say something profound when you mentioned the Siberian shaman and things like that. Here is how, for people don't believe that things happen in the order they're supposed to happen to, and you're always, leading to something in your life. It was during the wolf moon. Okay. I have an art studio, and I went there and decided one day I just broke out my paints and started painting a wolf on the wall. Right.
Nice.
Like a mural. And on the flip side of the season, now we're into the fall season. Also in the spring, it was right before, it was a full moon also though, but it was right before Beltane. I interviewed Snow Raven. She's from Arctic Siberia. She does the I don't know if you're familiar with her. Amazing, talented. She does trance singing through animal spirit. It's
cool.
Absolutely amazing.
That does sound amazing, actually.
She looks exactly like my tattoo, by the way, that I showed you. I didn't know that before I got this either, that I would be interviewing her a few months later also. And so that happened back then. Now moving forward to now, when I found your book and everything and messaged you, it was Friday. Friday was September 9th.
Mm-hmm.
And, I had started reading your book.
This one, right?
Yes. Yeah. When you sent it to me, I started reading about Tuesday, Wednesday of last week. And Friday, I was like, you know what? I haven't even attempted to call animals. I've gotten away from that since I lived in the mountains when I was like 4 years old, and I went out and I had a lot of stuff to do last week too, but I'm like, nope. And disconnect from everything and I did that Friday morning, and I will tell you it probably absolutely saved my life. And I want to tell you why it saved my life, because I've had a heart attack multiple years in a row on September 9th.
Whoa.
And I did not this year.
Call on those animal spirits.
Yes.
Especially your wolf. You got a wolf on you. The wolf will protect you. The wolf, the wolf has never been my icon, but it came to me, and it's now one of my animal spirits. It's my chief animal spirit. But it will give you strength, health. I mean, it's gotten me through. I had a cracked vertebrae about a year ago. I was like bedridden for a long time. I could barely walk, and the wolf spirit kept coming to me because I was like, oh my God, I can't do this. And the wolf spirit's like, shut up, you're going to do it. You're going to do it. You're going to walk. You'll be fine. Because I didn't know whether I was going to walk again. And I did, and I'm fine. I mean, I'm older than I was, but aside from that, I'm good. By the way, I just want to point out to people at the bottom that there's a scroll here. I have a ton of stuff at werewolfmagic.com. I have lots and lots of stuff, including chunks of the book, ways to do shape-shifting, articles about witchcraft and werewolf magic, because very few people know this. 50%. I didn't know this until one of the things I did, you read my book, but one of the things I did was dig deeply into the werewolf trial documents. And I found that around 50% of the witches who were captured by the church and burned alive or killed were also accused of being werewolves. And that shocked me because you never see that.
Which is interesting. Have you, I'm sure you've heard of Stoll, Kansas. I live very close to there. That's actually where I went to school at the University of Kansas, is really close to there, actually. We discussed it briefly last week, I think. But that the legend of Stoll is obvious. It was a witch and a werewolf married by the moon or something, and had a witch and it was a witch and it was supposed to be the devil and a witch, because it's one of the 7 gateways to hell, and they had a werewolf child that ran off into the woods, but she was burned and all this other.
This is right out of medieval witchcraft. This is right out of the church's persecution of witches. They would say this, that, it's a witch and a werewolf, or the witch was a werewolf, or rode a werewolf. And they have all these,
and this is why I remember the story that way, because I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, what?
Werewolf, come on.
And so I ask people this all the time in this community, because I see it all the time and they don't recognize it. And I understand why they don't recognize it, because I was there too. I was very Christian only a few years ago. And I see people hunting shapeshifters, hunting werewolves, hunting this. And I'm like,
same as it ever was.
And I see it. I'm like, do you know what you, and they're interested in that because they do it themselves unknowingly. 100% of the time I found.
They're doing that because it is part of the Judeo-Christian mythos. And believe it or not, here's something interesting you might find interesting. The Catholic Church didn't go after shapeshifters in medieval Europe, not until about 1400, when this one bishop said, wait a minute, because it was just generally accepted that some people were shapeshifters, some people were werewolves, some people would turn into things, but they could still be, good Catholics, right? And apparently, then this one bishop said, wait a minute. It actually went all the way up. And they said, look, if someone's changing shape into a werewolf, then who's doing it? It's either God or Satan. Now, there we get to that dichotomy of Christianity and Islam and Judaism. It's either good or bad. And they came down with, well, it's not God, must be Satan. So that's when witches and werewolfism, lycanthropy, or werewolfery, one of my favorite words, that's actually a word, that's when they started accusing witches and anyone who was doing anything weird of this sort of thing. But I have so many stories of what happened, of how people would shapeshift, and then someone would hurt them, and then they would track them down in their house, and the injury would be the same injury. So the question always got to me like, okay, I'm seeing hundreds and hundreds of historical things that are all pointed to the same thing. How did they do this? So I found this book and it's in the citation section, by a man named Lacanto, who is an academic. He wrote a book called Witches, Werewolves, and Fairies. And it's an academic book, actually, but he brought up the idea of the double. The double is what we call the astral body, or the energetic body, right? And they believe all the way back to ancient Egypt, ancient Greece, ancient Rome. They all had a lot of focus, a lot of trance work, a lot of drumming, swing, all the classic shamanic things that people do, psychedelics and all that. And once you got to the point where you had a clear vision of it, you could then manifest it. And so when I'm doing, like, I have a pack, we get together, a bunch of people decided they wanted to join me in this. And we get together and we shapeshift much faster together than solo.
Yeah.
And one night I said, okay, after we had come back out of it, I said, what do I look like as a werewolf? And let's go around and like describe.
Oh, that would be so cool.
And we nailed every single one. They looked at me, they said, all 5 of them, they looked at me, they said, you're a black wolf with gray. And I said, exactly right. And how about you? Oh, she's a white wolf. Bingo. Oh, he's tan with some black. Bingo. We went around the room like we all knew. And I thought, yeah, all right. Astral vision, that worked, So I don't know. You know, this stuff works. It's old. I found
Absolutely.
I pieced together a really clear way of doing it. If you go to werewolfmagic.com, you'll see a thing that says, summer, what was it? Starwood. I went to Starwood Festival. I don't know if you've heard it. They paid my way. They paid my way to come, and I did 3 huge werewolf circles. I got 200 people to go into werewolf trance. Like, when I saw how many people were there, I was like, oh, this works. And anyway, and they all like that went under and then wouldn't come back. They didn't want to come out of it.
Yeah.
And I was like, no. No.
I learned that in hypnosis. That's the you know, especially with the world the way it is nowadays, like nobody wants to
come back.
No.
Plus, you're in a great space. I had people running around the circle on all fours. Like, it's not just a trick of the brain. It's they're letting their true animal spirit come out, which has been suppressed by so many decades of our culture, right? And they're just letting it out. And all of a sudden they're like, I'm not thinking, I'm happy, I feel everything at the moment. Anyway, that was really funny. So if you go to werewolfmagic.com, it says Starwood 2022, and it has an entire script on how to shapeshift, because that was what I used for them. So it's right there if anybody wants it. It's like boom, 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 boom. I pieced it out of this. This is a better way to go through it. But actually, this book, I've added a bunch more techniques for shapeshifting. Like, we invoke different gods and goddesses, but we don't speak. We have some rituals where we say a few words in Greek or Norse or whatever, but we just use vibrations. Like, the moon is ah, and the Lord of the Forest, like the horn god, the green man is ha, and the Earth Mother is ma, and the werewolf spirit is rah. So everything, we just did like a 4-hour ritual the other night. We don't say anything once we start.
I believe it.
If we need to ask something, we're like,
And that's interesting. So I even recorded, because my daughter, she and my sister came over the other day, and she's like, oh my God, that's crazy accurate. You sound just like a wolf. I was like, no, I haven't howled like that in forever. But when you look, I had been listening to drum music. There was a distinct difference in the vibrational frequency, because you can see on a recording, how the different octaves and the different range. And I'm like, that's interesting, the before the drumming and the after.
Yes.
The difference in the real quick, just I want to station identifications 105.3 FM New Orleans, United Public Radio Network. We are also broadcasting live on Paraflix, and I want to thank Carnation for sponsoring my second hour. So
nice.
Back to it, Carlos, if you are still in the room, let me put this up there. Let's see if I can show that.
Oh, that's interesting. That's a good question. I mean, I'm approaching it like anyone can do it. And like I said, I had 200 people and they all went under. They all went in. They all were able to pull up their animal self. I think some people have more propensity than others. I do think. Okay, so I'm going to say that I have some sort of genetic lineage in terms of occult stuff, because we were just talking earlier about this, that most people who are involved in whatever it may be that's sort of occult or hidden or psychic or whatever, most people right around puberty seem to know that they are different. So I think a lot of the people who have been attracted to werewolf magic are people who are already involved in paganism or witchcraft or occult, like other occult things, psychic stuff. So like I went to this festival that was all pagans, previously a pagan festival. So all the people that came to my presentation were already doing nature religions and already in that space. I don't know. I think if I took a bunch of bankers and stock exchange people and tried to do it, I don't know. I might succeed. I don't know, but I think the headspace might not be exactly the same.
I don't know if he's asking if there's different bloodline. Are you asking, are there like literally different bloodlines, and we're like one from North America, and you know what I'm saying, like that kind of
like the vampire
different race, like different races of werewolves, or like where like the Rh negative, they say is different than the other bloodlines. I'm not sure.
I don't know. I really don't. I tend to. So I'm on a lot of Facebook groups that are werewolf groups, but I think I'm kind of an outlier, and that I'm like, no, I'm serious about this. No, I'm serious about this. We're not talking about like nice pictures, and we're not talking about like.
I was about to ask that.
I'm a big fan of Werewolf the Apocalypse, by the way, the game, the role playing game. But this is not.
Never heard of that, but
you've never heard of Werewolf the Apocalypse? Oh my goodness.
I don't play. I am not. I don't play video games.
The Ascension, no. Dungeons and Dragons, you got that one, I bet.
Yeah, yes. That was. I know that from when I was younger.
So good. But it has nothing to do with what I'm doing.
But I was going to say,
pulling out your natural self and relating to nature,
I think it is a huge disservice because I was explaining this to my son the other day. In this day and age, teenagers are very confused because so it's happening all over, when people say in the schools, there's people who go to school and act like dogs or whatever, and but here's the problem. None of them, there are a few schools popping up that are private schools that teach different, the nature path, paganism, things like that. Yes, of course, because it's more accepted nowadays. But here's what I'm saying. Everyone, including myself, I tried to go with the whole Christianity path all my life, because everything I was always, once I moved out of the forest, obviously everything after that was always wrong that I was doing or following or whatever.
Right.
So with kids now, with kids now, it's like my daughter, she was bullied when she was younger, when she was in kindergarten. We all have red hair, of course. And so that's that's another thing with the being called an animal all my life and stuff, because they say redheads don't have souls. And so when I was little, I literally thought we were separate. I was like, well, I guess I am an animal and everybody else is human because I was born without a soul since I'm a redhead. You know what I mean?
In Europe, redheads were also accused of witchcraft a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But again, when I went to Japan, they ran to me, wanted to take pictures with me. They're like, "You're a real redhead? Like you're a real, like." And
they do like that. It's like like Totoro has redheads in it.
I know. I was like, I felt like a celebrity, or I was like,
always wish I had red hair. I thought red hair was the coolest ever, but
But we struggled with this. So my daughter was bullied once when she was in kindergarten, and
sorry.
I had the day off, and I worked the night shift usually, so I slept during the day a lot. And she comes home from school and she's telling my mom, she's like, "Grandma, I had a good day today. Mom went with me to school," just like it was nothing. She's like, "Mom went." My mom's like, "What are you talking about? She was here all day. Like she was sleeping." She's like, "No, she came to school with me." And she skipped off, and that's the innocence of children.
No,
she 100%. I mean, she was right.
Mom was with her on the ass from that. That's right. That's how that works. I'm telling you. No, because I'm a dad. I have been in that situation because my son's severely nonverbal autistic. He's severe. He can't talk. So there have been many times when I knew my mojo was with my kid who got, all kinds of grief. I'm going to turn on another light here. It's getting dark here. It's so weird living in the Northwest. We have like 12-hour days in the summer. It doesn't get dark till 10 o'clock. And then in the winter.
Do people ask you if that's from Twilight?
No, actually, almost no one's brought up Twilight. Thank goodness.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, because they were in Seattle with the werewolves.
I know.
I had to.
So let me just say a couple of words about this one, because this is completely different. So this one is about pack magic, and it's called The Shapeshifter's Book of Shadows. because this was really a solo thing. This was me doing my thing, and then surprisingly getting offered a book deal and realizing, oh my God, now I have to write it. And then I wrote it, but I wrote it from a point of view like, okay, I've discovered this, I've researched this. Many times I've tried to get it so it works, and I have a system that works that will get you into that werewolf shape, that consciousness, and then you will have, it will make you feel better. You'll be able to release all the crap that's stuck up here, and you'll just shut it down. And when you come back into it again, you'll have a reset. It's amazing, because I don't know anything else except maybe strong psychedelics or something that gives you a complete mental reset. Whenever my pack does this, the next day we all text each other like, oh man, I feel so much better. It's a way of letting go of this stupid human brain that overheats and makes us crazy and older and upset. But once I started working with other people, I realized that there was way more nuances and there was way more to it. And that's why I ended up writing this book, because it's got a ton of spells, rituals. It's got a whole oracle deck in it that we used the other night, actually. I said, I got out the oracle deck. That's just a picture of it. Let me see if I can get it. That's a picture of what the oracle deck looks like, but it's actually a whole deck. And I'm having it published right now, actually. And it came slowly but surely over the last 5 years. These images came and they all mean something. And so before we began, I said, you want to pull a card? And they said, yeah. Somebody pulled a card. I said, oh, it's basically renewal and healing, which all of us went, oh, we all need that. So that was what we did with our werewolf thing. And the moon was red and perfect, and it was fantastic. And even though there was we're having a lot of wildfires now, so the air quality is really poor here. It's kind of a little bit spooky, but the moon was fantastic. Everything was fantastic. So I'm really excited about this book, and it just hit the stores, and it's got a whole lot more in it, including how to reproduce Lupercalia with your pack, how to reproduce several. So I found all these werewolf festivals that had existed in the Middle Ages. Yes, including one that was in what's now Lithuania, and it's got some Christian elements. Basically, no, it's really cool. You want to hear about it? Because I was like, I found these werewolf festivals. I'm like, what? No, there have been werewolf festivals always, even in Christian Europe. There were times in midwinter when everybody would lock their door, and some people, the werewolves, would come out and have a blast. So this festival, I'll give you the short version. It's right before Christmas, and the dark time before Christmas used to be Saturnalia in the Roman world, and the church remembers these things, and people tended to remember the old ways. But the church was like really tight before Christmas. Mm-hmm. Once Christmas came, they took over, and they're like, all right, it's a new year, and you're all blessed, and Jesus is here, and all that. But before that was the dark time of the year. It was before the Yule, before winter solstice, right? It was the darkest time. It was also the time when wolves made it. Was at the heart of winter. I didn't know this. I found this out reading these documents. I'm like, oh, all right. I looked it up. Yep, sure enough, midwinter is when wolves mate. So this is how the festival.
Oh God, that explains all my bad relationships.
I'm sorry, or I'm happy. I don't know which I should say. Then it all makes sense. Stick with the wolf stuff. So the way it went very quickly was the devil or the horned god would come along with a staff and bells on it, a forked staff, a stang, which is a big part of werewolf magic. I mean, you'll see it. No, where is it? It's here. There's the stang right there. That's a rune, but the stang is over here with the flame on top of it. So that's like old pagan symbol. So he would walk around in the snow, dressed as a werewolf, but with horns, like he was the devil and all that, and bells. And he would go from farm to farm and knock on the door of where the werewolves lived, the secret werewolf farmers, right? And he would call them out, and they'd be like, and they'd go through this whole ritual thing of like, no, we're not coming out, we're not coming out. He'd pound on the door, he'd say, you must come out. I am the Lord of the forest. I am the devil. You have to obey me. And then they'd come out, and he would touch them with his wand, and they would transform into werewolves. And then they'd be really happy, like, oh, we were just kidding. We just wanted to be werewolves. And then they would follow him. Then he'd go to the next farm, and the next farm, and the next farm. Obviously skipping the farms with crosses on them and all that, and just picking up the people who were closet pagans, right? That's what was going on. And then they would pretty soon they had a whole parade, and they would go into town. Meanwhile, now remember, it's like late at night, like, I don't know, 1 a.m. There's piles of snow. Everyone knows the werewolves are out. They can hear the howling, and they're all locking their doors and praying, right? And they would go to the tavern, break into it, and eat all the food and drink all the beer. I am not making this up.
I was about to say, this sounds like something my friends and I would do in the middle of
I
winter,
know.
like upstate New York in the snow.
Right. Oh, yeah. You know, I lived in upstate New York. I went to Oneonta College and Geneseo College.
Really? Yeah, I lived in Watertown and Buffalo.
Oh, sure. Hello. I know both those places very well. So, yeah, I spent 4 years in upstate New York, so I know snow, you know. That's why I live here, where there is like this much snow.
Yeah.
So they would do this, and then they would maybe kill a goat or a cow and cook it and eat it. Cook it. Notice they're cooking it, right? But they would never ever kill a person. And all of this is being written down by a bishop who's writing down about how angry it is that this festival is still going on and that the church hasn't put an end to it. And he goes, well, they don't kill people. They vowed not to kill people, but they'll kill a goat and a cow and eat it. And then they break in, they drink all the beer, and they take all the food. And then they would go someplace and have a big party. Like, of course, like one does, right? And then when the church bells started to ring, right, at dawn, like Christmas Day, they all had to run back to their house and shapeshift back into being normal farmers again. And then the devil who had one good foot and one hoofed foot, right?
Yep.
Like Pan or whatever, right? And he would kind of walk off again into the sunset until next year. Isn't that great?
Krampus.
So I have an entire script on how your group can do it.
Wow, that's
how to build a fire, and like, please don't break illegally into bars, but maybe set up an appointment that you're all going to take over the bar, you know, or whatever. Anyway, so I have several in here like this. I have a bunch of festivals to redo. I have a whole lot. I have for the pack. I have a ritual for blessing a newborn, for marrying two people who are werewolves or who identify as werewolf people, or who are interested in that. And I also have a great funerary ritual because I've had friends who have passed away, and how to honor them in traditional ways that connect with a lot of the older traditions. So I got a lot more going on. I tended to go a little bit nuts with both of these books, but again, there's citations throughout: the Greek, the Latin, the Norse. It's all there. So.
So something interesting, you know, I'm a Chimera, so I've always been confused on which I literally have different bloodlines. So yes, in that aspect, I think, you know, one side of my family was probably on the wolves, and the other side was, you know, at war with each other forever. So I've always never fit in anywhere and kind of gone both ways because my two different DNAs and everything else. But one thing that really stood out to me, because everything from that moment resonated, and I don't know if anyone's ever discussed this or brought it up. It's something that has been brought to my attention intuitively over the years, is back when, you know, I've had numerous abduction experiences. A lot of those, I've gone over like the military abductions and stuff, but there was a comic book. I don't remember where I saw it. I don't remember where I read it, but it was before this major event happened a few years ago. And it said they electrocuted werewolves to keep them from transforming, which is interesting because I have been electrocuted. Let me tell you, numerous, you know, a lot of times when people get abducted, they'll tell you that. They'll say they were shocked. They were, which is what people would do to animals. Technically, we use like cattle prods and stuff, you know.
It brings you back to full consciousness, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, if I was doing my werewolf shapeshifting and somebody hit me with the taser, yeah, I would come right back and punch him out. Yeah, that would be
so and that's exactly what I thought. I started thinking about scientifically. I'm like, wait, okay, yes, I read this in a comic book, but that makes sense.
Yes.
If you're talking about, people that are used for different like remote viewing and things like that, as far as psychics and stuff. So I'm like, and then
I've been praying for an alien abduction. This is as close as I'm probably going to get is going to becoming a werewolf.
But there were other things that, so every time, going back to even the experiments they used to do on like the CIA with the
oh yeah.
The man who was in the, he didn't know. I don't know if he was.
There was a movie about it.
Was there? I haven't seen the movie.
About goats that I can't remember what it was, but there was actually a movie made about
really
the psyops, about the psyops. Yeah, you should watch it. It's great.
I was
George Clooney is in it.
Well, the guy that jumped out of the building.
Yeah. That was
He kept saying right before he died that he kept hearing wolves outside of his window. Now, so I did more. I was like, I went through down this rabbit hole. I was like, wait a minute, I've read that somewhere before, when something like ding, ding, ding. And it's happened in numerous experiments of theirs. They hear a wolf
really
outside their window right before either something is done to them or right before they die in some way, in these experiments and stuff. And I'm like, this is interesting because, as you said, all these times in my life, that's how it started for me. I started hearing wolves outside my window, like not like normal wolves. Like these were
I have
right there.
I have a story.
And other people were there, so it wasn't just me, and I wasn't going crazy.
Right.
And I'm like, but if this is happening with these government experiments, and they would say that's because the person was hallucinating, it was the LSD, it was this and that, but it's happened to people that weren't on anything.
So I actually have a theory behind this. And I actually, now that you're saying it, it kind of makes sense to me. Keep in mind that wolves are the only animal that actually adopted us and became dogs, right? They're the only ones. In fact, I was just reading some history about it, about, like why did wolves decide to adopt us and how did that help us? There are historians now who say that we would not have made it. We would not have survived as a species without those wolf dogs, because we have no real sense of smell. We have easy to puncture skin. We have no claws. That these dogs, they were wolves when they first decided to join us. They could find the caribou. They could find the mastodons. They protected us from predators. So my belief system in this is, why did a wolf spirit come to me and save my life? Why? Because I mean, I've always liked wolves, but it was never like a big thing for me. I think the wolf spirit exists to help humans. And I think it has since the dawn of time. It has since we were Cro-Magnon, since we were Denisovans, since we were Neanderthal. Yeah. When that there has been a simpatico connection between us and wolves, hundreds of thousands of years old. And I think that wolf spirit coming and howling when someone's in danger is exactly what those wolves have done for tens of thousands of years. So, I know I'm pushing it a little bit in terms of spirit, but it makes sense to me.
But they were all on the edge, they were all at the end of their rope, quite literally.
And the wolf spirit, to me, I'm just going to say what my thought is. The wolf spirit came to them and said, look out, look out and wake up and come back from wherever you are, or protect yourself. Because just think about it. You're in a cave with other people, 10,000, 100,000 years ago. And all of a sudden, the wolf that's been sitting by the head at the entrance of the cave starts barking and howling. Everybody's up with spears, right? And so that has got to be some sort of primal thing, and it's got to be around. My dog does this. Somebody, Amazon drops a package off. My dog pretends it's like the end of the world and attacks the door and starts barking and stands in front of me. No, don't let Amazon come in. So, I mean, these things have lasted thousands and thousands of years. So that's my general take on it. If I'm going to go like on a limb a little bit.
So that's interesting.
I had a kind of a similar experience. I was sleeping. I was in the middle of this werewolf stuff, and my life was just crazy and nuts. And I was living by myself in a very turmoil state. And I kept asking the werewolf spirit, like show up in my dreams, like give me some direct. So one night I'm like sleeping and fitfully sleeping. All of a sudden I'm running with the wolves. Like I literally am a wolf running with a pack of wolves. It was extremely clear and like freaked me out. It was so clear. And I'm like, and I felt okay. Like it was like I was accepted. Like basically the werewolf spirit said, "You're one of us. You're one of us now." And I'm running and blah blah blah. All this stuff is happening. Meanwhile, my apartment is in the middle of the woods. It's a strange place, but it's very Seattle. And there's like 70 acres of woods. And I'm sleeping, and I start to wake up like at about 4 a.m. I'm in the middle of this dream, and I hear yip 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 yip, and I hear like a pack of wolves go by my window, right? And I'm still asleep, and I'm thinking, no, this is like. And when it started, the whole thing was an owl hooting, but that's another conversation. So I wake up the next day, and I bolt upright, come out of my dream, and I'm writing it all down, and I start drawing some of the wolves, and I'm like, this was really a powerful breakthrough for me in terms of what I was doing with this book and this magic, right? And I'm like, well, there's no wolves around here, but I'm going to go out and take a look. Well, I go outside my window. It's covered with footprints, like hundreds of footprints. And then I remembered we have coyotes. And in the woods, there was a pack of coyotes that ran right by my window when I was having that dream. Now there's no way that's a that's not an important synchronicity in my life. I mean, everyone else could say, well, it just happened. No, they ran, and that dream was all part of it, And I came out of it like, okay, all right. I said, all right, I will write the book. Because at that point I was like, okay, fine, I'll write it all down. It's just for me. Nobody's going to want it. And I lied. People did want it. And then they wanted a second one. I don't know.
Yes, we want more.
Well, this is more. I'm starting a proposal for the third one, which is going to expand it from just wolves. It's going to be called Feral Magic for people who are interested in shape-shifting into other forms, other animals.
So
same technique, I think. But
I was going to say about that, before I knew that any of that existed in my life, or that I even did it unintentionally or unknowingly or any of that, there was a lady that lived, my parents, I was watching their house one time when they went out of town, and they lived in the woods, very wooded property. Back then they had about 60 some acres maybe.
Wow.
And I've always ran into both big cats and big dogs in my life, throughout my life. Mountain lions, you name it, panthers, whatever.
Yeah.
So
had them chase my car up in the mountains.
They used to chase me, Now people are like, Trish, you're like Snow White or something when you go in the forest. Like all the deer come to me, all the animals come to me.
Yes,
but
that's
back
why
then,
we're talking. It's why you had me on the show. It's why we're talking. You're like a kid, No, you're
I'm like
you,
a
you are.
child.
Most of the people that call me in for interviews are already like have one foot in the animal spirit world. So yeah, good.
Well, so I kept seeing this every night when I would come home. I saw this black panther that people say don't exist here, first of all, and I'm like, of course it exists. I see it every day. I mean, then my dad, they had security cameras because a lot of hunters would try to hunt on their land, because Kansas is a lot of farmland, so not a lot of properties are heavily wooded like that. And so they did get big deer and stuff on their property, and then of course people like poaching technically.
Yeah.
And so one night I was out there, and so I see the green eyes glowing. I see the panther. Like there's a panther in their, near their yard. And then it was shortly after I'm like, I hear something like little growls, and I'm like, that's not a coyote. And it was a pack of wolves.
Oh, cool.
And, like real live wolves. There was a lady, I guess
Where
had
was
passed
this?
away.
Oklahoma?
Kansas. I live in Kansas. Yeah.
Is there a legit pack in Cam?
Well, I didn't know that somebody nearby there was a lady that had kept timber wolves.
Oh.
And something happened to her. She, like she got sick or something, left her home. So they were just left there and got out, and so I'm like, oh, okay, so there's a panther, and now all of a sudden there's a pack of wolves.
Yay!
And they're like sending a warning. I'm like, I don't know who to go to.
Stay out of it. Yeah.
I'm like,
panther and wolves. There's gonna be a little bit of friction there. It's the cat dog thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so
you just back off. You guys love you. I love you. I love you all.
Yes, which is funny now because all of my animals are technically hybrid chimeras. I have a calico cat who's wild. Obviously only the females are calicos. My dog is she's a Swiss Mountain Dog, but she's also got, she's part husky. She's got one blue eye, one brown eye. She's obviously a mix also, so I've got I'm like, they all match we're all from different, I guess, bloodlines, if you want to call it that. But it's funny. Yeah. So they actually, I felt safer with the wolves. I will say that, when I was in their presence.
Absolutely. I would. Wolves don't kill people. It's very, very, very rare. There's only been a couple noted in the entire history of people looking at wolves and seeing how dangerous they are. And they don't kill other wolves either, unless the wolf is going after some of the babies. Wolves are actually they're way more civilized than people are.
Oh yeah.
And they support each other. And the other thing about like alphas, like everybody, there's all this sort of macho, weird right-wing bullshit about alpha werewolves. By the way, in both my books, I'm pretty straightforward about like, look, if you're a Nazi or if you're homophobic, this has nothing to do with you. Wolves are all different colors. There are gay wolves. Wolves don't share that kind of bigotry and weirdness. But
nothing does aside from humans. There is nothing.
Humans are, we are the worst animals. I mean, we really are. I mean, the closer you get to us, the worse they are. I mean, chimpanzees, we're 98% chimpanzee.
I always say
they're pretty hard. They're pretty horrible to each other.
Oh yeah.
But alpha wolves are actually like this whole thing about, oh, there's an alpha and it's a guy and it takes over the pack and another alpha has to fight it and whoever dies wins. It's a bunch of crap. None of it is real. The newest thing that, what they're calling alpha wolves now? They're calling them the parent of the pack. And that's what it is. The alpha is the one who takes care of everybody. Not the biggest, not the strongest. It can be a female wolf. It can be a male wolf. And tends to be like, there's some great videos I've been watching of when the pack is on the move, like they're moving to a completely different place. Who's at the very end? The alpha, to make sure the sick and the young don't. I know somebody's calling me, but I don't care. Anyway, you like my ringtone?
I was like,
I used to do this. I'm sorry I left it on, but it is kind of funny. It fits your show really well.
It does.
I'm here for werewolf magic. So yeah, when that rings when I'm at school, my students like lose it. They're like, what's wrong with you, Denny?
People are probably used to it on my show. Crazy things happen.
Exactly.
It happens.
You're the first show I've ever been on where that went off. So good job, Trish. Trish, you're one with us.
Every time you did that too, I'm sure because it was blocking the light on your computer, but like your entire room went dark, like because you're blocking that.
Cool. One of us, Trish. Oh,
so when I was perfecting my wolf howl the other day, I was trying to teach my daughter, and I said, it's not, you don't use your literal voice, I guess. If that makes sense. I don't know how to explain that. You
don't use your voice box.
No.
You use your diaphragm. And
yes.
And after 5 years, I've gotten it way down so I can what we call rumbling, which is like our meditation. I mean, I can walk you through some of the stuff we do if you want to see it, but like I'll walk you through just how much time do we have? I have no idea.
We have 20 minutes.
Excellent. How about like 5 minutes? I'll walk you through. I'm not going to take you through the whole thing, but I'll show you generally how it's done. And you're the first person I've done this with, because why not? So, all right. So I'm going to stand up and.
I'm fascinated.
I got the right shirt on for today.
Oh, yep. Look at that.
I know, it's so good. So we start with just what's called rumbling, which is like this, like mouth closed, and it's way, way, way down in here. So it's right, and so rocking, swaying, rocking. We've started using drums now, all of us, and that's really helped. That's really brought the energy straight down into it, and the wolf spirit comes right up and fills us up, and we are good to go. So we'll start by banishing. And banishing, I use a growl. So remember, there's no words in what this is called praxis. Praxis is the initial ritual to get into the trance state, and then you can do lots of other things, right? So the banishing is a growl to 9 directions, and that's it. And when you growl, you're in a feral state, and you're taking on an animistic persona, and you're like, and you do that to all like 9 directions, but like really like, and what you're visualizing is that you are a beast and you're getting rid of all negative energy. Works like that, and it's just like all the way around. And then we're done. We don't have to cast a circle. We don't have to draw pentagrams. We just it's like, get out of here. If you don't belong here, get out of here. And whoosh, it's clear. And then we start by just rumbling, but we just go like this. Now, while we're doing that, we're all rocking in sync. We're all going one way, then the other. This kind of repetitive motion is a big part of like Norse magic and other kinds of shamanic based sort of magic. And we'll go like long, like we'll spend an hour just doing that. Meanwhile, what we're doing, we're visualizing our yabbering ego-centered brain sinking down into the darkness like a stone dropped into a pool, all the way down, down, down. And then we're connecting with our inner wolf, which is down in our deep unconscious mind. Maybe it's hidden in a cave, maybe at first the visualization, the first time people do this, I say visualize it's in a cage, because that's what we've done with our wolf in our consciousness. We've placed it down below because God forbid that children act wild, And so then we release it, and it starts to come up. And at this point, now I've been doing this for 5 years. It's just like, here, boy, and it comes right up, so meanwhile I'm doing this. It's coming up until I start to slowly. This starts to dissipate, and I stop thinking. And there's a few other things we're doing at the same time too. So down here below your gut, right? So where your belly button is, if you go down a little bit, this is the chakra for fire. It's also called the Dantian, and I'm sure I'm mispronouncing it in Tai Chi. So while we're doing that, we're igniting that and visualizing the fire filling our entire body and filling our entire astral body, our double, with the image of a wolf, the image of our werewolf, whatever image, everyone sits. I have everybody, everybody has to sit and visualize. And one of the things I have in werewolf magic, you probably saw this, is like one of the things I have everybody do is visualize what you would look like as a werewolf, because it's not just going to happen if you have to see yourself really clearly as that, if that's what you want to do. And so then the whole time we're swaying and doing this until we get to this takes a long time. And then we're going through this metamorphosis, and you can tell, I can tell when everybody's getting that point, because they're starting to go, and all of a sudden you can feel among us all, you can feel that this is coming up. And we get to that point, then we start to like open our mouth like a little bit. Then we start going, we're into growling now. Then we build up to it. We build up, and we get it takes.
There it is.
And then we go. Then we all go. Oh. Oh. Anyway,
I love it.
I should go get it and turn it off, but it's pretty damn amusing, so I'm just going to leave it. So, right, and then we do that. All right. So, and then we go. Then we start. Then at that point, we're in the light trance, and then we deepen it. We do a lot of things to deepen it, and then we invoke the gods, because the gods bring us the power and energy to take this all the way. And we start with Mother Earth. We literally dig our claws into the ground, and we all start going, Ma, 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 all together for quite a while. Meanwhile, we're having these incredible freaking visions of the Earth Mother coming up to us. I always see a pair of eyes and this huge flow of energy from Gaia, because now that we're in an animal state, we are simpatico with Gaia. When we go back to being humans, we're not. But this is the greatest thing that I've discovered from doing this is, when I'm in a pure animal state, when I'm in a werewolf, quote unquote, werewolf fugue state, all of a sudden I'm on the side of nature. The animals come to me. Nature opens up to me. Yeah. I can see the ecosystem. I feel part of the ecosystem, whereas we're not, as being Western brainwashed people. So Ma, first Ma, and then the Lord of the Forest and the trees is, we'll do that for a while. And feel all the energy from the trees and the green energy flow into us. And then like the other night, the full moon was out. It was stunning. And then
the harvest.
It was red. We should with is the moon goddess, and we feel that lunar energy come down. And this is part of the mythos of werewolves and moon, because that energy from the moon that's bouncing off the sun, right, helps us create our astral form and solidify our astral form. And after doing that, I can feel it and see it, and we can see each other. Like, we'll look around and see each other as werewolves at that point, especially when we're drumming, which is pretty cool. I want to do a painting of all of us drumming as werewolves, because that's what I saw the other night. And then we come back to, which is the werewolf spirit, the werewolf god. So we invoke that last, and then we build it and build it and build it, and then we end with, we all come together with, and that's when our neighbors probably lock the door.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm in Seattle, right? I got people near me. No one's called the cops yet. So, hey, what can I say? I was like, okay, if they call the cops, they call the cops. This is what's going to happen.
What are they?
We're going to tell them we're LARPers.
Yeah, I was going to say, what are they going to say? Like, these people
We're
must have a
LARPers.
lot of. They have a lot of dogs or something. Like, what are they?
We have this discussion. I said we're going to say, "Oh no, we're live action role players." Yeah, we're LARPers. Yeah, we're doing werewolf.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like nowadays, if you tell the police things like that, they would probably just be like,
"Yep,
okay, all right."
This is Seattle. They'll know what LARPing is.
Just don't hurt anybody and carry on.
half our clothes are off. Is like, we're getting into the role. Come on, this is Seattle. We're cool. So far, no one said a word. I have woods behind my house. Before, when the light was on, you could see. I have woods in the back here, and that's where we do our work. And I have an altar there. It's where we do our stuff. I have a big thing of grass under these huge firs and cedar trees. But I have people living here. I have people living here, and I have people living across.
Yeah.
And I do get weird looks, and I'm sure that there's some rumors going around. But my favorite was, I'm out. I have a garden, right? I have a vegetable garden, and I'm out there gardening one time. And this guy walks by, and he's like, we start chatting about gardening and stuff. And he goes, "Hey, did you hear the coyotes are back?" And I'm like, "No," because I've moved into a neighborhood now where there haven't been coyotes, and I love coyotes, but I know people with cats don't. But so I said, "Oh, I didn't know." We're just chatting back and forth. He's like, "Yeah, there were coyotes here a long time, and then they disappeared, but apparently they've come back." I go, "Oh, really? That's really cool. I'm really happy to hear you." He goes, "Yeah, it's weird. They only show up around the full moon." And I was like, "Oh, that's really and then I didn't see anything, but I was like, "I'm the coyote."
Yeah. That's so funny.
Wily coyote. That's what I thought.
I used to when I used to work at night, and I would show up, at my workplace, and security there, they'd be like, every time, because I'd get out of my car and all the coyotes would start howling. Like, as soon as I got there and got out of my car, and they're like,
"That's a good sign."
Yeah, so they started giving me a hard time, just joking, but they're like,
"One of us."
Yeah, so my security the security supervisor, he's like, "Mama's home."
Yeah, there you go. That's right. One of us. I know.
Every time.
It's like when I go to the zoo and I see the wolves, they all come to the fence. I'm like,
yeah.
"Hey guys, what's up?"
I took my son's 8th birthday in New York. Actually, I had at the zoo. I paid for his entire class to go there and feed the wolves and learn about them.
Nice. Good for you. Yeah. Well done.
There's also
he'll remember that for the rest of his life.
Yeah, because it was something that they had just started doing. I don't even think they do it anymore, because it's the wolves they had there were very old and very but it was only certain groups they allowed. And I'm sure since it was the kids, they knew, like, these wolves specifically accepted children, obviously, better than adults, I'm sure. So
wolves generally treat people well. I mean, unless you're really a jerk or they've been tortured or something,
And that's the thing. So I'm in this group, the Colorado, they're out of Colorado Springs. It's a wolf
sanctuary.
Yes, thank you.
I know them. I give them money.
So they have a place you can sign up to for awareness, but they're also releasing, I don't know if people know this, they're releasing wolves into parts of Colorado, Wyoming, the Midwest.
They're not being hunted terribly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We've been releasing them here in Washington State too.
And so they're trying to stop farmers and people from trophy hunting, for one.
Yeah.
Because, that should never be done. Like, when I hear that, like, I want to put people's heads on the wall. And okay,
pretty much.
Now somebody's going to be like, Trish is going to go put somebody's head on.
There's plenty of people.
Right.
Wolves are endangered. I mean,
exactly.
Just saying. I mean, I'm not suggesting anything, but that's just true. I mean,
Yeah,
we could use
billions of people.
And wolves do something that people don't do. Wolves help the environment. They help the ecosystem. You know the story about Yellowstone, right? Mm-hmm. All you know about that? Like all the wolves were exterminated, like in the 1800s, or late 1800s, early 1900s. and the entire ecosystem collapsed.
Yeah.
And they reintroduced wolves, and everything's gone right back up again. The caribou is not taking over everything.
It's a circle of life.
It's there's a reason wolves exist. They don't exist to kill people. The reason
everything has its place.
Everything has its place, and they're not particularly harmful. I would much rather face a pack of wolves than a cougar. I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, because we have cougars up in the mountains here, and people get eaten by them all the time.
That was when I was 4. I specifically remember running, I was running around, this was the 80s, I was running around the woods without a parent until dark. Like, I wasn't allowed to come in until dark, for that matter, probably.
Me too.
And so I was in the woods, but this was the Gila wilderness. This was like hundreds upon hundreds of acres of woods. And we lived on top of a mountain, and I ran into, I had my dog with me, and I just running, like a little kid through the woods, and I run into, I was probably, it seemed a lot closer at the time, but I was probably like 20 feet within 20 feet of a huge mountain lion. And obviously my dog came to my rescue, and I ran home scared to death and told my mom I saw a tiger that was this big. But I've had some run-ins with cats. I
haven't had face to face. I had the bear come and sniff me, which scared me. In retrospect, at the time, I thought it was fantastic. But I've had a giant puma that was about 5 feet high, standing, chase our car driving up the mountain in the snow. I worked in a ski area, and we were way up in the middle of nowhere, and it was loping alongside, looking right in the window at us, praying that we would crash. And the driver almost did, and we're all yelling at him, "Don't crash!"
Wow,
because it will eat us. And then after a while, it just kind of loped along, and he just peeled off. And I've seen him in a distance too a couple of times. I'm like, nope, cats. I've had cats. Cats torment the things they kill. I know that for a fact.
Well, I used to get kicked out of zoos. Okay, I would be the one minding my own business there, and here comes a tiger off of its little and starts pacing just in front of me, and I'm like, there's tons of people here. Why is it just pacing in front of me? And they would ask me to leave. I was asked to leave numerous zoos because that area, because I was upsetting their big cats.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I've never
now I don't, because I relate to them more.
I understand it, but
I can control that vibration now. I guess when I was younger, I had this automatic. It's like a defense. It's like animals, a defense mechanism where my vibration, my frequency was probably went off through the roof.
We are animals. Mm-hmm. The things the reason why we always get like huffy about it is because we have suppressed our instinct. What you're talking about is instinct. You're talking about something that's in your genetics.
Oh yeah, it just came naturally to me.
When the hair on the back of my neck stands up, that's purely somatic reflex. That's body memory. That has nothing to do with my brain cognating stuff. And 99% of what happens in our brain is maybe, if, could have been, would have been, has been. It's not what's happening at the moment. But when your animal figures out, look, you're in danger, all of a sudden you go into a completely different state. Mm-hmm. I mean, like one time my son, I was sleeping soundly, and I didn't hear anything, but I woke up standing, running into his room. Like, I literally woke up, standing up and running into his room. And I didn't know, there was nothing conscious. I was in his room before I was even awake. And he had slipped and fallen between the bed and the wall. And
oh my gosh.
Was like, and I like ran and grabbed him, and pulled him up. He was okay, but it was, talk about animal reflexes. Like, consciously went right by me. Unconsciously, I was like there. Yeah. And there's people all the time, mothers who lift cars off of their kids, and that animal self is still there. We can do amazing frigging things. You watch these athletes do things that are impossible. Yeah. That's because they have gone into the state of, they are just they're at the moment. They're not thinking about what they're going to do. They're just doing it. So these things, we have tremendous stuff we can unleash if we just get rid of all this.
I was going to say that about when you were doing your ritual. It reminds me of, after I did hypnosis, became clinically certified in that, I got into neuro-linguistic programming.
I know
essentially,
NLP. I got trained in NLP.
Yeah, essentially, I was like, well, that's an easier way. I mean, it's kind of along the same path.
It is.
But it's explaining it. And that's the thing, even with hypnosis, because there were all different religions and stuff in my hypnosis class. And they said, next, we're going to learn how to use a pendulum because that's using your higher. And I'm like,
yeah,
wait a minute.
Everything's okay as long as it's
right, as long as it's called something else. And I was like,
right. So NLP is nobody I know knows NLP. So I'm really happy that you're into it, because I mentioned it to people. Either people know it and get it, or people don't know, or they kind of know and they think it's a bunch of crap. And I said, well, I worked with severely disadvantaged kids who were arrested for lots of really kind of weird things, and I was in a live-in group home facility. And these kids could snap and beat you up and throw things at you. And so they taught me NLP, and I thought, oh, this is a bunch of crap. Saved me from getting beat up a bunch of times. Yeah. Locking voice with someone and bringing de-escalating, the way you work your eyes. You know you've had NLP. So all this stuff definitely cues into the animal side of you. Like,
I was going to say, I didn't even realize I'd been doing that all my life.
All my life.
They chose me as the conflict mediator on the playground when I was the minority in southern New Mexico, amongst gang members. And I'm like the redheaded white girl. Like,
that is hardcore. But the reason they did it is because you intuitively knew, like, that's your animal self. That's not your cognition. You didn't learn that in school. It's an intuitive. So we have three main ways that the werewolf magic works, and it's intuition, insight, and instinct, intuition, insight. And those things you can't learn.
No.
They have to spontaneously come out of your deep genetic unconscious mind. I mean, when you're doing NLP, I mean, we've learned NLP, but we unconsciously use that stuff all the time. Mm-hmm. And I mean, I catch myself, looking at people a certain way, or reacting a certain way, or mirroring a certain way without even consciously thinking about it, because I know that's going to bring that person down, or that person's not listening to me. And if I do something slightly different, then maybe they will listen. Yeah. So the NLP is like Bandler, who came up with the whole NLP thing, right? He just was observing what worked in terms of one animal human and another animal human, and seeing what worked and what didn't work.
And it's just another one of those things that's called something else that we've been doing
for thousands of years.
Forever. Yeah, because I didn't realize I kept seeing paleo everywhere. I was like, maybe, since I had Lyme disease and stuff, and that's really when I started trying to heal myself. And that's also when my ADHD and my autism became very exacerbated, was after the numerous bouts of after Lyme disease.
Oh, I totally understand. I have ADHD. I was diagnosed with ADHD. Here's the good news: when you get older, your ADHD drops down considerably.
I mean, I think so. I think it does when, unless, like I said, unless I relapse into the Lyme disease, and then that's a totally different.
Yeah.
But I learned paleo. There was a paleo tribe from the southwestern United States, primarily Arizona, New Mexico, and parts of Mexico, and their primary religion and belief system was the animistic. That's what they went by back then. Belief.
That's what everybody did back then.
Yeah, and I was like, this was before I knew what that was, and I was like, wait a minute, that makes perfect sense. If we go back to where we, came from, if I was from that tribe 30,000 years ago, in past life or whatever, and was born there now, that's why growing up there.
But even as a kid, you knew that things were alive. It's only when you get older that they start hammering your head with all this stuff. Like, a tree's alive when you're a little kid, You know that animals are talking to you. You know this. You know these things. I mean, I used to leave my body and fly around when I was a kid until my parents sat down and said, "No, you can't do that. It's not real." And then it stopped. I mean, we are, as children, we are open to the world as it is, and then we get boxed in, and this is the problem.
But I think that's what autism is. Because when I lost I went blind deaf. I lost the ability to speak at one point, with the Lyme and stuff. And it made me realize, and actually your book made me realize this last week. I had never connected the two. I'm like, I had always kind of connected autism and animal instincts and stuff. But then with your book, I'm like, the rocking, like animals do that when they're trying to calm themselves down, that autistic people do, not making eye contact, that's what animals do that too. And I was like, I do all of those things. And
it took me a long time to realize when I was doing Werewolf Magic, the connection between, because I see my son every weekend, and I never made a connection. And then one day he scratched me because he was angry. He was like, he scratched me, and I was like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And I was like, and then he wouldn't look at me in the eyes, and then he was growling, and I was like, "Oh shoot, this is." His
and
animal,
not talking, the not talking, and not
the rocking, and the
very animated,
self-stimulating behavior. Yeah, so yeah, I mean,
and but it's because it makes sense. It's hard for me. It's hard. I'm sure it's hard for anyone with autism or anything to live in this world because of everything's opposite. And that's why a lot of people, when they talk to me too, they're like, I never would. That's so simple. Whenever I thought of that, well, because I don't think like we think opposite, literally opposite. We see everything from a different perspective of everyone else, and animals do too.
He's further down the road than you are, and he everything is assaultive. Ultraviolet light bulbs. Those. What are they? Yeah, they make him crazy.
I can't. If I'm driving though, it messes. It's almost a hypnosis thing. It literally messes with my orientation. When I see they've turned these lights purple now in our town, like these street lights are this weird purple color.
Yeah,
they've been proven that they disorient people when those come on.
I believe that. There's a lot of things like that throw him completely. Smells.
Sounds.
I can't use. I can't use anything artificial in terms of cleaner and food send him off, and sounds. One of the best moments for that for me was I was doing work with him. I taught him. It took 5 years, but I taught him how to talk with a letterboard, and it took 5 long years to do it. But he's able to express himself. He has a lot to say. He does photography.
I do too. That actually probably saved my life.
Yeah, I think it's been very good for him. But one time I was taking a video of him doing a lesson with me, and I kept looking at it, and I was like, what's going on? Why does he keep looking up? And I showed it to one of the therapists who's like an autism whisperer. She goes, turn up the sound. And I did. She goes, don't you notice anything? I go, no. She goes, stop. Listen. There's a bird right over his head singing while you're talking and teaching him. I was like, holy moly. Your son can't block out sounds like we do. Like I'm talking to you, I'm not listening to my dog, I'm not listening to anything else. That's one of the things we get to do, right? But he can't. It's all happening at once. I was like, so that's very much like an animal, because I mean that is his animal self in full engagement, because animals are constantly, they're never turned off because they have to pay attention. They have to protect their group, whether it's, if it's wolves, they have to protect their pat. They have to keep track of where the cubs are.
The world is very, very loud. Yes. Very loud.
And obnoxious.
And I think a lot of autistic people are also mediums and such. Like animals see spirits, talk to spirits, everything. So I don't think autism is something, I don't think of it as an illness or a disability in the manner that...
It depends what level you are. For
no, I mean as far as the definition that people have given it. Yes, it is highly disabling in this world,
Yeah.
debilitating in this world. But what I'm saying, in a sense, that I think it's closer to where we came from is the problem. And we're so far from that it makes it hard for us to adapt to this.
I think that's probably something. I think that's probably true, and I think also that the animal spirits are coming back, and I think the increase in autism may or may not reflect something of that. But I think the time of the monotheistic, controlling, apocalyptic centered, I think it's all crumbling, and I think nature's coming back in, and the animal spirits are starting to come back. And honestly, like I wrote this book, and I ended it by saying, really, I think this is a really good thing for reconnecting with the environment. This one, I went much deeper down in it because this was later, and I really think, truly, honestly, when people ask me why I'm into this thing, it's because I've never been closer to nature, like not just close physically to nature, but I've never been in a state of consciousness where I literally was plugged into nature. I didn't know where nature started and I began when I'm in that deep state. And we lost that. Native American tribes and other tribes have not lost that. They can go into there's one quote in here. If I can find it, I'll read it to you, because you have connections with the Native American, and it just really struck me as something so potent and powerful. If I can find it, here it is. Now, can I read it? This we know, the earth does not belong to man. Man belongs to the earth. All things are connected like the blood that unites us all. Man did not weave the web of life. He is merely a strand in it. Whatever he does to the web, he does to himself. Chief Seattle.
Wow.
And we have forgotten that.
Yes.
And every time I go into my trance, I remember.
But even Christianity, it was there. There's the saying, split a piece of wood and you will find me, lift a stone and I am there. Things like that from the Bible and Christian, but there's. I even see Jesus as like.
It always boils down to God. God gave us the earth and everything upon it to do with as we will. And when Jesus says those things, he's talking
based on based on people's interpretation is the thing, that there's. I think everything. I always saw Jesus as like an ascended master that was also a shapeshifter.
Yes, I
people
think
don't, and a healer.
Wow, Jesus is a shapeshifter is a new one. I like that.
Yeah, because look how many times in the Bible that he's been depicted like coming back to life and as different animals and all these other things. In various cultures, he's depicted as a different animal, and so is God in in that aspect of Christianity. So I'm
Jesus
like,
Jesus is a werewolf I can get behind.
I'm like, so because he healed people, I was like, so wait a minute, he's like a witch, werewolf,
wizard, all those sorts
right, and can raise the dead and walk on water. I'm like, oh okay. So when I start picturing it, I'm like, I get it now in that reference,
Sure, that works. I'm going to go with that.
That people have been misinterpreting, all these things. So,
well, the New Testament is certainly different than the Old, and I know them both well. So, and no, I just read an interesting article since we're on that topic. That when did a textual analysis of the New Testament, and 98% of the things Jesus actually said had to do with helping the sick, healing the sick, helping the sick, and helping the poor. That's 98%. He doesn't say anything about gay people. He doesn't say anything about persecuting people. He doesn't say anything like that.
He was poor. He had, like
he threw them out of the temple, the capitalists, the money changers. So I'm gonna go with that.
Like a modern day Robin Hood /
a modern day Bernie Sanders, or maybe not. I don't know.
I don't know anything about politics. I'm so bad about that. Well, Denny, I've gone over my time. Oh my goodness. There's not.
I'm having a great time. I'll keep going.
I am too. I know they're going to kick us off.
All right. Well, I'll end by pushing my stuff just for a second. So werewolfmagic.com, anybody can reach me through that. If you email me through that, I will respond. I love people. Also, you'll find tons and tons of stuff, including on the witchcraft trials and how to do the shape-shifting stuff, and lots of presentations I've done, etc. And then I can be reached on Instagram, Denny Sargent Author, and I can be reached on Facebook. I have an author page, Denny Sargent Author, and I have a Facebook page, just Denny Sargent. I'm very open to people contacting me. I have lots and lots of werewolf people who have been contacting me.
He responded to me, so.
I mean, of course I would. This has been great. I love you, Trish. You're awesome. We're having a blast, man. We're going all over the map. I love this.
Yes, I would love to have you back.
Sure.
Maybe in a few months. Actually, during the Christmas season would be great because I want to go gather some friends. I'll probably, find somebody to video us, like running around town and going and finding
breaking into taverns, drinking all the beer, eating all the food. Yes, go Trish, go Trish.
But otherwise, it has been a pleasure. Please look up his website, his information, read his books. It's absolutely amazing. Some information I have never heard of or seen before in Denny's books.
Get Llewellyn to send you a copy, a preview copy.
Yes, because I want to read that one.
This one is wild. So yeah, everybody buy my books. Why not?
They're amazing.
I give a chunk of money to wolves off of every book I sell. I do.
That's absolutely. I'm 100% behind that as well. So what is next week? Next week's the 19th, I believe. Corby Mitlight is going to be coming back. I believe she might be on Llewellyn also. But she's absolutely amazing. Such a fun guest, but she's actually coming back to do readings this time. So if you would like to comment, get a reading from her, make sure to tune in live next week at 8 p.m. Otherwise, have a safe week and a wonderful. I guess we're still in the full moon energy up until what is today?
Get out there and howl.
Tomorrow, yeah, go howl, scare your neighbors.
Let loose, let your animal out, have some fun. Oh, life is too short and things are too crazy and grim. Get out there and have some fun and get into nature. It's the only sane place you can be right now.
Oh, it is. Have a good night, everyone. And be sure to go to werewolfmagic.com.
I will be there for you.
Oh, I don't know. I never know.
And Philip Siracusa, sponsored by Carnation, airing live on the United Public Radio Network on 105.3 FM in New Orleans. This show's entrance has been edited, produced, and directed by Gwen Clapper from Perfect Trust Productions, LLC. You can find us at perfecttrustproductions.com.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Monday night's segment of Horsefly Chronicles Radio with myself, Julia Siracusa, and Phil Siracusa. We're broadcasting live from the International Public Radio and the United Paranormal Radio Network on 105.3 FM from New Orleans. This evening's show is fully sponsored by Carnation, so we want to thank them for their sponsorship. You'll have to do a few things in order to participate. Go over to our YouTube channel, UFO Paranormal Radio, or International Public Radio. You can also go into all of the Facebook stations, UFO Paranormal Radio Network, UFO Undercover with Joe Montaldo, News on the Flip Side, Twitch, SoundCloud, and Podbeam. And if you have any questions for our guests, please acts. So tonight, guys, we have some amazing guests. A couple of us haven't gotten in yet, so hopefully they will come up. So please welcome to the show, Vinny Vineyard, Luke Walker, Amber Kirby, Candy. They are the actors, directors, writers for Big and Funky Productions. Vinny created their own paranormal TV show, Wrestling with Ghosts, with his tag team partner, Luke Walker. They started writing and producing 6 movies about some of the legends, myths, and stories surrounding the Great Smoky Mountains. You can find these guys on their website, funkmasterv.com. So please welcome to the show.
Welcome.
Yay. Hi.
Thanks for having us.
Can I be honest about something?
No.
I'm gonna have some shit. Luke, can I be honest about something, sir?
Yes, I guess. I just don't swear, my friend.
I know that's what I'm worried about. I'm going to, before we dive into the show, I'm going to enjoy a delicious beverage. You'll never guess what it is. Carnation Instant Breakfast.
That is 100% what I'm drinking. I'm having one with oat milk right now.
Amen. If I could afford it, I'd take a bath in that stuff every freaking morning. And what I do now, I get a little pan and I get the Funkette. I may get one in here, Funkette 332s around. She may bring out during the show a little pan, put a little bit of like an inch and a half of the Carnation Instant Breakfast. I'll dip my Tootsies in. I'm walking on a cloud. I swear to God.
I love it. That's what I was definitely not expecting that. It's so cool.
Well, there you go, Carnation.
So, guys, we had you guys on the show like September 2021.
Wow. It was actually, I saw on my Facebook memories that it was a year ago today.
Really?
What? No way.
That's ironic.
Yeah, he's right.
We are definitely living in the Matrix. I don't care what anyone says.
You know, you guys have such amazing bios, and I could not read them all, but we're very excited to talk.
All right, so it's a 1-year anniversary. Oh, sorry.
Happy anniversary. I didn't get you guys anything. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
We'll send you out the mailing address.
Please do.
Are you guys still at the Horsefly Chronicles house there?
We are still at the home, surviving. We are happy to wake up every single day of the week that we do wake up. We go to bed with some nightmares and tremors. And
I think every day that we both look at each other to see if like the other one's still breathing. I mean,
yeah, this is true, and that will definitely be talked.
I thought you guys got rid of the who's what's it?
Well, there. You know, we for a while we did. House was cleared up for a long time, but some of these things, you know, they play trickery too. So
no, that's no good.
Having said that, let's talk to the new guest now.
Yes.
What's your name?
My name's Amber Schultz.
And tell us about yourself.
So I have a musical theater background, and so that's where a lot of my
pick it up, Lord. Musical background. Talk to you later.
They do this to me all the time. It's fine. But I have known Vinny actually since I was 19, I believe. We actually worked together many years ago at the same place as how we met. And so I kept up with him over the years whenever he ran for governor and stuff. So, and I saw they were making a second movie. And so I messaged him and I was like, hey, can I be in your movie? And kind of the rest is history. I've been on board since. So
that's awesome.
And you guys, you guys just did a movie, right? You just finished wrapping it up, or is it still? Are you still?
We're on a third one in 2 years, so it feels like one is dropping, one is being promoted, and one is being created at the same time, and we're planning another one. So it's
wow.
So it's kind of blending into one another a little bit. But yeah, we just dropped. One just was released in May. We had one released last June, and then we're finishing up one, hopefully to be released this year, and then we're writing the next one. And then Candy, who can't get through, she sent me a message. She's writing the 5th one. She's also down in South Carolina with no internet, apparently. So you guys don't get to see her pretty face. But anyway,
she's kind of no matter how talented and beautiful is, she's awkward as heck. So it's a good thing she's not here. She would make everybody feel weird about themselves.
No.
That's what Luke said. That's what Luke told me to say.
I just write the scripts, man. It's up to you to read them.
So let's talk about these movies.
Yes.
Give us some ideas. What's going on?
Well,
what's behind it and all that good stuff.
This is Big Luke. One of the things that we really wanted to present to the world is, first of all, we are big and funky. We're a comedy, pro wrestling, but we take things seriously, but we don't do things seriously. We wanted to tell some stories about some local legends and local cryptids. We're down here in the Gatlinburg area of Tennessee in the Smoky Mountains, and there's a lot of local legends in this area, and we wanted to kind of use those as the basis for each one of our stories. The first movie, The Hike, is the underlying antagonist is Spearfinger, which is a Cherokee. Cherokee legend. Well, it's in all the. Shut up. And then WJHC, we kind of went a little bit out of the box, but it also tackles a lot of the kind of religious dogma that has gotten out of control in this area. I can't tell you what the movie we're currently filming is called, Camp Smokey. I can't tell you what it's about, what the cryptid is. That's kind of,
be careful
if there is a cryptid, but it has to do with demons, and it's a kind of a slasher movie set in this area as well. So all of our movies kind of, Spearfinger was the Hike was written based off of a paranormal investigation we did for Wrestling with Ghosts, where we were in her area and in the woods, 15 miles out from civilization, and we saw and heard a lot of things, and it kind of started developing into the story of The Hike. And then we wanted to make a actually serious horror movie and tackle the subjects that we did, and as soon as the cameras started rolling, that serious did not happen. It turned into a comedy, but we try to treat everything with respect as far as the paranormal and cryptid aspects go of these movies, while surrounding it with how people would react, real world people or comedic people would react to these crazy events going on around them.
Hey, can I ask you a question, Luke?
Here we go.
Are you all right?
Yeah,
we are ready.
Is it infected? Did you get that looked at?
I'll probably lose the finger.
Okay, I'm worried about you.
Uh-oh.
I just wanted to just he's my friend. I wanted to make sure. I like how he was like, "Here we go." You did that whole spiel. Yeah. So everything Luke said, right on the money there. That's he's from Chicago. I'm from Baltimore. Amber is from an orphanage in Memphis, and so we wanted to say there needs to be a spotlight on Smoky Mountains. There's not a lot of stories coming out of here that didn't have Dolly Parton involved, and Baltimore's been done, Chicago, New York. So there's a lot of stories. This is an interesting place. It's a zany place. There's great stuff here. We love it. We choose to live down south, but it is nutty. But there's nice things about the South too. Like we went up there to go see you guys to do an investigation at your house before COVID hit, and it's been a long time since I've been in Jersey. I never saw so many Dunkin' Donuts in my life. In fact, I almost hit 3 driving in there. It was they jump out in front of you sometimes.
Yeah, Dunkin' Donuts are like Dollar Generals down here. It's just
Our state's really lazy, so they want to make sure that everyone doesn't have to drive too far.
I mean, every corner, there's a Dunkin'. Must be the number one employer of New Jersey up there.
So, who gets picked on the most when you guys are all traveling and?
Travis. When Travis is with us, it's Travis. But Travis has grown up, and
unfortunately.
And he's like, I don't like being picked on any longer. And so Amber has not. Amber's kind of slid in that position.
So she took the role.
Yeah. So,
I did.
but we always loved picking on Travis. But Travis is now a man. You know, he's not. He was kind of the kid when we first started, and now he's just kind of like, okay, pick on me. It's not fun anymore. You know, before it was like, God, oh, you know, those kind of noises would come out, and you'd be like, this is a lot of fun, but not any longer.
And every woman over 50 around would start mothering them, like, oh, I'm so sorry. They mess with you so bad. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that was our shtick for a long time. Pick on Travis. We look like jerks, and then you know, Travis would go behind the 7-Eleven, and some magical things would happen with the 50-year-old lady of the evening. You can connect the dots on what we're trying to say here without saying it, because we don't want to insult the people of New Orleans. In fact, I'm working on a New Orleans. You guys are in terrestrial radio. I'm working on a New Orleans accent. Luke, have you heard this yet? To talk like somebody from New Orleans?
I don't think you should do this.
No.
What?
No.
I'm trying to honor the people of New Orleans.
You're gonna do. Remember when you tried to honor the people of Bristol, Virginia, and you ended up getting us kicked off of the radio because you.
But that wasn't my fault.
I mean, yeah, it was. It.
They took it the wrong way. They didn't like. All right, I won't do that. But if I say something in a different accent later in the show, that's me doing New Orleans. But I'm not going to spell it out loud for everybody.
No.
Amber, I have a question for you. How any paranormal experience that really like left a mark on you?
Yeah, actually, whenever I was 16, we had moved into this house where a lady had been murdered. And after the first few months, just things started moving around, like the doors would open, and, you know, things would knock off the counter. And we thought it was strange, but we didn't think anything about it. But one night I woke up and it was like 3 o'clock in the morning and I was numb, like from head to toe. And I looked down at the foot of my bed and this white figure walked into the room and actually lit up the room. And I felt like she was trying to pull me up. And all of a sudden she disappeared, and there was like a lot of anger and a lot of sadness in the room, and I couldn't move for about another 15 minutes, and I saw her consecutively at least once a month while we still lived there.
Wow.
Did you see her through the mind's eye or through the physical eye?
Physical eye. Like it was
Really?
it was a clear apparition, and it's like the room lit up almost really bright light with her in there, and like the whole environment changed. It was the strangest thing.
Wow.
Well, Amber has joined us on a couple paranormal episodes that we did recently where we filmed in North Carolina, and we filmed down at a place called the Greenback Castle in Tennessee. And she did really good. She's real professional. She knows when to keep quiet, unlike Funkmaster V.
What are you trying to say about me up my Cajun self, huh?
See, there he goes. It's terrible. You just don't do it.
Awful. You just can't.
I'm working on it. It's a character.
You're not good with voices, man. Just stick with the Italian accent and roll with that. But no, Amber did really good. She's very professional, but and she wasn't scared to be like thrown into a room in a castle all by herself. And you know, she's not the type to go running and screaming or, you know, get excessively scared, or if she is, she doesn't outwardly emote it. And you know, it's a good thing to have. She's a very good asset. Also, she doesn't mind holding the camera, which the way we shoot Wrestling with Ghosts is like, we don't want to have a camera crew there. We want to have the investigators and then pass the camera from person to person, because I think, you know, too many things get in the way when you start having people that are not really involved with the investigation holding electronic equipment, you know.
Yes. You know, and you guys have a different approach when you guys are investigating. And I know we talked about this last time you guys were on, but we really admire it. Can you tell us how you're different from other paranormal teams out there that are investigating?
Well, most paranormal teams kind of said, and this is not a shot at all. This is just observational. Tend to be very serious. Tend to be very bland, and that's, like I said, it's not a shot. That's kind of they know a certain way to investigate. That's how they do it. Well, we found that when we were joking around, being friendly, and bringing positive energy, we were actually getting a lot more responses, because one, that would make the energies that are around us that aren't necessarily bad, because you got to realize that most of the world, if you look around, aren't bad, and so why is it only the bad spirits that are around? Shouldn't there be good spirits? So we're trying to talk to them, and then also that would actually antagonize some of the bad, to where they would react more, because they were getting aggravated because they weren't getting they were getting us joking with them, or being smart alecks to them, instead of being afraid of them. Because I think that positive energy in investigations, and like I always said, it's a serious subject, and just because something's serious doesn't mean you can't have fun with it. And just because you're having fun with it doesn't mean you don't take it seriously. We have a lot of fun with what we do, and I'll be honest with you, a side effect of this whole wrestling with ghosts and paranormal investigations is, like, we got to go up to your guys' house and have a good time, road trip with the friends, go over to Philly, eat cheesesteaks, sleep in a hotel room, Dutch oven each other. I mean, it was a lot of fun, and so I think that teams that don't have fun are kind of missing out on that aspects of it. And a lot of people I think are afraid to admit that they have fun on things, because they're afraid of other more serious paranormal people kind of bringing attacking them for, what are you doing having fun? And then they can attack us all they want, because we're outsiders. We do our thing self-contained. We don't, we try not to be influenced by other people of how we do things.
Everyone on the show believes in ghosts, and I always have this question mark. Now, my house especially, we've had a lot of teams here, and then there's a lot of haunted locations around the world. The one thing I do notice is that, let's say you're doing an investigation and you're really starting to feel something going on, as you would call the funk, and then you stop investigating, and then you're mingling with the family, right? Did either one of you ever think of what's actually happening as you're doing that with the spirits? So do you think because you're not investigating anymore that A, the spirits wander away because they don't want to hear your conversation, or B, they're listening and latching on? Give me some thoughts on that.
Well, I think with what happened with you up there, it was very interesting, because when we first started, there was a lot of oppression. There was a lot of strange things happening, and then there was a heavy feeling when we first started trying to shoot our little show up there at your place, and then when we kind of just didn't relent, and we kind of were knuckleheads continually. And we were doing investigations, and we were asking questions, and we were doing experiments and stuff. But eventually everything just stopped. And it just felt like these whatever's in your house, for example, was just like, whatever, these guys aren't going to play the right way. I've had a couple of people, now I don't know. Again, I'm still a skeptic in a lot of ways, but I've had people on Facebook and mutual friends of ours who said that the spirits were very confused, or they had particular opinions about me and Luke and Travis and Candy, and so they just didn't want to play anymore to that day. And if you remember, after we were gone, you said it was a little bit lighter around the house for a period of time. I can't remember how long it was, but who knows? I mean, if you have what's going on at your place happening, and it's a heavy thing. I mean, we threw them a knuckleball at least for that day, and I don't know if they got irritated or they liked it or they were like, we'll just come back later. Who knows? What do you think there, Luke?
And commonly to answer that question, kind of broached it a little earlier, is if something is trying to get your attention and you acknowledge it's there, like I'm sitting in a chair in that room in your basement and the chair starts like lifting up on me, and it's a concrete floor, that should not be happening. If it's exerting that much energy to try to contact me, and then I just go ahead and I was like, all right, start to ignore it. From an investigator standpoint, it kind of is bad for your house, but if you ignore it, then it's going to try harder, and it's probably going to do some things maybe a little bit more public or visible that we can interact with, so everybody else can see that it's got everybody's attention, because honestly, it's what it is. If they're trying, that's what I think. If they're knocking things over, they're trying to get attention. If you acknowledge that they're there and then ignore them, I think they're going to try to get your attention even more. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. At your guys' house, we did that. We're in the room, and then, like Vinny said, we kind of ignored it, stirred it up, talked about it, but ignored it, and it went away, which is actually very rare for us, where something leaves us alone when we kind of start being us.
I think it's fascinating. I try to think what spirits are thinking. And do they? What do they do? They just go away? Do they just lay dormant till the team leaves? But I want to say that Luke, something that happened to you happened to me 2 months ago, and I don't believe in coincidences. So when you were in that room and you said on the end of the trailer that you made for the film here, you said something. I feel like something touched my left testicle, or whatever you call it. However you want to say it on the air. Well, but this is interesting. Now, 2 months ago, we were cleaning up my son's room upstairs, and he's very isolated in that room, Jake. And something I felt like got a knife and stabbed my testicle, and I went right down. I went down for the count, and I had to get out of that room. And then I'm thinking about what you said, and I'm like, there is no coincidence here. What's the odds of that? And I'm saying that to my wife, like, what is this thing? Like, what is it going after certain body parts, for example? Like, get out of here. You don't belong here. So I personally,
it's a street fighter.
But it's interesting because it took me down within a minute. It's like, it really hurt bad. And I was thinking about that, and I'm thinking about the psychology behind everything, because I wasn't investigating. We're trying to help the kid clean his bedroom. And I think because he's so isolated, that something else might be part of that isolation, for example, and saying, don't come here.
Well, that was one thing that we did not want to, a subject we did not want to broach on the episode of Wrestling with Ghosts, was that, and we'll deal with you directly here with it, is we felt like whatever was there was causing friction in your family. And it was, was causing, a little short-temperedness, a little, it was causing a little oppression in your family. We didn't want to go with that. It said we didn't want to say that on the episode because, you weren't there to talk about
yourself.
That. But that's, I would think that it might target individuals. When we were there, we felt like it was actually getting to you a little more than everybody else. And then also, your son Jake's a great kid, and he seems to kind of float in and out with having a little bit of an attitude, to then all of a sudden being very cordial, and then all of a sudden he was starving, and I think it's because you made those sausages. But he seemed to have a bit of a little bit of an oppression about him, a little temperamental as well. And I think, what you got going on over there was definitely something that was affecting, and it going after testicles also, it's a male thing.
It's a male thing. Yeah.
And
it's ironic that you think about it like I try to think about what this thing is thinking to do something like that, right? I hear back pain or migraines and headaches, but that particular part, it didn't make sense to me. I'm like, why?
Yeah.
What
I don't think you really even realize it happened to Luke till later on.
Yeah.
And it hit you.
Yeah.
Well, we put it in. I put it in the commercial because it's such a. The way that Luke phrased it is hilarious. We won't say it on the radio, but I mean, it's just a rare thing that he's sitting there, it builds up, and he's like, my balloon hurts. So it's a unique thing for sure, and you should probably go see the doctor. You may have who knows? You may have an old.
I'm fine. After I left the room, I was fine. I won't clean the room anymore.
Look, come on, Bill.
I'm not going in that room.
Let's not get dramatic. I mean, you were cleaning the room, you were helping, but I mean, I was doing most of the work. You definitely went in there, you helped, and then you left.
I'm gonna use that tonight. I got a chore to do. I'm gonna be like, my Bob alone. I'm gonna fall on the ground and then.
No, but it is that room is very
off-centered.
Yes.
Upstairs. But enough with us. So let's go back to Amber now. Amber, so we talked about something you've seen with the physical eye, not the mind's eye. Take us to a next encounter of your life, and then anybody else witness what you've seen.
So the ghost of the lady that was in the trailer, my brother actually witnessed her too, around the same time on different nights. But there was a house that my husband and I moved into whenever we moved into up to Montana, and we had been there for a while. And I was cleaning and I went to dust like the door frame because I'm weird and I do that. And I noticed that there was oil crosses over the frame, and I'm like, that's weird. So then I started going and I checked. All of the frames had the same cross. And I told my husband, I'm like, this house is blessed. Something has gone on in this house. And we had a big picture window. It's like a huge picture window in the living room. And one night I was turned off the light and I went to close the window, and there was a shadow of a man standing outside of the window like he was trying to peer in. But it wasn't a human. It was an apparition. And I had this distinct feeling. It was that spirit trying to get back into the house, but couldn't. It was crazy. Mm-hmm.
He lost his keys.
Yeah, but yeah.
Well, and Amber's just to put it over, Amber's husband's a very serious. He's a great guy. He's a combat veteran. He's very, very, very. What is he like? Serious isn't the right word. I think it's very grounded. He's a very grounded guy.
Gentle lover too.
Yeah, very, very. He's got a soft touch. But he's not the type that would be given to if he sees something, he sees it. And he's not, he wouldn't be one to back up her story or so. I would.
Yeah.
He's a very credible guy.
That's interesting. Now here's a question, Amber. You just said that the spirit ghost wanted to try to get into the house, right? And here's my question to every one of you. Even myself, I rack my brain around this. Well, because a spirit or ghost is energy, are they somehow manifested in a way where they think they can't get through the door or the wall? And that's a serious question. I always think about that. What do you think about it?
I've thought about that quite a bit because me and Vinny have a attachment. It's a little that we picked up that actually was at your house with us. Her name's Megan, and she's a little girl, maybe 9 years old. We know where we picked her up and everything, but I find it odd that usually when she makes her appearance at my house or anything, it'll be after I'm here for a while. So it wouldn't be like she'd come through a door or anything. There's been no door opening. I think they probably, whatever they are, whatever the spirits are, probably all have different ways of doing things. It's some know a little bit more. So, Megan's a little kid, so everything was probably mystical in her life up until, you know, the point of her murder. And so she probably just thinks, oh, I could just float, you know, Santa Claus is still coming down the chimney type thing.
I agree. I agree with that. I think there's a movie, since we're making movies and we're movie makers, I've become a fan of a movie house called A24. They did The Witch and everything, everywhere, all at once. They make these independent movies that are really interesting. And you know, there's so many superhero movies. It's nice to have lower budget independent movies, and they make some good ones. And they had one called A Ghost Story. And it looks corny because the ghost in it just has a bed sheet with eye holes. But if you watch the movie, he'll look down, or the ghost will look down. He dies. He's a guy in the movie. He dies, and he's like wandering around the house. And time doesn't exist. He'll look down, he'll look up, and everybody's moved out of the house, like in a snap of the fingers. And I do think, first of all, I just want to say nobody knows what any of these things are. They could be time travelers, interdimensional beings, residual energy, demons, angels, dead bodies, or dead spirits. Who knows what they are? Or something we can't even perceive what they could be. But I do think because ghosts aren't always, I'm saying ghosts, whatever these things are, aren't always around beck and call. They're not in the house. You can't go in there and go, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'm here to collect the rent. You can't scare them, or they're not. You can't trick them out or freak them out. They kind of arrive when they feel like it. So I kind of feel like they fade in and out of reality. Time and space are man-made concepts, pretty much. You know, so they probably float through time and space in ways we can't even perceive or know how to control. And you may see a spirit that's you know, existed for 1,000 years, and the next minute maybe it went backwards and came back up through, and now it's only been there for 20. And I think what Luke hit on, and even this movie hit on it too, I think some spirits, or whatever these things are, have different levels of mastery of their own perception and existence. Like some may feel trapped. So, like he said, if it's a girl that was murdered and the energy or the spirit's still around, she's just having the best time in her life. In my house, she turns on toys all the time. So she's horsing around with knickknacks or whatever. And I feel bad because there is a lot of mature lovemaking through every room of the house.
Oh, God.
I want to say,
gross.
I want to say I apologize to all the spirits that are underage.
Oh my goodness.
And
I feel like Luke is like the little kid, and he's like, Dad, that's gross.
We're just wrestling. It's all we're doing is wrestling for the wrestling show.
You know, and Megan, if you're listening, you come over to my house again, hang out, or don't go to his house. We're a Christian family over here, and we don't partake in those weird, crazy things that he's talking about in the 90s.
A foot is a part of the body that deserves attention.
Would you stop it? Would you stop it? You're so disgusting.
I definitely think it's interesting. You know, we see like these videos, and some ghosts, actually you see a door open, or you hear footsteps on stairs, and stairs don't exist. And it kind of makes me feel like there's two dimensions crossing.
Yeah.
How? No, but that's what it kind of seems like, that residual.
Yeah.
I think it's fascinating. It's fascinating. We don't know, right? No one knows exactly what we're dealing with. Who knows, right? And you said time travelers, and I'm a firm believer in time travelers too. I think there's enough evidence out there to kind of coincide that with the paranormal world.
Definitely.
Okay. Well, that's one of the things that I understand about time travel is that physical objects could not travel through time because it's broken down. Time that exists right now only can be reviewed if something goes faster than the speed of light, and then they catch the light refractions and can view it. And that does seem kind of, light refractions, energy, collected energy, that could probably maybe pass through time. But I don't think, and solid objects, I don't think could. So that could be another explanation right there of.
What about Jell-O?
Well, see, Jello. I'm not going to go into it, Jim. Benny, shut up.
It's not solid. It's kind of this loose. We could shoot some lime Jello into the past and see what they think about it.
You poor thing, Amber.
Well, let's think about this. Has anyone had keys disappear? And you put the keys in a certain spot, and maybe you're doing an investigation, or your house is and they're gone. And then all of a sudden, a little bit later on, they reappear.
In the same spot.
Has it ever happened to either one of you?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay. So there's a solid object, and it's happened to us. It's happened to numerous people that we know in different locations.
I don't know if that traveled through time or was just moved, like something took it and moved it and then put it back.
But even if something took it and moved it, and it's not caught on any kind of surveillance, and then it reappears, where did it go?
It's a good question.
And Vinny, going back to you, you said time. Time doesn't exist, right? It doesn't exist. But it's the manipulation of time, how these things are able to use parlor tricks. They put the veil over us, right? This is what you see, and then the veil comes, and this is gone. It's mind-blowing how that works. And again, I says, well, why did my car disappear and then reappear, or something big, right? But the little objects, everyone's not stupid and crazy to know I put a key over here and it's gone, a wallet over here and it's gone, my watch down and it's gone, and it happens to. So it's a smaller object, and it does happen, and it fascinates me. Like, well, where could it possibly go? I can't tell you how many teams have investigated my home, and they're fighting over where's their cell phone, who took my cell phone, where's my cell phone.
It knows what to take to make you all at each other.
And it's a mind blower, because you have to say to yourself, well, where'd it go?
Well, I tried to explain to my son just the other day, which is weird as it comes up, is things about like where science. We're trained to think with what we know, not with what we don't know. Like you always say that they always say there can't be life on Venus because carbon-based creature or a carbon-based life form couldn't live there. I was like, well, what if it's not a carbon-based life form? Same thing, like the UFO sightings that have been around that are, that can travel through the atmosphere, through the air, and through water at the same rate of speeds. And they said, we can't duplicate that on Earth. I was like, well, maybe we can. We just aren't thinking. We're thinking with what we're trained, not with what's actually out there. That's why I don't believe that there's such a thing as settled science, is because as there's always something that could shatter that entire, the entire theory. But and that might also be where the paranormal lies within, a science that we just don't understand, and we probably could if we could think differently. But we think with what we know. We don't think outside of the box. There is no outside of the box for us.
And I just want to say, if I want to start thinking sharper, and I start tackling things like quantum physics, I take myself a big gulp.
Carnation and breakfast.
The hell yeah. And I'll just
drink up that carnation, gentlemen. Well, that goes like the pyramids too. They come forward today and say we still cannot duplicate the pyramids. We can't do it. And there's no logic of ramps being built to get the perfect dimensions of that pyramid, all the pyramids. So you have to say to yourself, was there better technology and more awareness and understanding of how to do things we just can't do?
Well, Bill Gates famously said that if he'd rather have lazy people do things than motivated people, because lazy people will find a way to do a hard thing easier. So it might be to the point where we're out thinking ourselves. There's a lazy way to explain it that we just cannot comprehend because we're too motivated.
There's a lot of things inside the pyramids too, though, like completely flawless panes of glass that you can't replicate that today. And they even said they can't even mathematically make a pyramid quite right, even with today's technology. So it's pretty, because even it's tough to make a pyramid, right? Because it's like everything has to be perfect. And if you go down to Memphis, Tennessee, and see their horrible Bass Pro Shop pyramid, there's even like a 6 foot wide piece where it was kind of like, oops, we kind of jacked that up there, and it was kind of like an extension, so it can kind of be a complete square. But it would be very difficult to make that. So you have to wonder if there was some sort of help, heavenly, extraterrestrial. If it's just what Luke says, you had a will and a way, and if you didn't make this thing right, somebody's going to hit you with a whip or something. I'm not sure, but it is a mystery for sure.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer in energy. To me, everything is energy, and they might have had a different way of manipulating energy that we don't have anymore.
We don't have anymore.
Yeah.
So then, doesn't that scare you in a sense that we don't have any more? That means it's become extinct. They've become extinct.
There is a school of thought, one of many, that technology was more advanced in some ways before the biblical flood. And if you think about this way, I'm not saying I prescribe to this or subscribe to this, but if we had an extinction level event and there's only the 5 of us left on the planet Earth, I'm calling dibs on Amber first. I want to say that. But like if we had to procreate and live, all of the technology would be gone. We're all smart, bright people. None of us are scientists. We couldn't replicate television. We couldn't replicate water power. There's very few things we could sit around and talk about ghosts and make some jokes, but we're not experts in the things of science, I don't think. Maybe you guys are. I know me and Luke and Amber are not experts. So everything would revert back to cavemen type living, right? So if there was a flood, if it was the Noah gimmick that really happened, no matter what they had back then, everything reverted to them just being on a boat going, well, that sucked. I was going to watch Boardwalk Empire tonight to see the season finale. Now there's no televisions left. So they had to start over and, start making campfires and stuff.
And I've heard this theory too, and they would say, like metal, why wouldn't there be still be structures? Why wouldn't there be, things like that? But, there's metal all through the ground that's broken down. You can collect filaments, magnets, all that stuff. It might have been here and just they built with a different thing. Maybe their technology wasn't based on metal and elements. It was based on mud. It was based on wood. We don't know.
We don't know. And it's interesting and scary because when we become extinct and eventually everything will become extinct, will those that come thousands of years later know anything from us, or it starts over again?
Well, think on this. I think our thinking is becoming extinct right now because we carry around a brain in our pocket. All the knowledge that we need is a cell phone.
Oh,
so we don't have to think, we have to Google. So that is going to eventually get us really stupid.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. I agree, Luke.
I mean, it's true. It really is true.
No, but it is
you
true.
You didn't do that in an New Orleans accent. I can't believe it.
I'm Googling things. I mean, it's
that's
everything.
true. That's true.
And now it comes to the point where you're actually Googling your kids' homework too. I mean, it's bad.
Yeah, it's fascinating stuff. We're on a small rock in the middle of nowhere, and to think that we know it all. I mean, we're just a speck of sand.
Well, I find myself Googling stuff that I know. I was like, I know this. What is this? Oh, I can't. Oh, what? Oh, yeah, that's it. That's
true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing. Wow. All right. So tell us what you guys have coming up. And you know what? During all the filming and investigations going forward, tell me some of the things you want to capture and some of the things you want people to see in the films that you want to be different than other films. Now, we've seen The Hike. We loved it. We like the way you do things because you do things in a
very different.
In a different way that makes it entertaining, fun, and yet you get down to the core of it. So go ahead and talk a little bit about where you see yourself going with the films.
Mostly, we are actually fans of how we took in content when we were kids. VHS, slasher movies, horror movies at the video store. Going to the theaters and seeing movies. I saw Clerks in the theaters. That's a movie that would never get released in theaters because of the quality of the film, not the quality of the story. That's kind of what we're trying to tap into and hopefully give the nostalgia to people who lived through that era of the video store type of movies, and also introduce a new generation to that kind of, everything doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have, all the CGI doesn't have to be great, practical effects. But we also want, like people right now keep saying that the movie Blazing Saddles is offensive, but if you watch it, it's the opposite of offensive, but people can't fathom that's, it's comedy because it's making fun of people. We want to kind of let people get back into that mindset where we're allowed to make fun of each other.
Yeah.
Mel Brooks.
Right? Yeah.
I love Mel Brooks.
And I think what Luke and I's strengths are, besides just very sexy,
the bench press,
sexy, just bodies. I'm telling you, you should, ladies should see this. It's just amazing what we got going on.
Would you stop it?
But also, I think our strengths is the dialogue, and every one of our movies, they're very different. All these movies, when you watch WJHCAM, which is our second movie, it is so different from The Hike. You guys will be like, wow, this is like a totally different filmmaker. But what is the same are the dialogue driven, just the dialogue. And we have a kind of a way about ourselves, and that's kind of our calling card, is the way that we speak. And so now The Hike had a very small cast. Now you saw it today. If anybody saw the placards for the event today, there were 5 people supposed to be on the show. There's like other people on the show that aren't on the show. We're like pioneers. It's like we start with something, half of us die off. There's new people at the end of it. It's just this creative, just amazing, changing group of people, and we're very lucky because we have access to pro wrestlers, to drag queens, to furries, to actors, to comedians, to magicians, to musicians. You just go down the whole list of a bunch of entertaining people. And so we want to showcase our friends too. But I think the thing that we, in all these movies, is going to be about dialogue. There are effects, there's murder, there's boobs, there's good stuff, there's bad stuff that happens in these things. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's all about talking, because I think as a society, people are not talking. It's like what Luke was saying about the Google with the brain type thing. We're not communicating anymore. And I think, man, the 90s were great. And we just kind of want to be harbingers of that vibe with new flavors that from the new millennium. So we're trying to combine that, really. And to be honest, anybody can watch these movies. I think anybody can like them, but they're really for people our age. I mean, they're all nostalgic shots back to when we were young, like Luke was saying about the video cassette store and stuff. These movies are all honored and influenced by these things that we used to see as kids.
Yeah.
And in Paranormal Investigations, what we really want to do is bring fresh locations. We don't want to do the same old places that everybody else does. We want to bring out fresh locations.
I love that.
And because to me, first and foremost, we're making a TV show, and we want it to be visually, but the way we do things is we also like people feeling like they're there with us, and that they're part of the team. They're having a good time, and they're catching the evidence as we catch it. So yeah, we're really looking for a lot more of places that you've never seen before.
Wow.
Awesome. We're looking forward to it.
Well, thank you guys so much for coming on tonight. Sorry that Canty and Kirby weren't able to join us, but thank you. Amber, thank you so much.
Oh yeah, so before we go, just tell everyone where they can find you and all that good stuff.
Big and Funky Productions. It's biginfunkyproductions.com. You can also look at our crazy content on YouTube, and our movies are available on Walmart, on Fi, on Amazon, and
Best Buy.
we're about to release our third movie by the end of the year called Camp Smokey. And check out WJHCAM, and then The Hike is available on Amazon Prime. That's our first movie.
Okay.
And Amber, where can people find you?
You can find me on Facebook at holyredlightbatman.com. That's actually my handle.
What
is Holy Red Light Batman? I know.
You're fired.
I made it in I made it in like 2005. So don't judge me, okay?
Just kick her off the show. She's fired.
Get her out of here.
Just search Amber Schultz. You'll see me.
Awesome. This has been a great show. A lot of knowledge here. A lot of interesting thoughts going back and forth. Before I go, I'd like to leave off with a little sense of humor because you guys have a great sense of humor. We know we met you firsthand. And anyone who's listening to the show, Big Luke is really big. He's a big guy in person. He's like 9 feet tall and 400 pounds. You don't want to mess with him. And then Vinny would just wrestle you down to the ground. But give us like a fun line for our listener out there. Like bring some humor into the audience.
Wow. Bring some humor.
Uh-oh.
Dang, it's hard to do when you because I was sitting there, I was pretending. I don't know if I was pretending to take a bunch of pills before the show we came on just to make you guys crack up.
We're gonna get in trouble.
Yeah, no, it's not real. No, it's not. See, we've been on our best behavior too. Like Luke and I was like, you can't cuss.
I know.
You can't say this. You can't say this about this particular body part. So if you've noticed this episode, Luke's kind of like, he looks like a headmaster down there. He's like, stop that. That's inappropriate. But I don't know, man. Luke's a very funny guy, and he has an obsession with things being too close to his Bobalones, and that's something you should see.
I don't like it.
Yeah, so he sits there and he measures that thing fell down. It's like 4 inches from my Bobalones. That's the type of stuff we're into. So I know that makes no sense to anybody listening.
Apparently, hold on.
Don't pick him up.
I want to pick him up.
Oh.
Don't do that.
Apparently, I have a rabbit now.
What is that? What is that? A rabbit?
It's a rabbit.
Oh, they're showing us a rabbit. Oh, really nice.
Rabbit.
What's the rabbit's name?
I don't know. It just got my kid and was at the fair, and now there's a rabbit. So
there you go.
That's always the way it works.
And right? Guess what, everybody? That is a rabbit track. All right, everybody, our listeners out there. We are going to wrap it up for the next show coming on. Everyone, thank you so much. I mean, we love to have you guys on again. I didn't know it was 1 year, so yes, I really think we're in a matrix. This has been a fun show, and we will talk to you soon. And Julie, wrap it up.
Yeah, special thank you to Carnation for sponsoring the show. Special thank you for Vinny for drinking it. Join us next Monday night, 105.3 FM from New Orleans.
Everyone have a safe, great night. Listen to the show and share it, and we'll see you soon.
Guys. Have a good night. Bye.
All right. I got to go play with this rabbit. Take care, guys.
Good evening, and if you're just tuning in, you are listening live to the Angel Rock. I can't even talk this evening. Broadcasting to you live out of New Orleans, Louisiana. I'm your host, Laura Lee Potvin, a Canadian clairvoyant medium, crystal Reiki energy healer, Akashic Records practitioner, spiritual teacher and mentor, and a registered nurse. And I want to say welcome to all of our returning viewers, as well as welcome to anybody that's new. Please make sure to share my show as well as all of the incredible shows that we have here on UPRN, United Public Radio Network, or sometimes as it's known, UFO Paranormal Radio Network. We have, like I say, as I usually do with my shows, we have something for everybody always here. So, and then when we're not streaming live, we have some syndicated shows. We also have a lot of older content that runs through the archive server here. And most of our platforms like SoundCloud, we've got Podbean, we've got all kinds. Anywhere there's podcasts and talk radio carried, we are carried. Now with my show, if you've never been here before, I say cover all aspects of the esoteric, the spiritual, the supernatural. I have some truth seeking thrown in there. And yeah, that's pretty well it. What I do is the guests that I have on here, whether they're professionally or extracurricularly, are making a positive difference for humanity. And the guest I have on this evening is a friend of mine. I had her on probably well over a year ago. She's done some big changes, made some big changes herself in what she's doing, still sticking with the same field, but some exciting things we're going to talk about. She's a fellow Canadian. I'm going to read her bio, but before I do, I want to give you guys a heads up, as I always do. I'll try to remember during the show. If you're watching this on my YouTube channel or on my Facebook profile, I can't see your comments till after the show. So please come over to the Facebook page for the network. It's called UFO Paranormal Radio. I believe all you have to do is like it, and then you'll be able to see the live stream over there. And I will see what you write down or what you say. I like to involve you guys always in part of the conversation if you're watching live with us. Or you can also participate on the UFO Paranormal Radio YouTube channel, and we have a secondary channel we're using this evening, UFO Gods and my mouth does not want to work tonight, guys. Sorry. UFO Gods and Extraterrestrials. There we go. We do have a third channel as well called International Public Radio. We won't be streaming there this evening, but like I said, the 2 YouTube channels and the Facebook profile. So let me read my friend's wonderful bio that she sent me. It says, mindfulness and intuitive communication have been the backbone of her journey, both professionally and in the personally and in the professional sector. She's prospered in personal development and enjoys the fascination of being an olive branch to encourage others on their healing path also. Elevating others in the capacity of both their personal and professional lives to reach their potential is an incredible journey. Accredited as a certified somatic and compassionate coach, she's facilitated, coached, and spent numerous hours empowering people to live their best lives, creating positive change. Combining somatic identification, we'll talk about what exactly that is, and solution-based orientation together in mindfulness that is imperative to consciousness has been a beautiful pairing in what awakening to the body as a whole can create in our healing evolution. And everybody needs to do healing, believe me. Integrating what is known as the solar plexus, one of the chakras, the third eye, another one, and metaphysical consciousness, and in brackets she's got STM, a technique called Soma Vision is born. Using the facets of body, mind, spirit in this collaboration, we discover our shadow pieces and the self-actualization of our soul's true nature. Yusui Reiki plays a significant role in this transformation. Now, she's got quite a long bio here. I'm not going to read the last part, but I encourage you, we're going to let you guys know at the end of the show where to reach out to her. She's amazing. Welcome. Her name's Rain Dalrymple. Welcome, Rain. Great to have you here.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you.
That's quite the
Laura,
bio you sent me. Holy cow.
Well,
I didn't.
And I even left a lot of stuff out because if you remember when I was on, how long ago was that? A little over a year ago, maybe.
Yeah, a little over a year ago. Yeah.
I left all that stuff out because I kind of feel like, that's in the past and now I'm moving forward, right? So
well, plus you get
my bio of it all over again.
I know my bio is super long, and when I send it to people, so I've come with this pared down little piece for people, right? Because people there's a lot of buzzwords in our field. Yeah. Some people may not have heard the term. I recently discovered light worker, which is sort of the buzz term of the century or the last probably couple decades of the type of work that we both do. No, the other thing I forgot to mention to people, I've told Rain already this, my phone has been crazy. It has its own mind of its own. I have no idea why, but it's happened only once. But if I suddenly disappear, guys, and you're watching and listening, you're going, what the heck just happened? My phone went into the spinning wheel of death. I just love the iPhones for that. I have my laptop on my lap here. So I've already let Rain know she's just going to continue talking. If that does happen, I'll hop right on my computer, and I'm always prepared just in case. So Rain, where do we start with all this? I guess, you know what?
Well,
I always start at the beginning. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I kind of wanted to just say, if you see me like flinching, it's because there's like flies all over here.
Oh, no.
It's crazy. The last 2-3 weeks, they've just been like, whether I'm at home or at work, they're just everywhere. In the vehicle, like it's crazy. So if you just see me
we
flinching,
have one.
You know.
And what we've had,
that's what it is.
I should mention, well, I usually do, my hubby, the Dell, he's got his own show, The Delicious Recipe, on Thursday nights. By the way, I'll give him a good plug because I'm going to be on there with him. We're having one of our favorite guests that we're doing a series with on the Da Vinci Code, Tom Riley. So you guys don't want to miss that, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursday night. Anyways, we talked about this on his show last week. And we have had a yellow jacket infestation. They finally called an exterminator because they were going in through the window well, like up. They're going up into the fascia. I just saw one on the screen. Or is that your cat? Was that?
No, that's the flies. They love going on the camera. So. I don't know what their deal is.
Well, maybe they're into spirituality, because I will tell you, I just found another one in the house today. And all the animals are acting very strange. I've seen Canada geese flying at 11 o'clock at night. Massive numbers. Look like they're flying in V formation to the south, not to the north. Like crazy stuff. So
that is crazy. I have a crazy story for you.
Okay, let's hear it.
Actually, I have a crazy story that happened to me 2 or 3 days ago. So I was driving out to a friend's house.
Mm-hmm.
And, I had my area, my space was clear. I didn't have anything on my lap. I didn't have, because I had the pets with me, right? As I always do. And I threw my purse on the floor so that it was out of the way. And, I put my hand down I had a sundress on, and I put my hand down just to rest my hand. And I felt something cold there. And I'm like, what the heck? And I reached down, and here I pull up. It was a dime. It was a dime on my lap. Out of nowhere. Okay. So how did that dime even get there? I had a dress on when I got into the vehicle. I was walking, obviously. So then I started getting a cramp in my hand. So I dropped it and I stretched my hand out to, and then I put my hand back down. I go to grab the dime again. I pull up a quarter. I was just like, wow, this is just too freaky. Okay. I just said, guys, thanks. They're just
Are you
telling
sure
me it's gonna be okay, right? Absolutely.
Are you sure it wasn't a loved one? Because I know loved ones sometimes will do that. I haven't heard quarters, but dimes. But you know what?
Yeah.
Depending on if you've got somebody across the veil that maybe wanted to let you know, like you said, thanks, guys. That could have been our guides, could have been angels, anybody. But it almost feels like it was someone that loves you very deeply.
Yeah, I used
that was
to
just
find
saying
pennies all the time.
Inflation.
Yeah. Could have been my grandmother, right? Inflation. Exactly. But nonetheless, the message was received, and I just, that's the whole reason I feel that I do what I do, is because when weird things happen, I share that message with others to give them hope too, right? Because our guides and our angels and, our gurus, like whether it's Buddha or Jesus or God, they're all looking out over us and for us, right?
Yeah, we're not here. We're never alone. I always tell people, and you know what? You meet so many people that even when I do readings with people, they're at a crossroads. They want to know why they're here. How a lot of people believe we're just here by accident, not realizing. And again, I don't have all the answers. I don't think any of us do. But I truly believe, and we've had many conversations off air, that we're here for a reason, right? Like we chose this life that we're in. We chose why we're here. So let's start at the beginning. So what got you all involved in all of this? Because we got a lot more different viewers now and a lot bigger numbers.
Right.
So let them know.
Right. So my initial book, I worked in the helping profession for about 25 years, and that was, helping people with disabilities and teaching life skills to people coming out of the provincial system, the whole 9 yards. And, of course, you're always training. You're always going to workshops, and you're always enhancing your education when you're working. In my 20s, however, I started having visions. And so I do talk about this in my book, Sight Beyond Sight. I started having visions, like, just like you would a dream, but your eyes are open, or you're just laying there in a meditative state, and you see things and you know things, and just weird things like that really started happening to me. And so, I do come from a family of the paranormal. My great grandmother read tea leaves, and my grandmother was a psychic. Her messages usually came through her dreams. So when she passed away, my gift actually increased. It was really weird because I didn't recognize it until about 6 months after she had gone, and I, just kind of everything fell into place as far as my understanding. So it really just sent me on a journey of self-exploration and growth. I'm also a survivor of abuse in childhood. So it really was instrumental. The whole spiritual aspect was instrumental in helping me to heal, right? So you combine their input, education, and my personal growth. I only wanted others to heal as I had, right? So that's what kind of launched me into it.
You reminded me, my son never asked me this. Many of you that follow the show have seen most of my family members. So Dell's at work, but usually he has been known to show up here and bring me something to eat for supper so he can pop on and say hi, like I can eat while I'm
an excuse to get on camera.
Yes. And my son with severe autism, that's what made me think about that. That takes a very special person to do what you were doing. And I'm so grateful. And thank you for the work you were doing to be able to work with people with special needs and disabilities. And my son has severe autism, for those of you maybe new watching, but he asked me, and again, he's never asked me.
Well, they teach us so much.
Absolutely. He's one of my biggest teachers. So it was my eldest son, but him especially. But he asked me to say hello from Justin. So I told him I would say that he said hello.
How sweet.
I told him, I said, people know who you are, He goes, they do. And I said, because you popped in here a few times in the background. Or I said, I talk about you and your brother a lot on my show, so they know who you are. So anyways, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I promised him I would say hello from Justin.
Absolutely. And it's so true. I mean, they're gifts to us because we learn so much from them. It's an interrelational communication, right? I mean, you're sharing ideas with them, and they're sharing ideas with you. And
both my children have, as most of us that are aware of our intuitive gifts, we recognize them usually pretty early in our own children. And my eldest is very intuitive. He's always spoken to animals, but I never tried to cure my youngest son, but he had a lot of difficulties. He wasn't verbal till he was almost 7, or toilet trained. He, had a lot of anxiety, a lot of really aggressive behavior, never out of the blue. But there was always a reason. But then again, I always say behavior never happens out of the blue. There's always a reason. So anyways, I had brought him for alternative health, healing, because we're talking about healing here, alternative healing things like, what was it? Quantum healing. I forget. I haven't got the right name, but I remember the lady that tried to do it with him, and he was about 3.5, 4, and she had tried for about half an hour, 40 minutes, and she came back to me. I was at the back of the room so as not to interrupt, and she said, I have never encountered another human being that is so powerful through their third eye as your son. She said, your son will not allow me to enter through his third eye. And then the one thing I found a little disappointing is she said, and he has the most incredible aura. I don't have the words to describe it. For those that may not be aware what an aura is, we have energy in our bodies all around us. I always describe it as, that might sound too woo-woo for people, but most people know what personal space is. Somebody you don't know well that steps into your personal space, most people will back up automatically because it just feels icky. That's your aura or energy field. So she explained this beautiful royal blue violet color. And what I was disappointed about it was, at the time, because I wasn't quite aware of my gifts that have always been there all life at that time, I said, well, what does that mean? And she said, I have no idea. Why mention it? Because
she just saw it. Yeah.
Yeah, she saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
So this is,
I mean, if you remember the Celestine prophecy, he talked about auras, and he talked about the plants having an aura around them. And if you wanted to practice seeing auras, that's what you would do. You would go out into the forest and you would just focus on this plant, and you would eventually see the aura. Another part to aura is that you feel aura, right? If you look at our pets, they always say, like, if you're not sure whether to have someone in your circle, just introduce them to your pets, and they'll tell you who's a safe person to be around or not, right? So we know that everything has life. Everything has life, right?
And energy, right? Like, going to that scientific basis, everything is energy on this planet. And I always say, the laws of physics, energy can neither be created nor destroyed, but it can be transferred from one place to another. And it's interesting that you mentioned about animals. Both of us are major animal lovers, that I know you are, I am. But I always say to people, say I'm doing a show with somebody, or even talking to somebody privately about the paranormal, first thing I always ask them is, are you around any young children? What are the kids saying, or what are you observing? And then what are your pets doing? What do you see with your pets? Because even now, I've been my eldest son is actually, because my youngest can communicate with animals as well. But I think it's a gift we all have, but we have forgotten that language, if you will, as we get older, many of us. So I'm working on that right now as a skill, because I believe, like, there's your flies there that, are annoying when they get near us and what have you. But they also, I mean, there's reasons why we have metaphors, right? A fly on the wall, or a monkey on our back, or whatever it may be when you break it down. But animals see so much, especially animals that fly. They can get into places that we've never seen, or what. They're a great source of information, but I also don't just think the information. They can teach us, they can heal us. Some of them come in as guides. I refer to them as angels on earth, our domesticated pets especially.
Right. Yeah. And deer, when you're driving, and I just about hit a deer the other day. Like, I was like, oh wow! And it was a good thing I didn't have my brights on, because I had my brights on, and I shut them off because there was a car coming, and then all of a sudden, there was this deer in front of me, like pretty much about 3/4 of the way across the vehicle, and had I seen that deer sooner, I probably would have panicked. So it was just the way that it happened was beautiful. But flies, I think I recall them. It's about like studiousness, and like the study of and creativity and business sense and all that stuff. So it's logical, if you think of it logically, that they're all buzzing around, because what are we doing? We're on here and we're talking about all kinds of good stuff, right? So
well, you know what, though, with flies too, from this study, and I go with what resonates with me, like, Dell and I joke about this, is, you have, and this isn't a show about making a debate about meat versus not meat, but my whole point is, you get people that are vegetarian or vegan, and I don't care what people eat. If you're healthy and you're happy, that's all that, and nourished, that's what matters, right?
Right.
But when there's judgment with it, yet it's getting proven in science, we're seeing this. Never mind that with the plant world, for example, they're sentient. They react to positivity versus negativity. There's a woman, and I wish I could figure out how she did it. She didn't have an audio background, but she went into a field of sunflowers, and she was able to put somehow some type of microphone on one of the sunflowers, and they were singing. It picked it up, and I'm getting goosebumps how you picked it up. So you've got plants, or like mushrooms apparently are like a hive mind, all connected. The trees, I mean, grounding, you can look that up. It's not a hippy dippy thing. There's truth to it. Whereas flies and insects, they're saying have a hive mind. And if you think about that though, right, with a hive mind, everybody, although you may be sharing the same thoughts or what have you, there's got to be cooperation. There's got to be togetherness. There's got to operate as oneness, right? So what a lesson to be learned from that.
Yeah. Well, speaking of the microphone on the sunflowers, I know they had done a study a few years ago, just studying like fruits and vegetables and that sort of thing. And they had somehow recorded lettuce being cut. And it actually cried. Like they could hear like
break my heart
on this some kind of a microphone. So I mean, you know, we can be vegetarian, but like according to this study, they were saying that, you know, basically I think the point was to show people scientifically that everything has life.
Has life, yes.
Everything. Yeah,
and that makes sense. Absolutely. Now you've got a new book out. I had it in front of me. You know what? You go ahead and tell them the title, because otherwise I bend down and grab the computer again. But it's a collection of stories.
It's called Holistic Oracle.
Thank you. I knew it was something oracle. I don't want to miss the wrong word. And don't get me wrong, I am not minimizing the word holistic, because I think that is one of the most important words when we're looking at healing. Because really, I love the trilogy of healing with, you know, uniting mind, body, spirit. And most people that may not be used to the word of healing in the aspect we're going to be talking about is we're trying to pull apart, you know, a lot of those parts of ourselves, say from childhood or some of the things that we've experienced more difficult in life, and help process it and basically release it, because that's part of the healing journey. I know there's much more to it, but go ahead, tell them all about it, about your book, and you know what got you started with this, your coaching, but everything.
Yeah, I'm not sure what got me started on it. I guess it was, if I were to pinpoint what I was feeling at the time, it was, you know, we've been through a lot in the last few years. You know, the last 3 years of the shifting that's going on globally. We know we've had change happen for decades and hundreds of years. That's obvious. I mean, you look at the evolution of people in the earth. We've grown and we continue to grow. The last 3 years, however, were extremely difficult. And debilitating on most of us, to say the least, right? So lots of loss of jobs, lots of our
relationships,
health, loss of freedom, loss of you know, changes in the school systems, changes in sexuality, because we know that, you know, now they're saying there's more than two sexes of male and female. The list is endless. I don't even know all of them at this point, but, you know, just everything that we've gone through, the shifting, some of it has been good. We can't negate that, because technology can be a beautiful thing, but we also see how it's really shaken the foundation of people's beliefs. It's turned people against each other because of the political aspects across the world.
And belief systems. I'm going to throw in there about, you know, reminding part of the conversation. You and I have talked about this a lot off air. So we're being very careful about how we navigate this, especially with it being YouTube. Plus, we're not trying to offend anybody in any way. We're just stating some facts that we have noticed. That there's been a real division, especially, I think, which was really revealing, because I keep saying, I think that this time period You hear people say the apocalypse, it's the end of the world. When you look at the word apocalypse, I know you understand this, Rain, but for people listening maybe that haven't heard this before, that the word apocalypse basically means revealing which was once hidden. So I think we're in a real period right now and upcoming where things are going to be revealed, truths are going to come out that we never ever thought we had ever heard of or seen, and it's really dividing people instead of putting our differences aside. And I've said this many times on the show, if we could just agree to disagree and unite as one right now and present a united front, okay, that you know, even of love or whatever you feel, because it's so important, unity right now, I believe, with what's going on globally. We've seen families fractured, we have seen relationships fractured, but when you look at
and it's
it,
not that this stuff wasn't going on before, but the thing of it is,
it's got a magnifying glass.
It's been magnified, and
well, that's all I was going to add.
happened.
That's all I was going to add, Rain, was that what I was looking at it's so easy to see things from the outside looking in, but a lot of relationships that's, for example, maybe that have ended, and I can't begin to tell you just personally how many I have seen. This really put a magnifying glass on things that maybe potentially would have happened when you had more time to spend together, or maybe you were engaged and you were planning on getting married. Like, again, nobody's saying that they were going to end eventually, but I think it magnified issues that either needed to be worked on, or there was a chasm so deep that the time spent apart at work and busy life, you weren't able to see it. That with this time period, there's one of the gifts right there. Sorry, go ahead. I know you were going to say a lot. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, I'm like, my mind's just all over the place because there's so much to say about it, right? I mean, so, you know, we look at, okay, well, we see all of this devastation. And as we say, there's been devastation for eons of time, but this has been magnified. So how can we create positive change to help one another? And like you say, to unite. Well, one of the ways that we can do that is by bringing in healing modalities. And that's what the book is about, is the Holistic Oracle. There's 17 of us, and we come from so many different walks of professionalism. So there's healers, artists, practitioners, all from different walks of life. So we've got one gal, for example, that is an essential oils expert. And I have her little kit, because I'll tell you, I use it daily, right? For, you know, my sinuses, or, you know, she was telling me she doesn't get out of bed till she puts frankincense on the bottom of her feet, right? So, you know, it's to remember that, though,
for people,
right? Because
but why does she
apparently
use particularly frankincense?
I think, I mean, I don't want to steal her thunder. She'll, you know, eventually reveal that.
Okay, I got you. I just thought people are probably thinking out loud, like, well, why does she do that? Like,
yeah, I think it acts as a cleanser.
There you go. Perfect.
So a detoxer, right, for your body, and also like boost your immune system, right?
There you go. That's what I meant.
So
like, just because people are going to go, why does somebody do that? Listening.
Yeah. Why would they do that? Yeah, it's an oil, right? And we've got a realignment coach that goes, she has a process that she does, and she goes up into the Akashic records, and you're familiar with the Akashic records, but maybe some of our viewers aren't, like you say. So the Akashic records is a place in the heavenly realm that stores all of the files of our past, present, and future lives, right? So
of everything. Even
that's why it's so important what we say. That's why it's so important that what we say, we be careful of what we say. When we're talking bad about people, or we're gossiping, or we're judging people, you know, even in our thoughts, that's all laid out. It's all laid out there. So then when we go before our maker, when we cross over to the other side, we will need our judgment team there that reminds us not only of the bad things, but of the good things, right? So it's really important that we hold integrity and we hold honesty and love, like love one another. This is what I think this last 3 years has really shown us. You know, I don't know how many times I've been in situations where I've had to bite my tongue now, because I just go, don't even go there, right? Don't even go there, right? Because it's not worth it to be dragged into the trauma piece, right? So we're learning something out of all of this. We have to look at, you know, the things that we're learning that are positive. Oh, she just seems persistent in being on film today.
No, she can come on. That's fine. Everybody loves to see pets.
Yeah,
and I always say
Nova.
to people,
yeah, this is Nova.
What's her name? Noma? It's Noma?
Nova.
Nova.
And she sits,
okay.
Nova.
Okay.
Yeah, and she
Nova.
sits under the light and she'll just blink her eyes like, and I call her Nova Star because she just blinks her eyes because, you know, you're calling her Nova Star. So she's really
But do
cute.
you find, okay, I find this happens all the time. What was I doing? I forget. It was recently, and it was something, I don't know if I was making a video or what it was, and I was shocked that the animals were there. And then I realized I wasn't, because every time I do a reading, anytime there's healing work, anytime there's anything, my animal,
they're there.
Animals are just drawn, like drawn in, right? Because they can feel the energy. So that's probably why your cat Nova is here. She's beautiful. Because what I was going to say, think about it. Well, think about it. When you're watching a podcast, right? Because I had a lovely lady on a couple of weeks ago, and she's actually going to be on it, I think, in 2 or 3 weeks again. We're going to talk about signs and symbols and stuff. And she does astrology, and she had a little dog, and she was so worried. She said, my husband's coming home. I've got the dog out because she might bark. I said, let her in. And she didn't, but I said, let her in, because I said, think about when you watch podcasts. Like, I love when people, you realize they're just everyday regular people. Their animals want to be a part of it. Or like I said, my son Justin will pop in, or because it shows other people that you're just regular, everyday people that
real life
you
people.
You feel like you've got something that you want to say, and grateful for the people that tune in or may hear it. But it gives, I think, other people encouragement that, hey, you can do this too. Right?
That's true. Yeah, and we're entering a different realm of understanding, because we are working from home sometimes now, right? Some are working from home full time, but we definitely are working from home more often now, you know, and we don't know what's going to happen in the future. So it's really important for us to, like you say, be ourself, be our natural person, and just allow, you know, the events to unfold as they do, right? I mean, if we were in real life, that'd be happening. You know, we'd be sitting in a meeting, and you know, doors would be opening, and there's one of our flies again. So you know, so let's see, who else do we have? We've got an intuitive recalibrators. So
okay,
Kelly,
so what happens with that? What is somebody that has that title? What do they do?
Well, so for example, we know intuition. We know what intuition is. It's that gut feeling, right? It's that, you know, I myself do readings as well. And, you know, I use the angel cards, and I do, you know, I can just grab it from the sky if, you know, someone wants to, you know,
you're very
know a few
intuitive.
things. Yeah. So we incorporate that in the work that we do. So that's what, you know, she brings to the table as far as the intuitive piece. And then the recalibrator she's got a few different modalities that she's trained in, and she's been in the field for quite a long time. And so she helps people to take what's going on in their life, and you know, when you calibrate something, you create change, right? You roll it forward. Think of an engine, or like something moving forward, a wheel. So she combines those two pieces to help you change your life, right?
Oh, I like it.
Recreate who you want to be, right? So she looks at memory, and, you know, some people believe that you have to be in therapy for like 10 years to get better, right? I mean, let's face it, if you're in therapy for 10 years and nothing's changed, then you might
It's not working.
change
It's not
psychiatrist because something's not going right there. And you know, myself, like I believe I'm the kind of person, like, I need to understand something. I'm sure you've heard of bars. So Reiki, there's a few of us that have our Reiki certification. So,
well, I'm a
crystal.
Reiki. I'm crystal Reiki. I do crystal.
You
I'm
do
a
the
crystal
crystals.
Reiki master.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you
so,
do
you know, you use the crystals.
Mm-hmm.
I do the Asui. Yeah. So, you know, we use our hands. We're basically a conduit.
I call myself the mailman.
Our, you know, God.
Yeah.
You call, yeah,
the mailman. I'm delivering
so,
from,
you know,
I'm the
you're not
conduit or the mailman. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're delivering. That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. So, you know, God, source, and our guides and our animal spirit guides and the master angels come in to help us, right? To deliver that healing, as you say, right? So when I look at myself and the modalities that I've created and how I interact with my clients, is that I help them first to identify what, if they can, because people can't always identify what's wrong. There's something wrong, say they're having pains in their knees or their stomach or whatever. Maybe they don't even recognize that they're having pain, right? So, you know, I help them identify, first of all, what the pain is and where it's coming from, if they can pinpoint it, and then walk them through an interactive, you know, somas of the body. So it's an interactive process that helps them to tap in